Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1660 to Chapter 1742. Lin Feng, I knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with you. However, you shouldn't have entered this palace. As for my identity, you can go to hell and ask the king of hell. And Xianxia looked at Lin Feng coldly. In truth, Lin Feng had changed his appearance. When he first met Xianxia, he had told her that he was called Lin Qing. Naturally, Xianxia knew Lin Feng's real identity, so she had told him Lin Feng's real name. Lin Feng said indifferently. You've been plotting against me for so long. Even if you want my life, you should at least tell me why I'm dead, right? Xianxia remained silent for a moment before saying, all right. Since you want to know why you're dead, there's no harm in telling you. Do you know Huangfu Qingtian's identity? Lin Feng said. The son of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's emperor. Xianxia snorted. How could a mere emperor of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty be qualified to be Huangfu Qingtian's father? Lin Feng was startled. It seemed that Huangfu Qingtian had another identity. However, he didn't know what his identity was. Lin Feng asked, is Huangfu Qingtian the son of some great figure in the 9 provinces Ascension Immortal sect? Xianxia said, the Ascension Immortal sect has a holy maiden. Back then, she had a dream of connecting with heaven and earth, and she got pregnant because of it. Many people were jealous of her, and they wanted to kill her and her child. However, the Holy Maiden took a huge risk and crossed the endless sea to reach the martial heaven continent. She gave birth to Huangfu Qingtian and allowed him to grow up here. After that, the Holy Maiden returned to the 9 provinces Ascension Immortal sect. Bah! You're really full of lies. How can a person get pregnant in a dream? If a woman can get pregnant in a dream, what do you need men for? Lin Feng curled his lips. He didn't believe in Xianxia. That was too much nonsense. Xianxia sneered and said, heaven and earth resonance is rare, but it's not unheard of. Every child born from it has heaven-defying talent and luck, and Huangfu Qingtian proved this point. First, he swallowed the blood of a true dragon, then he obtained the orthodoxy of Pangu Immortal, and even the orthodoxy of Yuanshi Tianzuan. But in the end, he was destroyed by you. Lin Feng frowned. His instincts told him that Xianxia wasn't lying. However, he still found it unbelievable. After all, it was indeed unthinkable to have suspicions after a dream. Xianxia said coldly, you killed Huangfu Qingtian. The Saintess naturally won't let you off. Now that you know everything you want to know, if you want to die quickly, do it yourself. If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind killing you. Heh. Lin Feng sneered and said, you want to kill me with just your strength? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? I know that your cultivation is strong and you have great treasures, but I have this sheepskin scroll, and I can activate the runes inside it. This is the demonic palace built by Demon Emperor Chonglu in the past, and the runes inside are enough to kill you. Xianxia sneered and said, if you want to open Demon Emperor Chonglu's treasury, you need to perform a blood sacrifice, and your bloodline is strong, so it's most suitable for a blood sacrifice. Lin Feng said, let's try and see who will win in the end. Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll let you die in endless pain. Xianxia sneered and poured powerful magic power into the treasure map. Buzz. Suddenly, the treasure map emitted waves of powerful energy waves. Next, the runes on the treasure map twisted, and waves of runes swept out, trying to activate the Emperor runes in the demonic palace. But soon, Xianxia's smile froze. Because, the treasure map couldn't activate the Emperor runes in the demonic palace. How can this be? Xianxia cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng smiled and said, is it strange? I'm the best spirit array master, the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Can't I see that there are Emperor runes in the demonic palace? Of course, I can see it. Moreover, I already know that you're related to the Ascension Immortal sect, so how can I not be on guard against you? When I first entered the demonic palace, I quietly condensed an isolation rune. The runes in your treasure map were all isolated by my isolation rune. You've been scheming against me for so long, but in the end, all your efforts were for naught. You. Arg. Xianxia was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as white as a sheet. Just as Lin Feng had said, Xianxia had schemed against Lin Feng. Her plan, which she thought was meticulous, had been seen through by Lin Feng at every step. From beginning to end, she had been played by Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to Enziru. "Sir, leave quickly!" shouted the 4 strong cultivators coldly and threw themselves at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, just you wait. Today's matter won't end here. I won't kill you. I'll subdue you and make you my slave. I'll trample on your dignity and make you live a life worse than a dog. This day will come sooner or later." Enziru cursed loudly. This woman was also extremely ruthless. She didn't care about the lives of her 4 subordinates. She put away her demonic blood saber and shot out, quickly escaping. Humph. Facing the attacks of the 4 Divine Realm cultivators, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated the 9 demons painting and attacked the 4 of them. The 9 demons diagram descended from the sky and suppressed downwards. It instantly destroyed their attacks and killed the 4 of them. "Enziru, you bitch, you want to make me your slave? You're daydreaming. The next time I see you, I'll capture you and make you my slave. When that time comes, I'll teach you a lesson," Lin Feng said fiercely. Then, he sucked out all the blood of the 4 cultivators. Then, he sprinkled it on the statue of the Demon Emperor Chonglu. Then, Lin Feng bowed 3 times to the statue of the Demon Emperor Chonglu. Then, he said, "Lin Feng, today, I offer the blood of a god as a sacrifice. I hope I can open the palace the Demon Emperor left behind. I'm a young hero, I'm invincible at the same cultivation level. I'll definitely become a great emperor in the future. I don't want to humiliate you, master." As Lin Feng's voice fell, all the blood, it was all swallowed by the statue. Rumble. Then, the door that was originally open closed again. A gloomy voice sounded, "Kid. When others come to ask for the orthodoxy, they kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, and then all kinds of pleading and praying. You, on the other hand, have an awesome look." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Because I have the strength, I can act tough." "Ha ha ha ha. You are quite good at talking. Compared to those people, you are indeed very strong. More importantly, you have great potential." The gloomy voice sounded again. "How should I address you?" Lin Feng asked. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The owner of the voice asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "Why should I be afraid of you? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The owner of the voice said indifferently. Said Lin Feng. "If you wanted to attack me, you would have done it already. You didn't need to wait until now. Besides, if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. With my strength, leaving this demon palace isn't that difficult," said Lin Feng. "Since that's the case, I will congratulate you on becoming the new master of the Chonglu Demon Palace." Swish, shortly after, a huge black bear appeared in the palace. "I am the spirit of the Chonglu Demon Palace, the Black Bear Devil Emperor," the black bear said. Excuse me. Have you been waiting here for the new master of the Chonglu Demon Palace?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right. I've been waiting for a long time. Dozens of people have come, but none of them are qualified to become the new master of the Chonglu Demon Palace. I ate them all," the Black Bear Devil Emperor said. "How cruel." Lin Feng was speechless. The Black Bear Devil Emperor said, "The secret of the Chonglu Demon Palace can't be exposed so easily." "Then why did you let that woman go?" Lin Feng asked. "Because the Chonglu Demon Palace will welcome a new master. You can deal with that woman," the Black Bear Devil Emperor said. "Ha ha ha ha, I like hearing that." Lin Feng laughed loudly. Then, he said, "What kind of person is the Devil Emperor?" "He's amazing. He's one of the strongest cultivators in history. In the past, he was the one who had the greatest hope of becoming an immortal. Unfortunately, he died in the battle at the end of the Immemorial era. Otherwise, he might have been immortal," the Black Bear Devil Monarch said regretfully. "Perhaps this is fate. What exactly is going on with this ancient upheaval? Rumor has it that Hou-Yi killed the 9 golden crows, and Dijun killed Hou-Yi. Because of that, the sorcerer tribe was displeased, and a war broke out. I wonder if the rumor is true?" Lin Feng asked. things are naturally not that simple. This is caused by the accumulation of too many conflicts over the years. These conflicts need a fuse. Hui shooting down the sun and Demon Emperor Dijun killing Hui are the fuse. The Black Bear Devil Lord said. That battle was extremely tragic. Even Demon Emperor Chonglu died. Logically speaking, an existence like Demon Emperor Chonglu shouldn't have died in such a battle, right? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Demon Emperor Chonglu died in the hands of the foreign creatures. The Black Bear Devil Monarch sighed. The chaos of the ancient era engulfed the heavens. There was chaos everywhere, and the 10,000 worlds were in complete chaos. The foreign creatures were restless, and they descended upon the 3,000 great worlds. As a result, the cultivators of the 3,000 great worlds, who were originally in internal strife, once again united to resist the foreign creatures. However, after many years of consumption, the strength of the various powers of the 3,000 great worlds declined sharply. As a result, the battle against the foreign creatures was exceptionally difficult, and also exceptionally cruel. Countless experts fell, and even the great emperors were no exception. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The upheaval of the Immemorial era had actually involved the foreign creatures. That was too terrifying. He knew how powerful the foreign creatures were. They were simply impossible to resist. Their battle prowess was heaven-defying. Lin Feng said, that battle was too tragic. Yes, it was too tragic. This world is cruel. Being able to survive is the most important thing. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng asked, what's in the Chonglu Devil Hall? The Chonglu Devil Hall has a total of 7 levels, the Nihility God Realm, the Divine Flame Realm, the True Immortal Realm, the Heavenly God Realm, the Giant God Realm, the Quasi-Emperor Realm, and the Emperor Realm. You can open the first level of the hall. You can see for yourself. Then I'll have to trouble you to bring me there. Lin Feng said. Follow me. The Black Bear Devil Monarch led the way. Lin Feng followed behind the Black Bear Devil Monarch. They arrived at the first level of the hall. The first level of the hall was densely covered with emperor inscriptions. However, these emperor inscriptions were intelligent. They knew that Lin Feng was the new master of the Devil Hall, so they didn't harm Lin Feng. He pushed open the door to the first level of the hall. After entering, Lin Feng discovered that the first level of the hall was extremely spacious. He immediately rolled his eyes and said, Senior Devil Emperor, aren't you being too stingy? You didn't leave anything behind at all. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said, it's not that the Devil Emperor is stingy, but some ordinary things, such as origin crystals and other cultivation resources, do not have the qualifications to be placed here by the Great Emperor. Moreover, if the Great Emperor also left cultivation resources here, wouldn't the people who obtained the Devil Hall become too comfortable? Would they lose their competitive spirit? Would they lose their ambition? The Great Emperor would naturally be worried about these things, so he did not leave behind any cultivation resources or other treasures. However, the Great Emperor did leave behind some Tao teachings and some special treasures. Every level of the hall has the Tao teachings and some extremely special treasures left behind by the Great Emperor. Lin Feng nodded. He walked towards the depths of the first level of the hall, where there was a stone platform. There were 3 items on the stone platform. Fire Devil Talisman. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He immediately saw the treasure, the Fire Devil Talisman. Obviously. The Fire Devil Talisman was the special treasure that the Black Bear Devil Monarch had mentioned. The other 2 items were 2 jade cylinders. Lin Feng picked up a jade cylinder and used a spiritual will to invade it. He discovered that this jade cylinder recorded how to control this Chonglu Devil Palace. As for the second jade cylinder, it recorded a set of 3,000 Great Daos. Great Sacrifice Technique. This set of 3,000 Great Daos was a sacred art that Lin Feng yearned for greatly. With this Great Sacrifice Technique, when Lin Feng was fighting, he could even directly sacrifice his opponent. This was the tyranny of the Great Sacrifice Technique. No matter who it was, they could sacrifice themselves. And through sacrifice, they could greatly increase their cultivation. Haha, not bad, not bad. The Fire Devil Talisman and the Great Sacrifice Technique are both treasures that I need. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. After he kept the two treasures, he used his spiritual will to invade the second jade cylinder to understand the method to control the Chonglu Devil Palace. One day later, Lin Feng had already grasped the method to control the Chonglu Devil Palace. Rumble, the Chonglu Devil Palace let out a violent trembling sound, and in the end, it turned into a ray of light and flew into Lin Feng's Danxi. Reincarnation Devil Palace. You actually managed to obtain this treasure as well. After the Chonglu Devil Palace was absorbed into his body, the Black Bear Devil Monarch discovered the Reincarnation Devil Palace and instantly exclaimed. Lin Feng said. That's right. The supreme treasure of the Devil Dao, the Samsara Devil Hall, is also mine. I have many treasures on me. The Reincarnation Devil Hall is nothing. The Black Bear Devil King pursed his lips. The Reincarnation Devil Hall is a heaven-defying treasure. You probably can't activate it yet, right? Lin Feng's attempt at acting cool had failed. He smiled awkwardly and said, I can activate it sooner or later. He suddenly thought of the strangeness of this island and continued, there are netherworld soldiers roaming this island. Are they guarding something? The Black Bear Devil King said, you should know that this place is called the Nether Sea. It's connected to the netherworld. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded. The Black Bear Devil King continued, it seems like there's a terrifying existence buried in the depths of this island, and it might be related to the netherworld. However, I don't know what it is exactly. So many years? You didn't go take a look? Lin Feng asked. The Black Bear Devil King said indifferently. I don't want to court death. Lin Feng didn't stop. He left the abyss and headed outside. Suddenly, a cold aura filled the air. It's him again, Lin Feng was horrified. He thought of that terrifying existence. He thought of the curse of the Celestial Masters sect. Roar. Some powerful beasts in the distance seemed to have sensed something and let out anxious roars. But soon, those powerful ferocious beasts turned into beast skins. It's really him. Lin Feng's face paled. It wasn't the first time that the eerie existence had shown up. Lin Feng knew. That strange existence was related to the curse of the Celestial Masters sect. Back then, he had almost sunk into endless darkness. If Hui Yihan hadn't woken him up, perhaps he would have been dead by now. Now that this strange existence had reappeared, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. What's that? It's approaching us. Let's go. The Black Bear Devil Monarch had clearly also discovered that terrifying existence, and his voice couldn't help but tremble. Lin Feng regained his senses and ran towards the depths. You're crazy. You can't go into the depths. The Black Bear Devil King shouted. Deep inside was the place where the terrifying creature related to the netherworld was buried. The Black Bear Devil Monarch was clearly wary of that existence. Lin Feng naturally knew that the deeper regions were very dangerous. But this was the only way. That strange creature was too terrifying. Once he appeared, it was too difficult to go against him. Lin Feng could only think of one method at the moment, and that was to enter the depths. With the help of the creature related to the underworld, he scared away the strange existence that appeared here. This is the only way, Lin Feng said. He quickly rushed into the depths. At the back, a gloomy and cold aura permeated the air. Clearly, that terrifying existence was chasing after them rapidly. Lin Feng felt as if there was an abyss that buried all life, wanting to devour him. He knew that he definitely couldn't stop, and he definitely couldn't turn back. Once he stopped. Once he turned back. Perhaps, only death awaited him. What exactly is chasing you? The Black Bear Devil Monarch asked in a grave voice. Something related to the curse of the Celestial Masters sect. Lin Feng said. What? The curse of the Celestial Masters sect? So the rumors were actually true. The Celestial Masters sect is a cursed lineage. The Black Bear Devil Monarch's expression was uncertain. He then muttered, looks like I have to find a new master for the Great Emperor. Hearing the Black Bear Devil Monarch's muttering, Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. He wasn't dead yet. He rushed all the way into the depths. Gradually, Lin Feng felt his body getting colder and colder, and his consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. His speed also became slower and slower. Endless darkness enveloped him. Lin Feng even felt as if something was about to be born from within his body. He lowered his head to look, and was shocked to discover blood-colored scales had actually appeared on his hands. This is the curse of the Celestial Masters? My consciousness is sinking. Am I going to become a monster? Lose myself? Lin Feng's face was filled with a bitter smile. His body fell headfirst to the ground, and he lost consciousness. Shwa. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored divine light wrapped around Lin Feng, and then quickly rushed into the depths. Bibi could sense the terrifying situation outside. The little guy rushed out from the mountain river ring. He. Vaguely, Lin Feng could hear a sinister laughter coming from behind. Darkness once again enveloped the earth and quickly chased after him. Its speed was too fast. Wherever the darkness passed, all the vicious beasts, they had all turned into beast skins. It was exactly the same as when a human cultivator turned into human skin. Bibi was so scared that she screamed again and again. The little guy was obviously frightened by the unknown existence that was chasing after them. However, the little guy didn't have any intention of running away. He wrapped around Lin Feng and continued to rush into the depths. Finally, Bibi saw a cave. He wrapped around Lin Feng and rushed into the cave. Endless darkness engulfed the cave. But soon, endless darkness flew out from the cave again. An evil wind swept through the world. How could this be? His corpse is still here. In the evil wind, a voice of disbelief came out. But soon, everything returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally woke up. Ya. Ya. After waking up, he heard Bibi's cry. When the little guy saw that Lin Feng had woken up, he was very excited and jumped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng still remembered the scene from before. When he felt that he was about to be swallowed by the endless darkness, it was Bibi who appeared and grabbed him to escape. He patted the little guy's head lovingly. Then, Lin Feng thought of the blood-colored scales that appeared on his hands. He quickly looked at his hands. Realizing that there were no blood-colored scales on his hands, Lin Feng immediately muttered. What was going on? Could it be because he was in a daze earlier, so he saw wrongly? After muttering in his heart, he got up from the ground and looked around. His expression suddenly changed. In this cave, there was a stone bed. And on the stone bed, a man was lying on his side. It was a young man. That man was incomparably handsome. He was even handsome to the point of being demonic. His aura was completely gone. Obviously, he had already died. However, even though he had been dead for so many years, Lin Feng still couldn't believe it. Outside his body, it was actually shrouded in domineering aura. A dead person, he could actually release his domineering aura. Lin Feng had never heard of such a thing. It was really too shocking. Moreover, the most important thing was, this dead cultivator's body was releasing the rarest purple supreme domineering aura. Was the underworld soldier protecting him? Who exactly was he? Since ancient times, the rarity of purple chi was even lower than the rarity of great emperors. Some great emperors didn't even have chi. Great emperors with chi were only a small part of the population, and great emperors with purple chi could be counted on one hand. And the man in front of him not only had the purple chi, the key was that after he died, the purple chi didn't dissipate, but lingered around his body. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was alive to be able to do this. Lin Feng took a deep breath and carefully walked towards the mysterious corpse. F***ck, you're crazy. This is an existence with purple chi, why are you approaching him? Be careful not to be killed by his purple chi. The Black Bear Devil King shouted. Lin Feng said, let's see if he has any treasures on him. The treasures of such an expert are definitely heaven-defying. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another chance. The Black Bear Devil King rolled his eyes and said, I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen someone who doesn't care about his life like you. You're completely crazy. Lin Feng did indeed see the treasures on the mysterious corpse. He wore a storage ring on his finger. This made Lin Feng happy. He muttered in his heart, how many treasures are there in this storage ring? However, when Lin Feng was 3 meters away from the mysterious corpse, the purple chi on the mysterious corpse actually dissipated and rushed towards Lin Feng. The Black Bear Devil King wailed, "Lord Devil Emperor, your new disciple is too crazy. He's just a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Now that he's touched the purple chi protecting his body, it seems like he's going to die." Seeing the purple chi enveloping him, Lin Feng's expression became serious. He quickly retreated but found that his body couldn't move. He could only let the purple chi attack him. This was an extremely dangerous situation. Once the purple chi attacked his body, only death would await him. But at this time, the purple chi in Lin Feng's body seemed to have sensed something and directly came out of his body, confronting the purple chi of the mysterious corpse. "Damn, the purple chi of the supreme chi. You actually possess the supreme purple domineering aura." When the Black Bear Devil Monarch saw the supreme purple tyrannical aura emanating from Lin Feng's body, he immediately cried out in surprise. He was almost scared to death, and his face was filled with shock. With Lin Feng's cultivation, he definitely shouldn't possess the supreme purple aura. However, Lin Feng possessed the supreme purple domineering aura. There was only one possibility. This was innate. Generally, people who were born with the supreme purple aura mostly inherited the bloodline of their parents. At this time, the Black Bear Devil Monarch knew that among Lin Feng's parents, one of them was definitely a heaven-defying race. Lin Feng made use of the confrontation between the two types of purple chi masters to quickly retreat. The purple chi masters and his body retracted. This was the overflowing of the Supreme Being's purple domineering aura. It wasn't triggered by Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's body didn't become weak because of the appearance of the supreme purple hockey. He stood more than 20 meters away and looked at the mysterious corpse with an uncertain expression. In the end, he gave up the idea of taking the mysterious corpse's storage ring. The danger was just too great. Lin Feng cupped his fists at the mysterious corpse and said, "Thank you, Senior, for scaring away that terrifying existence. Since you don't want me to take your things, I won't force you. I'll take my leave now." He didn't stay any longer and quickly left. Not long after Lin Feng left the Netherworld Island, he was attacked. The Snake Queen stepped out of the void and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he used the heaven mending technique to dodge the terrifying attack. Lingering ghost. Lin Feng looked at the Snake Queen with a gloomy expression. The Snake Queen sealed the surrounding space and looked coldly at Lin Feng. "No matter how you jump around, you won't be able to escape from me. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Snake Queen. Since you're so overbearing, so be it. Today, I won't show you any mercy and will subdue you." "Subdued me?" The Snake Queen rolled her eyes and sneered. "Brat, you're showing off in the wrong place. You're like a stray dog, yet you dare say that you can subdue me? I can crush you with one hand." Lin Feng took out a dozen divine weapons and was about to detonate them when the Snake Queen laughed. However, the Snake Queen sneered and said, "Do you think I will let you succeed twice with the same method?" The Snake Queen waved her right hand, and the divine weapons Lin Feng took out were restrained by an invisible force. Clearly, the Snake Queen had been prepared for this. She didn't give Lin Feng a chance to detonate his divine weapons. Swish, there was a flash of light, and the Snake Queen appeared in front of Lin Feng. She raised her right hand and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. The Snake Queen knew that Lin Feng had many treasures on him, so she quickly closed the distance after restraining Lin Feng's divine weapons. She wanted to defeat Lin Feng directly and not give Lin Feng a chance to take out his divine weapons again. A good chance. When he saw the Snake Queen appear in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng had wanted to take out a dozen divine weapons and detonate them to block the Snake Queen's attack like the first time. Then, he would leave. However, the Snake Queen didn't give him the chance to do so. If the Snake Empress attacked Lin Feng from a distance, Lin Feng would have died. Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand the Snake Queen's attack. However, in the Snake Queen's eyes, dealing with a small fry like Lin Feng, she didn't even need to use her divine abilities. After all, the Snake Queen was too powerful. It was normal for her to look down on Lin Feng. Therefore, the Snake Queen chose to close in and send a palm strike at Lin Feng. In this kind of close combat, the Snake Queen could still gain a huge advantage by suppressing Lin Feng with her physical body. She could also kill Lin Feng. However, the Snake Queen neglected something. She didn't know that Lin Feng had just obtained a treasure. This treasure was the immortal binding rope. If it was an offensive treasure, the Snake Queen naturally wouldn't be afraid. However, the immortal binding rope was a binding treasure. Immortal binding. Immortal binding, it could even bind immortals, much less the Snake Queen. Whoosh. Lin Feng immediately took out the immortal binding rope. The immortal binding rope quickly wrapped around the Snake Queen. The Snake Queen was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Her body was bound by the immortal binding rope. The Snake Queen wanted to quickly transform into a ball of demonic aura to escape the immortal binding rope. However, the immortal binding rope was a very strange treasure. After being bound by the immortal binding rope, the body's dermic powers couldn't be used. This is the immortal binding rope. The Snake Queen was obviously very knowledgeable. After realizing that she couldn't move after being bound, she immediately thought of the immortal binding rope and couldn't help but cry out. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're quite knowledgeable to know that this treasure of mine is the immortal binding rope. Now that it's in my hands, how do you think I should deal with you?" The Snake Queen's expression changed. She said, "I'm willing to pay an immeasurable amount of wealth for my life." Lin Feng put his arm around her waist and smiled. "If you become my slave, you'll be mine, and your wealth will be mine," said Lin Feng, hugging the Snake Queen's waist. "Don't even think about it." The Snake Queen shrieked. She was really panicking now. After being bound by the immortal binding rope, she no longer had the strength to struggle. She couldn't resist whatever Lin Feng wanted to do to her. Lin Feng looked at the Snake Queen indifferently and said, "You are now my prisoner, so I naturally have a way to make you acknowledge me as your master." He quickly flew into the distance and finally landed on an island. Lin Feng opened up a cave abode and threw the Snake Queen inside before sealing the cave abode with restrictions. "Let's break your magic power first." Lin Feng set up a dense array of restrictions and directly sealed the Snake Queen's magic power, so that she was no longer a threat. The Snake Queen's pretty face was pale. She had roamed the world for millions of years and had seen all kinds of storms. In the past, a demonic patriarch had wanted to pluck her. At that time, the Snake Queen's cultivation had been weak. But in the end, she had used a scheme to kill that terrifying demonic patriarch. The Snake Queen had experienced too many dangers in her life. But every time, she had managed to avert danger. But this time, she had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. This was something that the Snake Queen had never dreamed of. Now, the Snake Queen was extremely anxious as she tried to think of a countermeasure, but she realized that there was nothing she could do now. Snake Queen. An arrogant army is bound to be defeated. You are looking down on me, Lin Feng. Think about it. I am so young, yet I roam the world. So many people want to kill me and steal my treasures, but I still live a carefree life. How can I not be capable?" said Lin Feng, caressing the Snake Queen's beautiful face. Ma Mingbo had thought that Lin Feng wanted to deal with the Snake Queen because he wanted to take her into his harem. But it was not without basis. The Snake Queen was indeed too charming. The Snake Queen said coldly, "It's not that I was careless. It's because you suddenly mastered the immortal binding rope. You didn't have this treasure last time. If you hadn't suddenly obtained this treasure, I would have killed you with a single slap." Obviously, the Snake Queen was extremely unwilling to accept her failure. Lin Feng said, "Snake Queen, it's useless to say all this now. I'll give you a choice now. Do you want to acknowledge me as your master, or do you want me to convert you? Kill me," the Snake Queen said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng's right hand moved around the snake's body. He smiled as he said, "I can't bear to kill you. You're so powerful and so enchanting. You're simply a stunner. I like beautiful women like you, and keeping you by my side as a bed-warming maid would be quite good." The Snake Queen was so angry that she wanted nothing more than to kick Lin Feng to death. She was the Snake Empress, a high and mighty figure. Now, she was actually called a bed-warming maid. However, the Snake Queen could only glare fiercely at Lin Feng. But very quickly, the Snake Queen's face turned red. "Stop. The Snake Queen bit her red lips and said. Lin Feng smiled. Have you made up your mind? You're shameless. The Snake Queen cursed. If I were shameless, do you think you would still be able to talk to me face to face? How many men would want to conquer a powerhouse like you who also has such a beautiful appearance? If you fell into the hands of other men, do you think they would be like me and not do anything to you? Lin Feng's burning gaze swept over the Snake Queen's hot body and said, no matter how strong a woman is, she's still a woman. There are many things in this world that are unfair to begin with. A woman should find a man to rely on. Snake Queen, my patience is limited. Don't test my patience. I'll ask you one last time. Will you take the initiative to recognize me as your master, or will I convert you? The Snake Queen's expression changed. She only had 3 choices now. Die. Be converted. Take the initiative to recognize Lin Feng as her master. Although the Snake Queen had repeatedly said that she wanted Lin Feng to kill her, how could the Snake Queen be willing to die like this? A bad life was better than a good death. Moreover, the Snake Queen was such a powerful figure with a lifespan of more than 10 million years. The Snake Queen had only lived for 1,000,000 years. She still had a very long life ahead of her. The Snake Queen's life had only just begun. How unwilling would she be to die like this? I'm not willing to convert you because I don't want you to become a walking corpse. If that's the case, life will be meaningless. Lin Feng said. Alright, I'll recognize you as my master. The Snake Queen gritted her teeth and said. After making this decision, all the strength in her body seemed to have been sucked out. Her body fell to the ground. Open your soul. I want to set up a soul imprint in your soul to prevent you from betraying me, Lin Feng said. The Snake Queen bit her red lips, unwilling to give up. She had no other choice now. She could only open her soul. Lin Feng successfully set up a soul imprint in the Snake Queen's soul. Then, he put away the immortal binding rope and removed the restrictions on the Snake Queen's body. Qiner greets master. The Snake Queen bowed to Lin Feng. You're called Qiner? That's a good name. Lin Feng said with a smile and grabbed the Snake Queen's waist. Master, what are you doing? Don't be like this. The Snake Queen's face instantly turned pink. Lin Feng said with a smile. Nothing, I just want to have an in-depth conversation with you about life. In these few days, the situation in the Netherworld Sea World became more and more tense. This was because the 9 States Alliance had invited peerless experts from the 3 great immortal sects. A peak battle broke out once again. This time, it was even more tragic. The experts from both sides fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light, the sea collapsed, and the galaxy reversed. In the end, the experts from the 3 great immortal sects had the upper hand in this battle. However, the experts from the 3 great immortal sects wanted to kill the Stone Man of the mermaid race. This was also an extremely difficult task. Moreover, at this time, a few powerful figures appeared to mediate. Because of this, the 2 sides stopped fighting. Lin Feng and the Snake Queen also watched the scene of the experts from the 3 great immortal sects fighting the Stone Man of the mermaid race. After the Snake Queen was nourished, she became even more enchanting. After seeing a few terrifying experts come out to mediate this battle, Lin Feng and the Snake Queen left and returned to the ancient capital of the Netherworld Sea. Now that a strong cultivator has come to mediate, I'm afraid this battle will end with negotiations. I think the 9 States Alliance's fleet will go to the 9 States very soon. I've already decided to follow the 9 States Alliance's fleet to the 9 States. You can stay in the Ocean of Hell for now and help me recruit strong cultivators from the Ocean of Hell. With your cultivation and reputation, it should be easy for you to recruit strong cultivators. Lin Feng said. The Snake Queen said, yes, Master. Qiner will definitely help Master recruit experts and form a force that belongs to Master. Lin Feng nodded. In the next few days, the 9 States Alliance and the mermaid race stopped fighting and both sides began to negotiate. But the content of the negotiations? It was unknown. Obviously, the mermaid race would have to pay a huge price this time to settle this matter. Because, after the 3 great immortal sects joined in, the mermaid race was obviously at a disadvantage. However, the experts from the three great immortal sects did not force the mermaid race into a dead end. This was because once the mermaid race was forced into a dead end, when the time came for them to counterattack, the three great immortal sects and the Nine States Alliance would probably suffer heavy losses. And negotiations were the best choice. 10 days later, the Nine States Alliance's fleet headed to the Nine States. Lin Feng followed behind the Nine States Alliance's fleet and headed to the Nine States. There were many cultivators like Lin Feng. The Nine States Alliance's fleet did not stop the cultivators behind them. They didn't stop the cultivators from following them, not because the Nine States Alliance was kind, but because it was impossible to follow the Nine States Alliance's fleet all the way to the Nine States. Along the way, danger lurked everywhere, and many sea beasts wouldn't attack the huge fleet. However, they would attack the cultivators following behind the fleet. Therefore, many cultivators were killed by the beasts. The surviving cultivators realized that it was too dangerous to follow the Nine States Alliance's fleet to the Nine States continent, so they all chose to return. A small number of cultivators, such as Lin Feng, still followed behind the Nine States Alliance's fleet. "It's foggy," a cultivator said. This was an ocean filled with fog. Soon, the Nine States Alliance's fleet disappeared without a trace. "There's a natural formation or a magnetic field here. The Nine States Alliance's fleet has a nautical chart, so they won't be affected. However, we're trapped. Let's rush out quickly, or we'll lose them," a cultivator shouted and sped up with his companions. Lin Feng had noticed this group of cultivators before. He realized that they were memorizing the route the Nine States Alliance's fleet took. They were probably trying to draw a nautical chart. If they could successfully draw it, they could sell it for a sky-high price. There were many people who had the same goal as this group. Soon, shrill cries could be heard. Of the dozen or so cultivators who had charged forward, 2 managed to escape. Behind them were a swarm of insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Demonic fog insects. Many people turned pale when they saw those insects. The demonic fog insects were a type of poisonous insect unique to the sea. They moved in groups and appeared together. These poisonous insects usually only appeared in areas shrouded in fog. Once a cultivator encountered these poisonous insects, it would be a disaster. The 2 cultivators who were escaping couldn't escape the demonic fog insects. Their bodies were instantly submerged, and in the blink of an eye, they became a pile of bones. Seeing this scene, many people were already scared to the point that their faces turned pale. It was really too terrifying. "Run," the remaining cultivators all fled. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't escape with the other cultivators because if he did, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with the Nine States Alliance's battleship. Therefore, Lin Feng activated a heavenly fire light shield and rushed forward. The demonic fog insects blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Lin Feng. A large number of demonic fog insects were burned to ashes, and Lin Feng successfully rushed out of the demonic fog insects. He flew quickly in the sea filled with white fog. Finally, he rushed out and saw the fleet in front of him. Right now, he was the only one left who was able to follow the fleet from afar. After a full 3 months, the weather gradually became colder. Lin Feng saw a huge world of ice appear in his sight. The world of the tundra. "We have arrived at the 9 prefectures." His face lit up. He had some understanding of the 9 provinces. After passing through the sea and seeing the endless world of ice, he arrived at the northernmost region of the 9 provinces. It was rumored that was an area ruled by the Snow Clan and the Ice Clan. The temperature was more than 1,000 degrees below zero. It was much colder than the extreme north of the Tianwu continent. It was almost impossible for other races to survive in such cold weather. Buzz. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from one of the battleships. Not good. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. He was extremely familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. This was the energy fluctuation produced when the spirit stone cannons were fired. Boom. Boom, at the next moment, the spiritual stone cannons were bombarding Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual stone cannons exploded. When the energy dissipated, Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. The last tracker has been blown to pieces. We can leave now. A sneer came from the ship, following which, the gigantic warship quickly left. Obviously, the Nine States Alliance's fleet wouldn't let the cultivators who followed them go. If there was such a cultivator, they would be mercilessly killed. After the Nine States Alliance's fleet left, Lin Feng stepped out of the void. The spirit stone cannons were very powerful. Those people naturally didn't think that Lin Feng could survive. That was why the cultivators on the ship thought that Lin Feng had been completely destroyed by the spirit stone cannons. His body and soul had been destroyed. Not even a severed limb was left behind. However, Lin Feng had the heaven-mending technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. When the spirit stone cannons were about to kill him, he used the heaven-mending technique to avoid the terrifying power of the explosion. Then, he hid in the void and successfully avoided the Nine States Alliance's cultivator's sight. Lin Feng quickly flew toward the Origin Ice World. The Origin Ice World was extremely cold. Even he was shivering from the cold. Therefore, Lin Feng had to circulate the heavenly flame in his body to let it emit heat and dispel the cold. In addition to being extremely cold, the Origin Ice World was full of broken restrictions. If he was careless, he would be killed by the restrictions. These were the restrictions of the Origin Ice World. Some of the restrictions contained the power of Emperor runes, so they were extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng had to be careful. Is that an ice dragon? Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the corpse of a huge creature. It was the corpse of an ice dragon. Its body was about 500 to 600 meters long, and its surface was covered in icy scales. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such an ice dragon. He cut open the ice dragon's body and took out the dragon core. This was the ice dragon's origin crystal. It was extremely precious. He did not stop and continued to travel deeper. The Origin Ice World was boundless. Lin Feng did not see anyone along the way. Snow fluttered. His body was covered in snow, almost turning him into a snowman. Roar. Roars shook the sky as the two behemoths engaged in a fierce battle. It was a huge Icelandic titan and an Icelandic giant alligator. The Origin Ice Titan was 1,000 meters tall, while the Origin Ice Giant Crocodile was 1,000 meters long and 300 to 400 meters tall. The two behemoths of the two races fought each other, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Even the icy plains were split apart. Lin Feng had no interest in watching the two behemoths fight. He continued to travel deeper. On this day, he saw cultivators flying over from afar. Lin Feng was delighted. Since he saw cultivators, did that mean that he would see a city soon? A group of more than 10 cultivators also saw Lin Feng and quickly flew over. It did not take long for them to meet up with Lin Feng. The group of cultivators was led by a thin middle-aged cultivator. You're alone? Lin Feng nodded and said, I'm lost in the Origin Ice World. I don't know how long it will take for me to find a city. If you can tell me, I'll definitely thank you. This is the northernmost region of the icy plains, and we'll have to pass through many dangerous areas. We'll even have to pass through areas where ferocious beasts roam. If you're not familiar with the terrain, you won't be able to pass through the icy plains and return to the region where cultivators are active. How did this little brother get here? It's really strange. The others were also quite confused. Lin Feng was traveling alone in such a dangerous place. It was really strange. Lin Feng said, it's like this. I followed some other cultivators from the East Sea, but we encountered a powerful beast and many of us died. The rest of us were separated, and I'm traveling alone in the icy plains. I don't know where I've ended up. Lin Feng still had some reservations about these people, and he didn't tell them the truth. It was better to be cautious when traveling. Moreover, the world of cultivators was filled with conflict and deception. If one wasn't careful, they could die. As such, Lin Feng didn't really trust these people. The middle-aged cultivator said, we're going to the Ice Rift Valley to collect some glacial essence. Little brother, you can come with us and follow us back to the 9 provinces. There's glacial essence here? Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard of it before. It was a liquid formed from the origin of the earth after countless years of transformation. It could only appear in extremely cold places. It could greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation, and it could be said to be the most precious natural treasure. That's right. It's the glacial essence. If we can really collect it, little brother, you can have a share of it, the middle-aged cultivator said. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. I can't thank you enough. In that case, I'll follow you to the Ice Rift Valley to look for the glacial essence." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, "I'm Wu Yuan. How should I address you, little brother?" Lin Feng, the middle-aged cultivator, then introduced the rest of the group. Afterwards, the group continued on their way through the icy plains. The icy plains was a vast expanse of whiteness, and it was easy to get lost and get trapped. Ordinary compasses, and other directional devices were of no use in such a cold place. Perhaps they would crack as soon as they were taken out. Lin Feng noticed that Wu Yuan was holding a special compass. The compass's qi was oppressive. It wouldn't be affected in the icy plains. Wu Yuan explained, "This compass is made of 9 glacial ice. It's specially made for use in the icy plains. It's incredibly valuable, even if you have money, you can't buy it." Wu Yuan's tone carried a hint of complacency. The reason why they were able to travel smoothly through the icy plains was because of this precious compass, said Lin Feng. "It seems like you often come and go in the ice field, right?" Wu Yuan nodded and said, "Although the climate in the ice fields is terrible and it's hard to survive, there are indeed some rare treasures here. However, whether or not you can obtain these treasures depends on your own ability. The ice fields are much crueler than other places." Lin Feng nodded. At night, they rested in an ice cave formed by an ice mountain. It was not suitable to move around in the icy plains at night, because during the day, the temperature in the icy plains was negative 1,000 degrees Celsius. At night, the temperature would plummet. It could reach negative 3 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. Such a cold temperature. If he went out, he would definitely be frozen into a popsicle. At this time, some of the powerful beasts in the icy plains would also come out to look for food. Moreover, at night, there would often be strong winds in the icy plains. In such a cold place, once the wind blew, the cold wind was like a blade. It would cause serious damage to a cultivator's body. Hiding in the ice cave to withstand the cold wind was the best choice. Furthermore, the temperature in the ice cave was much higher than outside. These people are not good people. The Black Bear Devil King sent a sound transmission to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. How could he not see through this? But Lin Feng also wanted to obtain the ice essence. If those people didn't plot against him, then everybody would be safe and sound. They would all get rich together, that would be the best outcome. If these people dared to scheme against him, then Lin Feng wouldn't mind killing them all. The world of cultivators. It was cruel to begin with. In a world that ate people without spitting out their bones, there could be no mercy. Because, it was very likely that you would lose your life because of it. So many years. What kind of things had Lin Feng not experienced? Thus, he had long since developed a decisive personality. That night, the outside world was not peaceful. The cold wind howled, and the roars of beasts shook the heavens. Fortunately, the place they were hiding in was not visited by any vicious beasts. The next morning, everyone continued to move forward. Only 10 days later did they arrive at the Ice Rift Valley. It wasn't an easy task to find such an ice rift valley in the boundless world of ice. The group flew down. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing cry rang out. Below, vicious beasts flew up one after another. These were a type of bird-type vicious beasts. They were about 1 meter long and snow-white in color. Their bodies were like crocodiles, but they had the heads of wolves. This kind of vicious beast was called the winged wolf-head crocodile. It was a relatively common vicious beast in the icy plains. Activate your flying swords and kill them. Wu Yuan shouted in a deep voice. Clearly, he was very experienced. The group summoned their flying swords and attacked the winged wolf-head crocodiles that were charging up from below. Pooh! Pooh! Tearing sounds rang out one after another as blood splattered across the sky. A large number of winged wolf-head crocodiles were killed. The remaining winged wolf-head crocodiles did not dare to continue attacking the group. Instead, they took a detour. The group continued to fly down and finally arrived at the bottom of the Ice Rift Valley. Then, they headed deeper into the valley. At the bottom of the ice rift valley, there were many large cracks that led to the depths of the earth. It's the third tunnel. I wonder if there's any danger in the third tunnel? A cultivator asked with a slight frown. In the third tunnel, waves of colding chi permeated the air, causing people to involuntarily have a hair-raising feeling. At this moment, the group looked at Lin Feng. Wu Yuan said with a fake smile, "Why don't you go down and scout the way, Daoist Lin?" Perhaps this was the reason why the group had brought Lin Feng here. They wanted to have Lin Feng scout the way for them. Many of the cultivators had ferocious looks in their eyes, which was a complete contrast to the kind smiles they had on their faces before. It was as if Lin Feng did not agree to it. They would immediately attack and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng unexpectedly nodded and said, "All right, no problem. I'll go down and scout the way. You guys wait here." "Haha, don't worry, brother Lin. If there's any danger, just give us a shout, and we'll immediately go down to help you." Wu Yuan smiled. His face was full of sincerity, and his words sounded even better than a song. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe Wu Yuan's nonsense. He smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he walked into the tunnel. The passage was extremely dark and gloomy. Lin Feng had the impression that the coldness was piercing through his bones. He didn't encounter any danger on the way, and when he reached the depths of the cave, he discovered a huge underground world. In this underground world, there was a frozen lake. On the walls of the frozen lake, there were 9 Qilin heads formed from ice. The Qilin heads' mouths were emitting shocking waves of energy. The glacial essence of ice is inside the Qilin heads? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and quickly rushed in the direction of the Qilin heads. As soon as he flew into the lake, a cold aura spread out from the lake. Then, a huge creature rushed out, opening its bloody mouth and trying to swallow Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied. He quickly moved to the left and dodged the terrifying creature. At that moment, Lin Feng saw what was attacking him. It was a cobra. However, the cobra's body was too big. It was over 100 meters long, and it had a pair of wings. Cobras were poisonous snakes that could be seen everywhere. However, this was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a huge cobra with a pair of wings, so he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the two-winged cobra. The two-winged cobra let out a sharp cry and rushed toward Lin Feng. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dark green poisonous fog. The poisonous fog spread throughout the underground world. The air was instantly corroded by the poison. What a powerful poison! Lin Feng was astonished. He hastily stopped breathing and released his celestial fire to protect himself. Then he used his great poison technique. The two-winged cobra's poison was extremely terrifying. However, after Lin Feng displayed several of his techniques, even if it was the venom of the two-winged cobra, they couldn't hurt him. Whoosh! Lin Feng leaped up and rushed toward the double-winged cobra. He used his palm as a saber and slashed out a dazzling saber light. When the two-winged cobra saw that it couldn't kill Lin Feng with its poison, it swung its thick tail at him. A loud bang was heard. The cobra's tail was really powerful. After blocking Lin Feng's attack, it also sent Lin Feng flying. A muffled bang was heard. Lin Feng's body slammed heavily into the rock wall. The two-winged cobra quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The two-winged cobra opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Lin Feng. Immortal binding rope. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he directly took out the immortal binding rope. Whoosh! At such a close distance, the two-winged cobra couldn't avoid it. Its huge body was directly tied up by Lin Feng's immortal binding rope. It struggled violently, but the more it struggled, the more its body was tied up. Lin Feng didn't kill the two-winged cobra. It would be a pity to kill it. It was such a powerful poison. It could be subdued. It could be a good help. He ran the great purification technique. The powerful purification power poured into the two-winged cobra's mind and directly purified its soul. This two-winged cobra was obviously very bestial. It didn't know the transformation technique yet. However, after being purified by Lin Feng, it felt more close to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the immortal binding rope. He patted the two-winged cobra's head. The two-winged cobra immediately responded with a hissing sound. Lin Feng didn't understand the snake language. He didn't know what this guy was talking about. He flew towards the 9 Qilin heads. Looking at the 9 Qilin heads, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the creator. He could condense 9 Qilin heads as if they were real. He took out a portion of the ice essence from each Qilin's head and sealed them. He had a total of 9 bottles of ice essence. The 2-winged cobra was put into Lin Feng's mountain river ring. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were very happy after seeing the 2-winged cobra. They treated it as a new playmate. The 2 little guys were completely unaware of the danger and horror of the 2-winged cobra. Lin Feng warned the 2-winged cobra not to hurt Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. Otherwise, he was really worried that the 2-winged cobra would eat Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. Then Lin Feng went back the way he came. In the passage, he found more than a dozen corpses. These corpses were the corpses of Wu Yuan and the others. They were all poisoned to death. It should have been when he was fighting with the 2-winged cobra. The 2-winged cobra spewed out a large amount of poisonous fog. A part of the poisonous fog entered the tunnel. Coincidentally, Wu Yuan and the others entered the tunnel at this time. They inhaled the poisonous fog and died from poisoning. Lin Feng didn't have a good or bad impression of these people. Although he knew that Wu Yuan and the others had bad intentions towards him, Lin Feng had seen this kind of thing too many times. It could no longer arouse his emotions. It's not bad to be buried in this place, Lin Feng muttered. He put away the storage rings of the dozen people and left. Lin Feng found a map in Wu Yuan's storage ring. This was a map of the Icefield world. It wasn't particularly detailed, but it marked some places to be careful and pay attention to. With the map and Wu Yuan's compass, Lin Feng was able to find a way out. Smoothly leaving the Icefield world was no longer a difficult thing. However, before leaving, Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion to refine the ice pith. He found an ice cave, sealed it with a restriction, and entered it. Then, he took out the ice pith. Lin Feng refined 7 bottles of ice pith and broke through to the 8th sky of the Void God realm. There were still 2 bottles of ice pith left. Because even if he refined them, it wouldn't be enough for him to continue breaking through. The ice pith's effect is quite good. It's a pity that there's too little of it, Lin Feng muttered. Then, he came out of seclusion and flew towards the world of the 9 states following the map. After about 2 months, he finally left the depths of the Icefield world and arrived at the outer region. There were snowy mountains everywhere. Snow was falling. When he passed by a snowy mountain range, Lin Feng heard the sound of fighting. He flew towards the direction of the sound and saw more than a dozen cultivators besieging 2 female cultivators. The 2 female cultivators were tall and had long silver hair. They were extremely beautiful. They should be women of the snow race. The women of the snow race had silver hair, and each was more beautiful than the other. The cultivators besieging the 2 women were male cultivators. They were extremely ugly. Those cultivators exuded a frosty aura. Cultivators of the ice race. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The Snow Clan and the Ice Clan were 2 ancient clans. They had existed for a very long time. Lin Feng had heard about that before. The 2 clans had developed over countless years, so it was inevitable that there would be all kinds of grievances between them. The Snow Clan and the Ice Clan had always been like fire and water. That was why the cultivators of the Ice Clan and the Snow Clan were fighting. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. Xianxia. Shui Fei. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the ice snow sacred lotus. That way, you can live. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being ruthless, said a cultivator of the Ice Clan, smiling coldly. His eyes were gleaming with a perverted light. The men of the Ice Clan were very ugly. The men of the Snow Clan were handsome and confident. The women of the Ice Clan were as beautiful as fairies. That was why the men of the Ice Clan had been eyeing the women of the Snow Clan. In recent years, the Ice Clan had been growing stronger and stronger, while the Snow Clan had been weakening. Every year, the Snow Clan would offer many beautiful women to the Ice Clan. After experiencing the beauties of the Snow Clan, the men of the Ice Clan became more and more ambitious. Some of the women of the Snow Clan who were alone met with the cultivators of the Ice Clan. If Xianxia and Fei were ordinary women of the Snow Clan, the men of the Ice Clan wouldn't have been afraid of them. But the two women weren't ordinary. They were the adopted daughters of the leader of the Snow Clan. That was why the cultivators of the Ice Clan were afraid of them. "Don't even think about getting the Ice Snow Sacred Lotus," said the two women coldly. "Master, this is a desolate place. Even if we kill them, nobody will know. We might as well go all the way and capture them. Then we'll take the Ice Snow Sacred Lotus." "Master, you can enjoy it," said an Ice Clan cultivator immediately. The rest of the Ice Tribe cultivators laughed obscenely. The leader of the group was called Bingxian. He was the grandson of the great elder of the Ice Clan. The leader of the Ice Clan wasn't the leader of the Ice Clan, but the great elder. The leader of the Ice Clan had been a mere figurehead. That was why Bingxian's position in the Ice Clan was extremely high. Bingxian smiled evilly and said, "That's a good idea. Since it's that way, let's capture those two women." More than a dozen Ice Race warriors responded loudly. All of them looked extremely excited. After Bingxian enjoyed himself, it would be their turn. In any case, this was not the first time they had done something like this. Boom. Boom. Boom, all kinds of powerful attacks were launched. In an instant, Xianxia and Fei were unable to resist. The cultivation of these two women was not weak. They were both at 8th sky of ethereal god realm. However, after all, there were only two of them. On Bingxian's side, there were many experts. There were 4 or 5 people, all of them at the divine flame realm. As for Bingxian, his cultivation was even more unfathomable. Not only had he reached the half-step true god realm. Furthermore, he also had precious treasures on him. Even if it was a true god expert, he could also put up a fight. "Haha, don't resist anymore. Be obedient and let us capture you. I'll take good care of you later." Bingxian burst into laughter. The two sisters exchanged a glance, then each took out a jade talisman. Xianxian's jade talisman transformed into a hazy silhouette, but one could still vaguely make out that it was a woman's silhouette. After the hazy silhouette appeared, it swept out a palm and enveloped everyone. Fei's jade talisman transformed into a ball of light that wrapped around Xianxia and Fei. The two sisters tore apart the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Where do you think you're going?" shouted Bingxian furiously. He wanted to chase after them, but the hazy silhouette blocked his path. It was probably a life-saving measure for Xianxia and Fei. After an intense battle, 3 people from the Ice Clan were killed. The hazy silhouette was destroyed by Bingxian and the others together. Then, it disappeared. "Prince, 3 of our brothers are dead," said an Ice Clan cultivator with an ugly expression. "Damn it! Damn it!" shouted Bingxian. "Chase after them. Don't let them escape." Whoosh, the group of people quickly left. Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. He looked normal. He had seen too many battles like this. Therefore, he was not surprised. The enmity between the Ice Clan and the Snow Clan had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Lin Feng did not pay attention to these things. He continued walking towards the periphery of the ice field. That night, Lin Feng was resting in an ice cave under an ice mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 people quickly entered the cave. They entered the ice cave and hurriedly used a few seals to seal it. They were Xianxia and Fei. After sealing the ice cave, the 2 sisters heaved a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. They felt as if someone was looking at them from the depths of the ice cave. The 2 sisters turned around and saw a male cultivator looking at them. "Who are you?" The 2 sisters looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They had not noticed this person when they had come in, which was enough to show how strong this person's cultivation level was. "I'm just a passerby. If you want to rest, just find a place to rest. There's no need to ask," said Lin Feng. The 2 sisters frowned and looked at Lin Feng cautiously. When the 2 sisters saw that Lin Feng wasn't hostile towards them, they felt relieved. The 2 sisters whispered to each other for a long time, but nobody knew what they were talking about. At that moment, Xianxia said, Sir, I am Xianxia, and this is my younger sister, Fei. We are the daughters of the leader of the Snow Clan. We are being chased by a group of evil people from the Ice Clan. If you can escort us back to Snow City, we will definitely thank you. I'm not interested, said Lin Feng indifferently. Fei looked as if she was about to cry. She said, You must have heard that the Ice Clan is very cruel. Can you bear to see us fall into their hands? At that time, the two of us will live a life worse than death. Please have mercy on us, young master. What's your fate? Does it have anything to do with me? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Xianxia and Fei gnashed their teeth angrily. The two beautiful women were begging him. That guy was actually indifferent. He really didn't understand. If you're willing to escort us back, we will give you a precious treasure, said Xianxia through gritted teeth. Oh? A precious treasure? What kind of treasure? Asked Lin Feng. The sacred ice lotus, said Xianxia. Lin Feng's heart shook. Xianxia and Fei were being attacked by a group of Ice Clan cultivators. It seemed that those Ice Clan cultivators were trying to steal the sacred ice lotus. Asked Xianxia. What is the sacred ice lotus? What's its effect? No way. You don't even know what the sacred ice lotus is? Shouted the two women in surprise. They looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. They muttered in their hearts. This guy didn't come from some remote village, did he? He had never heard of the sacred ice lotus? Is it strange that I don't know about the sacred ice lotus? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Xianxia and Fei held inwardly. This guy couldn't be a fake expert, could he? We can't be fooled, but then again, he couldn't be a fake expert. This cultivator in front of them, he was indeed very powerful. Perhaps he was cultivating in some remote village, which was why he didn't know much about many things. The two sisters could only use this as an excuse to convince themselves. Xianxia said, The sacred ice lotus is one of the most precious natural treasures, and it has a shocking use. It can heal Dao injuries. Heal Dao injuries? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he became sad again. He thought of Huang Ling. If he had obtained the sacred ice lotus in the past, Huang Ling wouldn't have died. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you so excited after knowing how precious the sacred ice lotus is? Fei asked. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I just thought of an old friend who died because of a Dao injury. It's been so many years, and I still can't forget it. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal person. Fei said. Don't praise me like that. I'll become arrogant. Lin Feng wiped away his tears and grinned. Shameless. Fei stuck out her tongue. Of the two sisters, Fei was obviously more lively. Xianxia was calmer. Lin Feng said, I agree to your request. I can escort you to Snow City. Now, give me the sacred ice lotus. Fei said, although you've agreed, we still want to see if you're strong enough. Lin Feng nodded. Alright, then attack me with all your strength. Fei leapt forward and slapped at Lin Feng. Snowflakes fluttered around Fei. A snowflake. It was like an indestructible blade. All of the snowflakes flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng reached out with his hand, causing the air to tremble. The snowflakes fluttering in the air were instantly shattered. Lin Feng and Fei's palms collided, and Fei was forced back. Not bad. Take another one of my palms. Fei was about to attack again. Xianxia pulled Fei and said, Sister. There's no need to fight. He's obviously not using his full strength. You're far from being his match. Fei seemed as Fei's words. She looked at Lin Feng's Fei and said, Ts, Fei's. Tt, thought Lin Feng. Even if he wanted to pay, he should have waited until the escort mission was over. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Lin Feng took the sacred ice and snow lotus and sealed it. Then he put it away. With the sacred ice lotus in hand, he wouldn't have to worry about Dao injuries in the future. Fei said, Now that you've taken the sacred ice lotus, can you tell us your name? Where are you from? What's your cultivation level? My name is Lin Feng. That's all you need to know. Everything else is private. Lin Feng said indifferently. What's so great about being so mysterious? Xuefei snorted. Shui Xian said, Lin Gongzi. Since you've accepted the mission of escorting us, we should tell you about the situation of the ice race's cultivators. Lin Feng nodded. Shui Xian continued, the leader of the ice race is called Bing Xian. He's the grandson of the ice race's great elder. He's cultivated for 270,000 years, and he's a quasi-true god. He has a powerful treasure, but we don't know what it is. It's said that he can fight against true gods with it. Now, he's called Bingyu, and he's at the first celestial layer of the true god layer. He's one of the ice race's domain chiefs. Bingyu has brought more than 100 people. They're scattered all over the place, looking for us. If they find us, we'll be surrounded. So, we should try our best not to fight with them. If we get surrounded, we'll die. Lin Feng said, the sacred ice lotus is precious. No wonder they've gathered so many people. Let's rest here for the night and recharge. We'll leave tomorrow. The two sisters nodded. They were extremely tired, so they found a place to rest. The next day, the three of them set off. Lin Feng said, I'm faster, so it'll be faster if I carry you. There'll be some physical contact, so I hope you'll forgive me. The two sisters blushed and nodded. Lin Feng put his arms around the sisters' waists, one on the left and one on the right. Shui Xian and Xuefei had never had such intimate contact with a man before. Therefore, her face was flushed red. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. He flew into the sky and quickly flew away. On the way, he saw ice race cultivators in the distance and hid. So, no ice race cultivators could see them. Half a month later, Lin Feng saw a huge mountain range in the distance. Sister, look. It's the Snow Dragon mountain range. Xuefei pointed at the mountain range excitedly. This place was already under the snow race's control. We'll reach Snow City in about 10 days. Shui Xian said happily. Ha ha ha. But you won't be able to get back to Snow City. At that moment, loud laughter came from the snowy mountains. 50 to 60 cultivators flew over. Lin Feng had seen one of them before. It was Bing Xian. The other one was probably Bingyu, whom Shui Xian had mentioned. Obviously, these people were looking for Shui Xian and Xuefei. They hadn't been able to find them for a long time, so they had set up an ambush. When Shui Xian and Xuefei saw Bing Xian and Bingyu, their faces turned pale with fright. They had a lot of people. Bingyu was also a true immortal. If they were surrounded by such a group of strong cultivators, they would definitely die. Bing Xian looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, I was wondering why we couldn't find these two women after such a long time. So you were the one behind all this, boy. I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the two women and submit to me. Become my servant and I'll spare your life. Shui Xian and Xuefei trembled. They were afraid that Lin Feng would hand them over. Said Lin Feng indifferently. What you just said is enough for you to die 10 times. Now, kneel down, kowtow and apologize, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll chop off your head, said Lin Feng indifferently. When Lin Feng said that, everyone was stunned. Wasn't he too arrogant? Even Bing Xian's mouth twitched violently. Bing Xian had always been arrogant. But now, he realized that compared to this boy, he wasn't arrogant at all. Where did this brat come from? How can he be so arrogant? Little brat, do you want to die? How dare you be so arrogant in front of our young master Shen? Who do you think you are? The ice race cultivators shouted and cursed. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. In their opinion, Lin Feng was acting so arrogantly, he was just courting death. Shui Xian and Xuefei smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so arrogant. How could he be so arrogant at a time like this? However, the two sisters didn't say anything. If there was no hope for them to escape, they would die. They even made up their minds to kill themselves. They wouldn't let the ice race catch them. If they fell into the hands of the ice race cultivators, their fates would be miserable. The two sisters were very clear about this. Brat, I've seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. Arrogance requires capital. If you have capital, you can be arrogant. If you don't, then you're an idiot. I don't think you have the capital to be arrogant. Bing Chong, capture this brat. I want to personally torture him. I want to cut off his flesh and see if he can still be as arrogant as before. Bing Xian waved his hand and ordered. Yes. Young master. One of the cultivators answered and stepped forward. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. You're courting death. Suppress him. The cultivator called Bing Chong was at the third sky of the divine fire realm. Naturally, he didn't care about a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Moreover, Bing Chong could vaguely sense Lin Feng's cultivation level. He was only at the void god realm. To Bing Chong, dealing with such a cultivator was a piece of cake. He raised his right hand and cold chi spread out. When this palm came down, even the void was frozen. Ant-like thing, you actually dare to jump around in front of this young master? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and a saber light slashed out. Even the void was torn apart. The saber light instantly arrived in front of Chong Bing. Bing Chong turned pale with fright. He had never thought that Lin Feng would have such a powerful move. Chong Bing's palm, which had been aimed at Lin Feng, quickly swatted at the saber light that was coming at him. Puff, but it was useless. The saber light instantly tore Chong Bing apart, splitting him in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Chong Bing was an expert at the third level of the Godfire realm. He was actually killed in a single move. That brat's cultivation was so powerful. Xianxia and Fei, on the other hand, opened their pink lips slightly. They were both surprised and happy in their hearts. They originally thought that Lin Feng's cultivation was formidable, roughly equivalent to the first or second firmament of the divine fire realm. But now they knew that the two sisters had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Instantly killing a third-level divine flame realm expert with a single move, this was just too powerful. The two sisters saw hope of escaping with their lives. At that moment, the two sisters were looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. A young, handsome, and powerful cultivator like Lin Feng would be the center of attention wherever he went. He was also the type of person who could easily attract the hearts of women. Brat! How dare you kill a member of the Ice Clan? You're courting death. No one in this world can save you. When Bing Xian saw that Chong Bing had been killed, his eyes flashed with killing intent. He walked step by step towards Lin Feng. Clearly, he wanted to deal with Lin Feng personally. Bing Yu said, Young Master Xian, this brat is a bit strange. This brat is a bit strange. Let me kill him. Bing Xian's face sank slightly. He said, Does Commander Yu think that I, Bing Xian, am no match for him? Bing Yu knew Bing Xian's temperament very well. Bing Xian had always thought highly of himself. Of course, his cultivation level was also very high. If Bing Xian used that supreme treasure of his, it would take a lot of effort to defeat him. Perhaps it was because he was too strong that Bing Xian's arrogance was nurtured. Because of that, Bing Xian never listened to anyone's advice. Bing Yu hurriedly said, That's not what I meant. I just think that there's no need to trouble you to deal with such a small fry. Bing Xian said, Today, I want to stretch my muscles a little. It's been a long time since I've seen such a reckless person. Bing Yu didn't say anything else, even though he instinctively felt that there was something wrong with Lin Feng. However, when Bing Yu thought of Bing Xian's strength, he relaxed. Brat, I'll let you know what kind of miserable fate awaits you after your stupid actions infuriate me. Bing Xian smiled viciously. As he walked, a powerful icy chi emanated from his body. Ice Emperor's hand. Bing Xian attacked. His right hand was surrounded by endless divine light, dazzling and dazzling. At that moment, Bing Xian seemed to have transformed into the Ice Emperor of the ancient times. The Ice Emperor was a powerful person. He was a brilliant great emperor. He had used the Tao of Ice to become a great emperor. The Ice Emperor's hand was a peerless technique created by the Ice Emperor. It was extremely powerful. Bing Xian seemed to look down on Lin Feng. But in reality, when he attacked, he unleashed a powerful battle strength. He didn't look down on Lin Feng at all. Someone like Bing Xian was also a meticulous person. In words, he could look down on Lin Feng in all kinds of ways. But when he actually attacked, that wasn't the case. Haha, the Ice Emperor's hand is becoming more and more proficient. The group of cultivators from the Ice Clan laughed. Even Bing Yu looked serious. He was obviously shocked by the power of Bing Xian's attack. Xianxia and Fei, who were next to Lin Feng, paled when they sensed Bing Xian's attack. Even though they had a new understanding of Lin Feng's strength, Bing Xian was too strong. They weren't sure if Lin Feng could block Bing Xian's attack. They didn't have any confidence. It was at this moment Xianxia and Fei saw Lin Feng attack. Then the two sisters saw a step that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Lin Feng walked towards Bing Xian step by step. Golden light shot up into the sky from his body. Lin Feng raised his right hand. The golden light condensed on his palm. The dazzling light condensed into a terrifying light of judgment. Ruler. Judgment, Lin Feng attacked. The light of judgment seemed to have turned into an eternal power. It slashed towards Bing Xian. Pfft. Ah. Along with the sound of something being torn apart and Bing Xian's miserable screams, Bing Xian's right hand. Lin Feng killed him and threw him into the air. Blood spurted out from his severed arm. Die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used the immemorial star-picking technique and grabbed Bing Xian's head. He wanted to take Bing Xian's head. Brat. Don't you dare. Just as Lin Feng was about to succeed, Bing Yu roared and slapped at Lin Feng. Bing Yu had always thought that Lin Feng was a bit strange. That was why he had never let his guard down. When he saw that Lin Feng had cut off Bing Xian's arm, he had already attacked. Bang, Lin Feng had no choice but to exchange a blow with Bing Yu. Bing Yu was at the True God realm, although he was only at the first sky of the True God realm. He was too strong. After exchanging blows, Lin Feng was forced back 3 steps. He grabbed Xianxia and Fei by their waists and laughed. Bing Xian. I'll spare your dog life today. Next time I see you, I'll take your head. Lin Feng knew that it wasn't a good time to fight the ice race. If he was alone, if they really fought, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. If he couldn't win, he could just run. But he had Xianxia and Fei with him. There were too many people. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to take care of Xianxia and Fei. They would definitely be killed or captured. Lin Feng didn't want to see that happen. Since he had taken their ice snow sacred lotuses, Lin Feng had to fulfill his duty and send them to Snow City. Where are you going? Bing Yu shouted when he saw that Lin Feng was about to leave with Xianxia and Fei. He condensed an ice spear and threw it at Lin Feng. He wanted to pierce Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng didn't fight Bing Yu head-on. He used the heaven patching technique to dodge Bing Yu's attack. Then, his body flickered and he teleported away. Chase! Shouted Bing Xian. Bing Yu said, Prince. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. The snow race's territory is right in front of us. If we barge in and get seen by the snow race's experts, we'll definitely die. Damn it. Damn it. Could it be that this young master has to endure the enmity of losing an arm? Bing Xian's face twisted as he roared furiously. Said Bing Yu. That little boy isn't from the Xue clan. We can contact the spies in Xue City and have them keep an eye on him. As soon as he leaves Xue City, we'll kill him on the way. Good. You have to find a way to contact the spies we have planted in Snow City. I want that brat dead. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Bing Xian roared with resentment. The two sisters were held in Lin Feng's arms, and their beautiful faces were flushed red. Today, Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked them. Lin Feng landed on a snowy mountain and released the two girls. He couldn't help but cough a few times. Are you okay? Xianxia and Fei looked at Lin Feng worriedly. It's not a big deal. That true immortal's attack just made my qi and blood flow a little slower. Said Lin Feng. Then, he used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation and adjusted his qi. His body recovered. We're in the Xue clan's territory now. The Ice Clan won't dare chase after us anymore. We don't need to travel so fast, said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded and said, we finally got rid of those people. It seems like we won't be in danger anymore. Luckily, I didn't disappoint you and brought you back safely, said Shui Fei. I hadn't thought that you'd be so strong. Even Bing Xian wasn't a match for you. I really don't know how you practice cultivation. If we have the opportunity, I can teach you alone. Lin Feng glanced at Shui Fei's beautiful face and body. What if something unexpected happened when they were alone? He didn't know what would happen. I'll remember what you said. Shui Fei smiled. That woman was beautiful. She was extremely beautiful. Now, when she smiled, she was breathtakingly beautiful. See no evil. See no evil. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The three of them continued on their journey. 10 days later, a huge ancient city appeared in their line of sight. It looked like a wild beast that lived on the ground. That ancient city was obviously Snow City. Many cultivators flew in from all directions and landed outside the Snow City. After paying a certain amount of entrance fee, they could enter the Snow City. There are only 2 ancient cities in the Tundra world. One is Snow City, and the other is Ice City. Most cultivators who come to the Tundra world rest in Snow City or Ice City, said Shui Fei. Lin Feng said, it seems like there are many cultivators who come to the Tundra world every year to search for treasures, said Xianxia. There are many natural treasures in the Tundra world that can't be found in the outside world. That's why it attracts so many people. It's also rumored that there's an ancient civilization buried under the Tundra world. Many people have been searching for the ruins of that ancient civilization for so many years, but they haven't found it yet. Ancient civilization? It's even older than your Snow Clan and Ice Clan? Lin Feng was surprised. Yes. Our Snow Clan and Ice Clan only appeared in the Tundra world during the Primordial Era, but it's said that the lost civilization appeared during the Immortal Era, said Shui Fei. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. A lost civilization, moreover one that existed in the immortal ancient era. It was definitely no small matter. One had to know. Everything before the primordial era had been destroyed, including treasures, orthodoxies, and so on. Even the history before the primordial era had been drowned out by the river of time. Even the 9 states world. There were many things that happened before the primordial era that were unclear. Once a civilization from before the primordial era appeared, it would definitely shake the world. After entering Snow City, Xianxia and Shui Fei invited Lin Feng to visit the Snow Clan as a guest, but Lin Feng politely declined. They parted at the city gate. When they saw Lin Feng leave, the sisters couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. They had never felt this way before. The 2 sisters walked towards the direction of the clan's land. On the way, they met a group of strong cultivators. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man called Shuizong. He was a military officer of the Snow Clan. When he saw Xianxia and Shui Fei, he hastily said, "Ladies, you're finally back. The patriarch is very angry that you sneaked out. He sent us to look for you. Since you're back, hurry up and go see the patriarch. Apologize and don't make the patriarch angry." The sisters stuck out their tongues and bowed to Shuizong. Then, they quickly returned to their clan. When they arrived, they went to see the patriarch. "Mother," Xianxia and Shui Fei called out to their mother when they arrived outside a courtyard. "Humph. You still know how to come back?" Someone grunted angrily in the courtyard. Although that voice carried a trace of anger, it sounded gentle and pleasant to the ears. It was simply enough to melt one's bones. He really didn't know what kind of beautiful woman could have such a pleasant voice. "Mother. We know we were wrong. But we brought back 3 sacred ice lotuses and came back safe and sound. Mother, please forgive us for our stubbornness. We'll be obedient in the future," Xianxia and Shui Fei said coquettishly. "Come in, don't just stand outside." The voice came from inside again. Xianxia and Shui Fei pushed the door open and entered. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was beautifully and elegantly arranged. The 2 sisters went straight to the main hall. There were 7 women sitting in the main hall. The 7 women in the hall were all as beautiful as fairies. Xianxia and Fei hurriedly bowed when they saw them. Aunties, you're all here too. Xianxia and Fei greet mother and aunties. Xianxia and Fei bowed to the 7 women in the main hall. No need for formalities, said the woman sitting at the head of the table. She was tall and had a dignified and elegant temperament. No one dared to blaspheme her beauty. She was the head of the Snow clan. The Snow clan was a special clan because of their cultivation techniques. The strongest cultivators in the Snow clan were usually women. Therefore, the position of head of the Snow clan had always been held by a woman. The 7 women in the main hall were called Mei Lan Zhu Ju Hua Ling Xian. They were 7 sisters, but they weren't sisters by blood. All 7 of them had lost their relatives. They were orphans adopted by the previous head of the clan. Just like Xianxia and Fei. Xianxia and Fei had also lost their relatives. They had been adopted by the current head of the clan and had grown up. Among the 7 women, the eldest sister was called Mei. The second sister was called Xilan. The third sister was called Ziju. The fourth sister was called Ziju. The fifth sister was called Zihua. The sixth sister was called Xiling. The seventh sister was called Xian. Zihua was the most talented of the 7 sisters, and her cultivation was also the strongest. Even though she was only the 5th of the 7 sisters. When the previous head of the clan passed away, the position of head of the clan was passed to Zihua. In the past few years, Zihua had been working hard. The Snow clan, which had been in decline for a long time, had become stronger day by day. Therefore, everyone trusted Zihua. Mother, this is the ice snow sacred lotus we obtained. Xianxia and Fei took out the 3 ice snow sacred lotuses and handed them to Zihua. After seeing the ice snow sacred lotus, the 7 women's eyes twitched violently. The ice snow sacred lotus was extremely precious. It was a priceless treasure. Such a precious treasure, my clan can only keep one of them. The rest will be taken to the 9 States Alliance and they'll help us auction it off. Keeping this thing is a disaster, Xian said. The others nodded. They knew how precious the ice snow sacred lotus was. The Snow clan was not as prosperous as it used to be. They could not protect such a treasure. Even if only one stalk was left behind, it had to be left behind secretly. The news could not be leaked. How did you obtain the sacred ice lotus? Mei asked curiously. Fei said, a while ago, we were in the market and happened to obtain an incomplete treasure map. After studying it for a long time, we discovered that the treasure map seemed to be somewhat similar to the world of the ice plains. We deduced a few places and went to look for it. In one of those places, we actually found the ice snow sacred lotus. Island said, the sacred ice lotus is a type of twin lotus. Since you have 3 of them, there should be a 4th one. Where is the other sacred ice lotus? Xian said, second aunt, after we obtained the ice snow sacred lotus, Bing Xian and the others from the ice clan discovered us. They chased us all the way until we met a powerful cultivator. We gave him one of the ice snow sacred lotuses, and he escorted us back. Fei said excitedly, that guy was really powerful. He cut off that bastard Bing Xian's arm in one move. If Bing Yu hadn't been there, Bing Xian would have died. Zihua looked at the 2 sisters, who were beaming with joy. Mei, Lan, Ju, Hua, and Fairy Hua were surprised. They had not expected so many things to happen. Zihua said, that guy didn't kill you for the treasure. Instead, he took one of the ice snow sacred lotuses. He escorted you back, and his character isn't bad. Could he be a senior? Xian and Fei had strange expressions on their faces. Ziju said, what's with your expressions? Could it be that what your mother said was wrong? Xian smiled bitterly. That guy is powerful, but he's very young. Based on his age, he hasn't even been cultivating for 30 years. What? He's that monstrous? Mei, Lan, Ju, and Fairy Hua were very knowledgeable. But now, they were shocked beyond words. Such a young cultivator. He had cut off Bing Xian's arm in one move. His cultivation was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? Shui Zihua said. Did you invite him to the clan as a guest? Shuifei snorted and said, I did, but that guy refused. Alright, you two must be tired. Go and rest. Shui Zihua said. Yes. Mother. We'll take our leave. Shui Xian and Shuifei bowed and left the room. Who the hell is this guy? We'd better go and meet him. Shui Zihua said. He's so strong at such a young age. What a monster. If we can rope him in, he'll be a great help to our clan, Shui Xilan said. Yes, Shui Zihua nodded. She then said, find someone to find out where he lives, then we'll think about it. Snow City was bustling with activity. Although it was snowing heavily outside, the Snow City had an energy shield. When the snow fell, it was blocked by the energy shield. The temperature in Snow City was relatively warm, probably because of the formation. Sir. We have a frost gravity room. It's a great place for cultivation. Sir, do you want to come in and cultivate for a while? Lin Feng was passing by on a street when a young man stopped him. The young man nodded and bowed. Frost gravity room? What's that? Lin Feng muttered. Gravity room. Of course, he knew about it. Furthermore, he had trained in the gravity room before. But frost gravity room? It was Lin Feng's first time hearing about it. The servant saw that Lin Feng seemed to be interested in the frost gravity room and said excitedly, Sir, the frost gravity room is made from a meteorite with the help of the frost gravity room. It's different from normal gravity rooms. Normal gravity rooms are controlled by a formation, so they can reach up to 10,000 times the normal gravity. Our frost gravity room uses a meteorite to control the gravity, and it can reach up to 1,000,000 times the normal gravity. Furthermore, the frost gravity room contains frost energy, which can stimulate the body's potential. Lin Feng's current physical body was equivalent to the peak of the true God realm, if he wanted to increase his physical body's strength. Breaking through to the heavenly God realm was naturally not an easy task. Even Lin Feng, who cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art, was not that easy to break through. The heavenly God realm was a threshold for the immortal realm. Even in the Archean era, the heavenly God realm was a tyrant. And it was extremely difficult to break through. If a true God realm cultivator wanted to break through to the heavenly God realm, there was only one word to describe it. And this word. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Anyone who could break through to the heavenly God realm was definitely a talented person. So, no matter if it was the physical body, the soul, or the realm, it was extremely difficult to break through to the heavenly God realm. This might be the reason why Lin Feng was still unable to break through. And now, Lin Feng felt that this kind of ice gravity room might be able to help him break through. Take me to have a look, Lin Feng said. The servant was overjoyed when he heard this. Every time he recruited a customer, he would get a commission. Lin Feng met the shopkeeper and carefully understood the situation of the ice gravity room. There were ordinary ice gravity rooms. Basically, the gravity was between 1,000 to 10,000 times. The temperature was between -500 degrees Celsius and -1,500 degrees Celsius. This kind of room was suitable for cultivators below the immortal realm. Further up, there were ice gravity rooms from 10,000 to 100,000 times. The temperature was between -1,500 and -2,000 degrees. There were ice gravity rooms from 100,000 to 200,000 times. The temperature was between -2,000 and -2,500 degrees. The highest temperature was 900,000 to 1,000,000 times, and the temperature was -6,000 to -6,500 degrees Celsius in the ice gravity room. Every ice gravity room was equipped with a token. These tokens were densely covered with array patterns. One could use the token to adjust the gravity and temperature of each ice gravity room. However, the limit of the adjustment was the upper and lower limit of the ice gravity room. For example, the ice gravity rooms from 10,000 to 100,000 times. The temperature was between -1,500 and -2,000 degrees. The gravity could be adjusted to at least 10,000 times. The highest could be adjusted to 100,000 times. The lowest could be adjusted to -2,000 degrees. The highest could be adjusted to -1,500 degrees. After understanding the details of the frost gravity room, Lin Feng paid a certain amount of origin crystals, and a maidservant led Lin Feng to the frost gravity room. The first ice gravity room he entered was from 300,000 to 400,000 times, with temperatures ranging from -3,000 to -3,500 degrees Celsius. Upon entering, Lin Feng was shivering from the cold. He felt as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. At the same time, a powerful pressure bore down on Xianxia, as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on him. If someone with a weaker cultivation were to enter, they would immediately freeze to death. Even if they didn't freeze to death, they would be crushed to death by the powerful pressure of the gravity machine. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The harsher the environment, the more significant the increase in cultivation. He saw that there were stone lions of different weights in the frost gravity room, so he went in front of a stone lion and grabbed it. With a shout, he carried the stone lion on his shoulder. One must know that the gravity of the gravity machine Lin Feng was currently in had been adjusted to 400,000 times the normal gravity. Being able to stand in the frost gravity machine unscathed under such terrifying gravity was already extremely difficult, let alone carrying a stone lion. It was as if he was carrying a dozen ancient mountains. Pooh! Lin Feng's muscles ruptured, and blood immediately flowed out. Ha! Lin Feng roared and frog jumped while carrying the stone lion. Frog jumping was a kind of basic training. It could train the strength of the human body's limbs and bones. Lin Feng started cultivating when he was 6 years old. At first, he learned the horse stance. Later, he learned boxing, then wooden stakes. When he was 8 years old, he began frog jumping while carrying the stone lion. Therefore, he was very familiar with the movements. However, the gravity of the gravity machine was too strong, so every movement would cause great damage to his body. However, Lin Feng's body was originally tyrannical, so this kind of injury was not a big deal to him. Under the double devastation of the frost chi and gravity, Lin Feng's body was tortured beyond recognition, but his body's potential was constantly stimulated. And the immortal divine blood in his body played an important role at this time. It constantly repaired Lin Feng's body. In this process of destruction and continuous repair, Lin Feng's body became stronger and stronger. However, it was clearly not that easy to raise his physical body to the level of a celestial god. He needed to persevere and work hard. For the next period of time, Lin Feng kept increasing the difficulty for himself. 10 days later, he had already entered the ice gravity room, which was 800,000 times to 900,000 times, and -5,500 to -6,000 degrees Celsius. The current Lin Feng was already covered in blood. He cultivated day and night. Never stopped. Lin Feng planned to break through to the heavenly god realm in one go. Boom, he cultivated bitterly for 3 days. Lin Feng's body emitted waves of astonishing fluctuations. This was his body resonating with heaven and earth. This was also a sign that his body was about to break through to the heavenly god realm. Lin Feng hurriedly sat down cross-legged. His heavenly fire began to circulate. The archaic dragonesque elephant art began to circulate. Now, Lin Feng wanted to use his heavenly fire and the archaic dragonesque elephant art to temper his body. This tempering would determine whether or not Lin Feng's body could break through to the heavenly god realm. While Lin Feng was making his final breakthrough, Shui Zimei, Shui Zizhu, and Shui Zixian arrived at the frost gravity machine. "Milords, what brings you here?" The shopkeeper hurriedly bowed. Shui Zimei and the others obviously recognized the shopkeeper. They were all from the Snow clan. Shui Zimei said, "We're looking for someone. A young human cultivator." "I know who you're looking for, milord," the shopkeeper hurriedly said. Shui Zimei was surprised. "I haven't even told you what he looks like, and you already know who we're looking for?" "There are more than 1,000 cultivators here, but there's probably only one person who could make you come here personally. That person has been cultivating in the frigid gravity room for 13 days. Now, he's been cultivating in the frigid gravity room for 3 days. His physical body is terrifying. That's the frigid gravity room for celestial gods to temper their physical bodies." Shui Zimei, Shui Zizhu, and Shui Zixian's red lips parted in shock. Was this guy really that monstrous? The three women were becoming more and more interested in Lin Feng. They couldn't wait to see what kind of person Lin Feng was. Shui Zimei, Shui Zizhu, and Shui Zixian followed the shopkeeper to Lin Feng's room. "Milords, it's inside. Do you want me to go and call the young master out?" the shopkeeper asked. "No need. Give us the medallion and you can leave," Shui Zimei said. "Yes." The shopkeeper gave the medallion to Shui Zimei and left. Every frost gravity training room was equipped with 2 tokens. This was so that if anything happened, they could go in and save someone. Shui Zimei opened the door of the frost gravity room and entered. The 3 women immediately felt a terrifying pressure. They had no choice but to use their mana to resist. The temperature of -6,000 degrees Celsius didn't affect them at all. The snow race didn't fear the cold. After the 3 women entered the frost gravity room, they saw a man covered in blood sitting cross-legged. That young man was covered with blood. It was obviously Lin Feng. Lin Feng had retracted his skyfire, and the archaic dragonesque elephant art had stopped circulating. This was because his physical body had already begun to transform. "Is it him?" The 3 women exchanged glances. "Why isn't he moving? There aren't any energy fluctuations. It doesn't seem like he's cultivating," Shui Zixian said doubtfully. "I don't know what he's doing. I'll go test him," Shui Zimei said. "Big sister. I think we should wait. If we disturb him, we might offend him," Shui Zizhu said. Shui Zimei said. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Shui Zimei walked towards Lin Feng. Just as she was about to reach Lin Feng, suddenly, a golden dragon formed from flames rushed out of Lin Feng's body and pounced on Shui Zimei. "Skyfire!" Shui Zimei cried out in fear. Shui Zizhu and Shui Zixian's expressions changed. Skyfire was the bane of the snow race and the ice race. So, when she saw the golden dragon, Shui Zimei felt that her spiritual energy couldn't circulate. She felt an unprecedented sense of danger. However, Shui Zimei's cultivation was very strong. She sent out 3 palm strikes towards the golden dragon. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds of collisions were heard in succession. The golden dragon was pushed back by Shui Zimei, who quickly retreated. "Big sister, behind you!" At that moment, Shui Zimei suddenly heard Shui Zizhu and Shui Zixian's anxious voices. She didn't even have time to react. In the next moment, she felt a pair of large hands wrap around her waist. "Woman, you should die." Shui Zimei heard a cold voice in her ear. Only then did she realize the man who had been sitting had disappeared. Was gone clearly, the man who had restrained him was the man from before. Shui Zimei could feel the heat radiating from the man behind her. Feeling the warmth of the man's large hands, her face flushed red. She was angry, embarrassed, and anxious. She screamed, "Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me in Snow City? Are you tired of living? Oh? You're a prisoner, and you dare threaten me? Do you really think I have a good temper?" Lin Feng's voice was cold. "Lin Gongzi. We mean you no harm. We're here to thank you for escorting Shui Xian and Shui Fei back," Shui Zizhu hurriedly said. Shui Zixian added, "Yes. Lin Gongzi. We're here to thank you, but our big sister likes to joke around. She doesn't mean any harm, so please let her go." Lin Feng glanced at Shui Zizhu and Shui Zixian. They looked to be in their 30s. Shui Zizhu was ethereal. Shui Zixian was otherworldly. They were 2 different types of beauties. "I'll let you go today because of your sisters. Next time, think before you do anything. Don't disturb others when they're cultivating. It's fine if you have big breasts but no brains, but it's normal if you have small breasts." Lin Feng pushed Shui Zimei 4 or 5 meters away. Shui Zimei looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She looked at Lin Feng furiously and said, "Are you blind, you dog? Who are you calling small?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "You know who's small. Do you need me to point it out?" Shui Zimei was so angry that she wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Fortunately, Shui Zizhu and Shui Zixian held her back. Lin Feng looked at the three girls and said, "You don't need to thank me. I only helped them because Xianxia and Fei paid me. You don't need to thank me." Xian said, "It's like this, we want to be friends with you. Would the Snow Clan have the honor?" Friends? Friends with the Snow Clan? Or friends with you? Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Shameless bastard. Mei glanced at Lin Feng angrily. How am I shameless? As the saying goes, even heroes fall for the charms of beautiful women. Is there anything wrong with me admiring this fairy? Lin Feng pursed his lips. Humph. Mei groaned coldly. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng in a cruel way. In fact, Mei was also very charming. Moreover, her temperament was seductive. She was very seductive. A woman like this was more attractive to men. However, because of what had happened before, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of Mei. This woman had disturbed him while he was cultivating. Lin Feng didn't believe that it was an accident. She was most likely scheming something. She was just a woman, so Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with her. Xian smiled and said, "The Snow Clan wants to be friends with you, and I want to be friends with you as well." Lin Feng laughed and said, "Forget about being friends. I'm just a passing traveler, and I'm about to leave Tundra. It's better to have fewer ties." Xian sighed and said, "It looks like I'm not that lucky." Xian didn't mention the Snow Clan, and she only mentioned herself, looking very pitiful. However, Lin Feng wasn't moved. It was just as he had said. He was about to leave Tundra, and he planned to find his father's old friend, Duguya, to ask about his parents. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these Snow Clan women. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Zhu said, "We have a favor to ask of Lin Gongzi. Would you agree?" Lin Feng said, "If you want me to do something, you have to pay me." What does Lin Gongzi want? If the Snow Clan can afford it, we won't refuse. Zhu said. Lin Feng glanced at Zhu and thought, "I want you to accompany me for 3 days. Would you agree?" Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. He asked, "What treasures does the Snow Clan have?" "We have an immortal stone passed down from the immortal era. It contains an ancient and mysterious Tao, and you can study it." "What do you think?" Zhu said. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in the mysterious immortal stone that had been passed down since the immortal era. Of course, Lin Feng also needed to know what the Snow Clan wanted from him. If he could do it, he would agree. If he couldn't, he wouldn't agree. Lin Feng said, "Tell me, what is it?" Zhu said, "It's to strengthen a seal." "That's not a difficult task. You can leave for now. I'm going to wash myself and change into a clean set of clothes. Of course, if you want to admire my impressive figure, I don't mind if you stay here and watch." Lin Feng said indifferently. How shameless. Mei couldn't help but snort coldly. Zhu and Xian blushed and hurried out. Mei followed behind them. "This person is really free and easy," Zhu said. "Yes, he really does whatever he wants. He doesn't have any scruples," Xian said. Mei pursed her lips and said, "I think he's just a stinky hooligan." Zhu and Xian knew that it was because Lin Feng had captured her. Their big sister was prejudiced against Lin Feng, so they didn't say much. Lin Feng took out a cleansing talisman and cleaned himself. He changed into a clean set of clothes and walked out. When they saw the new Lin Feng, their eyes lit up. Lin Feng was handsome and confident, and he had a calm temperament, as if he was in control of everything. Mei, Zhu, and Xian had seen many handsome men, but this was the first time they had seen a man with Lin Feng's temperament. Thus, the three women couldn't help but marvel at Lin Feng's extraordinary temperament. "I haven't asked for your names yet." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Zhu introduced herself, "This is my eldest sister, Mei, and my seventh sister, Xian. My name is Zhu, and I'm ranked third among the 7 sisters." Lin Feng nodded. He didn't introduce himself because it was obvious that the 3 women already knew Xianxia. How would Fei know his name? "Please lead the way." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lin Gongzi, please come with us, Shui Zizhu said. The three women were walking at the front, and Lin Feng was following behind them. These three women's swaying bodies were truly too beautiful to behold. He followed the three women back to the land of the Snow Clan. The Snow Clan was located in the depths of Snow City. There were about 200,000 members of the Snow Clan, and about 5,000 core members. After entering the territory of the Snow Clan, Lin Feng noticed that there were many beautiful women of the Snow Clan. These girls of the Snow Clan were all beautiful. Perhaps it had something to do with their race. The Snow Clan was rich in beauties. Lin Feng. A surprised voice could be heard. Xianxia and Shui Fei ran over. They were very happy to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded at them. After chatting for a while, he left with Shui Zimei, Shui Zizhu, and Shui Zixin. They were going to take Lin Feng to see Shui Zihua. Shui Zihua was the leader of the Snow Clan, so it was only natural that Lin Feng wanted to see her. The Snow Clan rarely had guests, so when they saw Lin Feng, many girls surrounded Xianxia and Shui Fei. Who is that young master? Why are the three of you leading the way? Many girls from the Snow Clan asked in confusion. Xianxia said, he's the Lin Gongzi we were talking about. The one who cut off Bing Xian's arm in one move. Ah. He's that Lin Gongzi? I didn't think he'd be so young. He's so handsome. The girls of the Snow Clan started to discuss excitedly. During this time, they had heard about how powerful the cultivator who had escorted Xianxia and Shui Fei back was. Now, they were seeing it with their own eyes. When they discovered that he was so handsome, it would naturally arouse the interest of these young girls. Lin Feng met with Shui Zihua and the others to discuss the matter of the seal. Lin Feng said, if I may ask, what is the thing we're going to seal this time? Shui Zihua said, I wouldn't dare hide it from you, young master. We're going to seal a devil. A devil? What devil? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's a devil pagoda. More accurately, it's a broken one. Shui Zihua said. Lin Feng was puzzled. A broken devil pagoda? Why does it need to be sealed? Shui Zihua smiled bitterly, this devil pagoda is very strange. The weapon spirit is still alive, and it's very powerful and very evil. Once it comes out, it'll cause great chaos. Since the primordial era, the Snow Clan has been responsible for sealing this devil pagoda. Now that the seal has loosened, and we heard from Xianxia and Shui Fei that Lin Gongzi is very proficient in formations, we invited Lin Gongzi to help us seal the pagoda. Lin Feng had given Xianxia and Shui Fei some pointers on how to cultivate formations on the way back to Snow Castle. Thus, the two girls knew how proficient Lin Feng was in formations. Lin Feng nodded, all right. When will we go and reinforce the seal? Shui Zihua said, we're still preparing some of the materials for the formation. We'll be able to reinforce the seal in about 3 days. During this time, you can rest in the clan. Lin Feng didn't have any objections to this. After chatting for a while, Shui Zixin brought Lin Feng to a courtyard to rest. Shui Zixin arranged for Lin Feng to stay in Inga's courtyard. There were many snow orioles here. The snow orioles' voices were very pleasant to the ears. It was like a beautiful woman singing. That was how Inga's courtyard got its name. After Lin Feng settled down, Xianxia and Shui Fei went to see Lin Feng. If there's anything you need, you have to tell us, Xianxia said. Shui Fei took out a plate of fruit and placed it on the table. This is snow fruit. There are only 3 of these left, and they're a specialty of the Snow Clan. They're very precious. Try them. Thank you, young ladies, said Lin Feng while bowing hand over fist. Then, he tasted the snow fruit. It tasted sweet and delicious. It tastes good, Lin Feng praised. Seeing that Lin Feng liked it, Xianxia and Shui Fei were very happy. After dinner, Lin Feng returned to his residence. In the dead of night, Shui Zimei went to Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't know why this woman had come to his residence in the middle of the night. Could it be that you want to talk about life with me in the middle of the night? Lin Feng looked at Shui Zimei with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Shui Zimei said coldly, I'd rather talk about life with a pig than talk about life with you. You've got really strong tastes. Lin Feng took 3 steps back and looked at Xue Zimei with disdain. Xue Zimei had only said it casually to make fun of Lin Feng, but when she saw Lin Feng's expression, she was furious. She sneered and said, "Today, I was caught by you because I was careless. Let's fight again. I'll definitely defeat you." "You want to fight me? You want to fight me? I don't have time to fight with you." Lin Feng pursed his lips. "If I lose, you can ask for anything you want." Xue Zimei groaned. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Xue Zimei's hot body. "Are you serious? Any condition?" After seeing Lin Feng's evil eyes, Xue Zimei felt a little proud. Didn't this bastard say that her body wasn't good enough? Look at him now. Obviously, he was lying. "Bastard, watch how I deal with you later." Xue Zimei sneered and said, "Any condition is fine, but let's see if you have the ability." As soon as she finished speaking, Xue Zimei quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Xue Zimei's body emitted a strong wave of energy. Second firmament true god realm. Lin Feng was shocked. "At least you have some eyes. Now I'll activate my own magic power and use it to suppress you. Let's see how you fight against me." Xue Zimei sneered, as if she had already defeated Lin Feng. She used a divine ability that could freeze 10,000 miles. Cold chi filled the air, trying to freeze Lin Feng. A second firmament true god realm cultivator could suppress Lin Feng. But Xue Zimei was from the Snow clan, and Lin Feng had heavenly fire. Therefore, it would be very difficult for Xue Zimei to suppress Lin Feng in a real fight. Everything in the world had a counter to each other, and this principle was fully demonstrated here. Lin Feng's body burned fiercely. Whoosh, in the next moment, heavenly fire roared out, instantly breaking Xue Purple Plum's icebound 10,000 miles technique. Then the golden dragon flames turned into a golden dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards Xue Zimei. Xue Zimei snorted, "I know you have heavenly fire, but it can't suppress me." Xue Zimei's left hand slapped out 3 times. Bang bang bang, one palm after another landed on the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon. It was forced back by Xue Zimei's attacks. Although heavenly fire could suppress Xue Zimei's cultivation level was very high. It wasn't easy to suppress her. Xue Zimei became more and more pleased with herself. In her opinion, as long as she could block Lin Feng's heavenly fire, then Lin Feng would be nothing to be afraid of. Xue Zimei's right hand began to condense a new attack. She circulated her magic power, and a monstrous wave of magic power swept across the sky. This time, she used a divine ability called Snowfall. In the void, snow fell. The snowflakes bloomed in an instant. Then, he released an incredible amount of deadly energy which swept towards Lin Feng. "It's too early to be proud." Lin Feng's expression indifferent. He waved his hand, a second type of heavenly fires with a wave of his hand. The black flame god incinerating fire transformed into a god of darkness. Wherever it passed, all the snowflakes were incinerated. Then, the god of darkness formed by the black flame god fire rushed towards Xue Zimei. "A second type's heavenly fire. You have a second heavenly fire. How?" Xue Zimei screamed in disbelief. Heavenly fire since the beginning of time, there had only been 72 types of heavenly fire. And with the passage of time, many of them had disappeared from the world. Only a few types of heavenly fire could be passed down. Absorbing one kind of celestial fire was already an incredible opportunity. Surprisingly, Lin Feng could control 2 kinds of celestial fire. That was incredible. Lin Feng thought to himself. You're already so shocked by just 2 types of heavenly fire? What kind of expression would you have if you knew that I had 3 types of heavenly fire? Now that the god of darkness had joined the battle, Xue Zimei was immediately suppressed. Xue Zimei was strong, but she was restrained by the heavenly fire. Being able to use 60 to 70% of her cultivation was already not bad. Especially now that Lin Feng had 2 types of heavenly fire, Xue Zimei was having a hard time dealing with 2 types of heavenly fire. It was impossible for her to continue attacking Lin Feng. Xue Zimei's expression was ugly. She knew she couldn't continue like this, or she would definitely lose. Therefore, she decided to use the Snow Clan's secret technique. It was called Snow World, and it could create a world of snow to temporarily seal Lin Feng's two types of heavenly fire. Then, while the heavenly fire was sealed, she would use all her strength to defeat the bastard. Shuizime had already planned out her plan. But Lin Feng didn't give her the chance. Just as Shuizime was about to use the technique, she suddenly realized that a pair of strong hands had wrapped around her waist from behind. It was just like in the frost gravity chamber. "Woman, you've lost again. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Shuizime heard the voice in her ear. You, she couldn't speak coherently. Shuizime didn't expect to lose again. Moreover, he had been defeated so quickly. Before coming here, she didn't even think about losing. But now that she had lost, she was in Lin Feng's hands. Shuizime panicked. She had said that if she lost, she would agree to any of Lin Feng's conditions. Now she regretted it. She was afraid that Lin Feng would ask for too much. "Let go of me." Shuizime wanted to break free from Lin Feng, but she realized that Lin Feng's hands were too strong. She couldn't break free. Shuizime couldn't do anything but panic. "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Don't tell me you want to deny it?" said Lin Feng with a half-smile. His hot breath tickled Shuizime's ears, causing her face to blush. She could feel the warmth of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's masculine qi was so close to her that she could even feel Lin Feng's heartbeat. Shuizime was extremely nervous. She had never been in contact with a man before. The only 2 times she had been in contact with a man were with Lin Feng. The first time was in the ice gravity room, and the second time was here. Shuizime clenched her teeth. "I'm not a shameless person." "Fine, tell me. What do you want? I won't refuse you." When Lin Feng saw Shuizime's valiant expression, he guessed that she probably didn't want him to ask her to go to Mount Wu together. Said Lin Feng smiling. "I want you," said Lin Feng. "Ah. Pervert!" screamed Shuizime. She wailed in her heart. Was she going to lose her virginity this time? Shuizime was nervous, afraid, and worried. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "I want you to be my maid for 3 days. You'll serve me tea and massage my shoulders." "What are you thinking?" Shuizime was stunned. Her face turned so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out. She really was thinking the wrong way. But at this time anyone would think the wrong way. Lin Feng let go of Shuizime and smiled. "Stay here tonight. If I need anything at night, I'll let you know." "Humph." Shuizime snorted, but didn't refute. She waved her right hand, and a 3-meter-tall immortal stone flew out. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched when he saw it. "A celestial stone?" Lin Feng looked at Shuizime and asked. "That's right. This is the immortal stone passed down from the immortal ancient era," Shuizime said. Lin Feng said, "So you're here to give me a celestial stone, but you've gotten yourself involved. Bastard, you're still talking?" Shuizime glared at Lin Feng. Now that she had become Lin Feng's servant, if news of this spread, Shuizime wouldn't know what to do anymore. Lin Feng grabbed Shuizime's hand and slapped her 3 times, slap, slap, slap. "Ah, you're shameless." Shuizime covered where she'd been slapped, blushing as she glared at Lin Feng. However, there was a hint of mist in her eyes. Shuizime was both angry and embarrassed. A maidservant should act like a maidservant. Don't make a fuss in front of your master. If you dare to be so impolite again, I'll upgrade you from a maidservant who serves tea to a maidservant who warms the bed," Lin Feng said with a smile. Although she hated being called a servant, Shuizime didn't dare act rashly in front of Lin Feng. What if Lin Feng really made her a bed-warming servant? Lin Feng looked at the celestial stone and asked, "Did you notice anything special about that celestial stone?" Shuizime smiled and said, "Of course I did. However, I can't tell you clearly. Whether or not you can comprehend its secrets will depend on your luck." Lin Feng nodded and moved the celestial stone back to his room. Bang! Then, Lin Feng closed the door and cast a deployment spell so Shuizime wouldn't disturb him. Shuizime shouted angrily, "Bastard, this is my house. You're guarding against me like I'm a thief. Just you wait." I'm not done with you. Shuizime found a place to rest after being angry for a while. Lying on the bed next to Lin Feng's figure lingered in her mind. All the anger she had accumulated over the years seemed to be less than the anger she felt today. Thinking of Lin Feng, Shuizime felt like gnashing her teeth. But in the end, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Shuizime, who was already very seductive, was so beautiful when she smiled. This woman's entire body was filled with extreme temptation. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about what Shuizime was thinking at this moment. He was carefully examining this immortal stone. This immortal stone was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng could sense the mysterious power contained within this immortal stone. This mysterious energy flowed within the immortal stone. He reached out and touched the immortal stone. He could vaguely feel the aura of life. Immortal stones give birth to life? Lin Feng mumbled to himself. Then, he opened his heavenly demon snake eye, wanting to see if the immortal stone was really giving birth to life. If that was the case, this immortal stone was too extraordinary. Heavenly demon snake eye. It could see through the origin of all things. Vaguely, Lin Feng saw a ball of immortal qi within the immortal stone. There seemed to be something within the immortal qi. But it stopped him from looking. Lin Feng channeled his magic power into the heavenly demon snake eye. The heavenly demon snake eye's ability to see through the origin of all things was fully activated. Gradually, he could vaguely see the existence within the immortal qi. It was curled up, like a fetus. When Lin Feng wanted to take a closer look, he suddenly felt a cold killing intent emanating from the immortal stone. Not good. Lin Feng was shocked. His hair stood on end. He quickly retracted his gaze and activated the death god's armor to protect himself. Bang, the next moment. A terrifying force ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Wah, Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as paper. The immortal stone was very terrifying. It could defend itself. Lin Feng was spying on the secret of the immortal stone and was counterattacked by the immortal stone. The immortal stone flew up and smashed towards Lin Feng. Damn. The immortal stone is alive. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He got up from the ground and hurriedly dodged. The immortal stone's attack didn't hit him. Instead, it smashed a 5 to 6 meter deep hole in the ground. Then, the immortal stone fell silent. Lin Feng sat on the ground and smiled bitterly. This immortal stone was too strange. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, if he was hit, he would have been smashed half to death. He operated the immortal divine body to recover from his injuries. Then, he sat cross-legged and sensed the wonders of this immortal stone. 5 hearts towards the sky, heaven and man sensing. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng vaguely heard a voice coming from the immortal stone. Gradually, he seemed to have a special reaction. Lin Feng felt as if he had disappeared from the room, disappeared from the 9 provinces. His body. He appeared in the boundless starry sky. In the dark and cold starry sky world, he sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts towards the sky, sensing the starry sky world. This was a very wonderful state of cultivation. This state of cultivation allowed Lin Feng to enter a mysterious state. But unfortunately, he cultivated for 3 days. He couldn't comprehend anything useful. The immortal stone is very extraordinary. I need some time to comprehend it. Lin Feng touched his chin. He opened the door. He called out, "Servant girl, where are you? Help me tidy up my room." After hearing Lin Feng's voice, Shuizime came out of the living room and looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Obviously, she had a problem with Lin Feng calling her servant girl instead of her name. However, after the lesson last time, Shuizime didn't say anything. Lin Feng hugged Shuizime's waist, then looked at her and said, "What was that look in your eyes just now? You're just a servant girl, yet you dare to look at your master with such unfriendly eyes? Do you still have any manners?" Shuizime blushed and said, "You must have seen wrongly. How could the servant dare to look at you with such unfriendly eyes?" Lin Feng pinched her chin. The more he looked at her face, the prettier it became. Being so close to Lin Feng, Shuizime's breathing became hurried, and her heartbeat sped up. She looked away, not daring to look at Lin Feng. In her panic, she pushed Lin Feng away and entered the room. When she saw the mess in the room, she couldn't help but shout, "Are you tearing down the house? The immortal stone is very strange. It's attacking me," Lin Feng said. "The immortal stone has a spirit. Don't provoke it," Shuizime said. At night, Shuizihua came to Lin Feng's residence. Shuizihua was actually a bit confused about why her elder sister had been staying with Lin Feng for the past few days. Shuizime's reason was that she was worried that Lin Feng would have evil thoughts while meditating on the immortal stone by himself. She was worried that Lin Feng would sneak away with the immortal stone, so she had been keeping an eye on him. Although Shuizihua felt that Shuizime was making a fuss over nothing, she was still her elder sister, so it wasn't convenient for her to say anything. When she saw Shuizime's flushed face, as if she had just been intimate with a man, Shuizihua couldn't help but wonder if something had happened between her elder sister and Lin Feng. Of course, Shuizihua wouldn't say it out loud. She planned to find an opportunity to ask about it in a roundabout way. Shuizihua had come to tell Lin Feng that the materials for the formation were ready, and that they could go tomorrow to reinforce the formation. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Shuizihua gave Shuizime a look. Shuizime didn't want to continue staying with Lin Feng, lest Shuizihua became suspicious. Thus, she left Lin Feng's residence with Shuizihua. When they returned, Shuizihua said, "This Lin Feng is young, talented, and powerful. His future is limitless." "Him? He's just a hooligan." Shuizihua snorted. Shuizihua said without batting an eyelid, "Could it be that something happened between him and Big Sister? Otherwise, why would you call him a hooligan?" Shuizime panicked and said, "What can happen between us?" Shuizihua wasn't stupid, and she could guess that Shuizihua was trying to get information from her. Actually, even though she and Lin Feng had a little bit of intimacy, nothing had happened between them. Therefore, Shuizime wasn't worried at all. She asked, "Could it be that you think something will happen between us?" Shuizihua said, "As the leader of the Snow Clan, I won't be able to find a man in this lifetime, but you're different. A woman should find a man. This Lin Feng is a good man, and he has potential. If he can become a couple with you, he'll be able to help the Snow Clan in the future." Shuizihua's heart skipped a beat, and she thought about what Shuizihua had said. She felt that it made sense. However, Shuizihua naturally didn't want to admit it. That brat seems to be interested in Seventh Sister. If Fifth Sister really wants to rope him in, you can talk to Seventh Sister. I'm tired, so I won't stay here any longer. Shuizihua got up and left. The next day, Lin Feng met up with Mei, Lan, Zhu, Ju, Hua, and Fairy Hua. They looked like 7 celestial fairies standing together. Each of them was beautiful. They were like fresh flowers competing with each other. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "I've kept you waiting. Let's go." The 7 of them looked at Lin Feng at the same time. They were very curious about Lin Feng. He was so young, but he was so powerful. He definitely had an extraordinary background. However, Lin Feng didn't say much about him, so the 7 of them couldn't find out more about him. Although they felt like their hearts were being scratched, they could only suppress their curiosity. If Lin Feng didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't ask. After all, if they tried to pry into other people's secrets, it would easily make them unhappy. The 7 of them were naturally worried about this. "The sealed land is within the Snow Clan's territory. Lin Gongzi, please follow us," said Shuizihua. Lin Feng nodded and followed the 7. They arrived in the depths of the territory of the Snow Clan, where there was a tunnel leading to the ground. There were 2 elders of the Snow Clan guarding the passage. Seeing Mei Lan Juju and Hua Ling Xian come, the 2 elders just raised their eyes. Clearly, they had a very high status in the Snow Clan. They Zihua and Hua, they didn't need to. Instead, it was Shuizihua and the other girls who bowed slightly towards the 2 elders. Shuizime said, "We still need to wait for the Grand Elder and the others." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "The clan leader still needs to wait for the Grand Elder? Your Snow Clan is quite interesting." Shuizime smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story. I can't explain it in a short time. After a short time, a beam of light appeared in the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s flying towards him. That's the Snow Clan's Grand Elder. She's called Xue Qianwu, and she's our godmother's younger sister. She's cultivated for 720,000 years and is at the 5th heavenly layer of the true God realm. She's stronger than any of us. Xuezime whispered. True gods had a lifespan of more than 10 million years, so Xue Qianwu was still very young despite having cultivated for 720,000 years. Lin Feng was guessing that the relationship between Xue Qianwu and Mei Lanzhu, Zhu Hua, Ling Xian and Xue Qianwu wasn't very harmonious. In reality, Lin Feng's guess was very accurate. The previous clan leader had taken in the 7 sisters and focused on nurturing them. The 7 sisters had displayed shocking talent and their cultivation had increased very quickly. Later, the previous clan leader had been plotted against and died from serious injuries. Xue Qianwu had thought that she would become the clan leader. After all, she was the previous clan leader's younger sister. But who would have thought that the previous clan leader would appoint Xue Zihua as the new clan leader? This naturally caused Xue Qianwu to be jealous. Xue Qianwu had wanted to overthrow Xue Zihua's position as clan leader, but after Xue Zihua became the clan leader, the Snow Clan began to recover from their decline and their strength increased day by day. They were loved and respected by everyone. Thus, Xue Qianwu's plan was stopped before it could be carried out. Xue Qianwu had never been someone who was content with her lot. She was very ambitious and had been secretly accumulating strength. Perhaps this was the reason why the previous clan leader didn't pass the position to Xue Qianwu. Now, the Snow Clan needed to recuperate and slowly recover. Xue Qianwu's ambition was too great. Once she gained control of the Snow Clan, she would definitely think of ways to quickly expand the Snow Clan's territory. But in reality, the Snow Clan didn't have the ability to expand their territory. Thus, if Xue Qianwu became the clan leader, the Snow Clan would very likely be destroyed by her hands. But Xue Qianwu didn't think so. She wanted to be the patriarch of the Snow Clan even in her dreams. Anyone who tried to stop her from becoming the patriarch of the Snow Clan would be her enemy. Xue Qianwu quickly flew over and landed, looking very arrogant. If others didn't know, they would have thought that Xue Qianwu was the clan leader. Xue Qianwu glanced at Lin Feng and couldn't help but frown. She asked, "Who is this?" Xue Zihua replied, "This is a fellow Daoist we invited. He's proficient in formations. This fellow Daoist will help us strengthen the formation." Xue Qianwu sneered, "I only hope that the clan leader clears her eyes and doesn't get tricked by some riffraff." Xue Qianwu was rather impudent, and she didn't seem to care about Xue Zihua at all. Xue Zihua said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that, Grand Elder. Just take care of your own matters. As for other matters, you don't have the authority to care about them." Xue Qianwu sneered and didn't say anything else. "Elders, please open the passage," Xue Zihua said. The 2 elders of the Snow Clan opened their eyes, and their hands kept changing spells. Rays of divine light shot into the seal. With a loud rumble, the seal on the passage was opened. "Let's go in," Xue Zihua said. Xue Qianwu was the first to fly in. "This woman is a bit crazy," Lin Feng muttered. "Ignore her. She's a woman who's been driven mad by her desire for power." Xue Zihua pursed her lips, clearly not thinking much of Xue Qianwu. After Xue Qianwu flew in, Xue Zihua and the others followed. Lin Feng and Xue Zihua were the last to enter. The passage was deep and dark, and even after flying for a long time, they still couldn't reach the sealed area. Xue Zihua said, "The place where the Devil Tower is sealed is 1,000 miles underground. There's an Emperor's rune there." Lin Feng was shocked. Was the Devil Tower that terrifying? It actually needed an Emperor's rune to seal it? Lin Feng didn't know much about the Demon Tower before. Now that Xue Zime had told him about it, he realized how extraordinary the Demon Tower was. Lin Feng asked, "What's the origin of this tower?" Xue Zime replied, "It's said to be a supreme treasure of a demon lord. Who in the world dared to call themselves a demon lord? Even emperors of the demonic Tao, even existences like the Samsara Demon Emperor and the Netherworld Demon Emperor didn't dare call themselves a demon lord." What was a demon lord? The lord of all demons was a demon lord. It didn't matter if they were sky demons, earth demons, or human demons. Anything related to the demonic Tao. They were all included. This included many demon emperors. In front of a demon lord, they had to bow their heads and worship him. A demon lord had commanded. In all the worlds, who dared to disobey the three demons of heaven, earth, and human, therefore, a demon lord represented an extraordinary existence. The lord of all demons. What cultivation level did such an existence have? Lin Feng couldn't guess. Perhaps he had surpassed emperors. More than 2 hours later, the group arrived at the space where the tower had been. One end of the chains was embedded in the rock wall, while the other end was wrapped around a pitch-black demonic tower. Only the bottom 3 floors of the pitch-black demonic pagoda remained. The upper floors of the pagoda were nowhere to be seen. Clouds of demonic chi were emitted from the tower. There was a huge energy shield that enveloped the demonic pagoda. It's this tower. 18 demon sealing chains bind the tower, and 9 emperor runes intertwine to form a sealing barrier that seals the tower. However, these emperor runes will gradually weaken with the passage of time, so every few years, we will strengthen the emperor runes. Shuizihua pointed at the energy barrier. This was the sealing barrier that Shuizihua had mentioned, formed by the emperor runes. The emperor runes that controlled the barrier were located at the bottom of the underground world. There were violent fluctuations, and the 9 emperor runes looked like 9 dragons resting on the ground. What a powerful demonic pagoda! It actually needs the demon sealing chain and the emperor's rune to suppress it. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if this demonic pagoda were to break free. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Shuizihua said, "There are 9 of us, and each of us is responsible for a part of the emperor's inscriptions. However, using the emperor's inscriptions is extremely taxing on our minds, and we'll feel exhausted very quickly. Once we're exhausted, the demon tower will use a bewitching technique to make us develop inner demons. That's why we need to resist the demon tower's inner demons. If we can't resist the demon tower's inner demons, we'll be controlled by the demon tower, and that'll be terrible. If that happens, the demon tower will destroy our emperor's inscriptions and help it escape. This demonic pagoda is so strange." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Shuizihua said, "The demonic pagoda is currently sealed, so the power it can use is limited. Right now, if the 9 of us attack together, the power of the devil pagoda will work together on our bodies. The 9 of us will disperse the power of the devil pagoda, so there's no need to worry too much." Lin Feng nodded. Perhaps this was why Mei Lanzhu Hua and Hua Lingxian had asked him for help. Every additional person who came to reinforce the seal would disperse the power of the devil pagoda. This way, it would be easier to seal the devil pagoda. The 9 of them landed one after another. There were 9 emperors' inscriptions in total, and each of them was responsible for repairing one emperor's inscriptions. Shuizihua distributed the materials needed to repair the emperor's inscriptions to everyone, and they split up to repair the damaged emperor's inscriptions. This was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with emperor's inscriptions. The Snow Clan's emperor's inscriptions wouldn't attack people like them. It was said that the emperor's inscriptions had a trace of spirituality, and they could differentiate between who they would attack and who they wouldn't attack. Although this sounded a bit unbelievable, it was true. Lin Feng carefully studied the inscriptions. He discovered that the structure of the inscriptions was incomparably complicated. Each inscription was densely packed together with countless inscriptions. If a cultivator below the god realm saw the emperor's inscriptions, their soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. Their soul would immediately shatter and they would die. If a void god realm cultivator looked at the emperor's inscriptions, their soul would be greatly damaged. If a divine flame realm cultivator looked at the emperor's inscriptions, they would have a splitting headache. At the very least, a true god realm cultivator would be required to repair the inscriptions. Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't reached the true god realm. However, the emperor's inscriptions here wouldn't attack or harm him, so he could repair them. Time passed. Under everyone's efforts, the emperor's inscriptions were gradually being repaired and perfected. Just as everyone was repairing the emperor's inscriptions, the sealed devil pagoda suddenly vibrated with a strange power. Great demonic mirage! Great demonic mirage! Suddenly, a mysterious voice came from the demonic pagoda. It was like a demonic voice, causing people to lose themselves step by step. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he'd disappeared from the underground world. He'd arrived in a pink world. Release yourself to your heart's content. There are 8 delicate beauties here, and they're all yours now, a bewitching voice sounded. Plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, painting, spirit fairy, and the other 7 beauties. There was also Shui Qianwu. All of them came over. They surrounded Lin Feng. Each of them was extremely charming, seducing Lin Feng. Any man who saw these 8 passionate beauties would probably be unable to restrain their inner desires. However, Lin Feng's eyes were clear. He sneered and said, "A mere illusion. You want to seduce me? What a joke." A bright light flashed in his eyes, and Buddhist light coiled around his body. In an instant, the 8 beauties, Mei Lan Zhu, Ju Hua, Spiritual Fairy Hua, and Shui Qianwu, all disappeared without a trace. The pink world in front of him turned into a world of darkness. This world of darkness was also an illusory space. Your illusory space is useless against me. Trapping me in an illusory space is futile. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Keek keek, boy. Not bad, you broke the illusory space I created so quickly. Perhaps we can sit down and have a good talk. The Devil Pagoda suddenly appeared in this world of darkness, and a sinister voice sounded from it. Talk about what? What do I have to talk about with you? Lin Feng sneered. Of course, we're talking about cooperation. You're young, but you have great potential. If you let me out, I'll become a great help to you. In the future, you might even become a great emperor. What do you think of this deal? The sinister voice sounded from the Devil Pagoda again. Lin Feng smiled icily. I'm going to become a great emperor. I don't need your help, do I? Besides, who knows what kind of thing you are? If I let you out, I might cause a calamity. Who knows how many people will die? Even I might be tricked by you. When that happens, I'll end up dead. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? As the saying goes, gold and stone can move. After we work together, you will know how sincere I am. The mysterious being said. Forget it. Even if you have a glib tongue, I have no interest in working with you. Lin Feng sneered. If you help me, I can pass on the Demon Lord's legacy to you. How about it? The mysterious existence spoke in a gentle and enticing voice. The Demon Lord's legacy? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Who is this Demon Lord? The mysterious being asked. He is an unparalleled existence. If I tell you, you will be scared to death. Lin Feng became interested and said, hurry up and tell me. Let's see if you can scare me to death. I can't wait to be scared to death by you. Kid, do you think I'm stupid? If you don't work with me, why would I tell you this? The mysterious being sneered. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, you've said so much. You've painted a big picture for me, but I won't be able to eat it, right? How can I have so much free time to argue with you? Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Break! Lin Feng shouted. He opened the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Heavenly Demon Snake Eye, it could see through the origin of all things in the world. After the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye opened, the illusory space created by the demonic pagoda was instantly broken. Lin Feng returned to the real world. He was still standing in front of the Emperor Rune. Mei Lanzhu, Hualing Xian, and Shui Qianwu had their eyes closed. Obviously, they were still in the illusion. TSK. They are all veterans, but they didn't break the illusion before me. Their standards are too low. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel proud. He ignored the others and squatted down to repair the Emperor Rune that he was in charge of. The illusion created by the Demon Pagoda was very special. Everyone could only rely on themselves to break the illusion. If someone helped, then, the person who helped would also be pulled into the illusion. At that time, the power of the illusion would be greatly increased. Lin Feng's Heavenly Demon Snake Eye had broken the illusion of the Devil Pagoda. However, if the demonic pagoda's illusory realm was enhanced several times or even more than 10 times, then even the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye would not be able to break it. So at this time, not helping was the best choice. Not long after, Shui Qianwu woke up. Her cultivation was the highest, so it wasn't strange for her to be the first to break the illusion. Shui Qianwu looked at Mei, Lan, Zhu, Ju, Hua, and Spiritual Fairy proudly. Seeing that the 7 ladies were still in the illusion, she sneered. But in the next moment, Shui Qianwu's expression froze because she saw that Lin Feng was actually squatting in front of the monarch pattern and repairing it. How is this possible? Shui Qianwu's face was filled with disbelief. In her opinion, Lin Feng's cultivation was the lowest. The last person to overcome the illusion should be Lin Feng. How did Lin Feng become the first to overcome the illusion? This made Shui Qianwu very puzzled. But Lin Feng had indeed overcome the illusion. This was an indisputable fact. Shui Qianwu looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How did you overcome the illusion? Do you want to know?" Lin Feng glanced at Shui Qianwu and smiled faintly. Why would I ask if I don't want to know? Shui Qianwu couldn't help but roll her eyes. One had to admit that if a person was beautiful, even an action like rolling her eyes was very charming. Lin Feng didn't like Shui Qianwu's arrogant personality. In fact, he hated it. However, Lin Feng didn't have any resistance towards Shui Qianwu's body. This woman was indeed beautiful. But so what if she was beautiful? Lin Feng didn't even want to bother with Shui Qianwu. He said indifferently, "Even if you want to know, I won't tell you." You dare to trick me? Shui Qianwu looked at Lin Feng angrily. At this moment, Shui Zihua also woke up. Seeing that Shui Zihua had woken up, Shui Qianwu snorted and retracted her gaze. She didn't continue to argue with Lin Feng. After Shui Zihua woke up, Shui Zimei and the others also woke up. When they found out that Lin Feng was the first person to overcome the illusion, they were extremely shocked. Mei, Lan, Zhu, Ju, and Hualing Xian knew how powerful the Devil Pagoda's illusions were. It was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with such a powerful illusion, and he was actually able to overcome it in such a short time. What did this mean? The 7 girls were very clear about it. At this moment, Shui Zimei was even thinking if she should really do as her 5th sister, Shui Zihua, said and seduce Lin Feng. Following a man like Lin Feng. It seemed pretty good. However, Shui Zimei's face quickly turned pink, and she couldn't help but spit at herself in her heart. What was she thinking about? In the past, she wouldn't have thought about such things. Since Lin Feng had appeared, she had been thinking about many things that would make her blush and her heart race. Shui Zimei couldn't help but stare fiercely at Lin Feng. She blamed everything on Lin Feng. If this guy hadn't appeared, how could she have become like this? Lin Feng and Shui Zimei weren't far from each other, and he also saw Shui Zimei's glare. Lin Feng felt strange. Did he offend this woman? Why is she glaring at me? After muttering to himself, he ignored Shui Zimei and continued to focus on repairing the Emperor's mark. It took about half a month for the 9 of them to finish repairing the Emperor's mark. It's finally done. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. After half a month of working day and night to repair the Emperor's mark, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. They didn't continue to stay, and directly soared into the sky and flew outside. After returning outside, everyone dispersed and returned to their own residences to rest. When Lin Feng passed by Shui Zimei, he said in a low voice, "Come and help me bathe." Shui Zimei blushed and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. 3 days have passed. I'm not your servant anymore. I see. Then I'll invite you again. Let's bathe together. What do you think? Said Lin Feng with a smile. Shui Zimei bit her red lips, her eyes sparkling. She humped softly and left Lin Feng behind. Lin Feng was confused. What did this woman mean? Did he agree or not? After returning to Inga's courtyard, Lin Feng soaked in a hot spring bath, changed into clean clothes, and slept well. The next day, Lin Feng continued to study the Snow Clan's immortal stone. This immortal stone was no small matter. Lin Feng had the feeling that it contained an enormous secret. However, in order to comprehend it, one needed luck. He hadn't given up on studying the immortal stone. He sat down cross-legged, his palms facing the sky, and continued to study the immortal stone's mysteries. Heaven and earth as one. Heaven and earth as one. Suddenly, the faintly discernible voice from the immortal stone spoke again. Between heaven and earth, the door of Xian Pin, all living things are nothingness. Heaven and earth are one, immortal and immortal, a deep voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. This voice was filled with mystery. It was as if the voice of the heavenly Tao was drifting over. Lin Feng felt that he had once again arrived at the boundless starry sky. Last time, the voice he heard was heaven's perception, but this time, it was heaven and earth being one. Lin Feng did not know if heaven's perception was related to heaven and earth being one. However, there was one thing he was clear about. Whether it was heaven and earth being one or heaven's perception, it was an extraordinary Tao. This was definitely an extremely extraordinary Tao. Now, what he needed to do was to comprehend this Tao from the celestial stone and master it. Lin Feng gradually felt as if he had become a star in an eternal world. He was eternal and had become one with heaven and earth. Then, he moved along with the movement of the stars in the sky. Sometimes, Lin Feng felt as if he would become a speck of dust in the starry sky. Just like countless specks of dust, he would drift around in this world, searching for his own home. Lin Feng did not know what Tao this was, but he was trying his best to comprehend it. However, no matter what, he had to comprehend it. He felt as if it was right in front of him, but also far away. Trying to comprehend this Tao from a distance, it was always just a hair's breadth away. Like the moon in the well. Flowers in the water, unattainable. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng opened his eyes and sighed. He still had not comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth contained in the immortal stone. The more powerful a Tao was, the more difficult it would be to comprehend it. He was very clear about this. Therefore, there was no point in being anxious when it came to comprehending the Tao. At this time, one had to rely on luck. Lin Feng felt that he needed to rest. He walked out of the courtyard and strolled around the courtyard. Many servants bowed to Lin Feng when they saw him. Not long after, Xianxia and Xuefei arrived. Clearly, they knew that Lin Feng had come out of seclusion and had come to look for him. Xuefei asked, "Did you gain anything from comprehending the immortal stone?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "I did. However, I haven't been able to comprehend anything useful," said Xianxia. "It's good that you've gained something. I'm sure you'll be able to comprehend some ancient Taoists very quickly." "I hope so." Lin Feng smiled. Xuefei replied, "Something big happened recently. I'm sure you don't know about it yet." "Oh? What happened?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Didn't we talk about the lost civilization of the immortal era some time ago?" Xuefei said. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. Yes, he did. Has this lost civilization been discovered?" Xuefei nodded and said, "That's right. He had really been found." In the depths of the ice field, an illusory world had appeared. There were mountains, palaces, and many temples. It seemed to be a sacrificial temple. Many strong cultivators were alarmed and came from everywhere. It was said that the 10 great celestial sects had sent their vice-patriarchs. The sect masters of the 10 great immortal sects were all at the level of giant gods, characters who looked down on the heavens. In that case, the vice-patriarchs of the 10 great immortal sects were at least at the heavenly god realm. The lost civilization of the immortal era is no small matter. It's not strange for it to attract so many strong cultivators. Lin Feng said. Xianxia said, "That world hasn't truly appeared yet, but some people have already seen many strange sights. For example, there are dragons, phoenixes, and even fairies." Lin Feng was shocked. Are they real creatures? Or are they just some images left behind from the past? Xianxia shook her head. "We don't know. We'll have to wait for that lost civilization to appear. We'll only know once we enter it." Lin Feng nodded. He chatted with Xianxia and Xuefei for more than 2 hours before parting ways. Lin Feng returned to his residence. The lost civilization of the immortal era had appeared. It was no small matter. Thus, when the lost civilization appeared, Lin Feng planned to explore it and see if there were any opportunities. Not long after he returned, Xuezime came to see him. Xuezime was as charming as ever. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You came to see me when I came out of seclusion? Was it because you missed me?" Xuezime glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Yes, because I miss you. I can't sleep and I can't eat." Lin Feng hugged Shui Zimei's waist and said, I didn't know that I was so charming. Let go. Shui Zimei snorted. No, I like hugging you like this. He sat down on a stool, and Shui Zimei sat on his lap. She bit her lip. Do you think I won't scream that you're being molested? Lin Feng smiled. Do you want me to do it for you? Shameless. Shui Zimei spat at Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng had no intention of letting her go, she simply let Lin Feng continue hugging her. However, she was still a little shy and didn't dare look into Lin Feng's eyes. I came to tell you something. Recently, a lost civilization has appeared. It should be a civilization from the immortal era. If you're interested, I'll send someone to call you when that civilization truly appears, said Lin Feng. Shui Zimei said. How considerate. How should I reward you for being so considerate? Lin Feng smiled. Shui Zimei saw that Lin Feng's eyes were getting hotter and hotter, and she couldn't help but panic. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's unpreparedness, she hurriedly struggled free. She snorted and said, If you dare touch me again, I won't come here again. Shui Zimei quickly left. She didn't stay with Lin Feng, perhaps because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to control herself when she was alone. Or perhaps she was worried that Lin Feng would do something even more outrageous. After Shui Zimei left, Lin Feng returned to his room and continued studying the immortal stone. Unfortunately, Lin Feng hadn't been able to comprehend the Tao contained in the immortal stone until someone came to inform him that the lost civilization had appeared. The lost civilization had appeared. Of the 7 sisters, Mei, Lan, Zhu, Ju, and Hua, only Shui Zihua didn't go because she had to stay in Snow City. Shui Xian and Shui Fei also followed Shui Zimei and the others to the lost civilization. In fact, they had left more than a month ago. After the lost civilization had appeared, they had sent a message to Snow City. By now, the lost civilization had already appeared for some time. Lin Feng gave the celestial stone to Shui Zihua. He wanted to study the great Tao of the celestial stone when he came back. Lin Feng was already very close to understanding the great Tao of the celestial stone, so he wasn't going to give up. However, the most important thing now was to go to the lost civilization and see if he could obtain any opportunities. The treasures passed down from the immortal era would definitely be heaven-defying. This was also the reason why so many cultivators came from all over the world, even from hundreds of millions of miles away. Lin Feng rushed to the lost civilization by himself. Along the way, he discovered that many cultivators were also flying toward the lost civilization. However, after these cultivators arrived at the icy plains, they were clearly not used to the temperature, and they were all shivering from the cold. The temperature of the icy plains was indeed too low. Cultivators who came here for the first time would find it difficult to adapt to such cold temperatures. However, Lin Feng had long since gotten used to the cold, so he did not feel anything. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast, and he arrived at the lost civilization in half a month. Demon King, do you know anything about this lost civilization? Asked the Demon King. Lin Feng asked. I've heard of it. It's rumored that this lost civilization is related to the archangels. Black Bear Devil Lord said. Lin Feng said, I've heard of the angels. What kind of race is the archangels? The archangels are also part of the angels. However, they are the royal family of the angels. They are the noblest angels. The archangels are born with 18 pairs of wings. You should know that the more wings an angel has, the more powerful their bloodline inheritance is. The greater their future potential, the greater their future achievements. Black Bear Devil Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He then asked, but is there anything special about the archangels? Black Bear Devil Lord said, of course, this race is special. They control the power of light, and they are the nemesis of all darkness. The power of light? Lin Feng was puzzled. Black Bear Devil Lord said, in this world, there is light. There is darkness. Thus, light and darkness have existed since time immemorial. The archangels control the most powerful Tao of light, and they are the messengers of light. Everywhere they go, they will drive away all darkness. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, the archangels are actually so powerful. Doesn't that mean that cultivators of the devil Tao, evil Tao, and Ghost Dao are all suppressed by the archangels? If I can obtain the great Dao of the archangels, that would be amazing. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this would not be an easy task. When they were passing through a mountain range, a woman blocked Lin Feng's path. The surrounding cultivators who were passing by were all shocked when they saw the woman. She had a tall and slender figure, a charming figure, a beautiful university, and a charming temperament. Her entire body was filled with seduction. This woman was actually Shui Qianwu. Isn't this Grand Elder Shui? Why are you blocking this little brother? Lin Feng asked. Shui Qianwu sneered and said, "Don't try to get close to me. I'm not familiar with you." You're not familiar with me? You want to throw yourself into my embrace? Sure, let's go to the forest now. Shui Qianwu. Haha, little brother, can you do it? Immediately, many of the cultivators who passed by burst into laughter. Each of them stared at Shui Qianwu's enchanting figure like a pack of hungry wolves, wanting nothing more than to devour Shui Qianwu in one bite. Shui hhhhmm. Shui Qianwu shouted coldly and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that Shui Qianwu did not have good intentions when she blocked him. That was why he had been on guard against her. Seeing Shui Qianwu's attack, he quickly retreated and dodged her attack. When Lin Feng was repairing the Emperor rune, he and Shui Qianwu had a conflict of words. Although it was not a big deal. But obviously, Shui Qianwu did not want to let Lin Feng go. This woman was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. *TCH. You're serious? I don't have the time to fight with you. You better not find trouble with me. Otherwise, I'll capture you and make you my slave. Lin Feng said fiercely. Reckless, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to become your female slave? But your suggestion is not bad, I'll capture you now and make you my male slave. I'll trample on your dignity every day and let you know the consequences of offending me, Shui Qianwu. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Shui Qianwu sneered and rushed over. You're a crazy woman. Today, this young master will tolerate you for the time being. Just you wait. When you land in my hands. See how I'll teach you. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he turned into a stream of light and flew away. Shui Qianwu chased after him. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Even if Shui Qianwu was at the fifth heaven of the true God realm, she could not catch up to him. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Soon, Shui Qianwu was left behind by Lin Feng. Shui Qianwu has an ice body. Black Bear Devil King said. Ice body? What's so special about this body? Lin Feng asked. Hee. It's a body that's very suitable for dual cultivation. When your cultivation increases, you can indeed subdue her and make her a cultivation vessel. It'll be very helpful for your cultivation. Black Bear Devil King said. Black Bear Devil King used to follow Demon Emperor Chonglu. Demon Emperor Chonglu was a demon emperor. Who knew how many dual cultivation vessels he had? Hence, Black Bear Devil King was very familiar with such matters. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, That's a good idea. But I need to increase my cultivation first. I'm still not a match for this crazy woman. After flying for 3 days, Lin Feng finally saw the Lost World. It was hazy. The Lost World was enveloped by a ball of divine light. Within the divine light, a vast world appeared. That world emitted an ancient aura. Many cultivators flew towards that world at high speed. Lin Feng also quickly flew towards the Lost World. When his body came into contact with the divine light that enveloped the Lost World, Lin Feng felt his body being enveloped by space-time energy. Swish, immediately after. His body was teleported out of the room. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already in a dense primitive forest. He had yet to see his surroundings clearly. He saw a ball of shadow in the sky. Sharp claws quickly clawed at Lin Feng. The speed was so fast that it made one speechless. If it was anyone else, their head would have been crushed before they could even react. But Lin Feng's reaction was too fast. When the claws clawed at him, he slapped out with his palm. Bang! Both sides collided. Many white feathers floated down from the sky. The one who ambushed Lin Feng was a white bird. After exchanging a blow with Lin Feng, the bird knew that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with, so it turned into a ray of white light and quickly fled into the distance. "Don't run!" Lin Feng shouted and quickly chased after it. Lin Feng quickly chased after it. Even though the white ferocious bird was extremely fast, Lin Feng was even faster. He gradually caught up with the white ferocious bird. After catching up, Lin Feng finally saw what species the white bird was. It was a type of bird that Lin Feng had never seen before. Its entire body was covered in snow-white feathers. It had the body of an eagle, the claws of a roc, the eyes of a peacock, and the beak of a red-crowned crane. It looked extremely strange. F***ck. What kind of strange bird is this? Lin Feng shouted. When the white bird heard Lin Feng call it a strange bird, it immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "You're the strange bird. I'm one of the 4 holy birds." Lin Feng had never heard of any of the 4 holy birds before. He grinned and said, "I think you should be called a freak instead. You're the freak. Your whole family is freaks." The 4 holy birds shouted fiercely. "What a cheap mouth. When I catch you later, I'll pluck all your feathers and roast you. The taste should be pretty good." Lin Feng shouted fiercely. "Ah? You want to roast me? Brat. I'm going to barbecue you later and make a human barbecue." The 4 holy birds shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Lin Feng increased his speed and quickly caught up to the 4 holy birds. He threw a punch at them, but the 4 holy birds opened their beaks and spat out dense purple lightning. The purple lightning all shot towards Lin Feng. The 4 holy birds had long since been prepared and had been waiting for Lin Feng to come over. When they saw Lin Feng coming over, they immediately launched a powerful attack, wanting to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used void travel to dodge the 4 holy birds' attacks. The 4 holy birds' cultivation was not ordinary, and they should be in the divine flame realm. However, that level of strength was nothing in front of Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng disappear without a trace, the 4 holy birds shouted, "This is bad. He must have met an expert." The 4 holy birds pushed their speed to the limit, wanting to escape. However, at that moment, Lin Feng arrived above them and stomped on their backs. Feathers flew everywhere. The 4 holy birds cried out in pain. Then, they fell into the forest. Lin Feng also landed in the forest. "It hurts. You're trying to kill me." The 4 holy birds cried out. Lin Feng curled his lips. "That's right. I'm going to kill you right now." The 4 holy birds cried out in fear, "No. Spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want me to do." F***ck. You have no backbone. I haven't even made a move yet. Lin Feng was speechless when he saw the 4 holy birds lying on the ground, trembling. The 4 holy birds said, "Life is precious, and we only have one life. We have to cherish it. Dignity is not worth mentioning in front of life. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "It's not impossible for you to live, but you have to show me what benefits I can get by keeping you alive. Young master, this little one was born and raised in this world, and I know many things that others don't. If you let me be your guide, I guarantee that you'll make a fortune." The 4 holy birds said flatteringly. "Oh? Born and raised in this world?" Lin Feng was delighted. "What treasures do you know? Tell me." 500 kilometers from here, there's a treasure called the soul-splitting grass. It can help a cultivator form a new primordial spirit. The 4 holy birds said. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I've already formed a second primordial spirit, so ordinary treasures that can transform the primordial spirit won't have any effect on me. Also, if I rashly consume it, it will harm my soul origin." Lin Feng had used the crimson blood lotus to transform his second primordial spirit. After his second primordial spirit had transformed, it had given Lin Feng double the power of his soul. It had also given Lin Feng the ability to do 2 things at once. In theory, a cultivator's soul could continuously transform into a new primordial spirit. However, this was only a theory. Transforming into a primordial spirit required a treasure. It required natural treasures, and natural treasures that could transform one's primordial spirit were extremely rare. Furthermore, each transformation of the primordial spirit was more difficult than the last. Thus, after one transformation, many treasures that could transform the primordial spirit were unable to support a second transformation. Moreover, the transformation of the primordial spirit was very dangerous. If the transformation failed, it would often cause damage to the soul. Therefore, Lin Feng was not particularly interested in the spirit-splitting grass that the four holy birds had mentioned. Of course, if possible, Lin Feng still planned to find the spirit herb. If he took it out to auction, it could be sold for an astonishing price. At this moment, the four holy birds said, "Young master, you may not know this, but the spirit-splitting grass is different from other treasures. Treasures that can transform the primordial spirit, such as the crimson blood lotus and the primordial spirit vine, only have 1/10 of the medicinal efficacy of the spirit-splitting grass. These treasures naturally cannot support the second transformation of the primordial spirit, but the spirit-splitting grass is different. Its medicinal efficacy is fierce and can completely support the third transformation of the primordial spirit." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. If what the four holy birds said was true, then he had to obtain the spirit-splitting grass no matter what. As long as he could obtain the spirit-hunting grass and transform his third primordial spirit, then, Lin Feng would be able to do 3 things at once. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could only use one divine ability at a time. However, Lin Feng could now use 2 divine abilities at once. If he could use 3 divine abilities at once, he could use 3 divine abilities at once. This was an advantage. It was a crushing advantage. "Alright. Take me to find the spirit-splitting grass," Lin Feng said. The four holy birds' eyes flashed with a strange light, and they said flatteringly, "No problem. This little one will lead the way for young master right now." Lin Feng sneered. The four holy birds were obviously up to no good. They probably wanted to trick him. Lin Feng could sense the deep killing intent hidden within the four holy birds. He said indifferently, "Before I leave, there is one more thing I need to do." The four holy birds asked, "What is it, young master?" "Open your soul and let me place a soul imprint on it. You will become my mount. I will also be able to rest assured and let you bring me to find the spirit-splitting grass," Lin Feng said indifferently. The four holy birds' expression changed greatly. They had originally planned to lure Lin Feng to a dangerous place and kill Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng wanted them to recognize him as their master. If that was the case, wouldn't they lose their freedom? "Alright, I will recognize you as my master." The four holy birds nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, their wings flapped. Wind blades swept towards Lin Feng like a storm. The four holy birds were only 4 or 5 meters away from Lin Feng. They were so close that they had suddenly launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. They wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard. The four holy birds had clearly planned this all along. They had said that they wanted to recognize Lin Feng as their master in order to make Lin Feng let down his guard. Then, they would be able to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng. "Brat! Go to hell!" The four holy birds let out strange cries as they looked coldly at Lin Feng. In their opinion, if they attacked at such a close distance, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng sneered. "Fourth sacred bird! You idiot! Did you think I didn't guard against you?" Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a distorted black hole appeared above Lin Feng's right hand. It was the black hole formed by the devouring martial soul. A powerful devouring force appeared. It was emitted from the black hole. Then, it crazily devoured the wind blades that the fourth sacred bird sent out with its wings. Whoosh, when the fourth sacred bird saw its attack being devoured by Lin Feng's black hole, it turned around and continued fleeing. "Humph," said Lin Feng smiling coldly. He opened his hand and a magnetic field condensed in the air. The enormous confinement magnetic field enveloped the four holy birds. Suddenly, the fourth sacred bird found it difficult to move. The fourth sacred bird trembled in fear and loudly begged for mercy. "Young master, please spare my life. It's all a misunderstanding. I was worried that you would be bored, so I played a little game with you. Please don't be angry." Lin Feng was speechless. He had seen thick-skinned people before. However, he had never seen one as thick-skinned as the fourth sacred bird. It could even say such shameless words. Lin Feng sneered at the fourth sacred bird and said, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I can only kill you and have a good meal. The fourth sacred bird trembled in fear and continued to beg for mercy. Young master. My death is not worth regretting. However, I really do know many secrets. I will definitely bring you to find more treasures. I only ask that you give me another chance. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The fourth sacred bird said that it knew many secrets, and Lin Feng did not doubt it. Kill it, it was indeed a pity. Thinking about that, Lin Feng said, since you're sincere, I'll give you one last chance. Open your soul, I'm going to imprint it on your soul. The fourth sacred bird obediently opened its soul this time. Lin Feng imprinted the souls of the four holy birds. Greetings, master. The fourth sacred bird flapped its wings and bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and jumped onto the back of the four holy birds. The four holy birds' bodies were over 10 meters long, and their feathers were soft. It was very comfortable to lie on them. Let's go. Let's go to the place where the spirit-splitting grass is. Lin Feng said. Yes. The four sacred birds responded. Then, they spread their wings and soared into the sky, flying toward the depths of the forest. At that moment, the four divine birds said, Owner, I've already told you everything. The spirit-cracking grass is guarded by a 1,000-eyed devil crocodile. That guy is not easy to deal with. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that such a precious heavenly treasure like the spirit-splitting grass was guarded by a powerful vicious beast. He said, let's go over and check out the situation first. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many life-and-death battles in the forest. There were cultivators fighting against wild beasts and cultivators killing each other for treasures. Lin Feng asked, apart from the soul-cracked grass, are there any other treasures around? If we're talking about treasures, then the monkey wine is the most precious. Monkey wine? What is this? Lin Feng asked curiously. In the depths of the forest, there's a group of six-eared macaques. Those six-eared macaques brew monkey wine. This wine is brewed with more than 3,000 precious heavenly treasures. If an ordinary person drinks a mouthful of it, their body will be greatly improved, and they will immediately turn from trash to a cultivation genius. Even deity realm cultivators like us who drink monkey wine can adjust our bodies, remove the impurities in our bodies, and help us temper our bodies. The less impurities there are in our bodies, the easier it is for us to communicate with the heavens and earth. The four sacred birds had an infatuated expression. It was obvious that they yearned for the monkey wine. Lin Feng suddenly became very interested in the monkey wine. When people ate grains, impurities would accumulate in their bodies, but some impurities were difficult to remove. The impurities in the body hindered one's cultivation speed. Perhaps he could use the monkey wine to temper his body. It was just as the four sacred birds said. The less impurities there were in one's body, the faster one's cultivation speed. Of course, there was another point. The less impurities there were in one's body, the easier it was for one to communicate with the heavens and earth. The easier it was for one to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. What was Tao? Tao was a kind of law produced by the purest source of the world. Therefore, the cleaner one's body was, the easier it was for them to communicate with the Tao of heaven and earth. For example, if Lin Feng's body was tempered by the monkey wine, he might be able to immediately comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth contained in the deity stone of the Snow Clan. Let's find the spirit-splitting grass first, then the monkey wine. Lin Feng said. Yes. Master. The four sacred birds sped up. On the way, Lin Feng met a group of people. There were men and women, about 30 of them. There were a few divine flame realm cultivators among them. They should be from large factions. Lin Feng noticed that there were 3 particularly beautiful women in the group. One of them was wearing a purple dress and was tall and slender. The second woman was wearing a pink dress and was more delicate than a flower. The third woman was wearing a red outfit and had flaming red lips. She looked quite seductive. When the woman in red saw that Lin Feng was looking at them, she glared at him ferociously. What are you looking at? You've never seen a beauty before. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Tigress, Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Then he said, I'm looking at a beauty, not at you. When the woman in red heard Lin Feng's words, she immediately gnashed her teeth in anger. Looking at a beauty, not looking at her, didn't that mean that she wasn't a beauty? The beauty in red took out a whip and rushed towards Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, stinking bitch, go buy a beauty pill with a lot of money. Otherwise, who would want you when you're so ugly and have such a bad temper? Seeing the beauty in red rushing over, Lin Feng immediately laughed out loud. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The beauty shouted angrily. The 4 sacred birds cried out, ugly, monkey butt, ugly mouth is like a monkey butt. The beauty in red had fiery red lips, so she was actually very alluring. However, he was mocked by the 4 sacred birds into a monkey butt. How could he endure this anger? Right now, the beauty with fiery red lips was gnashing her teeth in hatred towards Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds. However, the 4 sacred birds were too fast. Before she could pounce over, the 4 sacred birds had already carried Lin Feng into the distance. He left the beauty far behind. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. You're not a man. The beauty with fiery red lips cursed fiercely. I'm a good man who doesn't fight with women, lest they say that I'm a man who bullies women. Lin Feng shouted in front, and then the 4 sacred birds carried Lin Feng and disappeared in the blink of an eye. One day later, Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds arrived at the place the 4 sacred birds had mentioned. This place was filled with swamps and poisonous gas. The spirit-splitting grass grew in the depths of the swamp. It's said that someone found soul-splitting grass inside. That's a treasure that can create a nascent soul. However, it's being guarded by a 1,000-eyed devil crocodile, so it'll be difficult to deal with. At that moment, a group of cultivators flew over from afar. They stopped above the forest, and one of them spoke. When Lin Feng and the 4 holy birds saw that some people were coming, they hid in the distance and listened to their conversation. 1,000-eyed devil crocodile is a powerful beast. I don't think we're a match for it, right? A purple-robed cultivator said. I have a powerful treasure here called the 9 netherworld godly iron needle. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to kill the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile. A middle-aged scholarly cultivator said. It said that the 9 netherworld godly iron needle was forged from the 9 netherworld realms mystical demonic iron. I didn't expect this treasure to fall into your hands. Since we already have it, there's no time to lose. Let's go kill that beast now. Alright, let's go. A group of more than 30 cultivators quickly headed towards the depths of the swamp. Lin Feng rode on the 4 sacred birds and followed behind them. He wanted to see how the group of cultivators would deal with the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile. As the name suggested, the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile's strength lay in its 1,000 demonic eyes. The eyes of the 1,000-eyed demon crocodile could create endless illusions. If one's mind was weak, they would get lost in them. The most terrifying thing was that the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile was not only capable of creating illusions, but it was also a beast with the bloodline of a divine beast. Therefore, its strength was extremely terrifying. Even without creating illusions, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the 1,000-eyed devil crocodile, not to mention that it could create terrifying illusions. Therefore, the first few groups of cultivators died one after another. Soon, the group arrived at the depths of the swamp. There was a mountain range here that consisted of more than 10 peaks. The soul-splitting grass grew at the top of the main peak. The soul-splitting grass was wrapped in a ball of divine light, so it was easy to find. Haha. That's the soul-splitting grass. Let's go and collect the soul-splitting grass. More than 30 cultivators rushed towards the soul-splitting grass. Just as they arrived at the periphery of the mountain range. Pooh. Pooh, suddenly, seals were activated one after another. When the 2 cultivators at the front made contact with the restrictive arrays, their bodies were pierced through. Blood dripped everywhere. Incomparably miserable, his body fell directly into the swamp. Clearly, he had died, killed by the restrictive spell. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. He hurriedly retreated. Roar. Suddenly, a sky-shaking roar rang out and a massive crocodile emerged from the swamp. In one gulp, it devoured the 2 dead cultivators. At the same time, its mountain-like tail smashed towards the group of cultivators. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Be careful, many people cried out in horror as they dodged the attacks of the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. However, there were still 7 or 8 people who were too slow to dodge and were struck by the thousand-eyed devil crocodile. Crack! Crack! His body crumbled, he was whipped to death by the thousand-eyed demon crocodile's tail. Damn it! Let's kill this thousand-eyed demon crocodile. The middle-aged scholarly cultivator shouted angrily. He flipped his right hand and a treasure appeared in his right hand. This treasure was a magic treasure that looked like an embroidery needle. It should be the 9 Serenity's divine iron needle. The person who made this treasure must be a genius to be able to make such a small treasure. Of course, it was also possible that he was lacking in materials and could only make it so big. Although this treasure was small, its power was extraordinary. The 20 or so cultivators who were lucky enough to survive activated the 9 Serenity's divine iron needle. The 9 Serenity's divine iron needle turned into a cold black light and flew towards the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. Thousand-eyed demon crocodile. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile let out a series of roars. Suddenly, the surrounding area turned into a world of darkness. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile disappeared. In this world of darkness, chains of order swept towards the 20 or so cultivators. A terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth surged out from the chains of order. The 20 or so cultivators were shocked and wanted to use their divine abilities to resist. The middle-aged scholarly cultivator shouted, "Everyone! Don't be fooled by the illusion. This is an illusion created by the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. If we resist the illusory chains of order, we will be attacked by the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. Now, follow me and activate the 9 Serenity's divine iron needle. Break the illusion." The middle-aged scholarly cultivator's shout was like pouring wisdom into one's head. It gave the rest of the cultivators, who were originally panicking, a jolt of energy. They quickly cooperated with the middle-aged scholarly cultivator. Powerful magic power flowed continuously into the 9 Serenity's divine iron needle. The 9 Serenity's divine iron needle was indeed a powerful treasure. It actually broke the illusion created by the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. Then, the 9 Serenity's divine iron needle quickly flew in front of the thousand-eyed demon crocodile and pierced one of its eyes. Roar, 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 roar. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile let out a pained cry. One of its eyes was instantly blinded. The 20 or so cultivators were invigorated. They continued to control the 9 Serenity's divine iron needle to attack the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. Puff! Puff! The thousand-eyed demon crocodile's eyes were continuously blinded. As for the thousand-eyed demon crocodile, it screamed again and again as it suffered great damage. As the saying went, there was always something to subdue another. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile was completely restrained by the 9 Serenity's divine iron needle. Its eyes were continuously blinded. Before long, more than 30 of its eyes had been blinded by the 9 Serenity's divine iron needle. If this continued, all of its eyes would definitely be blinded. At that time, it would definitely be a dead end. The group of cultivators couldn't help but look happy. They seemed to have seen hope of killing the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. But at that moment, the thousand-eyed demon crocodile roared, "You lowly existences, you have thoroughly angered me. I will make you pay with your lives." As soon as the thousand-eyed demon crocodile finished speaking, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a strong poison that filled the sky. "We've already taken the antidote. The strong poison has no effect on us." The group of cultivators sneered. But soon, they were shocked to find that their bodies had begun to rot. "Stupid creatures, my most powerful technique is the strong poison essence in my body. Even a god would have to retreat in the face of my strong poison essence, let alone you." The thousand-eyed demon crocodile sneered. "How can this be?" The group of cultivators looked at their rotting bodies in horror, but there was nothing they could do. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people had been poisoned to death. One by one, the corpses fell from the sky. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile's cold eyes looked at the corpses, then rushed over and swallowed them all. Suddenly, the thousand-eyed demon crocodile seemed to sense something. Its cold eyes looked at the main peak of the mountain where the soul-splitting grass grew. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile saw a scene that infuriated it. A human cultivator had taken advantage of the fact that it was fighting with a group of cultivators to break the seal protecting the soul-splitting grass and dig it out. The person who broke the restriction and dug out the spirit-splitting grass was naturally Lin Feng. Just now, he saw the thousand-eyed demon crocodile fighting with a group of cultivators, so he took advantage of this opportunity to make a move. If he missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it would not be easy to snatch the spirit-splitting grass from the thousand-eyed demon crocodile. This was because the thousand-eyed demon crocodile was too strong. Human! You're courting death. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile roared angrily, its eyes filled with endless killing intent. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile raised its huge claws and pressed down on the void. Buzz! Immediately after, a mountain-like energy claw condensed in the sky. That energy claw. It descended from the sky. It was as if it could suppress the world. Its power was unimaginably terrifying, causing Lin Feng to feel a chill down his spine. This thousand-eyed demon crocodile's cultivation was indeed terrifying. It's over. It's over. The four sacred birds were trembling in fear. Facing the thousand-eyed demon crocodile's attack, the four sacred birds did not even have the courage to resist. What a powerful thousand-eyed demon crocodile! Lin Feng was shocked. This thousand-eyed demon crocodile's cultivation had definitely reached the true god realm, and it was even a high-level true god. Of course, Lin Feng did not plan to fight to the death with this thousand-eyed demon crocodile. In any case, his goal was to obtain the spirit-splitting grass. Since he had already obtained the treasure, the best choice was to escape. Lin Feng's powerful magic power surged out of his body and wrapped around the four sacred birds. Then, he used the heaven-patching technique. Shwa, a light flashed. Lin Feng and the four sacred birds had already disappeared without a trace. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile's attack hit empty air. In the next moment, Lin Feng and the four sacred birds appeared 10 miles away. The four sacred birds cried out, "Master, you're so strong. I admire you so much." Lin Feng kicked the four sacred birds away. "Are you a girl? If you're not a girl, don't disgust me." The four holy birds spread their wings and called out, "What kind of woman does Master want? This lowly one will capture her for Master to enjoy." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of person did this damn bird think he was? He was handsome and kind, how could he do such a heartless thing? Rumble. In the distance, a loud explosion shook the heavens. The thousand-eyed demon crocodile's huge body shot into the sky and chased after Lin Feng and the four sacred birds. Lin Feng sat on the back of the four sacred birds and said, "If we can't get rid of the thousand-eyed devil crocodile from such a long distance, then we'll be too weak." The four holy birds immediately called out, "Hee hee, don't worry, Master. Even though I'm not a match for the thousand-eyed demon crocodile, my speed is definitely superior to that of 1,000 years of hunger." Whoosh, the four holy birds transformed into a streak of white light and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. From the depths of the swamp, the furious roar of the thousand-eyed demon crocodile could be heard. "Find a safe place, I want to refine the spirit-splitting grass," Lin Feng said. "Then let's go to my nest," the four holy birds said. Lin Feng nodded. The four holy birds whistled and flew towards their nest as fast as lightning. One day later, the four holy birds brought Lin Feng to their nest. The nest of the four holy birds was in a mountain range. Vicious beasts ran rampant in this mountain range, making it extremely dangerous. Even cultivators didn't dare to rashly set foot in this place. The four holy birds flew into a huge cave. "Huh? This is an ancient cultivator's cave?" Lin Feng looked at the cave in astonishment. There was a stone bed, a stone table, a stone chair, and other things inside. There was also a spirit spring inside the cave. Even now, spring water was continuously flowing out of the spirit spring. The four holy birds said, "Master, I obtained an opportunity from this cave, and that's how my cultivation increased." "What was originally in this cavern?" Lin Feng asked. "There were a lot of precious divine pills, but I ate them all," said Lin Feng. The four holy birds said embarrassedly. "This is your good fortune," Lin Feng said. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Was there anything else?" "There were some miscellaneous items, but they weren't very valuable, so I threw them all out. The four holy birds said. What about the cave's owner? Lin Feng asked. The four holy birds said, I didn't see the corpse of the cave's owner, and the cave was very messy at the time. He seemed to have left in a hurry and didn't have time to pack up some things before leaving. Lin Feng scratched his chin and said, maybe it's because something urgent happened. He then found a place, sat down cross-legged, and took out the soul-splitting grass. The soul-splitting grass emitted waves of divine light. It contained a shocking amount of energy. Lin Feng ate the soul-splitting grass and began to use the archaic dragon-esque elephant art to refine the soul-splitting grass. The soul-splitting grass was gradually refined into the purest medicinal energy. Lin Feng's soul then began to absorb the soul-splitting grass medicinal energy. As the soul-splitting grass medicinal energy was absorbed by his soul, suddenly, Lin Feng felt it. Lin Feng felt as if someone had used a sword to split him in the middle in the most barbaric and violent way. This pain. It was simply unbearable. However, Lin Feng's willpower was too strong. No matter what kind of pain it was, he could endure it. Time passed. 3 days later, Lin Feng, who had been tortured to the point of hovering between life and death, finally calmed down. If it was an ordinary person who had been tortured for such a long time, their mind would have long collapsed. They simply couldn't withstand the medicinal energy of the soul-splitting grass. But Lin Feng's willpower was extremely strong and he was able to withstand it. At this moment, his third primordial spirit began to split. This lasted for about 7 days. Lin Feng's third primordial spirit finally split successfully. Although his face was a little pale, his mood was incomparably happy. He raised his right hand, and suddenly, 3 energy balls appeared in his right hand. The first energy ball sealed the Emperor technique, 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor. The second energy ball contained the four-armed sacred demon fist, an Emperor technique. The third energy ball sealed the Emperor technique, 10,000 demon reincarnation fist. This was the so-called 3 uses 1 mind. His heart stirred. He could condense 3 sacred arts at the same time to fight against his enemies. It was as if there were 2 Lin Fengs who looked exactly the same. Anyone who fought against Lin Feng would be like fighting against 3 Lin Feng. Congratulations, Master, on forming a third primordial spirit. The 4 sacred birds hurriedly congratulated Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, not bad. Not bad. This time, you also contributed to the transformation of the third primordial spirit. However, I heard that a cultivator's soul can transform into a maximum of 9 primordial spirits. I just don't know if this rumor is true. The 4 sacred birds said, the number of heaven and earth is 9, so this saying is still reasonable. However, it is too difficult to find a heavenly treasure that can allow the primordial spirit to continue transforming. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. He rested for a day. Lin Feng recovered to his original state. He and the 4 sacred birds went to the mountain where the 6-eared macaque was. When they passed by a lake, an earth-shaking roar could be heard. From afar, Lin Feng saw a group of cultivators attacking a winged silverback dragon. The winged silverback dragon was about 100 meters long. Its body was covered in black scales, but its back was covered in silver-white scales, hence its name. This dragon belonged to the Western dragon race. It looked like an oversized lizard. Now that the winged silverback dragon was surrounded by a group of people, it was clearly on the verge of collapse. The people attacking the winged silverback dragon were none other than the group of young cultivators that Lin Feng had seen before. The 3 beauties had left a deep impression on him. Furthermore, Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds had teased the beauty with blazing red lips, causing her to grit her teeth in anger. This group of people was not weak, and all kinds of powerful magic treasures were flying in the sky. From their equipment, one could tell that they were not ordinary people. However, there were too many factions in the 9 prefectures. They were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Powerful factions could be seen everywhere. One had to know that the Tianwu continent was only one of the prefectures in the 9 prefectures world. The Tianwu continent already had so many factions, not to mention the 8 prefectures in the 9 prefectures world. As for how many factions there were, no one knew. Lin Feng guessed that this group of people did not come from the 10 great immortal sects. Judging from the divine abilities they were using, they were not the top divine abilities of the 10 great immortal sects. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that these people should be disciples of aristocratic families. The thing that the winged silverback dragon was guarding should not be simple. Since this winged silverback dragon lived in the lake, Lin Feng guessed that there might be a cave abode under the lake. This was, of course, a possibility. He shouted from afar, "Do you need help? There is strength in numbers. I am not a greedy person. After this matter is done, I will take 30% of the treasures, and you will take 70%. How about it?" When the group heard Lin Feng's words, they rolled their eyes. They looked at each other and muttered in their hearts. This guy wants to take 30% of the treasures, why is he so shameless? Moreover, we can deal with the winged silverback dragon alone. We don't need help from outsiders. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that Lin Feng was a little familiar. Soon, they remembered Lin Feng. Wasn't this the strange combination of a man and a bird? Kid. It's you. Don't run. When Flaming Hot Lips saw Lin Feng and the 4 holy birds, she didn't even care about the winged silverback dragon. She quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted, "You should help them deal with the double-winged silverback dragon. I'm not in the mood to fight with you. White bird, let's go." White bird was what Lin Feng called the 4 sacred birds. Of course, the 4 holy birds didn't like this nickname. Thus, upon hearing the words white bird, the 4 holy birds began to roll their eyes. The 4 holy birds spread their wings, and their speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed into the distance. The woman with blazing hot lips wasn't fast enough to catch up with the 4 holy birds, so she angrily returned and madly attacked the winged silverback dragon to vent her anger. Half a day later, the 4 holy birds brought Lin Feng to the mountain where the 6-eared macaque lived. The 6-eared macaque was a very powerful spirit beast. This type of spirit beast was extremely intelligent and was best at imitating various abilities. It was said that the 6-eared macaque only needed to watch someone use a divine ability a few times. It could imitate it on its own. This kind of ability was heaven-defying. But the most shocking thing was still, the 6-eared macaque could imitate a divine ability. Its power was about the same as the other party's divine ability. Although it sounded unbelievable, the 6-eared macaque really did have this kind of heaven-defying ability. Perhaps this was a special ability that the heavens had bestowed upon the 6-eared macaque. Others couldn't be envious of it. The 4 holy birds and Lin Feng carefully entered the mountain. The 4 holy birds pointed at a valley and said in a low voice, "That's where the 6-eared macaques live. There are about 100 of them, but they're very strong. The monkey wine is in their cave, so there must be a 6-eared macaque guarding it. It'll be very difficult to get the monkey wine." Lin Feng nodded. It really wasn't easy to get the monkey wine. "Hey, there's someone here." He raised an eyebrow. Although the other party had deliberately concealed their aura, Lin Feng still sensed it. The 4 holy birds whispered, "It seems that someone is still eyeing the monkey wine." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. It was very normal for someone to be eyeing the monkey wine. "Ha ha ha, the monkey wine, the merfolk want it." At that moment, loud laughter came from the distance. A dozen merfolk flew over, led by 2 merfolk from the Purple Scale clan. They were the royal family of the merfolk. It was no wonder that they were so unbridled. The merfolk had always been arrogant. Moreover, there were also merfolk from the Purple Scale clan here. It was unknown how the 9 States Alliance had negotiated with the merfolk in the past. These merfolk had dared to come to Jiuzhou. Thinking about it, it was clear that the merfolk race must have paid a huge price back then. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive. If the merfolk had dared to come to Jiuzhou, the 9 States Alliance wouldn't have let them go. "Ha ha ha, my tribe is also very interested in the monkey wine." Loud laughter came. Then, more than 20 people flew out of the forest. This group of people was the group that Lin Feng had sensed. These 20 or so people were also experts. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. There was an old man in this group that he recognized. Previously, in the overseas world, there was a disciple of a large clan called Young Master Chong who saw Bibi and Dragon Rabbit playing. He had evil thoughts and wanted to capture Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. The 2 little fellows fled in a sorry state. Dragon Rabbit was injured and almost died. This young Master Chong and his subordinates were all killed by the furious Lin Feng. Before killing young Master Chong, a true god expert appeared. That old man even threatened Lin Feng. He told Lin Feng to release young Master Chong. However, Lin Feng didn't care and killed young Master Chong. Then, he quickly fled. That true god expert chased Lin Feng for a long time, but he couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng successfully escaped. Among this group of people, there was that true god realm old fellow. The northern barbarian state's Dong clan. Clearly, the mermaid cultivators recognized these people and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Ha 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 ha, how lively. My Chu clan is also interested in joining in the fun this time. Laughter rang out, and then another group of experts arrived. There were about 30 people in this group, and the leader was a tall and sturdy middle-aged cultivator. The northern barbarian state's Chu clan. TSK. 2 of the 10 great clans of the northern barbarian state are here today. A mermaid from the purple-scaled clan sneered. Lin Feng's heart shook. He suddenly thought of Chu Wendian from the Tianwu continent. Back then, the Tianma rebellion. After his battle with Mose Tianzuan, he and Mose Tianzuan had been swept into the space-time reversal and arrived in the banished world. At that time, Chu Wendian had come from the 9 prefectures and established the heaven-seeking city and the heaven-seeking army. He ruled over the 72 prefectures that Mose Tianzuan had originally occupied. Chu Wendian was the young master of the Chu clan of the northern barbarian state. Not only was he strong, but he was also outstanding. Everyone, let's do it. As for how much monkey wine you can get, that will depend on your own abilities. A merman from the Purple Scale clan said. The elites from the northern barbarian states Dong clan and Chu clan had no objections. Whoosh! Whoosh, the elites from the 3 forces flew into the depths of the valley. Leave immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you. A cold voice came from the valley. Hundreds of 6-eared macaques rushed out of the cave, looking coldly at the uninvited guests. These 6-eared macaques were not particularly tall. It was only about 1 meter tall. Their bodies were covered in black fur, and they emitted a ferocious aura. We're here for the monkey wine. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the 6-eared macaques. If you hand over the monkey wine to us, we'll leave immediately. The leader of the Dong clan said. How dare you covet my clan's treasure? All of you deserve to die. The Monkey King said coldly. Ignorant of the times. Attack. A merman from the Purple Scale clan laughed coldly. Boom, a huge battle broke out. The Black Scale clan, the northern barbarian state's Dong clan, and the northern barbarian state's Chu clan. There were more than 70 elites from the 3 forces combined. Although they had fewer people than the 6-eared macaques, they had more people. However, the elites from the 3 forces had powerful treasures. They could rely on their treasures to suppress them. Bang! 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 All sorts of powerful divine abilities were used, colliding in the air. The 2 sides were caught in a chaotic battle. The 6-eared macaques were extremely powerful. All sorts of divine abilities were thrown at the elites from the 3 forces. Lin Feng had thought that the 6-eared macaque's ability to mimic divine abilities was just a rumor. Now, he knew that it was true. Many of the 6-eared macaques were mimicking the divine abilities of the 3 forces. Poof! Poof! Blood was spilled in this battle. Some 6-eared macaques were killed. Some cultivators from the 3 forces were also killed. Go get the monkey wine. The higher-ups of the 3 forces shouted. Some of the cultivators from the 3 forces immediately rushed toward the cave. They went to get the monkey wine. The others tried their best to delay the frenzied macaques. You wait here. I'll go get the monkey wine. Lin Feng said. Yes. Master. The 4 holy birds nodded. Lin Feng, on the other hand, stealthily moved towards the cave. Right now, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. He couldn't use his divine will to seal the void. This gave Lin Feng the opportunity to sneak into the cave. As long as these people did not use their spiritual will to seal the void, he could sneak into the cave through the void. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng expected, after he used the void travel spirit art, he successfully deceived everyone. They entered the cave. When they entered the cave, they saw that there was a huge battle going on inside. There were a dozen six-eared macaques in the cave. Clearly, these six-eared macaques had been left behind to guard the monkey wine. At that moment, the six-eared macaques were engaged in a fierce battle with 7 or 8 elites from the 3 factions. Both sides of the fierce battle were stunned when they saw Lin Feng, an uninvited guest. Damn. So many people. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He said, "You guys continue fighting. I'm going to get something. Once I'm done, I'll leave." Then, he rushed towards the pool of monkey wine. "Kid. Do you have a death wish?" The cultivators from the 3 factions looked at Lin Feng angrily, their eyes filled with killing intent. They had worked hard to kill these 6-eared macaques. Whether or not they could get the monkey wine was still uncertain. Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of them. How could the experts from the 3 factions let such a thing happen? The 6-eared macaques were also filled with killing intent. Anyone who dared to covet the monkey wine would be hated by them. Moreover, the fierce battle seemed to have a tacit understanding. They stopped at the same time, then, they all charged towards Lin Feng. Clearly, the 2 sides had reached an agreement to get rid of Lin Feng first. All kinds of attacks came at him. Lin Feng quickly took out the death god armor to protect himself. Bang, however, these people were too powerful when they joined forces. The terrifying attacks sent Lin Feng flying. Even with the death god armor, Lin Feng had the impression that many of his bones had been broken. Damn, I'm so unlucky. Who can be worse than me when I'm surrounded? Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. The 6-eared macaques and the experts from the 3 factions were still preparing new attacks. Lin Feng naturally knew that if he fought against such a group of strong cultivators, he would definitely die. There was no way he could fight this battle. Kid. Die. Many people from the 3 factions laughed coldly, as if they could already see Lin Feng being killed. Damn it. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Today, I'll show you how strong I am. Lin Feng looked at the experts from the 3 factions and the 6-eared macaques with a dark expression. He began to circulate his qi. Boom, the next moment, Lin Feng's body, his purple qi was released. In an instant, it enveloped the entire cave. Bang! 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 Following that, the experts from the 3 major forces and the powerful 6-eared macaques fell to the ground one after another. They couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. They couldn't withstand the purple qi released by Lin Feng's body and fainted. After releasing the purple qi, Lin Feng felt an endless sense of weakness wash over him. "Bibi." Lin Feng transmitted to the little guy. Bibi heard Lin Feng's call and flew out of the mountain river ring. "Ya. Ya." Seeing Lin Feng's pale face, the little guy cried out anxiously. "Hurry up and take the monkey wine and get me out of here," Lin Feng said. Bebe nodded his little head and waved his little paw. A rainbow divine light enveloped the pool of monkey wine, and Bibi put it into the mountain river ring. Then, Bibi wrapped Lin Feng in its rainbow divine light. He used void warp, entered a parallel space, and left without a sound. This was Bibi's racial talent. After coming out, the battle between the 3 factions and the 6-eared macaques was still very intense. It was the same situation as when Lin Feng came in. These people didn't have the energy to seal the void with their divine will. So, they didn't notice Lin Feng and Bibi. After meeting up with the 4 sacred birds, Lin Feng lay on the back of the 4 sacred birds. He hugged Bibi with both hands. The 4 sacred birds turned into a ray of white light and rushed into the distance. The 6-eared macaques and the cultivators of the 3 factions who were fighting found that there was no movement in the cave for a long time and felt very strange. So, they all rushed into the cave. Then, an angry roar came from within the cave. Who? Who is it? Who took away the monkey wine? The cultivators of the 3 factions were filled with murderous intent. They had planned for a long time. But in the end, it was all for naught. This made them extremely angry. They wanted to tear the person who took the monkey wine into 1,000 pieces. All the treasures in the world belonged to those who were fated to obtain them. This was the cruel world of cultivators. In order to survive, they had to do their best to snatch treasures, consolidate their Tao fruits, and increase their cultivation. In this world of cannibalism, there was no mercy. There was only the law of the jungle. Lin Feng wanted to become stronger. He had far too many things to do, such as searching for his captured clansmen, rescuing his mother. Thus, no matter how great the danger, he had to do his utmost to seize all sorts of natural treasures and opportunities to increase his strength. Ya! Ya! Bibi lay beside Lin Feng and used its little claws to scratch Lin Feng's hair. From time to time, it would also use its little claws to scratch Lin Feng's face. Big brother is very tired. Don't mess around. Lin Feng rubbed Bibi's head. In Lin Feng's eyes, this little guy was not a spirit beast or a pet, but a family member. Just like his little brother. Ya, ya. Bibi called out a few times, then lay in Lin Feng's arms. With a wave of its little claws, a spirit fruit appeared in its hand, and then it began to eat it out of boredom. Master. Should we go back to my place now? Or go somewhere else? The 4 sacred birds asked. Go back to your place. Lin Feng said. The 4 sacred birds sped up. Soon, they returned to the cave. After resting for 3 days, Lin Feng's body had completely recovered. Then, he summoned Bibi, the dragon rabbit, the dark green mantis, and the scorpion king. Lin Feng filled the pool of monkey wine into wine jars. Then, he took out dozens of jars of monkey wine. Drink. Drink as much as you can. Lin Feng said. This was not the first time Bibi had drunk wine. After seeing the monkey wine, its big watery eyes lit up. Immediately after, the little guy directly hugged a wine jar that was filled with monkey wine, and then began to gulp it down. Dragon Rabbit also learned from Bibi and picked up the wine jar to drink. Hee hee, monkey wine, good stuff. The 4 holy birds let out 2 strange cries and also began to shout. Then, the dark green mantis scorpion king also hugged a wine jar and started drinking. Wine but no meat. What kind of regret is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. Then, he took out the frozen saber-toothed dragon meat and began to roast it. After the barbecued meat was done, the aroma of the meat wafted out. Everyone ate meat and drank wine. Dozens of jars of monkey wine were consumed. Bibi drank 3 jugs. Dragon Rabbit drank 2 jars. The dark green mantis scorpion king drank 2 jars. The cultivation of the 4 holy birds was relatively high, so they drank 10 jars. As for Lin Feng, he drank a total of 35 jars of monkey wine. The effect of the monkey wine began to take effect. Lin Feng felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body. He felt as if his body was about to be ignited. Immediately after, Lin Feng's body began to expel many dark red impurities that emitted a fishy smell. This was the dirty blood that had accumulated in his body from the many battles that could not be removed and the impurities that were difficult to refine. Now, under the effect of the monkey wine, it began to be constantly expelled from his body. Bibi, Dragon Rabbit, the 4 holy birds, and the dark green mantis scorpion king were the same. His body began to expel a large amount of impurities that contained dirty blood. Soon, Lin Feng felt his stomach growl. He quickly flew out and landed in the forest. He took off his pants and began to defecate. These were the impurities that could not be expelled through the pores of his body. After relieving himself, he felt refreshed. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that with just a thought, he seemed to be able to communicate with heaven and earth. He could sense the various daos of heaven and earth. After a large amount of impurities are expelled from my body, my connection with heaven and earth has become even closer. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. His body was compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was helpful for comprehending the Tao. It was helpful for cultivation. In the future, Lin Feng's cultivation speed would only become faster and faster. It smells so bad. Looking at the blood on his body, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to vomit. Bibi, Dragon Rabbit, the 4 holy birds, and the dark green mantis scorpion king were also relieving themselves in the forest like Lin Feng. Now, the impurities that had accumulated in their bodies had been expelled. They all felt refreshed, but there was too much blood on their bodies. Bibi loved cleanliness and kept using its little claws to clean the blood on its body. However, the more it did, the dirtier it became. There's a big river not far away. Let's go wash up. The four holy birds said. Okay, lead the way. Lin Feng said. The four holy birds nodded and soared into the sky. Everyone followed behind the four holy birds. Soon, they arrived at the river. Then, they all jumped into the river to wash the blood off their bodies. After washing up, they returned to the four holy birds' nest. Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion for a few days before continuing to look for other opportunities. 2 days later, at night, a group of cultivators flew over from afar, looking for a place to rest. Lin Feng sealed the cave of the four holy birds with a restriction. He didn't choose to show himself because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. More than 10 cultivators were resting on a platform about 100 meters away from the cave of the four holy birds. At that moment, a cultivator said, "I wonder if the news about the dragon crystal rice is true. I hope the news we received is true." The rest of the people were also looking forward to it. Another person said, "If we can really obtain the dragon crystal rice, it will be our good fortune." These people didn't talk much about the dragon crystal rice. Soon, they found a place to rest. However, Lin Feng heard their short conversation. He had heard of the dragon crystal rice before. It was said that it was the food of the dragon clan's royal family, the true dragon clan. Why was the true dragon clan so powerful? It was inseparable from eating the dragon crystal rice. The dragon crystal rice was a supreme treasure. After eating it, one's cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Lin Feng had thought that the dragon crystal rice had long become something that only appeared in legends. It was only today that he found out that the dragon crystal rice actually existed in this world. The four holy birds said, "Master, dragon crystal rice has actually appeared. This is the food of the true dragon clan." Back then, even the divine dragon, sky dragon, and other powerful divine beasts were not qualified to eat it. If we can obtain the dragon crystal rice, it would be a great opportunity. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Follow these people tomorrow and see where they go." The next day, a group of people set off. Lin Feng and the four holy birds followed behind this group of people. This group of cultivators flew towards the northwest. Finally, they arrived at the depths of an ancient forest. There were 9 huge dragon veins gathered together here. It was like 9 true dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Cultivators continued to arrive. Obviously, many of them had received news of the dragon crystal rice here. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. A huge ancient ship flew over from the distance. After seeing the ancient ship, Lin Feng immediately revealed a shocked expression. The pirate ship of the gods. Lin Feng was naturally very familiar with this pirate ship. This was the Empress's pirate ship. Now, after the Empress came to the Jiuzhou continent from the Tianwu continent, she seemed to have stopped being a pirate. Even the pirate flag on the god's pirate ship had been removed by the Empress. The Empress was the martial heaven continent's #1 beauty. She was innately seductive, and even the simplest of movements was enough to captivate a person. Whether it was a man or a woman, they were unable to resist her charms. I wonder where Feng Yarao is now. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. Back then, the 9 great pirate kings had set off for the 9 prefectures. Since the Empress had appeared, it was obvious that Feng Yarao had also come to the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng somewhat missed Feng Yarao, this vixen. Suddenly, the sound of Tao could be heard from afar. More than 10 experts flew over. They're from the Tao Profound sect. Someone exclaimed. The origin of this Tao Profound sect was also extremely extraordinary. This force came from the northern barbarian state. The northern barbarian state was the state closest to the icy plains world. Strictly speaking, the icefield world was a part of the northern barbarian province. It was just that the climate of the icy plains was too harsh and unsuitable for survival. Other than the Snow Clan and the Ice Clan, there were no other powers in the ice field. There were so many different forces in the northern barbarian state. Among these forces, there was also a strict hierarchy. The most powerful sect was the Reincarnation Celestial sect, one of the top 10 celestial sects. They had passed down the ancient and mysterious Reincarnation Celestial Sutra. In the past, several great emperors had personally visited them to borrow the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra. Below the Reincarnation Immortal sect were the 5 sects, 9 clans, 10 races, and 36 ancient kingdoms. These 5 sects were the Tao Profound sect, the Northern Mang sect, the Sun Moon sect, the Heaven Vein sect, and the Demon Vanquishing sect. The 9 gates were made up of the Evil Tao and the Devil Tao. Among the evil sects, there were the Evil Goose sect, Imperial Beast sect, 5 Venom sect, and Corpse Control sect. Among the Devil Tao forces, there were the Saint Devil sect, Profound Hell sect, Myriad sect, Blood Emperor sect, and Wanxiang sect. Among them, the Gu Evil sect in the Tianwu continent, which was the sect that Wu Qingqing belonged to, was a branch of the Gu Evil sect in the Jiuzhou continent. The Saint Devil Palace of the Sky Martial continent was a branch of the Saint Devil sect of the 9 continents. The relationship between Lin Feng and the Holy Maiden of the demonic Saint Palace was extremely ambiguous. Of course, it was the witch. This little girl was pestering Lin Feng, insisting on being Lin Feng's wife. However, Lin Feng hadn't seen Guan Guan for many years. He didn't know how Guan Guan was doing now. The top 10 clans were Dong clan, Chu clan, Wang clan, Sun clan, Li clan, Chen clan, Zhao clan, Dongfang clan, Morong clan, and Shimen clan. The 36 ancient countries included the Shangzhou ancient country, the Spring and Autumn ancient country, the War God ancient country, the Xianhan Empire, and so on. These were the top forces. Below them, there were all kinds of clans, dynasties, empires, sects, and so on. There were simply too many to count. Furthermore, as the Tianwu continent and the Jiuzhou continent were connected, countless cultivators from outside the realm would also flood into the 9 states continent. That was because the 9 prefectures continent and the Tianwu continent combined to form the 9 prefectures major world. It was one of the top 7 major worlds of the 3,000 major worlds. The 9 prefectures major world was the center of the 532 star fields. In the surrounding 532 star fields, countless stars revolved around the 9 prefectures major world. As the center of the star field world, the 9 prefectures major world was naturally a place that countless people yearned for. So it could be foreseen. Not long after, there would be even more cultivators descending from the outer realm to the Tianwu continent. Then, they would cross the sea from the Tianwu continent to the 9 prefectures continent. At that time, the heroes would fight for supremacy, and the kings would fight for supremacy. Who knew what kind of bloody storm would occur? After the experts of the Tao Profound sect arrived, very quickly, the Northern Mang sect, 5 Poison sect, Corpse Control sect, Dong clan, Chu clan, Chen clan, Zhao clan, Spring and Autumn ancient country, War God ancient country, and other top forces all sent their cultivators over. The attraction of the dragon crystal rice was too great. That was why it attracted countless cultivators. Looks like there will be a fierce battle. The 4 sacred birds said. Lin Feng nodded, and said, many experts want to obtain the dragon crystal rice, this is interesting, let's see whose methods are better. Rumble, at this time. The restriction that enveloped the mountain range began to emit loud sounds. Everyone's spirits were suddenly shaken. The restriction on the mountain range was about to dissipate. At this time, the Empress walked out of the Brahma pirate ship. She then put away the god's pirate ship. Heavens, there's actually such a beautiful woman in this world. When the Empress appeared, countless people exclaimed in surprise, and their eyes burned with passion as they looked at her. The Empress was as tall as ever, and her figure was simply the most perfect golden ratio. She had the best appearance in the world. Her temperament was charming and alluring. The Empress smiled tenderly, and said, am I beautiful? Beautiful. Too beautiful. Many people's eyes were shining. Even the experts of the top forces were unable to take their eyes off the Empress's body. This was one of the Empress's most powerful techniques. Her every move exuded a shocking charm that could charm all living things. Do you like me? The Empress continued asking. Yes. We like you. Countless people shouted excitedly. Later, let me be the first to enter the mountain range. Do you agree? The Empress smiled tenderly, looking extremely charming. Yes. We are willing. Countless people shouted. Even if the Empress asked them to die, there would probably be many people who would choose to die without hesitation. This was the Empress's charm. She could make countless people willingly do anything for her. This woman is getting more and more terrifying. Lin Feng muttered to himself. There were some people in the crowd who weren't affected by the Empress's charm, but such people could be counted on one hand. They were either people with strong willpower like Lin Feng, or people who had severed their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, following 3 earth-shaking explosions, the restriction on the mountain range finally dissipated. The Empress smiled tenderly, and said, I'll be the first to enter. Stand guard outside and don't let anyone disturb me, okay? If anyone disturbs me, help me kill them. Is that all right? We're happy to help. Countless cultivators shouted. The Empress smiled tenderly as she flew into the mountain range. Damn, this is too ruthless. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to act rashly now because there were too many cultivators who had been charmed by the Empress. If he barged into the mountain range, he would definitely be attacked. At that time, he would definitely die. As for the cultivators who hadn't been charmed by the Empress, their expressions were gloomy. However, they could only continue to wait for these cultivators to return to normal. Only then could they enter the mountain range to search for dragon crystal rice. What's wrong with me? It wasn't until an hour later that everyone came back to their senses one after another. The bewitched cultivators all had confused expressions on their faces, not knowing what was going on. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk when Lin Feng and the 4 holy birds saw that the group of people had woken up, they quickly flew towards the mountain range. Some of the cultivators who hadn't been charmed by the Empress also rushed into the mountain range. The restriction has disappeared. Let's go find the dragon crystal rice. Many people exclaimed. They rushed to the mountain range. Looking for the dragon crystal rice, it was a mountain range. If there were 1,000 locks on the door, there must be a noble living here. After entering the mountain range, Lin Feng used the dragon searching formula he had learned from Taoist Wu Liang. He used it to search for the dragon crystal rice. Relying on his senses, he went deep into the mountain range and entered a huge cave residence. However, he didn't find anything here. The Empress seems to have disappeared. Lin Feng frowned. Underground. He soon sensed something. Then, Lin Feng used the Earth Tao of the Great 5 Elements technique and the Earth Tao of the Great 5 Elements technique. The 4 sacred birds controlled the power of earth, fire, water, and lightning. They could also use the Earth Escape technique. Therefore, they followed Lin Feng underground. It's not up there. The dragon crystal rice must be buried underground. A cultivator said. Let's enter the underground world. Many cultivators shouted. Then, these cultivators entered the underground world. When breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm, there was a realm called the 5 Elements realm. It was the 5 Elements technique of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Therefore, for cultivators, the Earth Escape technique was one of the simplest escape techniques. Everyone knew how to use it. Everyone entered the underground world and traveled through it. Although there were thousands of different kinds of Earth Escape techniques, some were strong and some were weak, they all had one thing in common. It didn't matter if it was a strong Earth Escape technique or a weak one. They could ensure that cultivators could travel freely underground. The earth element formed by the Earth Escape technique would separate the soil, sand, and stones. This was the wonder of the earth element technique. After reaching about 10,000 meters underground, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Master, what is it? The 4 holy birds asked in confusion. Run! Lin Feng shouted. He ran off into the distance. The 4 holy birds knew that Lin Feng must have found something scary, so they followed Lin Feng without hesitation. Rumble, at this moment, the ground began to collapse. A huge and pitch-black underground abyss appeared. Waves of terrifying devouring power could be felt. From the collapsed abyss, they surged out. Many cultivators who had dived into the ground were swept up by the powerful devouring force. It was hard to resist. One by one, they fell into the abyss. No, soon, the cultivators who fell into the abyss screamed in terror. Soon after, the voices disappeared. Those cultivators had clearly died miserably in the underground abyss. What is it? Many cultivators did not dare to approach the underground abyss. They watched from afar, their faces full of fear. Right at this moment, black fog filled the sky. Soon after, densely packed zombies rushed out of the abyss. Zombies were very strange creatures. One could say that they were evil spirits, but they had a powerful physical body. One could say that they were living beings, but they did not have a real soul. Only an evil thought controlled their bodies. They were between evil spirits and living beings. They were terrifying existences formed from the corpses of dead cultivators after countless years of transformation. This was not the first time Lin Feng had seen zombies. However, this was the first time he had seen so many zombies. There were so many of them that he did not know how many there were. Moreover, these zombies were abnormally powerful. The more powerful they were when they were alive. After death, they would transform into zombies. The zombies they turned into were even more powerful. These zombies were so powerful that they must have been peerless experts when they were alive. Hurry up and run. Seeing so many zombies charging over, the surrounding cultivators were almost scared out of their wits. One by one, they screamed in fear. Then, they scattered in all directions. However, at this moment, the underground world was constantly collapsing. The area of the underground abyss was also constantly expanding. More and more zombies rushed out. Damn. How many people died here back then? Could it be a battlefield? Seeing the densely packed zombies below, Lin Feng could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Other than this explanation, he really could not think of any other. So many people had died. The key was, it was very difficult for zombies to transform. Even if it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. To be able to transform into a few zombies was already quite heaven-defying. And the zombies here. They were densely packed and countless. They could even form an army of zombies. It was unknown how these zombies had transformed. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand and fought with a group of zombies. The most important thing now was to quickly break out of the encirclement and escape from the zombies' encirclement. Clang, 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 the black dragon sword slashed onto the zombie's body, and actually let out a series of metallic sounds. The bodies of these zombies were simply too hard. Even a supreme treasure like the black dragon sword was unable to harm their bodies. From this, it could be seen how terrifying these zombies were. The surrounding battles were also extremely intense. People were constantly being killed, and the dead cultivators were completely eaten up by the zombies. Scared the hell out of me. Scared the hell out of me. The 4 sacred birds saw the corpses of the cultivators that had been eaten up by the zombies. They immediately screamed in fear. In the end, Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds were also separated. Puff. Puff, even someone as powerful as Lin Feng's body was injured. The zombie's sharp claws had scratched his body, and the corpse poison had invaded his body. This corpse poison was different from ordinary poison. The corpse poison was even more terrifying. It was even more domineering. Offer your soul. Offer your soul. And when the corpse poison invaded his body, a sinister voice resounded in his mind. Lin Feng knew that it must be because he had been poisoned by the corpse poison that he was hallucinating. Ruler. Judgment. He roared out loud and used all his methods. Under the encirclement of the zombie army, he charged left and right and finally rushed out. Heaven Flame Refinement. Immediately after, he hurriedly circulated the heaven flame to refine the corpse poison in his body. The corpse poison was extremely terrifying. Even with the heaven flame, it was difficult to refine it. Fortunately, Lin Feng had also cultivated the Great Poison Technique. He used the Great Poison Technique and the heaven flame to refine the corpse poison in his body. Finally, the corpse poison was completely removed. Looking at the battle in the distance, Lin Feng could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This was simply a disaster. Countless cultivators had died tragically. Scared the hell out of me. Scared the hell out of me. The 4 sacred birds shouted. This guy's methods were extraordinary. He rushed out of the zombie army's encirclement and then rushed to the surface. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng also rushed to the surface. This underground world was too dangerous. He could not stay here any longer. But just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from afar. A small golden dragon drilled out of the ground and looked at the tragic battle between the zombie army and the cultivators in the distance. After seeing the small golden dragon, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Heavens, this is a small dragon formed by dragon crystal rice? Has this dragon crystal rice already become a spirit?" Lin Feng did not find it strange that a treasure like the dragon crystal rice could produce intelligence. Therefore, he stared unblinkingly at the little golden dragon, wanting to confirm whether it was transformed from dragon crystal rice or not. It really is the dragon crystal rice that transformed into a small golden dragon. Soon, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He quickly charged towards the small golden dragon. The small golden dragon actually wagged its tail at Lin Feng provocatively, then quickly rushed towards the depths of the earth. The small golden dragon traveled through the earth unimpeded. However, it was not easy for it to shake off Lin Feng. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to catch up to the small golden dragon. However, Lin Feng cultivated an earth attribute divine ability that had evolved from the Great Five Elements art. The Great Five Elements art was a divine ability formed after Lin Feng's 5 Emperor's dragon fists reached perfection. The Great Five Elements art contained the power of the basic 5 elements. The Great Tao of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, was the most powerful Great Tao of the 5 elements. Therefore, Lin Feng's earth attribute escape technique was executed. Its speed was even faster than the small golden dragon's speed. The small golden dragon was also extremely extraordinary. As it fled, it moved many huge rocks from its surroundings and smashed them towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched out, shattering the rocks with a single punch. After chasing for half an hour, they reached a depth of 20,000 meters before they caught up to the small golden dragon. Lin Feng threw a punch at the small golden dragon. A muffled bang was heard. The small golden dragon was sent flying by his punch. Then, the small golden dragon turned into a thumb-sized grain of dragon crystal rice. This grain of dragon crystal rice was completely golden, like a crystal. It was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng held the grain of dragon crystal rice in his hand and immediately felt a majestic energy being emitted from it. Dragon crystal rice was indeed a food that only true dragons could enjoy. Although there was only one grain, the energy it contained was unimaginable. In the absolute beginning era, everyone was like a dragon. The Black Bear Devil King suddenly said. Lin Feng asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The Black Bear Devil Monarch continued, "The absolute beginning era was the 5th great era after the creation of the world. And in that great era, dragon crystal rice appeared. At that time, the production of dragon crystal rice was very large. At that time, even ordinary people could eat dragon crystal rice. Those who ate dragon crystal rice for a long time, even if they were ordinary people, would have their cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. They were even stronger than heavenly dragons and divine dragons." Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly dragons, divine dragons. These were existences that were second only to true dragons. In history, there had been more than one heavenly dragon supreme emperor and divine dragon supreme emperor. If eating dragon crystal rice could allow one to surpass heavenly dragons and divine dragons, that would be too heaven-defying. The Black Bear Devil King continued, "However, the world changed, and the soil suitable for dragon crystal rice became fewer and fewer. Of course, at that time, dragon crystal rice wasn't called dragon crystal rice. As for what it was called, there are no records. However, it's said that the true dragon race improved dragon crystal rice, which is why dragon crystal rice didn't go extinct. After the true dragon race improved dragon crystal rice, the effects of the improved dragon crystal rice seemed to be even better than before." Lin Feng said, "It's normal that they didn't share it. After improving dragon crystal rice, they probably wouldn't share it with others. I'll find a place to refine this dragon crystal rice and see what the effects are." Swoosh, Lin Feng traveled through the underground world. Not long after, he saw a huge rock. He opened up a shelter within the rock and used restrictions to conceal his figure before starting to refine the dragon crystal rice. It took about 6 hours. Lin Feng had successfully refined the dragon crystal rice. What shocked him was that his cultivation had increased. A single grain of dragon crystal rice had almost helped him break through to the 9th firmament of the Nihility God realm. Isn't this effect too shocking? If I can find a few dozen grains of dragon crystal rice, won't I be able to break through to the divine flame realm? Lin Feng's face was full of emotions. He continued to search for dragon crystal rice in the underground world. Searching for the dragon crystal rice was like looking at a mountain. If there were 1,000 locks on the door, there would definitely be nobles inside. Lin Feng continued to chant the dragon searching incantation. This incantation was used to locate dragon veins and search for treasures. It had many unimaginable effects. Using the dragon searching incantation to search for dragon crystal rice was the best method in the underground world. Relying on the dragon searching incantation's senses, he began to search the underground world. Not long after, he saw 3 small golden dragons traveling through the underground world. 3 small golden dragons. 3 grains of dragon crystal rice. I'm rich. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He carefully hid behind an underground rock, quietly waiting for the 3 small golden dragons to come over. Lin Feng completely concealed his aura. He even held his breath. He was afraid that he would alert the 3 small golden dragons. These small golden dragons were very cunning. Once they were alerted, if the 3 small golden dragons were to flee in different directions, then Lin Feng could only chase after 1 small golden dragon. At most, he would get 1 grain of dragon crystal rice. Now, Lin Feng wanted to hide and wait for the 3 small golden dragons to come over. Then, he would suddenly attack and catch them all in one fell swoop. The 3 small golden dragons didn't discover Lin Feng, who was hiding behind the huge rock. They flew over leisurely. When the 3 small golden dragons were about 20 meters away from Lin Feng activated the confinement magnetic field. He was worried that if he got any closer, the 3 small golden dragons would discover him and flee. After the confinement magnetic field was released, the 3 small golden dragons were imprisoned. Roar, the small golden dragons were intelligent. They suddenly swung their dragon tails and rays of golden light surged out. The 3 small golden dragons actually wanted to break free from the confinement of the confinement magnetic field and escape from the confinement magnetic field. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. If he let the 3 small golden dragons escape, wouldn't it be like using a wicker basket to draw water? He hurriedly rushed over and threw a punch at the 3 small golden dragons. Bang! That tyrannical punch swept across the 3 small golden dragons. The 3 small golden dragons immediately turned into 3 grains of dragon crystal rice. Lin Feng put away the dragon crystal rice and was about to leave. Suddenly, figures flew over from afar. A total of more than 10 cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, I searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. I didn't expect to see you here, little bastard. Eerie laughter rang out. The person who spoke was the Dong clan's true god expert. He was the old man who had appeared when Lin Feng killed Dong Chong overseas. Brat, hand over the dragon crystal rice and we'll give you a quick death. If you don't cooperate, we'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and make you suffer endless pain before you die. An expert of the Dong family looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze as if he was looking at a dead man. The Dong family had many experts, so they naturally did not put Lin Feng in their eyes. Moreover, they had a true immortal realm expert like Dong Zhuo on their side. When Lin Feng had first met Dong Zhuo, he had only been at the 5th level of the true immortal realm. Now, his aura was even more unfathomable. It seemed that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Therefore, with such a powerful expert on their side, the Dong family cultivators were naturally full of confidence. However, it was obvious that they had underestimated Lin Feng. Faced with the threat of the Dong family cultivators, he said indifferently, "You bunch of trash are just mud that can't support a wall. I can stand here and crush you to death with one hand." Everyone in the Dong family was stunned. Then, these people became angry. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just a cultivator at the Void God realm. These Dong family cultivators did not put him in their eyes at all. So what if Dong Zhuo was not present? They could crush Lin Feng to death, Wasn't it as easy as crushing an ant? In the eyes of the Dong family cultivators, Lin Feng would definitely be scared half to death by them. But what about the reality? Lin Feng was so arrogant. He actually did not put them in his eyes. These people from the Dong family had always been high and mighty. How could they bear such humiliation? At this moment, the group of Dong family experts all had killing intent in their eyes. The Dong family cultivator who had just threatened Lin Feng was called Dong Quan. After hearing Lin Feng's extremely arrogant words, Dong Quan immediately laughed sinisterly. "Brat! You are really courting death. In this world, no one can save you. Later, we will let you taste the endless pain and torture in this world before we take your dog life." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Quan jumped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Dong Quan's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Divine Fire realm. He was abnormally powerful. His right hand turned pitch black like ink. This was a powerful divine ability called the Netherworld Ghost Palm. It was an ultimate technique passed down by the Netherworld Emperor, and Dong Quan had obtained it. This could be considered an opportunity for Dong Quan. Relying on this Netherworld Ghost Palm, Dong Quan could even often challenge those of a higher level. Although Dong Quan was extremely disdainful of Lin Feng, he was still extremely cautious when it came to making a move. "Impudent fool, you dare attack me with your puny cultivation level?" Facing Dong Quan's attack, Lin Feng sneered. He didn't put Dong Quan in his eyes at all. Now, Lin Feng's opponent was a true divinity realm cultivator. Not a divine flame realm cultivator like Dong Quan. Lin Feng raised his right hand and unleashed a sky-splitting slash. A dazzling saber light condensed. The saber light vibrated slightly, and the void was instantly torn apart. This attack collided with Dong Quan's attack. Poochie, then, a tearing sound could be heard. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. First, it chopped off Dong Quan's right hand. Dong Quan let out an incomparably shrill scream. The next moment, Dong Quan's body was directly split in half by Lin Feng's saber light. This happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Many people didn't even have time to react before Dong Quan was already killed. "Little bastard, you're courting death." Seeing Dong Quan killed, Dong Zhuo's eyes instantly turned blood red, and he roared with incomparable anger. Dong Quan was nominally his nephew, his elder brother's third son. But in reality, Dong Quan's real identity was Dong Zhuo's son. Dong Zhuo had an affair with his sister-in-law. She gave birth to Dong Quan. Even Dong Quan himself didn't know about this matter. Dong Quan was killed by Lin Feng. Dong Zhuo wished he could eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. He blasted a palm towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Dong Zhuo's cultivation level was profound, and he indeed had the strength to kill Lin Feng. If it was outside, it would be very dangerous to face an expert like Dong Zhuo. But underground, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Dong Zhuo. Among the top inheritances of the Celestial Master sect, there was a way to control the 9 veins of the earth. The 9 veins of the earth meant that one could draw on various terrains, such as the power of the dragon veins or the abyss, to fight an enemy. Lin Feng was more than 20,000 meters underground, and there were huge rocks everywhere. This was a characteristic of the underground world. The deeper one went, the more rocks there were. Lin Feng used the Celestial Master sect's inheritance to control the power of the earth veins. Suddenly, the rocks in the underground world quickly gathered together to form huge stone dragons. A total of 18 stone dragons 1,000 meters long formed. Their roars shook the sky as they pounced on Dong Zhuo and the group of Dong family cultivators. Lin Feng took this opportunity to quickly leave. Dong Zhuo's cultivation level was too high, and the enemy outnumbered him. It was extremely unwise to stay and fight the Dong family experts to the death. Lin Feng was well aware of this. Bang! 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 The Dong family experts, including Dong Zhuo, had to deal with the stone dragons formed by Lin Feng. In the end, they destroyed the 18 stone dragons, but Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. "Little bastard. I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Then I will pull out your soul and throw it into the boundless purgatory, so that you will never be reincarnated." Dong Zhuo roared with hatred. "Search. You must find that little bastard." "Yes, my lord." The Dong family experts quickly spread out to search for Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng had already dived to a depth of 40,000 meters. He found a hidden place, sealed the surroundings with a restriction, and concealed his figure. Then, he began to refine the 3 grains of dragon crystal rice in seclusion. Time passed slowly. The 3 grains of dragon crystal rice were gradually refined. The fluctuations in Lin Feng's body became more and more intense. 10 hours later, Lin Feng had completely refined the 3 grains of dragon crystal rice. The magic power in his body had been refined by the energy of the dragon crystal rice, becoming purer and purer. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The magic power in Lin Feng's body was like a torrential river, surging rapidly in his body. This was the great heavenly cycle. After the magic power in his body had completed 36 great heavenly cycles, Lin Feng finally broke through. He had broken through from level 8 empty god realm to level 9 empty god realm. Ha 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 ha, I finally broke through. Feeling the powerful magic power surging in his body, Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. Boom. At this time, Lin Feng felt a shocking energy fluctuation coming from afar. There are still people so deep underground? He was slightly surprised. He came out of seclusion and flew towards the source of the energy fluctuation. After flying for about 10 miles, Lin Feng saw the battle. The Empress, Lin Feng was shocked. The Empress was the first person to enter the mountain range to search for dragon crystal rice. She was extremely enchanting and charming. Her beauty was suffocating. The Empress's opponent wasn't a cultivator. Instead, it was a pitch-black scorpion. The scorpion was about 10 meters long and had a huge barb on its tail. The barb was shining with a blue luster. It was obvious that it was highly toxic. That poisonous scorpion was very powerful and moved as fast as lightning. Hence, the Empress did not dare to be careless. The reason why they were fighting was because they were fighting over 10 grains of dragon crystal rice. That is. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a cultivator hiding in the dark in the distance. He was slowly approaching the Empress. At this moment, the Empress was fighting with the poisonous scorpion. Hence, she did not notice the cultivator who was sneaking toward her. That cultivator was shrouded in a black robe. Although he had concealed his aura, Lin Feng could still sense a cold and terrifying evil aura from him. Is he from the Xianxia sect? Or the 5 Venoms sect? Or someone from the school of imperial beasts? Looking at the cultivator shrouded in a black robe, Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. That cultivator was obviously a demonic cultivator. Furthermore, Lin Feng guessed that it was the terrifying poisonous scorpion that was fighting the Empress. It should be the poisonous pet that the cultivator was controlling. To be able to control such a powerful poisonous scorpion, he should be from a top-tier demonic sect. The Xianxia sect was good at rearing all kinds of poisonous beasts to cultivate poisonous insects. The Imperial Beast sect was good at controlling all kinds of ferocious beasts to fight against enemies. Among these ferocious beasts, there were also some that were highly poisonous. For example, poisonous scorpions and poisonous crocodiles were huge poisonous beasts. Needless to say, the 5 Venoms sect was good at refining all kinds of strange poisons. This sect had even opened up many poisonous mountains. In these poisonous mountains, there were countless poisonous insects and beasts. These poisonous insects and beasts were made to kill and devour each other. Using this cruel method, they cultivated the most poisonous insects and beasts. Hence, that man in black was probably from one of these 3 sections. As for which sect he was from, Lin Feng could not make a judgment. Seeing that the man in black wanted to sneak an attack on the Empress, Lin Feng decided to take action. After all, he and the Empress were old acquaintances. How could he watch the Empress suffer and not do anything? Moreover, Lin Feng was a man who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. He couldn't bear to see a peerless beauty like the Empress perish. Red powder turned into a skeleton. What a heart-wrenching thing it was. Before making his move, Lin Feng first brought out the Death God armor. The Death God armor wrapped around him tightly. Although Lin Feng had cultivated the great poison art and many poisons were unable to harm him, Lin Feng was still able to use the great poison technique. However, that evil cultivator who wanted to sneak attack the great Empress might have some incomparably terrifying poison in his hands. If he fell for this person's trap, then he would be in deep trouble. It was rumored that a great emperor had been poisoned to death in the past. Clearly, these evil cultivators were extremely terrifying. They had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. In order to kill their opponents, they would stop at nothing. Poison was one of their favorite sinister tricks. Lin Feng naturally had to be fully prepared. Caution is the parent of safety. The world of cultivators was so cruel. Only by being cautious could one live longer. Whoosh! That evil cultivator leaped out and charged towards the great empress. Keek keek, die. He let out a sinister laugh. The great empress was fighting with Poison Scorpion. At this moment, when she heard the voice behind her, her beautiful face suddenly changed. She felt an aura of death enveloping her body. Now that she wanted to escape, it was already too late. Haha! Great Empress, long time no see. Lin Feng laughed loudly, stepped out of the void, and swept a fist towards the cultivator who attacked the Great Empress. When the Great Empress saw Lin Feng, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. With Lin Feng's help, he stopped that evil cultivator. She was finally safe. Then, the Great Empress smiled and said, "So it's Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi is really my close friend. When he saw that I was in danger, he came to save me. I'm so touched that I can't wait to repay him with my body." Bang! Lin Feng and the evil cultivator collided, and he forced the evil cultivator to retreat. Then, he said, "Forget it, I won't fall for your tricks. You can't charm me." The Great Empress said pitifully, "I'm speaking the truth. You're about to die, yet you still dare to flirt in front of me. Today, I'll let the two of you die together." The evil cultivator sneered. Then, he took out a porcelain bottle and opened the cork. A cloud of dark green gas floated out. Seeing that the evil cultivator was full of confidence, Lin Feng knew that it was the dark green gas. It was definitely a terrifying poison that was unimaginably strong. Seeing that the poison was sweeping towards him, Lin Feng took out his heavenly fire. The heavenly fire burned fiercely, enveloping the poison and beginning to burn the poison that the evil cultivator had taken out. Chi 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 chi, the poison burned rapidly, emitting black smoke. However, what made Lin Feng feel like collapsing was that this poison was very strange. Although a part of it was burned by the heavenly fire, most of it passed through the heavenly fire and swept towards Lin Feng and the Great Empress. F***ck. What kind of poison is this? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Keek keek, this poison is refined from the corpse poison of a quasi-emperor cultivator. It was refined with more than 3,000 poisonous insects. Not to mention you, even a heavenly god expert would be poisoned to death. The evil cultivator exclaimed proudly. Shameless bastard, you can't beat us, so you use poison. I despise you. Lin Feng scolded. The evil cultivator's mouth twitched violently, then he said coldly, I'm an evil cultivator, so what's so strange about using poison? Besides, when cultivators fight, the most important thing is to see who has the last laugh. Who cares what method you use to kill your opponent? The Great Empress said coldly, then you're too happy. Although your poison is powerful, what if it can't be used on us? The Great Empress's hands kept forming seals. Whoosh, she used a divine ability. Once this divine ability was used, suddenly an illusory world appeared. That illusory world was actually a space-time reversal outside the realm. The space-time reversal was an unknown and terrifying world. It was dark, cold, and raging with space-time storms. There was only despair and death there. My divine ability is called the Great Banishing Technique. Today, I'll let you know how powerful it is. The Great Empress said indifferently. Once she used the Great Banishing Technique, the power of banishment surged out and enveloped the evil cultivator's poison. The evil cultivator's poison was immediately banished into the space-time reversal. Then, the power of banishment enveloped the evil cultivator. The Great Empress wanted to banish the evil cultivator into the space-time reversal. However, the evil cultivator was very strong, and he dispelled the power of banishment that enveloped his body. Then, he quickly retreated. His cold eyes looked coldly at Lin Feng and the Great Empress, then he left with his poisonous scorpion. The evil cultivator knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat Lin Feng and the Empress alone, so he chose to leave. Lin Feng and the Empress did not chase after him either. This evil cultivator was good at using poison and had a powerful treasure on him. He was not easy to deal with. They did not want to force this evil cultivator into a dead end. If this evil cultivator decided to fight to the death, it would not be worth it. Lin Feng waved his hand and took 10 grains of dragon crystal rice. He then smiled and said, "We'll split these 10 grains of dragon crystal rice equally. Do you have any objections?" The Empress nodded and said, "Of course not. If young master wants to take all of them, I have no objections either." The Empress's words were so alluring that it seeped into his bones. Lin Feng felt like he was floating. "I can't be charmed by this woman. I can't be charmed by this woman." Lin Feng was secretly on guard. He turned to look at the Empress and said helplessly, "We can be considered old acquaintances, so please don't use your charms on me, okay? If you continue like this, we won't be able to have a pleasant conversation." The Empress smiled and said, "I didn't use any charms on young master. I'm just naturally charming." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was just as the Empress had said. She was naturally charming. Her every action and even her every word. She could charm anyone. There were not many men who could resist the Empress's charms. Lin Feng said, "I won't take advantage of you either. 5 grains of dragon crystal rice each. This is mine, and this is yours." Lin Feng took 5 grains of dragon crystal rice. He then handed the other 5 grains to the Empress. After the Empress accepted the grains, she smiled and said, "Are you interested in working with me again? I know a place with more than 40 grains of dragon crystal rice." Lin Feng said in surprise, "You didn't collect that much dragon crystal rice? It seems like that place is very dangerous. A terrifying stone race has been nurtured there. Without help, I don't dare to take the risk." The Empress said. "Stone race." Lin Feng's expression became serious. The stone race was the most terrifying race, and their cultivation was heaven-defying. Very few cultivators dared to provoke the stone race. If they really provoked the stone race, it would be no different from courting death. However, those who were brave would starve to death. Thus, Lin Feng to take the risk. He said, "Before we go, we should find a place to refine the dragon crystal rice." The Empress nodded and said, "Follow me, I know a good place." The Empress was leading the way and Lin Feng was following behind her. Admiring the Empress's figure from behind, it was really beautiful. The Empress turned her head and looked at Lin Feng in a seductive way. "Prince, are you admiring my body?" asked Lin Feng shyly. To not to say to not to not to. To young. Since the Empress had already seen through him, Lin Feng might as well admit it. He nodded and said, "Yes, such a perfect body. Shouldn't a man admire it?" The Empress licked her lips flirtatiously and said, "If young master likes me, I will definitely fly to you like a moth to a flame." "I like you very much too." Lin Feng muttered to himself. He didn't know if the Empress was being serious or just teasing him. This woman was unfathomable. He reached out and wrapped his arm around the Empress's waist, smiled, and said, "If you have feelings for me, then I have feelings for you. Let's have an in-depth conversation today." The Empress giggled and gently stepped away from Lin Feng. She smiled and said, "I like to forget about each other. That is the highest level of intimacy between men and women." Lin Feng said, "It seems like we aren't on the same path. I don't like to forget about each other. I like to do it on a mountain." The Empress charmingly rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "Forget about each other can also be done on a mountain, but that depends on whether young master has the ability to do it." It wasn't a problem for him to talk dirty with the Empress, but it was impossible for him to take advantage of her. Along the way, it was quite interesting for him to tease the Empress. After a short time, Lin Feng followed the Empress to the place she had told him about. This place was 50,000 meters underground. The Empress opened a temporary cave for cultivation in the middle of a 100-meter-tall boulder. After Lin Feng and the Empress entered, the Empress sealed the entrance with a restriction. The two then found a place to refine the dragon crystal rice. The dragon crystal rice had a significant effect on one's cultivation. Previously, Lin Feng had only refined 4 grains of dragon crystal rice to break through from Nihility God Stage 8 to Nihility God Stage 9. This showed how amazing the effects of the dragon crystal rice were. Now that Lin Feng had obtained 5 grains of dragon crystal rice, he was naturally looking forward to how much these 5 grains of dragon crystal rice could increase his cultivation. Lin Feng started to refine the dragon crystal rice. As time went by, the dragon crystal rice was gradually refined by Lin Feng. The pure energy of the dragon crystal rice was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. This pure energy could be used to refine one's magic power. It could make one's magic power purer. The transformation of one's cultivation was actually the transformation of one's magic power. When one's magic power reached a certain level of purity, it would complete the transformation. The transformation of one's magic power would increase one's cultivation. This time, after refining 5 grains of dragon crystal rice, Lin Feng's cultivation did not break through. This was normal. After all, he was going to break through from Nihility God Stage 9 to Nihility God Stage 10. The amount of dragon crystal rice consumed would greatly increase. However, even though he did not break through, Lin Feng's cultivation had reached the peak of Nihility God Stage 9. He was only a step away from breaking through to Nihility God Stage 10. At this time, the Empress had also refined 5 grains of dragon crystal rice. From her surprised expression, one could tell that she had obtained great benefits. She might have even broken through. Lin Feng asked, "Are you interested in exchanging divine abilities?" The Empress asked with interest, "You want to exchange for my great banishing technique?" TSK, not only are you beautiful, but you're also smart. You actually guessed what I wanted to say. Lin Feng praised. The Empress smiled, "Of course. No one can compare to my beauty, and my intelligence is also unparalleled." The Empress was proud, and her pride came from her bones. Of course, she had the right to be proud. She was beautiful and smart, so no matter what she said, no one would find it strange. Lin Feng said, "You can state your conditions." The Empress said, "I want your great calamity technique." Lin Feng nodded, "No problem." He took out a jade tube and sealed all the information regarding the Great Calamity technique inside. He then said, "The cultivation method for the Great Calamity technique, as well as some of my understanding of the Great Calamity technique, have all been sealed in this jade tube." What a straightforward person. The Empress took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the jade tube and used his divine sense to sense it. Then, he revealed a look of joy. The jade tube contained the complete cultivation method for the Great Banishing Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Banishing Technique was a powerful divine ability, and it was one of the 3,000 Great Daos. Now, he had finally obtained it. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. The Empress, who had obtained the Great Disaster Technique from Lin Feng, was also very happy. The two of them decided to comprehend the new divine ability before leaving. If there was anything they didn't understand, they could ask the other party for guidance. It took about 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Feng and the Empress talked a lot and discussed a lot. Lin Feng's gains were huge, and so was the Empress's. Both of them had successfully comprehended the divine abilities they had obtained. After that, Lin Feng and the Empress left and headed to the place the Empress had mentioned. Halfway there, they discovered that 2 groups of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. These people were fighting over dragon crystal rice. There were a total of 14 grains of dragon crystal rice, and they were all being restrained. The 2 groups of cultivators were fighting to the death, and one of them was actually from the Dong family. It was Dongzhuo's group. Enemies were bound to meet. Lin Feng didn't expect to meet the Dong family again so soon. "You know them?" Seeing Lin Feng's cold expression, the Empress's heart skipped a beat, and she asked softly. The Empress was indeed smart. She also knew how to read people's expressions. Lin Feng said, "The side with the upper hand is the Dong family, one of the top 10 families in the northern barbarian state. I have some personal grudges with this family." The Empress asked, "You want to snatch those grains of dragon crystal rice?" Lin Feng said, "I plan to, but I need to see if there's a chance. The old man leading the Dong family is at least at the 6th firmament of the true God realm. If we act rashly, we might die without a burial ground. So, we need to be careful. The Empress nodded and said, then let's observe for a while and see if there's a good chance to act. The strength of the group of cultivators fighting with the Dong family was also quite impressive. However, the true God stage expert on their side was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the true God stage. After being injured by Dong Zhuo, his battle strength was greatly reduced. The people of the Dong family probably wanted to kill all of the cultivators, so they didn't intend to let them go. Originally, there were more than 20 cultivators in the group, but it didn't take long for more than 10 of them to be killed. Only 7 people remained. Dong Zhuo. You old dog. Even if we die in your hands today. In the future, my fellow disciples from the Xianxia sect will definitely avenge us. That true God stage 5 cultivator looked at Dong Zhuo with eyes filled with hatred. Lin Feng had never heard of the Xianxia sect. However, he reckoned that it was a powerful sect. However, he reckoned that there was still a gap between it and the Dong family. Lin Feng was actually quite puzzled. Even if Dong Zhuo wanted to snatch the dragon crystal rice, there was no need for him to kill everyone from the Haiqian sect, right? If someone managed to escape and this news was leaked, they would have completely offended a major power. At this moment, Dong Zhuo sneered and said, Tang Ming. You have a great void ancient talisman left behind by the great void emperor. You think that no one knows about this, but you don't know that when you obtained the great void ancient talisman, I was watching from afar. However, at that time, my cultivation was inferior to yours, so I didn't have the ability to kill you and take the great void ancient talisman. But now, my cultivation has surpassed yours, so I can kill you. In this underground world, even if I kill you, as long as I take care of the aftermath, no one from the Xianxia sect will know about it. When I obtain the Great Void Ancient Talisman, I can comprehend the secrets of the Great Void Ancient Talisman and find the legacy of the Great Void Emperor. If I really obtain it, I might even be able to break through to the Great Void Emperor in the future. After Dong Zhuo finished speaking, he launched an even more ferocious attack. The cultivators from the Dong family also cooperated with Dong Zhuo to besiege the 7 surviving cultivators from the Xianxia sect. No wonder Dong Zhuo wanted to kill Tang Ming and the others. It turns out that Tang Ming actually obtained a treasure left behind by a great emperor. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Pooh. Pooh. Under the frenzied attacks of the Dong family experts, another 2 cultivators from the Xianxia sect were killed. Only 5 cultivators from the Xianxia sect remained. Tang Ming roared, Dong Zhuo, you evil thief, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Tang Ming's body was actually burning. Tang Ming began to burn his life source. This was to raise his cultivation. The other 4 cultivators from the Xianxia sect did the same. Their bodies were enveloped in flames. Their cultivations were also rising steadily. This was the burning blood technique passed down from the Xianxia sect. By burning one's life source, one could increase one's battle prowess. This was a sacred art that would only be used when one was desperate. Now, these cultivators from the Xianxia sect seemed to know that they were going to die without a doubt. Therefore, they no longer had any scruples. One by one, they began to fight with their lives on the line. Tang Ming's strength was originally not Dong Zhuo's match, but after using the burning blood technique, Tang Ming's cultivation increased greatly. He was actually able to temporarily stall Dong Zhuo. As for the other 4 experts from the Xianxia sect, they were not afraid of death and fought with the experts from the Dong family. These 4 cultivators were also ruthless people. One by one, they self-destructed their bodies. Before they died, they took more than 10 experts from the Dong family with them. Seeing this scene, Dong Zhuo's expression became extremely gloomy. He used an even more powerful sacred art to attack Tang Ming. It seemed that Tang Ming could not hold on any longer. You go and collect the dragon crystal rice. I will deal with Dong Zhuo and the others. Lin Feng said. Okay. The Empress nodded. The 2 of them quickly rushed over. At this time, Dong Zhuo slammed his palm towards Tang Ming's head, wanting to kill him. Lin Feng took out the revered sword tomb. 4 treasured swords flew out. They slashed towards Dong Zhuo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tang Ming was very powerful. At this moment, if he saved Tang Ming, Dong Zhuo would not be able to use his full strength to deal with him. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hesitate to attack. He could not let Dong Zhuo kill Tang Ming. Of course, it would be better if the 4 treasured swords could kill Dong Zhuo. Sir, be careful. The 5 or 6 surviving experts of the Dong family shouted at the same time. Dong Zhuo was shocked. He turned around and swept out his palm, knocking back Lin Feng's 4 treasured swords. However, Dong Zhuo had lost his best chance to kill Tang Ming. Tang Ming threw a punch at Dong Zhuo. The two of them attacked each other. Tang Ming was sent flying by Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo looked at Lin Feng. His eyes immediately turned blood red. He roared angrily, "Little bastard, you don't want to go to heaven, but you want to go to hell. Today, I will kill you." Dong Zhuo was very terrifying. He stretched out his hand and slammed it down, condensing a huge energy palm in the air. This palm covered hundreds of acres of land. Dong Zhuo wanted to kill Lin Feng and Tang Ming in one fell swoop. The other experts of the Dong family rushed towards the Empress, wanting to kill her together. Lin Feng sneered, "Dong Zhuo, you old dog, I am not your opponent, but I have many treasures. I can kill you with them." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out more than 10 divine weapons. Tang Ming also knew how terrifying Dong Zhuo's attack was. He gritted his teeth and took out more than 10 extremely precious jade talismans. These jade talismans were Tang Ming's most precious treasures. However, in order to fight against Dong Zhuo, he had to use them. These jade talismans were densely packed with a large formation that could be detonated. Once it detonated, its power would be released and it would cause an extremely terrifying lethality. Boom, all the divine weapons and jade talismans exploded. The destructive energy instantly flooded the area, causing the energy palm that Dong Zhuo had condensed to dissipate. The other experts of the Dong family were also submerged in the energy of the explosion, and they all vomited blood. When the energy wave dissipated, Lin Feng, the Empress, and Tang Ming had all disappeared. Dong Zhuo was very powerful. The explosion of the divine weapons and jade talismans did not hurt him. However, when he saw Lin Feng, the Empress, and Tang Ming disappear without a trace, Dong Zhuo roared like a madman. "Little bastard, you're ruining my plans again. I'll tear you to shreds." Dong Zhuo's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His hatred for Lin Feng couldn't be washed away even if all the water in the world was washed away. After Lin Feng and the Empress obtained the dragon crystal rice, they quickly left. On the way, they saw Tang Ming. Tang Ming seemed to be deliberately waiting for them. When he saw Lin Feng and the Empress approaching, Tang Ming cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Lin Feng replied, "Don't mention it, fellow Taoist. Unfortunately, our cultivation levels are limited, so we couldn't save your fellow disciples." In truth, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to care about the lives of Tang Ming's fellow disciples, but he still had to be polite. Tang Ming revealed a sorrowful expression. "I must kill that bastard Dong Zhuo and avenge my fellow disciples." Was it looking for Dong Zhuo a suicide mission? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Was this guy trying to drag him and the Empress to seek revenge on Dong Zhuo? Only an idiot would do such a thing. In any case, Lin Feng wouldn't do such a thing. There was no benefit to it. Of course, he wouldn't do it even if there were benefits. Dong Zhuo was too strong, and the 3 of them together were no match for him. Seeking revenge on Dong Zhuo now was no different from seeking death. Lin Feng said tactfully that bastard Dong Zhuo deserved to die, but his cultivation level is too high. Even if you want to seek revenge, you have to wait until you're fully confident. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Tang Ming said, "Fellow Taoist, you're right. Don't worry, I won't seek revenge on Dong Zhuo for now. Besides thanking you, I also want to extend an invitation to you." "Oh? You're inviting me?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Tang Ming said, "I'm sure you've heard about the ancient talisman. To tell you the truth, I've been studying the ancient talisman for thousands of years. Now, I'm finally about to comprehend its secrets. Once I've fully comprehended the ancient talisman, I'll invite you to the place of inheritance of the great Void Emperor. I wonder if you're interested in doing so." Lin Feng was very interested. The Taishu Emperor was also a famous expert in history. Who knew how terrifying his orthodoxy and legacy were? If he could make a trip to the place of inheritance of the great Void Emperor, he might even be able to obtain some heaven-defying treasures. Thank you for your invitation, fellow Taoist. I wonder how we'll contact each other when the time comes? Lin Feng asked. Tang Ming took out a purple spiritual jade and handed it to Lin Feng. He said, "This is a voice transmission immortal jade. As long as I am in the 9 provinces, even in any remote corner, with this immortal jade, I can pass the message to you through another immortal jade." There's actually such a treasure? Amazing. Lin Feng took the voice transmission jade and clicked his tongue in wonder. After that, the two sides exchanged a lot of information. This included both parties' identities, names, and so on. Originally, Lin Feng only knew that this person was called Tang Ming. He didn't know much about his identity. After Tang Ming introduced himself, Lin Feng was shocked. Tang Ming's identity was not simple. He was actually the son of the previous sect master of the Qian sect. Lin Feng told Tang Ming that he was a rogue cultivator. Lin Feng came from the Sky Martial continent. Currently, the 9 provinces was a foreign world to him. In the 9 provinces, Lin Feng was indeed a rogue cultivator. Therefore, it was not a problem for him to introduce himself like this. From the beginning to the end, Tang Ming did not mention the 14 grains of dragon crystal rice that the Empress had collected. This person clearly knew how to conduct himself. He probably saw that Lin Feng was young and had a strong cultivation base, and knew that Lin Feng's future was limitless. That was why he deliberately came to befriend Lin Feng. This kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. He wanted to befriend some young cultivators with potential. Perhaps in the future, the friend he befriended would become a super expert. When the time came, he would also benefit. Even the forces behind him would benefit as well. This kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. After the two sides separated, Lin Feng and the Empress left. The Empress smiled and said, "This Tang Ming has good eyesight. He can see the potential in you, so he wants to place a big bet on you. I've heard of this Hai Qian sect before. It's a power that's neither too strong nor too weak. Above it, there are the 9 sects, 10 clans, and the 36 countries suppressing it. As for the lower powers, it's very difficult to pose a threat to a power like the Hai Qian sect. A power like the Hai Qian sect will definitely want to expand. Tang Ming's father is a person who is successful in maintaining his position, but not enough to expand. Therefore, in his generation, the Hai Qian sect has not developed much. Tang Ming seems to have some ambition, and when he inherits the Hai Qian sect's position in the future, if he wants to continue expanding the Hai Qian sect, it will definitely not be possible to rely on the Hai Qian sect's own strength. He will need the help of some friends. Lin Feng said, "If I have the ability, I can help him when the time comes." The two of them did not stay for long and quickly left, finding a place to cultivate in seclusion. Then, there were 14 grains of dragon crystal rice, 7 grains each. Lin Feng began to refine the dragon crystal rice. Waves of powerful energy surged in his body. His magic power. Once again, it was refined by the energy of the dragon crystal rice. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's body rumbled loudly. The magic power in his body surged violently, growing rapidly. "I've broken through." Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. After refining 7 grains of dragon crystal rice, he had successfully broken through to level 10 of the empty god realm. Soon, the Empress woke up. The Empress had a satisfied look on her face. It seemed that she had gained a lot. Dragon crystal rice is such a treasure. No wonder the true dragon clan was so powerful back then. They ate dragon crystal rice every day. How could their cultivation not improve quickly? The Empress could not help but sigh. Lin Feng said, "What a pity. The method to cultivate dragon crystal rice has been lost. If we could obtain the method to cultivate dragon crystal rice and cultivate it ourselves, that would be heaven-defying." The Empress shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Actually, even if we had the method to cultivate dragon crystal rice, we wouldn't be able to cultivate dragon crystal rice because the order of heaven and earth has changed greatly. There is no suitable soil for dragon crystal rice to grow. Even the true dragon clan is unable to cultivate dragon crystal rice now. Moreover, it seems that the true dragon clan no longer exists in this world. What a pity. What a pity. Such food. It's going to be extinct. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. The Empress nodded and sighed. In this world, there are many things that humans can't do. The two of them rested for a while before setting off again, heading towards the place that the Empress had mentioned. This place was 100,000 meters underground. Not long after, Lin Feng and the Empress arrived at this place. This place had formed a huge abyss. The abyss was as black as ink. Above the abyss, there were dozens of small golden dragons swimming around. These small golden dragons were very alert. Although Lin Feng and the Empress tried their best to conceal their auras, they were still discovered by the small golden dragons. These small golden dragons quickly dove into the abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's down there, the Empress said, pointing at the abyss. Lin Feng frowned and said, what kind of creature is the stone clan in the abyss? It's a stone wolf. The Empress said. Stone wolf? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Lin Feng had seen some stone tribes before, including stone men and stone beasts. However, he had never seen a stone wolf before. Theoretically speaking, the stone tribe could give birth to anything. Anything that existed in the world could be born from them. If Lin Feng saw a group of stone ants one day, he wouldn't find it strange. Although the stone wolf is sleeping, if we go down there rashly, we'll definitely wake it up. I tried to lure it out before, but it didn't fall for it at all. It didn't show any signs of coming out. The Empress said. The stone tribe was too powerful, so it would be very dangerous if they really fought. Lin Feng grinned. The Empress asked curiously, what are you smiling about? Lin Feng said, actually, collecting dragon crystal rice isn't too difficult. Oh? You've already thought of a way? The Empress looked at Lin Feng in pleasant surprise. Look, what's this? Lin Feng waved his right hand, and his celestial clone flew out. During this time, Lin Feng had been letting his celestial clone absorb the power of faith and continuously refine origin crystals. The celestial clone's cultivation had risen very quickly, and it had already reached the 10th stage of the divine flame realm. Of course, ordinary people couldn't afford it. Only Lin Feng could afford it. Whether it was in the exiled world or the Tianwu continent, people were constantly building temples for him to generate power of faith. In addition, Lin Feng had a large amount of wealth on him. That was why the celestial clone's cultivation had risen so quickly. Of course, the reason why the celestial clone had risen so quickly was because it was a puppet clone. A puppet clone only needed to provide enough energy to break through. However, cultivators were different. Apart from needing energy, they also needed to consider many other factors. For example, to break through a major realm, one needed to comprehend the Tao. This was because the Tao contained within each major realm was different. The Tao of Nihility God Realm and Divine Flame Realm cultivators were clearly different. The Tao of Divine Flame Realm cultivators was much stronger. And to break through a small realm, the cultivator still needed to temper his magic power. Increase the purity of magic power. Because cultivators like Lin Feng had accumulated too much energy, they had very high requirements for the grade of their energy. Therefore, origin crystals could no longer completely satisfy his needs. Only a higher grade of heavenly treasure, such as the dragon crystal rice, could increase Lin Feng's cultivation in a short period of time. If he were to refine origin crystals to increase his cultivation, it would take a very long time. The Empress's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Feng's doppelganger. She asked, are you planning to send your clone to collect the origin crystals? Lin Feng nodded. That's exactly what I was planning to do. But even if we join forces, I'm afraid we won't be a match for the stone wolf. The Empress couldn't help but frown. The stone wolf was very powerful. Once it went berserk, it would be extremely terrifying. At that time, it would indeed be possible to kill Lin Feng and the Empress. Lin Feng said, we can activate the 9 Devils painting. If it really doesn't work, we can only burn our life force to increase the 9 Devils painting's power. We have a long lifespan now, so for the dragon crystal rice, burning a few 100,000 years of our lifespan is no big deal. Of course, burning one's lifespan was the worst option. This was because burning one's lifespan could very well damage one's life force. Once one's life force was damaged, it would be a very heavy blow to a cultivator. The slightest carelessness could cause one's cultivation to go berserk and regress. The Empress bit her lips and said, "Wealth comes from danger. If you want to obtain a treasure, if you don't have the spirit to risk your life, how can you succeed?" "All right, we'll do as you say." The Empress was a very opinionated woman. She was also a woman who could be ruthless to herself. Lin Feng, the Empress, and the deity's doppelganger flew towards the abyss. This abyss was about 20,000 meters deep. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a gloomy and cold aura. This place seemed to be a passage to the netherworld. Lin Feng saw that there were many small golden dragons flying in the abyss. Altogether, there were more than 50 of them. It was more than what the Empress had said. The Empress said softly, "It seems like this is the nest of the dragon crystal rice." After these dragon crystal rice transformed into small golden dragons and ran out, they returned to the nest one after another. "This time, there are more than 10 golden dragons than the last time I was here." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he used a seal to seal the exit of the abyss to prevent these small golden dragons from escaping. A woo! A low howl came from the depths of the abyss. Then, a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall giant wolf walked out. This giant wolf was a greenish-gray stone wolf. The stone tribe had a very strict division. Different colors of the stone tribe had different talents and future achievements. For example, the sacred battle ape could be said to be the most famous stone tribe in history. This existence had a golden body. The golden-bodied stone tribe was considered to be of a very high level. The greenish-gray stone tribe was considered to be of a middle level. Of course, even the stone tribe with the lowest talent. They were comparable to the top geniuses of the human race. That was why these stone tribe members were so terrifying. "Lowly creature, you should be glad that I didn't kill you last time. You're courting death." The stone wolf walked over step by step. Obviously, this stone wolf recognized the Empress as a stone tribe member. The stone wolf was extremely proud. He did not care about Lin Feng and the Empress. In his opinion, killing these two human cultivators was as easy as flipping his hand. Whoosh! The stone wolf leaped up and turned into a green light as it quickly rushed over. The stone wolf's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that Lin Feng could not see the stone wolf's movements clearly. This made Lin Feng very surprised. One had to know that Lin Feng's speed had always been one of his trump cards. But now, compared to the stone wolf, he actually had such a big disadvantage in speed. He really didn't know how shockingly fast this stone wolf's speed was. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly took out the 9 demons painting to suppress the stone wolf. If the stone wolf got close to them, with the stone wolf's speed and its heaven-defying body, they would not be able to escape. Lin Feng knew that he and the Empress could not resist the stone wolf's violent attacks. The only thing they could rely on now was the imperial weapon in their hands. This was their advantage. The stone wolf did not have any magic treasures, so it could only rely on its own strength to kill them. Boom! After the 9 demons painting was taken out, it emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Under the combined power of Lin Feng and the Empress, the 9 demons painting attacked the stone wolf. Bang! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound of a violent collision. The 9 demons painting collided with the stone wolf. The stone wolf was unusually strong. After blocking the 9 demons painting's attack, it raised its huge paw and slapped the 9 demons painting again. The stone wolf's huge claws slammed onto the 9 devils' portrait, sending it flying. "Even if you have an emperor weapon, you are still as weak as ants in front of me." The stone wolf looked coldly at Lin Feng and the Empress. It walked toward them step by step. With every step it took, its aura increased significantly. How terrifying! When Lin Feng sensed the stone wolf's qi, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He did not dare to hesitate and started burning his life force to activate the 9 demons painting. 100,000 years of life force was burned in an instant. The energy formed by burning his life force was poured into the 9 demons painting. Like Lin Feng, the Empress burned 100,000 years of life force to strengthen the 9 demons painting with Lin Feng. With Lin Feng and the Empress's 200,000 years of life force, the Nine Demons painting emitted a terrifying emperor aura. The dormant power of the Nine Demons painting was awakening bit by bit. A treasure like the Nine Demons painting was too high level. Cultivators at Lin Feng's level could not fully unleash the Nine Demons painting's power. However, this was not absolute. Burning one's life force or using treasures like the deity elixir could still activate the Nine Demons painting and summon its terrifying power. Once a treasure like the Nine Demons painting was unleashed, it was an attack that could destroy the world. Just like now, the dormant power of the Nine Demons painting was summoned. Although Lin Feng and the Empress had burned 200,000 years of life force, they could only summon a small part of the Nine Demons painting's power. However, its power was already strong enough. The Nine Demons picture released a power that could destroy the heavens. Then, it rushed toward the stone wolf again. Bang! The Nine Demons painting and the stone wolf collided again. This time, the Nine Demons painting showed its power and forced the stone wolf to retreat. Go and collect the dragon crystal rice. Lin Feng looked at his celestial state clone. Whoosh! The avatar went around the stone wolf and rushed toward the dragon crystal rice that had turned into golden dragons. The stone wolf roared and turned around, wanting to chase after the deity's avatar and destroy it. Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Your opponents are us. Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. He and the Empress continued to manipulate the Nine Demons painting to attack the stone wolf. Although the stone wolf was powerful, he didn't dare to be careless when facing the Nine Demons portrait's attack. After all, the Nine Demons painting was a monarch weapon. The destructive power of such a magical treasure was too great. If he dared to be careless, he might really be killed. The stone wolf and the Nine Devil picture collided once again. The Nine Devil picture's power had increased tremendously, so the stone wolf was once again sent flying. The stone wolf was thoroughly enraged. He roared, "Damn it! You have angered me. Today, you will all die." Following the stone wolf's furious voice, demonic chi surged from the stone wolf's body. As the monstrous demonic chi spread out, the stone wolf's aura instantly became extremely terrifying. It was as if a cultivator had suddenly changed from the nihility god realm to the divine flame realm. Clearly, this was the stone wolf's true combat power. The strength of the stone wolf made Lin Feng and the Empress' hair stand on end. The stone wolf waved its huge claws and slapped at the Nine Demons portrait. Bang! Bang! After 3 consecutive slaps, the Nine Demons portrait couldn't withstand the stone wolf's attack. The Nine Demons portrait dimmed and its power was greatly reduced. Oh no! The stone wolf has gone crazy. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He didn't dare to hesitate and continued to burn his lifespan to strengthen the Nine Demons portrait. This was something he had to do. The stone wolf was too powerful. At this moment, the Nine Demons portrait couldn't withstand the stone wolf's attack. Therefore, he could only burn his lifespan again. This time, Lin Feng burned 200,000 years of his lifespan to strengthen the Nine Demons portrait. The Empress also knew that the situation was very dangerous, so she didn't hold back. She also burned 200,000 years of her lifespan. Lin Feng and the Empress had burned a total of 400,000 years of lifespan. Under the support of 400,000 years of lifespan, the Nine Demons portrait's power was greatly increased. Lin Feng and the Empress controlled the Nine Demons portrait to attack the stone wolf. Who is sacrificing their lives? Who is awakening the Nine Demons portrait's power? At this moment, a deep voice came from the Nine Demons portrait. The voice was ancient and mysterious. It was as if an eternally existing deity was awakening. The Nine Demons portrait's weapon spirit. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that the Nine Demons portrait's weapon spirit was awakening? If the weapon spirit of an emperor-grade weapon was awakening, that would be terrifying. Even the stone wolf wouldn't be a match for the Nine Demons portrait. However, the voice soon fell silent. The Nine Demons portrait's weapon spirit hadn't awakened. Although it hadn't awakened, the Nine Demons portrait's power was much stronger than before. The Nine Demons portrait and the stone wolf clashed again and again. Although the stone wolf had a slight advantage, it was impossible for it to disperse the Nine Demons portrait's power in a short time. Lin Feng burned 300,000 years of his lifespan. the Empress burned 300,000 years of her lifespan. The two of them together burned 600,000 years of their lifespan to strengthen the Nine Demons portrait. It wasn't strange for the Nine Demons portrait to have such power. At this moment, the Celestial Realm clone also displayed his power and forced the small golden dragons back to their original forms. Those small golden dragons turned into dragon crystal rice. Then, the Celestial Realm clone collected them. In the end, more than 50 grains of dragon crystal rice were collected. Just as the Celestial Realm clone was about to return, suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard. A mountain in the depths of the abyss cracked. "Lowly creatures, how dare you intrude into the stone beast abyss? No one can save your lives." A cold voice suddenly came from the cracked mountain. When that voice appeared, Yixichen was stunned. Even the stone wolf trembled in fear. The stone wolf was such a terrifying creature, yet it was still scared to this extent. Obviously, the owner of the voice was even more terrifying. Lin Feng and the Empress looked at the cracked mountain in horror. They saw a huge green stone tiger that was 10 meters long and 6 to 7 meters tall. It was ferocious. "Oh my god, there's a stone beast. And it's a stone tiger." After seeing the stone tiger, Lin Feng and the Empress felt their scalps go numb. Facing the stone tiger, Lin Feng didn't even have the courage to resist. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the stone tiger was. "I'm afraid we're dead." Lin Feng and the Empress looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The stone tiger walked step by step, and a terrifying murderous intent enveloped Lin Feng and the Empress. Lin Feng kept thinking of a way to deal with the stone tiger, but he couldn't think of a way. The Empress was the same. Her beautiful face was very pale. The situation in front of them was really hopeless. "I'm going to eat you." The stone tiger opened its mouth and wanted to swallow Lin Feng and the Empress. At that moment, a burly man descended from the sky. The appearance of that man made the originally domineering Shirhu's expression change abruptly, and he quickly retreated. "It's him." When he saw the man, Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. In the past, Lin Feng had seen a mysterious man in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. He wore ancient clothes, had messy hair, and had a full beard. He looked like a barbarian who lived in seclusion deep in the mountains. At that time, Lin Feng had vaguely heard that the barbarian had appeared once 80,000 years ago. In the blink of an eye, 80,000 years had passed. He had once again appeared in Tianwu continent. After that, Lin Feng met the Taoist priest, the great Taoist priest, and told him about the mysterious cultivator. Wu Liang Daoist had turned pale with fright. Wu Liang Daoist seemed to have some understanding of this cultivator from 80,000 years ago. However, no matter how Lin Feng asked, Wu Liang Daoist did not reveal any more information. Now, this mysterious cultivator had appeared here. While Lin Feng was shocked, he also revealed a look of joy. This person was an abnormally terrifying existence. From the change in Shirhu's expression after seeing him, it was enough to explain many things. Lin Feng and the Empress felt the pressure on their bodies disappear, and they could move freely. "Who are you? Why did you enter the stone beast abyss?" Shirhu asked with a gloomy expression. Shi Lang did not speak, but looked at the barbarian as if he was facing a great enemy. The barbarian walked step by step into the abyss. He must have come for some special reason, but he did not say anything in the face of Shirhu's questioning. It was difficult for others to guess his purpose. Lin Feng and the Empress were also very curious. At this time, they actually had a chance to leave, because Shirhu and Shi Lang were all focused on the barbarian and did not pay attention to them. Thus, this was the best time to leave. However, Lin Feng and the Empress did not choose to leave, because they were very curious about the situation in front of them. They did not understand why the barbarian had come here. Thus, they wanted to find out. Furthermore, the barbarian clearly did not have any enmity towards the two of them. This was also the main reason why Lin Feng and the Empress dared to continue staying here. If the barbarian had any enmity towards them, Lin Feng and the Empress would have left long ago. "Don't come over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Shirhu threatened loudly when he saw the barbarian walking into the depths of the forest. How arrogant was Shirhu! If there was any disagreement, he could just kill them. But now, facing the savages, Shirhu only dared to threaten them. instead of attacking directly. This was enough to explain a lot of things. The strength of the savages. It was unimaginable. Hence, Shirhu was extremely fearful and hoped that the barbarians would take the initiative to retreat. However, the barbarians continued to press on without any intention of retreating. Shirhu had no other choice. His eyes flickered with a ferocious glint as he occasionally let out a manic and uneasy voice. The stone wolf did the same. It let out a low growl and looked at the barbarians with its cold eyes. Stone tiger and stone wolf want Savage to leave. They don't want him to enter the depths of the abyss. Could it be that there is something shocking in the depths of the abyss? Are these stone tigers and stone wolves actually guarding that astonishing item? Lin Feng said in surprise. The Empress nodded her head. She felt that what Lin Feng said made sense. Roar! Roar! Finally, Shirhu and Stone Wolf attacked the barbarians. The two beasts roared and leaped toward the barbarians. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Even Lin Feng couldn't see their speed clearly. Especially Shirhu. His strength far surpassed the Stone Wolf's. The Stone Wolf could more or less see the trajectory of his attack. However, Lin Feng couldn't see the trajectory of Shirhu's attack. He could only see a flash of green light. He really didn't know how fast Shirhu's speed was. Facing the incoming stone tigers and stone wolves, the barbarian's attack was very simple. He raised his right hand and sent out 2 consecutive palms. Bang, bang, 2 dull sounds of collision were heard. Shirhu and Stone Wolf were sent flying by the barbarians. The 2 powerful stone beasts couldn't even resist the barbarians. Clang! Clang! A loud sound shook the sky. The ground shook. The 2 stone beasts' huge bodies fell heavily to the ground. They rolled over a dozen times before coming to a stop. Crack, crack. The stone wolf's body cracked. It was like a broken piece of porcelain. Such an injury was naturally an incomparably serious injury to the stone wolf. Shirhu's condition was slightly better than the stone wolf's, but it wasn't much better. More than a dozen huge cracks appeared on Shirhu's body. His body began to crack. The stone tribe didn't have blood. If they had blood, these 2 stone beasts would have been bleeding a lot. The 2 stone beasts struggled to get up, although they were severely injured. However, the 2 stone beasts were still charging toward the barbarians without fear of death. The barbarians looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and wanted to get rid of the 2 stone beasts. At this moment, a voice came from the deepest part of the distorted world of darkness. You are no match for him. Back down. After the voice came out, Shirhu and Stone Wolf retreated. The barbarians didn't continue to attack the 2 stone beasts. Instead, he looked into the dark world and said, I came to get that thing. Dong, 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 dong. Footsteps came from the depths. Lin Feng and the Empress held their breaths. It seemed like Shirhu and Stone Wolf were guarding an extremely terrifying creature. Now that the creature was about to appear, they wondered what kind of existence it was. The barbarian said that he came to get that thing. What did the barbarians mean by that thing? That thing doesn't belong to you. The creature in the darkness said. He finally walked out. When they saw the creature, Lin Feng and the Empress couldn't help but gasp. It was a stone man with 3 heads and 6 arms. But now, the 4 arms of the stone man seemed to have been torn off. Among the 3 heads, only half of the left head was left. The other half seemed to have been chopped off. The right head had been chopped off completely. Only the head in the middle was intact. This creature from the stone race had suffered too much damage. But he survived. This was the creature that Shirhu and Stone Wolf were guarding. That was left by an old friend for his child. The barbarian said coldly. The savage's voice was ice cold. You dare to be greedy? So what? It wasn't left for you. It has nothing to do with you. Why get involved in this mess? The stone tribe creature said coldly. When I met him, I was very weak in the snow, and I almost froze to death. He took me in to take back his thing, the barbarian's voice was intermittent. That was a period of time that the savage would never forget. During that time, the heavens were in chaos. Countless people lost their homes and became refugees. Demons and monsters ran rampant. Many places were like purgatory on earth. Seeing the people around him die one after another, he, who was only 8 or 9 years old, knew that perhaps one day, a cold corpse in a corner would be his. On that snowy day, he was too cold. He hid in a corner beside the door of a mansion, shivering from the cold. He originally thought that he would definitely die. But he didn't expect that a child around his age would pity him and save him. The child who saved him was a disciple of that large family. He was called Xianxia. It was different from the wealthy life of a large family's disciple that others imagined. Xianxia's life was also very difficult. Because Xianxia's father died rather early, leaving behind an orphan and a widowed mother. Xianxia's mother was also sick. Xianxia had to take care of his mother, and then help the family do some miscellaneous jobs to earn some money. Because he was also a disciple of that family, Xianxia also had the right to cultivate. It was just that he couldn't get cultivation resources. But Xianxia never gave up. Because he knew that the only way to change fate was to have great power. The barbarian in his childhood followed Xianxia's side. Xianxia gave him a name, Yi. Yi was the Yi of the night. At that time, the savage didn't have a surname. An orphan like him couldn't have a surname. And the surname Yuan was very noble. Xianxia didn't have the right to give the surname Yuan to Yi, but even without a surname, the child savage was very happy. Because he had a name. Later, Xianxia began to secretly teach Yi how to cultivate. Perhaps it was after following Xianxia. Yi knew what was called hope, responsibility, perseverance, hard work, and never giving up. No matter how hard life was, Xianxia never complained. Until 5 years later, everything changed. Xianxia's mother's condition worsened. Xianxia knelt in front of the main branch's door for 3 days and 3 nights, hoping to beg for a pill to save his mother. But the main branch wouldn't waste a precious pill on someone like Xianxia's mother. Yi ran over, crying, and told Xianxia the news of his mother's death. That year, Xianxia was only 13 years old. When he was 6 years old, his father died tragically outside while completing a family mission. 7 years later, his mother also died of illness. Xianxia wanted to bury his mother's body in the West Mountain. This was the place where the Yuan family members were buried after they passed away. However, Xianxia's mother's corpse was thrown out. This was because Xianxia's mother was only a commoner. He had no background. With such a background, if her husband was still alive, or if the husband is dead and the son is very capable, there was still hope to be buried in the West Mountain. However, Xianxia's father was already dead. Xianxia was only a 13-year-old boy, and he didn't have the ability to bury his mother's body in the West Mountains. Most of the time, a wife's status depended on her father. A mother's status depended on her son. These two sentences were very reasonable. Xianxia's father had passed away, and he was too young. He didn't even have the right to have his mother buried in the Western Mountains. Xianxia begged bitterly, but was mercilessly kicked out of the door. Who knows how many trash from a branch family like you there are in my Yuan family? It's good that you're dead. It can save my Yuan family a portion of food. The saved portion of food can be used to raise a few more spirit beasts. It's much better than raising trash like you. The main branch cultivator's mocking words provoked Xianxia. He carried his mother's body and left. He buried his mother's body in a low, barren mountain. From now on, my surname is no longer Yuan. From now on, I will follow my mother's surname. My surname is Lin. My name is Lin Qi. Sooner or later, I will make those people kneel in front of my mother's grave and repent to her. The youth kowtowed. Under the pouring rain, he left with Yi. The savage's thoughts seemed to have returned to that ancient time, a time that he would never forget in his life. Too many things had happened after that. The savage was no longer the Yi of the past, but no matter what kind of powerful figure he became, there were many times. It was a period of lush green leaves. It was something he would never forget. The stone tribe member wouldn't hand over the item just because of the savage's words. He said coldly, "Your old friend died because of this item. If you don't want to die because of this item, you'd better leave quickly." The savage's voice was cold. "What do you know? You will never know if he is truly upright in the end of his existence is so strong." The stone creature said coldly. "That person is already dead. I have no interest in the matters of a dead person." The savage said coldly. "Even if you are the stone emperor of the stone race sees him someday, he will kneel and kowtow to him, and you, what are you even something? You actually dare to disrespect him?" Boom, the savage took action, slaughtering towards the stone clan creatures. What a joke. A person with a rotten name dares to compare himself to the stone creature's emperor? Does your old friend have the right to make the stone creature kowtow to him? I think he doesn't even have the right to carry the stone creature's shoes. The stone creature's voice was cold. He raised his fist and attacked the savage. Bang, the two powerful beings collided. The entire abyss began to shake, and the surrounding void began to collapse. Their strength was simply too strong. "Go and kill those two despicable humans," Shirhu said in a low voice. Roar. The stone wolf roared. Next, Shirhu and the stone wolf pounced towards Lin Feng and the Empress. "Let's go," Lin Feng said, and quickly left with the Empress. Although Shirhu and the stone wolf were powerful, they were still seriously injured. Their speed was greatly affected, so they could not catch up to Lin Feng and the Empress. After successfully escaping from the abyss, Lin Feng and the Empress divided the dragon crystal rice equally. Each of them received 28 dragon crystal rice. The relationship between a man and a woman is as simple as water, forget each other in the pugilistic world. The Empress said softly and left. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Forget each other in the pugilistic world? The relationship between a man and a woman should be deep and intimate. After muttering to himself for a while, Lin Feng did not stay and quickly left the underground world. "Master. It's great that you're fine. I've been worried about your safety." Seeing Lin Feng come out, the four sacred birds hurriedly said. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the back of the four sacred birds and said, "We can't stay here for long. Leave quickly." The four sacred birds heard the order and spread their wings. They turned into a ray of white light and flew into the distance. Soon, he disappeared into the horizon without a trace. Lin Feng and the four sacred birds returned to their abode. Then, Lin Feng went into seclusion. This time, he had obtained 28 grains of dragon crystal rice. Could this amount of dragon crystal rice help him break through to the Godfire realm? Therefore, Lin Feng was looking forward to it. He started refining the dragon crystal rice. As time passed, Lin Feng's body became stronger and stronger. His cultivation base was also rising. Soon, he broke through from the early stage of the 10th level to the middle stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak of the ethereal god realm. Finally, he broke through to the half-step Godfire realm. At this moment, Lin Feng decided to try igniting the Godfire. Igniting the Godfire. He could break through to the Godfire realm. However, just as Lin Feng was about to ignite the Godfire with his heavenly flame, faintly, Lin Feng heard a voice in his head. Heavenly fire will not be extinguished. I want to devour. Evolve, that voice resounded in his mind again and again. Then, the golden dragon divine fire, the purple earth core fire, and the black flames god fire seemed to have sensed something and started jumping violently. That mysterious voice seemed to be calling out to the three heavenly flames. The heavenly flames sensed it. Only the heavenly flames have this ability. Is there a heavenly flame in this lost world? Besides, it seems like that heaven flame wants to devour my 3 types of heaven flames. In the world of heaven flames, the strong heaven flames will try to devour the weak heaven flames to evolve. That heaven flame wants to devour my 3 types of heaven flames. Obviously, it's stronger than my 3 types of heaven flames. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to be so greedy. It actually wants to devour my 3 types of heaven flames at the same time. It seems like it's very confident in devouring my 3 types of heaven flames. Lin Feng was shocked. He opened his eyes and withdrew his heavenly flames. He didn't choose to break through. The 4 sacred birds looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked, "Master, what's wrong? Why don't you break through to the Godfire realm in one go?" In the 4 sacred birds' opinion, Lin Feng already had all the conditions to break through. First, the first point. Lin Feng had long since comprehended the various Daos contained within the divine fire realm to an extremely profound degree. After all, Lin Feng's soul force had already reached the 6th level of the divine flame realm. The comprehension of the Tao of each level was closely related to a cultivator's soul strength. Generally speaking, when one's soul strength broke through to a certain level, such as the Godfire realm, one would be able to quickly comprehend the Tao contained within the Godfire realm. Secondly, Lin Feng had the heavenly flame. Igniting the divine flame required fire. The stronger the flame, the more significant the increase in cultivation when one ignited the divine fire and broke through to the divine fire realm. The heavenly fire was naturally the best flame to ignite the divine fire. And Lin Feng had 3 types of heavenly flames. Among them, the Golden Dragon Divine Flame was ranked the highest among the 3 heavenly flames. It was one of the 72 heavenly flames. The Golden Dragon Divine Flame was ranked 42nd. Using the Golden Dragon Divine Flame to ignite the divine fire was an excellent choice. In the end, Lin Feng's accumulation was strong enough, so his body was able to ensure that he could successfully ignite his own divine flame. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Feng seemed to have no reason to give up. Lin Feng stood up and said aloud, "I heard someone calling me." "A call? What kind of call?" The 4 sacred birds asked, puzzled. "A call from the heavenly flames. When I was about to ignite the divine fire, my divine will and the Golden Dragon Divine Flame completely merged as one. However, at that moment, I vaguely felt a strong call from somewhere in this world. It was calling for the 3 heavenly flames in my body." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Could the rumors be true? The 4 sacred birds muttered. Lin Feng looked at the 4 sacred birds and asked, "What rumors?" "Rumors say that a powerhouse from the netherworld died in the lost world in the past. That powerhouse from the netherworld was said to be a vice-hell overlord of the 18 layers of hell. His identity was frightening. And that vice-hell overlord controlled a type of heavenly flame called the hellfire. This heavenly flame is ranked 24th among the 72 types of heavenly flames. Could it be that the hellfire is calling for the 3 heavenly flames that Master controls?" The 4 sacred birds said. Lin Feng excitedly grabbed the 4 sacred birds' wings and shouted, "Hellfire? Is this true?" The 4 sacred birds said, "Perhaps it's true. That place is very dangerous. Vicious beasts run amok, and there are several extremely powerful vicious beasts. That's why I don't dare to go there normally. I only heard about it, but I'm not sure." Lin Feng took a deep breath. It seemed that he had made the right decision not to directly break through to the divine fire realm. If what the 4 sacred birds said was true, there was the hellfire there. Then, using the hellfire to ignite the divine fire might increase one's cultivation by 3 or 4 times than using the Golden Dragon Divine Flame. Or even more. After all, the hellfire. This was the 21st ranked heavenly flame. Its level was too high. The hellfire. If it really exists, I have to get it no matter what. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Because he knew how valuable a heavenly flame like the hellfire was. If he used the Golden Dragon Divine Flame to break through to the divine fire realm and then fought with a cultivator, he might be evenly matched. However, if he used the hellfire to break through to the divine fire realm and fought with the same cultivator, he might be able to instantly kill the other party. The hellfire's use was not only to greatly increase Lin Feng's cultivation when he broke through to the divine fire realm. One had to know that the heavenly flames themselves had powerful attacks. The hellfire was ranked so high among the heavenly flames, and its attack power was even more powerful. Lin Feng's self-created heaven-burning fury. At the current stage, it had fused with 3 heavenly flames, and its power was already unimaginable. It was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. But what if he fused with the fourth heavenly flame, the hellfire? How terrifying would the heaven-burning fury's power be? Think about it, Lin Feng felt extremely excited. Let's go. Bring me to the place you mentioned. Lin Feng looked at the four sacred birds and said. Then, he sat on the back of the four sacred birds. The four sacred birds flapped their wings. Then, they turned into a bolt of white lightning and rushed out of the cave abode, whistling above the mountain forest. They flew towards the ancient mountain forest. That mountain forest was called the Heavenly Star Mountain Range. It was said that the mountain peaks in the mountain range were all formed by fallen stars. On the way, Lin Feng discovered that many cultivators were heading towards the Heavenly Star Mountain Range. But this was normal. Since the Heavenly Star Mountain Range might have the hellfire. Then, it was also possible for it to have many other treasures. Naturally, it would attract a large number of cultivators. Of course, these cultivators who were heading towards the Heavenly Star Mountain Range might not know that there was the hellfire in the Heavenly Star Mountain Range. Lin Feng asked around from the cultivators who passed by and found out that these cultivators were heading towards the Heavenly Star Mountain Range because they heard that an ancient tomb had appeared in the Heavenly Star Mountain Range. However, these cultivators who were heading towards the Heavenly Star Mountain Range didn't know the details. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Could that ancient tomb be the tomb of that Vice-Hell Lord of the Netherworld? More and more cultivators gathered at the Heavenly Star Mountain Range. Originally, the deepest part of the Heavenly Star Mountain Range was surrounded by restrictions. Even the most powerful beasts in the Heavenly Star Mountain Range didn't dare to enter casually. However, the restrictions were quickly disappearing. A huge tomb appeared in their line of sight. Once the restrictions completely disappeared, the cultivators would be able to enter. When they arrived at the Heavenly Star Mountain Range, they saw a large number of cultivators gathered around. Many cultivators were wandering around the periphery. Heavenly fire, heavenly fire. Suddenly, an excited voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. The voice became clearer. It was the voice that called for the heavenly fire. Is this the fire spirit of the infernal netherworld fire? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. If the fire spirit of the infernal netherworld fire was still alive, it would be more troublesome. Such a powerful heavenly fire. The fire spirit was still alive. How powerful would its cultivation be? Just thinking about it made people involuntarily feel a kind of feeling of horror. Of course, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. Although he knew that the infernal netherworld fire might be very difficult to deal with, he wasn't afraid of anything. He had many trump cards and supreme treasures. If he fought the fire spirit of the infernal netherworld fire, even if he wasn't a match for it, Lin Feng believed that he could still escape. He waited in the periphery. Many cultivators from the major factions arrived one after another. The appearance of such a huge tomb naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators from the major factions. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw Dongjue. Clearly, Dongjue had also received the news and rushed over. Apart from that, he also saw some experts from the Chu clan and the Merfolk clan. They were the experts from the Chu clan and the Merfolk clan who wanted to snatch the monkey wine back then, so Lin Feng still had a deep impression of them. Apart from the experts from the 9 states, Lin Feng also saw a few powerful beasts. All of them were ferocious. No one dared to provoke those beasts. Lin Feng guessed. Those beasts were most likely the overlord-level beasts in the Heavenly Star Mountain Range that the 4 sacred birds had mentioned. Master, can you sense the heavenly fire's existence? The 4th holy bird asked. Lin Feng said, I vaguely sensed something. I'm guessing. He's probably in the Great Necropolis. If Master can really refine the Hell Netherworld flame and use it to ignite his own godly flame, that would be heaven-defying. At that time, Master would be able to instantly kill many true gods. The 4 holy birds grinned. Lin Feng said, the prerequisite is that you can refine the hellfire. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived from various places. Meanwhile, the barrier protecting the Great Tomb continued to weaken. Finally, 5 days later, the Great Tomb's restrictive spell was completely gone. Rumble. A loud sound was immediately heard. Crack. Crack, immediately after. The Great Tomb cracked open. There was a huge passageway leading to the depths. After seeing the cracked tomb, many people excitedly rushed towards it. Swish swish swish, cultivators swarmed into the great tomb. Lin Feng also flew towards the great necropolis. When he arrived in front of the great necropolis, Lin Feng stopped. He couldn't help but look at the huge stone tablet behind the great necropolis. The stone tablet was 100 meters tall. However, on the stone tablet, it was empty. There was nothing written on it. The nameless tomb? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. If it's the Vice Hell Overlord's tomb, it shouldn't be a nameless tomb. Also, who built such a huge tomb? It's really strange. Lin Feng had many doubts in his heart. This great necropolis was full of doubts. He circled around the nameless tomb. After carefully studying it for a while, he didn't find anything special. Only then did he enter the great necropolis with the 4 holy birds. After entering the great necropolis, he found that the great necropolis was densely packed with tunnels that looked like ant nests. Each tunnel was about 3 to 4 meters in diameter. The 4 holy birds transformed into a palm-sized bird and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng chose a tunnel and entered it. He soon found that the tunnels in the great necropolis could be said to be connected in all directions. Many of the tunnels were connected to each other. There's a dragon bone here. In one of the tunnels, a cultivator shouted loudly. Everyone ran over to take a look. Lin Feng heard the shout and also ran over. In the depths of the tunnel, there was a huge magma lake that was about 1,000 square meters in size. A dragon bone floated in the magma lake. It was unknown how long it had been dead. The magma in the magma lake was still boiling. Do you think there's some kind of treasure in this magma lake? A cultivator asked. Another cultivator said, a place like this, even if there's a treasure, it's not worth the risk. A dragon died, so there might be something terrifying hidden inside. Many people felt that this cultivator's words made sense. However, there were also people who were brave enough to say, wealth comes from danger. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go down and take a look. About a dozen cultivators joined together and used their magic power to condense a magic power light barrier to protect themselves. Then, the 10 cultivators entered the magma lake. However, they didn't appear for a long time. They're not dead, right? Someone muttered. They're definitely not dead. There are so many people. Even if they died, they wouldn't have died silently. Could there really be a treasure? A cultivator muttered. Whoosh, 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 more cultivators entered one after another. Soon, news spread that a lot of fire source stones had appeared below. The fire source stone was also a type of origin crystal. However, it was an extremely rare origin crystal because it was a fire-type origin crystal. Among the origin crystals, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental origin crystals were the rarest. This caused an uproar, and many cultivators rushed in one after another. There's so many fire source stones here. Could there be some kind of secret under the magma lake? Lin Feng muttered. He also created a magic power light barrier that enveloped him and the 4 holy birds before entering the magma lake. There were hundreds of cultivators collecting fire source stones below. As soon as Lin Feng landed at the bottom of the lake, he noticed something was moving under his feet. He raised his foot and saw a fiery red turtle. Oh no, it's a flaming corpse turtle. Master, hurry up and leave. It's a corpse turtle that can devour gods. The 4 holy birds screamed in fear. Lin Feng had never heard of a flaming corpse turtle. There were no flaming corpse turtles in the outside world either. They were probably extinct in the immortal ancient era. However, there were still some in the lost world. He didn't dare to hesitate and flew out of the lake. At the same time, he shouted, there's a flaming corpse turtle that can devour gods here. Hurry up and leave. Many cultivators were collecting fire source stones when they heard Lin Feng's shout. Many cultivators pursed their lips because they didn't see any corpse turtles. So what if they found a corpse turtle? There were so many deity realm experts. Couldn't they deal with a corpse turtle? As for Lin Feng's claim that the flaming corpse turtle could devour gods, these cultivators didn't believe him at all. Corpse turtles were just the lowest type of insect. How could they devour gods? Therefore, many people didn't take Lin Feng's words to heart. Of course, there were also some cautious cultivators who heard Lin Feng's words and flew out with Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng and a dozen other cultivators flew out of the lava lake. Then, a terrifying scene happened. The entire world of lava began to tumble. In the rolling lava lake, there were countless fiery red corpse turtles the size of a palm. In just a breath's time, the lava lake returned to its calm state. The densely packed corpse turtles had disappeared. However, the cultivators collecting fire source stones in the lava lake didn't move at all. Obviously, those cultivators were devoured by the flaming corpse turtles. Lin Feng and a dozen other cultivators were as pale as paper. Fortunately, they ran out in time. If they were a moment later, they would have been devoured by those flaming corpse turtles. Those flaming corpse turtles were too terrifying. If a heavenly god realm expert was in the lake, they would probably die. Scared the hell out of me. Scared the hell out of me. The four sacred birds cried out. Even now, they were still scared. It was too scary, making their hearts palpitate. Thank you for your reminder, brother. The cultivators who survived all thanked Lin Feng. It was really lucky to be able to survive this time. Caution is the parent of safety. The ancients didn't lie. Many people had such a feeling in their hearts. Everyone is too polite. Lin Feng clasped his fists. He left with these cultivators, not daring to stay here any longer. From time to time, some stone rooms would appear in the great tomb. Some of the treasures would appear in some of the stone rooms, causing many cultivators to fight over them. These cultivators fought to the death. In order to fight for the treasures, no one would show mercy. It was either you die or I live. Originally, they might have been allies formed together to explore the ancient tomb. But in the blink of an eye, they might become enemies for the sake of treasures. In the world of cultivators, there were too many such things. Lin Feng was already used to it. He entered an extremely large cave abode. Many people had gathered in the cave abode. There were no treasures in this cave, but there were many murals. It was unknown who painted them. Many cultivators suspected that these murals contained some powerful Tao. Thus, many cultivators were comprehending these murals. The contents of the murals were strange. There were murals of the ancient race worshipping the gods. There were murals of cultivators fighting against evil dragons. There were also murals of ancient emperors traveling. Lin Feng frowned slightly. There were so many different murals. What did these murals mean? This made him extremely puzzled. He continued to look down. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. At the back of the murals, the scene suddenly changed. The content of the murals was no longer a peaceful scene, but a black cloud covering the sky. Countless creatures looked at the black cloud that covered the sky in horror. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. Covering the sky, causing the world to fear, what kind of creature is in these black clouds? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He then looked at a mural at the back. In this mural, the corpses of experts fell from mid-air. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No one knew how many people had died. They're all dead. How did they die? Lin Feng frowned. The fall of an expert was like the end of the world. The scene in front of them was too terrifying, causing their hair to stand on end. If the murals were real, what had happened in the past? Lin Feng continued to look at the murals, and the next mural had pitch-black giant claws. No one knew what kind of claw it was, but it descended from the sky and destroyed one world after another. Countless living beings were killed. This was a calamity that would engulf the entire universe. It was unknown how many planets with life had been destroyed. Heavens! What happened? Is this a world-ending battle? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. He suddenly thought of some things that happened before the immortal ancient era. From the primal chaos era to the immortal ancient era, there were dazzling great eras one after another. It was unknown just how many powerful experts appeared. Every time an era reached its peak, there would always be a great war. For example, a great war between Xianxia lifeforms. In this war, Xianxia lifeforms fell one after another. Such a great war would appear from time to time in the years that followed. Was there an invisible hand manipulating all of this? Most importantly, the history from the primal chaos era to the immortal ancient era had been drowned out. This was too strange. It was said that even the ancient factions that existed before the immortal ancient era had no history of this period. All history started from the primal chaos era. It had been 27 trillion years since the primal chaos era. This was naturally a very long period of time. However, such a long period of time was only an extremely short period of time in the long river of history. It started from the primal chaos era until now. This was a meandering, endlessly long river of history. And the history from the primal chaos era to the present, at most, it could only be considered an extremely short river. Compared to the entire winding and endless river, it was not worth mentioning at all. What had happened from the primal chaos era to the immortal ancient era? Why had this period of history been erased? No one knew. This was the most terrifying thing. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. And now, Lin Feng saw the apocalypse on the mural. He suddenly thought of this period of time that had passed. Was the apocalypse on the mural related to this period of time that had passed? Lin Feng continued to look. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The contents of the mural at the back, they were all scenes of the destruction of worlds, the extinction of races, and the suffering of living beings. The myriad worlds were facing destruction. After Pangu created the world, the myriad worlds were formed. And now, the myriad worlds seemed to be completely destroyed. Could it be the creatures of the foreign world? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of the foreign world, that terrifying world. But when Lin Feng saw the next mural, he knew that he had guessed wrong. This mural was also of a destroyed world. And in this destroyed world, Lin Feng saw the creatures of the foreign world. This world is the foreign world? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The creatures of the foreign world looked at the sky and roared angrily. They seemed to be arguing about something with some living being. Lin Feng continued to look. The mural at the back was of the fall of the foreign world. Countless foreign world creatures fell from the sky. Their corpses were still in midair when they began to burn. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. These foreign world creatures couldn't escape the fate of death. The foreign world creatures are so powerful, but they can't escape death. Lin Feng frowned. However, what puzzled him was that after looking at so many murals, he still didn't know what was leading all of this. As he looked further, Lin Feng discovered something even more shocking. The sacred emperors of the human race, the demon emperors of the demon race, the demon emperors of the demon race, and so on were all forming an army. This was an alliance that had never been formed before. The creatures of the myriad worlds. They joined forces. They formed the most powerful army. They decided they would fight to the death. A great battle is about to erupt. What kind of creature was the one who launched the doomsday battle in the past? It should be revealed soon, right? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He felt that he was close to the truth. At this moment, he couldn't help but become nervous. Perhaps at this moment, no one could remain calm, right? Because it was very likely that the reason why the history between the Chaos Era and the Immortal Ancient Era disappeared would be revealed. When Lin Feng looked at the mural at the back, his expression changed drastically. The murals behind had all become extremely blurry and could not be seen clearly. It was unknown if it was caused by the corrosion of time or some other reason. How could this be? Lin Feng frowned and his expression was rather ugly. He was so close to the truth, but in the end, this was the outcome. This made him rather depressed. History has buried the truth. From the Primal Chaos Era to the Immortal Ancient Era, there were countless great eras. It was so long that it could not be calculated with numbers. What exactly happened during that time was not known by future generations. Is this apocalyptic battle really over? Or is it just temporary? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Immediately after, his heart suddenly turned cold. This apocalyptic battle. If it was just temporary, did that mean that it would happen again in the future? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. One had to know that the present was not like the past. Before the primordial era, that was the cradle of experts. But even during that most dazzling great era, the great era with the most experts, it was still difficult to resist the terrifying creatures that launched the apocalyptic battle. In this era, how could they resist? If another apocalyptic battle really broke out, the myriad worlds in this universe, they would probably be completely destroyed, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but feel very scared, but soon he smiled bitterly. What was the use of worrying about such things? The most important thing now was to live in the present. Things in the future. When it really happened, he would face it. If the sky collapsed, naturally, there would be those top forces to hold it up. In this huge cave abode, Lin Feng did not obtain any more useful information. He planned to leave. There were still many cultivators who were still comprehending the contents of the murals, wanting to comprehend some powerful Tao from the murals. Lin Feng did not know if these cultivators would succeed. However, that had nothing to do with him. After leaving the cave abode, he continued to head deeper. More and more cultivators rushed deeper because the treasure vaults in the periphery had been plundered clean by them. Now, they had to go deeper to continue searching for treasures. This great tomb had allowed many people to gain a lot. And now, the great tomb was filled with the smell of blood. In order to fight for the treasures in the great tomb, countless people had died. Another stone chamber has appeared in front. It's densely covered with restrictions. It's extraordinary. A cultivator shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many people. Most of the treasure vaults that appeared before did not have restrictions protecting them. Even with the protection of the restrictions, the power of the restrictions was not very strong. However, it was different this time. The power of the restriction was abnormally strong, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Everyone headed towards the stone chamber. Eh? Blood tattoo. Some cultivators frowned. They seemed to have studied the array patterns that sealed the stone room. What are blood traces? A cultivator asked. Not everyone had studied the Grand Array. The cultivator replied, it said that it's a rune created by the Blood Clan, a rune that has been lost for a long time. Is there a way to break it? Someone asked. The cultivator who recognized the blood pattern also shook his head. For the time being, he had no idea how to break the blood pattern. This blood mark is so strange. It seems to contain a trace of demonic power. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He was also observing the blood traces and felt that they were extraordinary. What was the purpose of sealing such a treasure trove with such a powerful blood mark? Could it be that they were trying to seal something important? Of course, Lin Feng did not know exactly what was going on. Elder Xianxia of the Geomaster lineage is here. A cultivator shouted. This immediately caused a commotion. The Geomaster lineage's research on formations was at a level that no one else could reach. In the 9 provinces, the Geomaster lineage was the representative of authority when it came to formations. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Heavenly Master lineage and the Geomaster lineage could be said to be like fire and water. The Geomaster lineage had killed many of the Heavenly Master lineage's successors. Many of the Heavenly Master lineage's teachings had also been snatched away by the Geomaster lineage. The hatred between the two sides had accumulated over time. Lin Feng was the only successor of the Heavenly Master lineage. He had always hoped to find the lost teachings of the Heavenly Master lineage. A battle with the Geomaster lineage was inevitable. Of course, that battle was not now. The Geomaster lineage was divided into 9 branches. The Geomaster lineage of the Tianwu continent was one of them. The true Geomaster lineage was in the 9 provinces. The branches of the Tianwu continent naturally could not be compared to the Geomaster lineage of the 9 provinces. Lin Feng's strength was still very weak in front of the Geomaster lineage of the 9 provinces. However, Lin Feng believed that in the near future, he would definitely be able to rule over the Geomaster lineage and trample it under his feet. He would take back all the teachings that they had snatched away from the Heavenly Master lineage. The arrival of the Geomaster lineage's cultivators could be said to be like stars surrounding the moon. There were a total of more than 10 cultivators from the Geomaster lineage. The leader was a thin old man. Lin Feng asked the surrounding cultivators and found out that Elder Xianxia was the 7th elder of the Geomaster lineage. He had an extremely high status in the Geomaster lineage. Everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you. Elder Xianxia cupped his fists, looking very happy. This person was called Su Xianxia. Others called him Old Man Dust Mountain because they were in awe of him. Senior, you're too kind. Many people hurriedly returned the greeting. The Geomaster lineage's cultivators arrived in front of the stone door. "Senior, do you have a way to break the blood veins?" someone asked. Xianxia said, "These blood veins have been lost for a long time. It's not easy to break them, but I can give it a try." Many people were overjoyed when they heard this. However, Xianxia did not immediately make a move. At that moment, a cultivator understood and hurriedly said, "Once the formation is broken, we'll let Senior choose the 3 most precious treasures." Xianxia's face immediately revealed a smile. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He had been waiting for these cultivators to express their opinions. These cultivators were quite tactful. Xianxia began to study the blood veins. Although the Geomaster lineage's teachings could not be compared to the Heavenly Master lineage, they were still extremely powerful. Moreover, the Geomaster lineage had snatched away many of the Heavenly Master lineage's teachings. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Geomaster lineage not only cultivated the Geomaster lineage's teachings, but they also cultivated a portion of the Heavenly Master lineage's teachings. Their methods were extremely shocking. Xianxia was one such example. Therefore, this person's attainments in the field of formations were extremely profound. He began to break the blood veins. Time passed slowly. After about 6 hours, the blood veins sealing the stone door were about to be broken by Xianxia. This old man's abilities are really amazing. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. Even if he were to break the blood veins, he might not be able to do so in 6 hours. Another half an hour passed. Finally, the blood veins sealing the stone door were completely broken. Everyone around them was ecstatic. "Haha, now, let's open the stone door." Xianxia laughed loudly. "Come, everyone, let's push the stone door open together," a cultivator shouted. The dozen cultivators at the front pushed the huge stone door together. Rumble. The stone door made a loud grinding sound as it was gradually pushed open. "It's open, let's go in and see if there are any treasures." Many cultivators shouted excitedly. A large number of cultivators rushed into the stone room. The stone chamber was very large and incomparably spacious. It was pitch black and the visibility was very low. Thankfully, cultivators could still see far ahead even in the middle of the night. So the darkness didn't affect cultivators too much. Crack, crack, suddenly, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Everyone looked at the ground and felt their scalps go numb. There were many corpses piled up on the ground. Countless skeletons were piled up here. Who were these skeletons when they were alive? Storage rings. A cultivator shouted excitedly. He saw the storage rings scattered on the ground and reached out to pick them up. But before he could pick them up, he was attacked by other cultivators. There was more than one storage ring on the ground. In order to obtain these storage rings, the thousands of people who entered the stone room immediately began to fight each other. It was difficult to tell who would win. Many people died in this battle. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In order to fight for treasures, such scenes of life and death could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng sent out a wave of magic power and wrapped it around a storage ring. As soon as the storage ring landed on his hand, 3 cultivators pounced on Lin Feng. "Brat! Die!" The 3 cultivators sneered, their eyes full of killing intent. Among the 3, the strongest was the man who spoke. He was tall and burly with a fierce face. He was an expert at the first layer of the divine fire realm. As for the other 2, one was a skinny cultivator who looked like a ghost that crawled out of hell. The other was of medium build and had triangular eyes. All 3 of them seemed to be evil cultivators, their bodies emitting an evil aura. "You don't know death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and attacked with sky-splitting slash. The sword light pierced through heaven and earth. Puff! 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 With a tearing sound, the 3 cultivators were directly cut in half by Lin Feng's sky-splitting slash. They died on the spot. Seeing that, many of the surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and they hastily moved away from Lin Feng. To be able to kill a divine fire realm expert and 2 nihility god realm experts in one move. It was enough to show how tyrannical Lin Feng was. The rest of the cultivators naturally did not dare to have any ideas about Lin Feng. Many of them were even worried that Lin Feng would kill them and snatch their storage rings. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the surrounding cultivators. He looked at the storage ring in his hand and tried to invade it with his divine thought. Then, he shook his head. Perhaps it was because it was too long ago, or perhaps it was because of some other unknown reason. The inner space of the storage ring had already collapsed. The things stored inside had also been destroyed. This is a destroyed storage ring. At this time, a cultivator like Lin Feng noticed the strangeness of the storage ring and couldn't help but shout out. Many of the cultivators who were still fighting over the storage rings also stopped. Then, they took out the storage rings that they had collected before and carefully examined them. But soon, everyone discovered that the inner space of the storage rings that they had obtained had also been destroyed. Many people's expressions were extremely ugly. The storage rings that they had risked their lives to obtain had actually been destroyed. It was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Looking at the densely packed corpses on the ground, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. So many people had died miserably, and the storage rings that they were fighting over were actually destroyed storage rings. Weren't these people's deaths too unworthy? In the depths of the stone room, 9 stone dragon heads appeared. The dragon heads opened their bloody mouths and connected to 9 tunnels. The tunnels were relatively narrow, less than 2 meters in diameter, and were extremely deep. 9 is the ultimate number. There are 9 tunnels here, and I don't know where they lead. What does this mean? Some people were puzzled and felt that it wasn't simple. At this time, waves of astonishing energy fluctuations were transmitted from the 9 tunnels. This caused many people to be shocked. Could it be that there was some kind of treasure in the 9 tunnels? However, no one acted rashly. This place was a little strange, so many people were more cautious. The fluctuations in the 9 tunnels became more and more intense. This made many people's hearts itch unbearably, and they wanted to enter the tunnels to see what was emitting the fluctuations. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The fluctuations seem to be coming from afar and are rushing out. It doesn't seem like a treasure, but more like a living thing. A cultivator said aloud. Just as the cultivator's voice fell, suddenly, in this tunnel, huge spiders that blotted out the sky and covered the earth quickly rushed out. These spiders were the size of wash basins, and they had ghoulish faces. Their bodies emitted a gloomy and evil aura. Not good. It's a group of ghost-faced spiders. After seeing these spiders, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. There was a description of these spiders in the classic of mountains and seas. They come from the underworld and devour souls. This meant that the ghost-faced spiders were a type of spider from the underworld. These spiders didn't eat flesh, but souls. In the past, Lin Feng had only seen the introduction of the ghost-faced spiders, but he had never seen a real one. He even thought that this was just a legendary creature. But now, he saw it with his own eyes. Seeing the densely packed ghost-faced spiders, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Whoosh, Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. He didn't know what kind of terrifying ability these underworld spiders had, and they were swarming out in an overwhelming manner. There was no way to resist. Many cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they rushed outside. However, the ghost-faced spiders spat out spider silk and entangled many people. Then, it directly jumped up and flew directly in front of the cultivators who were entangled in the spider web. Then, the ghost-faced spiders opened their bloody mouths and bit those cultivators to death. Then, they began to devour the souls of the dead cultivators. Lin Feng and the 4 holy birds were also entangled by the ghost-faced spider's spider web. Scared the hell out of me. Scared the hell out of me. Scared the hell out of me. The 4 holy birds cried out in horror. 5 or 6 ghost-faced spiders pounced on Lin Feng and the 4 holy birds. Lin Feng hurriedly took out his heavenly fire and burned the spider web on his body into ashes. Then, he raised his right hand and slashed out streaks of sword qi, killing all of the ghost-faced spiders. He quickly rushed out of the stone room. More and more ghost-faced spiders poured out of the 9 passageways, and extremely shrill screams came from the stone room. More than 2,000 cultivators rushed out of the stone room, and only a little more than 100 people rushed out of the stone room. These cultivators fled into the distance with Lin Feng. However, the ghost-faced spiders chased after them. They were densely packed and innumerable. It was as if a spider tide had broken out. The endless ghost-face spiders quickly chased after them. "Hurry up and run!" Many people shouted in fear. Behind them was a swarm of demonic face spiders. No one dared to stay. If the demonic face spiders caught up to them, only death would await them. Everyone was very clear on this point. However, the demonic face spiders were also extremely fast. Many demonic face spiders spat out spider webs. The web shot out by the demonic face spiders quickly wrapped around the fleeing cultivators. The cultivators at the back were entangled by the webs, and their bodies were suddenly pulled towards the dense swarm of demonic face spiders. No! Those cultivators let out terrified screams. In the next moment, they were drowned by the demonic face spiders. Hearing the miserable screams behind them, many people turned pale with fright. Fortunately, the group managed to escape from the demonic face spiders. However, the demonic face spiders did not return to the stone room from before. Now that they were free, they quickly rushed outside. Along the way, most of the cultivators who encountered the demonic face spiders died tragically. Only a few managed to escape with their lives. The Great Tomb's danger level was far beyond imagination. Many people already had thoughts of retreating. In the end, reason prevailed over the greed in their hearts, and many cultivators chose to leave. Of course, even more cultivators continued to head deeper into the tomb, unwilling to give up on the Great Tomb's opportunities. Lin Feng was even more unwilling to leave. He wanted to find the netherworld flame of hell and then refine this kind of heavenly flame. As for the hellfire, Lin Feng was determined to obtain it. No matter what dangers there were in the Great Tomb, they would not be able to stop Lin Feng's footsteps. He continued to head deeper into the Great Tomb. There were treasure vaults everywhere in the Great Tomb. As he headed deeper into the tomb, Lin Feng opened 3 of them and obtained a large number of origin crystals. He was somewhat puzzled. Why were there so many treasure vaults built in the Great Tomb? Why didn't they gather all the treasures together? At that moment, the Black Bear Devil King said, "There's something wrong with this Great Tomb. There are too many treasure vaults." Lin Feng asked, "Do you have any special opinions about these treasuries?" The Black Bear Devil King pondered for a moment before saying, "Don't you think that this tomb is like a huge formation, and the treasuries scattered throughout the place are like the formation's core?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Now that he thought about it carefully, he also felt that what the Black Bear Devil Lord said seemed to be very reasonable. Lin Feng said, "I opened 3 vaults, and they were all filled with origin crystals. Could it be that the origin crystals in the vaults are actually used to power the formation?" The Black Bear Devil King said, "We'll know once we take a look at the other treasuries." Lin Feng nodded. Many treasure vaults had appeared in the Great Necropolis. Many treasure vaults were opened. However, Lin Feng did not compete with others for the treasures in the treasury. This was because blood flowed like rivers in every treasury. Lin Feng didn't want to get involved. Now, he began to take a closer look at what was stored in these treasure vaults. He opened 5 more treasure vaults in succession. Lin Feng discovered that each treasure vault was filled with large amounts of origin crystals. Of course, there were other things in some of the vaults as well. For example, there were natural treasures, immortal metals, divine stones, and other treasures. However, Lin Feng's attention wasn't on these things. His attention was on the origin crystals. Even if there were no origin crystals in one of the vaults, it would be enough to refute the Black Bear Devil King's guess. However, every treasure vault had origin crystals. To further verify, Lin Feng opened a dozen more vaults. Every one of them was filled with origin crystals. Origin crystals can provide an endless supply of energy for the formation's operation, and these treasure vaults all contain origin crystals. It seems that your guess is very likely true. The entire tomb is actually equivalent to a formation," Lin Feng said. Black Bear Devil Monarch said, "The treasuries have been opened one after another, and the origin crystals have been taken away. Without the support of energy, the grand formation can no longer function. If this grand formation seals something, and it can no longer function, do you think that the thing sealed by the grand formation will break out of the seal?" Lin Feng rubbed his chin. "If it's really sealed something, I think it's most likely the netherworld flame." "Why do you say that?" the Black Bear Devil King asked. The netherworld flame has already sensed my 3 heavenly flames. It's extremely greedy and wants to devour them. However, I've already entered the great necropolis, and the netherworld flame hasn't appeared. It's not that it doesn't want to appear, but that it can't. The only explanation is that the netherworld flame has been sealed. Lin Feng said. The Black Bear Devil King pondered for a moment, then said, "That's indeed possible. The hell netherworld flame has been sealed for a long time, its strength must have greatly declined. Now is the best time to kill the hell netherworld flame. If we can't kill it now, once it recovers, it will be impossible to kill it." The Black Bear Devil King said. Lin Feng nodded. Now is indeed the best time to kill the netherworld flame, but it's too strong. It won't be easy to kill it. However, if I use all my methods, it's not impossible. As time passed, the treasure vaults in the great necropolis were emptied by the cultivators who entered. Rumble. 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 Soon after, the great necropolis began to shake violently. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Kacha, kacha, the ground began to crack. The cave began to collapse. Hurry up and get out. Many people didn't even understand what was happening. However, when they saw that the great necropolis was about to collapse, their faces turned as pale as paper. King Qinshan. You wanted to suppress me even before you died. Now, I'm finally free. Just as countless cultivators were fleeing outside, a cold voice sounded. It came from the depths of the great necropolis. There was a huge 8 trigrams diagram in the depths of the great necropolis. The 8 trigrams diagram began to crack. Boom, in the next moment, endless black flames surged out from under the 8 trigrams diagram. Within the black flames, there was a mysterious existence. He was shrouded in a black robe. He was like a death god that walked out from hell. Endless flames spread out. The flames instantly enveloped the entire great necropolis. This was the netherworld flame, the 21st ranked heavenly flame. It wasn't an ordinary flame. If it was an ordinary flame, it wouldn't be able to harm the powerful cultivators in the great necropolis. However, the netherworld flame was different. This heavenly flame was too terrifying. No one could resist it. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. It was unknown how many cultivators were burned alive by the netherworld flame. Author's note, subject number 8 has a 3rd exam. I went to check the exam venue this afternoon and only returned home after 7 in the evening. After eating, Old Mantu immediately began to write. This is the 4th update. There are still 3 updates. Even if I write until 1 in the morning, Old Mantu will finish writing the remaining 3 updates. So, I dare to ask for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. How terrifying. The cultivators who had left earlier or managed to escape in time all turned pale with fright when they saw the tomb engulfed in flames. No one dared to stay around the tomb any longer. All the cultivators quickly fled into the distance, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. For these cultivators, fleeing for their lives was the most important thing right now. They were worried that the terrifying being who had broken the seal in the depths of the tomb would come out to kill them. But in reality, the infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit didn't care about the cultivators who had escaped earlier. Its attention was focused on Lin Feng. There were charred corpses everywhere in the tomb. Lin Feng used the golden dragon divine flame to protect himself from the infernal netherworld flame. The infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit covered in black robes walked towards Lin Feng step by step. You didn't choose to run away. That's unexpected, said the fire spirit. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. He didn't even try to hide his eyes when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng had to die if he wanted to obtain the 3 heavenly flames. Therefore, the infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit had already decided to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, I still want to refine you. Why would I run away? Ha 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 ha. The infernal netherworld flame suddenly laughed. Its cold voice sounded, you're really greedy. You're coveting my fire essence. The infernal netherworld flame is ranked 21st among the heavenly flames. It's extremely powerful. You're at your weakest right now, so I naturally have to take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill you and refine your fire essence. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're a straightforward person. You don't know how to hide your thoughts. I admire you a little now. However, as the master of the three heavenly flames, you must die today. The infernal netherworld flame sneered and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Boom, a heaven-destroying aura was released from the hell netherworld flame's body. That aura made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The hell's netherworld flame was indeed terrifying. Even though he had been trapped for so many years, his body was unable to replenish itself, causing his cultivation to plummet. However, the netherworld flame's strength was still maintained at an extremely high level. Facing the attack of the netherworld flame, Lin Feng directly summoned the Nine Demons diagram. This was a battle of life and death. It's either you die or I live, therefore, Lin Feng would not hold anything back. The Nine Demons picture emitted endless demonic light as it descended from the sky, ruthlessly attacking the infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the Nine Demons painting and the hellfire spirit collided fiercely with each other. The infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit was really powerful. It actually sent Lin Feng's Nine Demons picture flying. Boy, even if you have an emperor weapon, it's useless. Your cultivation is too weak. With such a weak cultivation, you want to fight with me? You're simply overestimating your own strength. The infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit sneered again and again. Its words were full of disdain for Lin Feng. Don't be complacent too early. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to crazily burn his lifespan. Burning one's lifespan was naturally an extremely dangerous thing. Once he suffered a backlash, it was very likely that he would go berserk and his realm would regress. It could even cause injuries to his origin and Dao. However, Lin Feng now had the Ice Snow Sacred Lotus on him. Even if it was the most serious Dao injury, he was not afraid. In any case, he could use the Ice Snow Sacred Lotus to heal his injuries. As for going berserk and regressing his realm, Lin Feng was even less afraid. He had the nine-colored illusory stone on him. This treasure could help cultivators resist their inner demons. Therefore, with this treasure, Lin Feng would definitely not go berserk. And his realm would regress. There was no need to worry if his realm really regressed because Lin Feng had not broken through to the divine fire realm yet. Even if his realm regressed, it would only be a small realm regression. At most, it would only be 2 or 3 levels. As long as it was not a major realm regression, Lin Feng could use the immortal divine body to heal the damage to his body. Lin Feng was confident that he would be able to recover his cultivation level by 2 or 3 small levels. It was because of this confidence that Lin Feng dared to burn his lifespan so unscrupulously. As long as he could kill the infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit, he would obtain the infernal netherworld flame's fire origin. Any losses would be worth it. Once he broke through to the divine fire realm, the lost lifespan and other things could be quickly recovered. This time, Lin Feng directly burned 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. With the support of 1,000,000 years of lifespan, the power of the Nine Demons painting increased greatly. Saint of Nine Spirits! Saint of Nine Spirits! A low voice came from the Nine Demons painting. This was the voice of the Nine Demons painting's artifact spirit. After Lin Feng burned 1,000,000 years of his lifespan, the artifact spirit of the Nine Demons painting seemed to be about to recover. The power of the Nine Demons painting also crazily increased. Bang, 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 under Lin Feng's control, the Nine Demons painting attacked the infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit one after another. In a desperate state, Lin Feng combined with the Nine Demons painting, his battle strength reached its peak. The infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit was suppressed, and it roared with incomparable anger. The dignified infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit, was actually suppressed by an ant like you. What a great humiliation! Brat, today I'll let you know how powerful I am. The infernal netherworld flame's hands continuously changed seals, and hundreds of millions of seals were cast. All of a sudden, an ancient world was formed. It was a dark world. That world seemed to be a world of death. An endless aura of death spread out from that world. Netherworld Devil Kingdom. Seal. Suddenly, the infernal netherworld flame's fire spirit shouted, and a shocking scene appeared. That mysterious pitch-black world descended from the sky and directly swallowed Lin Feng's 9 demons painting. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to control the 9 demons painting to fly out of that world. However, after trying a few times, he failed. That world was very strange, and it temporarily imprisoned the 9 demons painting inside. After losing the 9 demons painting, this emperor weapon, what else do you have to fight me with? The infernal netherworld flames fire spirit looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. His body flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Feng. Then, Luan moved his right fist, he charged towards Lin Feng. Devil Emperor's 9 slashes. Lin Feng made his move, meeting the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit's punch. Bang, along with the dull sound of collision, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng and the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit collided. Immediately after, Lin Feng felt a mountain toppling and sea overturning force enter his body. Then, he was sent flying. The bones of his entire right arm were broken by the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit's punch. The infernal netherworld flames fire spirit was too strong, so Lin Feng wasn't surprised that it was injured by the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit. Instead, he had a calm expression. The more dangerous the battle was, the calmer Lin Feng became. Perhaps this was a habit that he had developed over the years. He activated his immortal divine body and instantly repaired his broken arm. Immortal divine body. You're from that family. The infernal netherworld flames fire spirit shouted in shock. That family? Do you know which family I'm from? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng only knew that the ancestors of the Lin family were extraordinary, but as time passed, their bloodline gradually became mediocre. Their family seemed to be just a side branch, and there was still a main branch. However, Lin Feng knew nothing about the main branch. It was obvious that the infernal netherworld flame knew a little about it. Keek keek. Go ask the king of hell. The infernal netherworld flames fire spirit laughed sinisterly. Then, it soared into the sky and charged at Lin Feng. Burning heaven's wrath! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He condensed the 3 types of celestial fire together and condensed it into a fireball. That ball of flame emitted a shocking wave of energy. Even the void began to distort. He instantly took out the fireball. Bang, then, the fireball exploded in front of the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit. The destructive energy instantly sent the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit flying. Although the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit was strong, it was still hit by the burning heaven's wrath without any defense. It also suffered heavy injuries. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit's aura was much more chaotic than before. It was also much weaker. How is this possible? How is this possible? I was actually injured by an ant? The infernal netherworld flames fire spirit roared in disbelief. It couldn't believe what had just happened. It couldn't accept what had just happened. In the infernal netherworld flames fire spirit's eyes, Lin Feng was only relying on an emperor weapon to fight against it. Now, the emperor weapon was trapped. Wouldn't killing Lin Feng be as easy as flipping his hand, but what was the truth? He had been injured by Lin Feng. The infernal netherworld flame spirit was arrogant. He could not forgive himself for being injured by Lin Feng. Therefore, infernal netherworld fire spirit, he had gone completely berserk, he roared and charged towards Lin Feng. The infernal netherworld flame spirit's speed was just too fast. Just like shrinking the ground into an inch, he didn't give Lin Feng the chance to condense another divine ability. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang, the punch landed on Lin Feng's chest. Crack! Crack, his sternum shattered. Lin Feng was sent flying. Before Lin Feng could stabilize his body, the infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit had already closed in on him. Then, it threw another punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his left hand to block. Crack! Crack, his arm suffered the blow and his bones broke. Then, the infernal netherworld fire's right leg fiercely kicked Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng was sent flying. Crack! Crack, his spine had been broken. I won't let you die so easily. I will torture you and let you taste all kinds of pain before I kill you. Only in this way can I vent the hatred in my heart. The infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit said sinisterly. He once again rushed towards Lin Feng. Another palm struck towards Lin Feng. Swish, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique and dodged the terrifying attack of the infernal netherworld fire. The infernal netherworld fire's attack landed in the air. And Lin Feng was 100 meters away. The immortal divine body operated. His injuries were healed once again. This was the ability of Lin Feng's bloodline, it could be said to be heaven-defying. If it was someone else, they would have already lost the ability to resist after suffering such a serious injury. Heaven patching technique. The infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit looked indifferently at Lin Feng. You know quite a few divine abilities, but after using the heaven patching technique once, you can't use it a second time within 3 days. This time, you relied on the heaven patching technique to avoid disaster, but what about next time? Boom, a terrifying aura spread from the infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit, and he once again charged towards Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng circulated his sovereign bloodline. Sovereign. Judgment. Lin Feng coldly shouted. Boundless light of judgment surged out and shot towards the infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit. Humph. The infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit's expression was indifferent. The infernal netherworld fire burned fiercely inside his body. Lin Feng's light of judgment was unleashed. It was actually ignited by the infernal netherworld fire. Soon, the infernal netherworld fire burned away the light of judgment. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had tried using the Golden Dragon Divine Flame before. Lin Feng discovered that the Golden Dragon Divine Flame couldn't burn the light of judgment. However, the infernal netherworld fire could. As expected of the infernal netherworld fire that was ranked 21st. Any divine ability of yours won't be able to withstand a single blow from me. An ant trying to stir up trouble in front of a dragon? That's impossible. You're right in front of me. Only death awaits you. The infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit had a cold expression and a sinister smile on his face as he walked towards Lin Feng. It's time to end this. I don't have the time to play with you anymore. The infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit said coldly. His aura began to rise. Not long after, the infernal netherworld fire's aura had doubled. This caused Lin Feng to turn pale with fright. The infernal netherworld fire had been difficult to deal with before. How terrifying would the infernal netherworld fire be now that its strength had doubled? Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Great Samsara. That is the eternal path of reincarnation. Now that someone dares to blaspheme the great path of reincarnation, please reveal the wheel of reincarnation and punish those lowly creatures who dare to disrespect the path of reincarnation. Lin Feng stepped forward and used an ancient language to summon the wheel of reincarnation. Rumble, above the 9 heavens, a loud sound shook the heavens. The terrifying power of reincarnation swept down. The great tomb instantly exploded. The phantom of the wheel of reincarnation appeared. Then, the phantom of the wheel of reincarnation began to spin. A terrifying force bombarded the infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit. Thump, 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 the infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit was forced back. This is the phantom of the wheel of reincarnation. What you used is the Great Samsara. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that a lowly ant like you would know so many powerful divine abilities. Later, I will swallow your soul and refine your memories. All the spells you've cultivated will become mine. The infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit laughed sinisterly as he walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng controlled the phantom of the wheel of reincarnation to attack the infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit. Break for me! The infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit roared. Punch after punch, he punched the phantom of the wheel of reincarnation that was descending from the sky. Lin Feng crazily activated the Great Samsara, controlling the phantom of the wheel of reincarnation to smash the infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit again and again. However, the infernal netherworld fire's fire spirit, whose strength had doubled, was too powerful. He punched out 36 times in a row. The phantom of the wheel of reincarnation actually began to crack. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. The phantom of the Wheel of Reincarnation was probably going to be broken by the infernal Netherworld Fire's fire spirit very soon. Lin Feng's expression was unsettled. The infernal Netherworld Fire's fire spirit was too powerful, it was simply impossible to kill. Now, he planned to retreat. If he didn't leave now, he would probably die in the hands of the infernal Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, suddenly, a violent fluctuation came out from the Dan Sea. Lin Feng's spiritual will entered the sea of pills and a look of shock appeared on his face. The thing that was causing such a commotion was actually the Reincarnation Devil Hall. The Reincarnation Devil Hall was extremely mysterious. It was originally Gong Ziyu's treasure but was taken away by Mo Wuji. The secrets of the Reincarnation Devil Hall could only be explored after reaching the Heavenly God or Giant God realm. Therefore, Lin Feng had never been able to control the Reincarnation Devil Hall. But now, the Reincarnation Devil Hall was actually emitting waves of energy. Could it be because he had just executed the great art of reincarnation? Could it be that the Reincarnation Devil Hall sensed the great art of reincarnation? Other than this explanation, Lin Feng really couldn't think of any other. He hurriedly communicated with the Reincarnation Devil Hall. After that, he tried to control the Reincarnation Devil Hall. What surprised Lin Feng was that he could actually control the Reincarnation Devil Hall. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The Reincarnation Devil Hall was summoned out by him. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that his control over the Reincarnation Devil Hall was only temporary. He probably wouldn't be able to control it for long. Therefore, he had to grab the opportunity to control the Reincarnation Devil Hall and kill the fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Flame. After the Reincarnation Devil Hall was summoned out by Lin Feng, it emitted boundless devil light. That was the Reincarnation Devil Light, which contained the powerful power of reincarnation. Streams of Reincarnation Devil Light swept towards the fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Flame. Bang! A loud sound shook the heavens. After the Reincarnation Devil Light swept across the fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Flame, it was as though it had collided with a mountain. It actually wasn't able to send the fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Flame flying. The fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Flame, whose strength had doubled, was simply too strong. However, this attack still interrupted the fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Flame's attack on the Reincarnation Plate. Originally, the Reincarnation Plate was about to be destroyed by the fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Flame. But now, it had luckily escaped this calamity. Reincarnation. Lift up the heavens. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out from the Reincarnation Devil Hall. That voice seemed to have come from the Primal Chaos era, crossing the endless river of time. Lin Feng was shocked. What was going on with this voice? Was this the voice of an ancient expert from the Samsara Devil Hall, or was it the voice of the Reincarnation Devil Hall spirit, Demon Lord? What do you think? Lin Feng transmitted to the Black Bear Devil Monarch. The Samsara Devil Hall is filled with demonic energy. However, from the looks of it, the Samsara Devil Hall can only help you, it won't harm you. The Black Bear Devil Lord said. The Black Bear Devil Monarch had always been secretive about the Samsara Devil Hall. He once told Lin Feng that the Samsara Devil Hall had many secrets. Once these secrets were revealed, they would surely shock the world. Lin Feng asked the Black Bear Devil Lord what the secret was, but the Black Bear Devil Lord didn't know either. This was what he had heard from Demon Emperor Chonglu. However, back then, Demon Emperor Chonglu had only mentioned it casually and did not go into detail. But there was one thing that the Black Bear Devil Monarch knew. That is, the few generations of masters of the Samsara Devil Hall all had extremely miserable endings. Their deaths were more tragic than the last. Their deaths were directly related to the secrets of the Samsara Devil Hall. Hence, the Black Bear Devil Monarch had once reminded Lin Feng to pay special attention to the changes in the Samsara Devil Hall. This hall was too bizarre and too terrifying. Naturally, at the current stage, the Samsara Devil Hall had yet to show any signs of being disadvantageous to Lin Feng. But today, the Samsara Devil Hall was actually of great help to Lin Feng. This hall is actually the Samsara Devil Hall. The Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit exclaimed. This fellow was very knowledgeable and could recognize the Samsara Devil Hall with a single glance. Good brat. You actually have so many secrets. The Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He continued to activate the Netherworld Devil Kingdom. He wanted to trap the Samsara Devil Hall like how he trapped the 9 Devil Diagrams. The Netherworld Devil Kingdom rushed towards the Samsara Devil Hall, emitting a powerful devouring force. It wanted to devour the Samsara Devil Hall. At this moment, Lin Feng coldly laughed as he took out his God Realm clone. The God Realm clone wielded the Great Desolate War Spear and charged towards the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. Courting death. The Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit had an indifferent expression as he sent a palm strike towards the God Realm clone. At this moment, Lin Feng controlled the Plate of Reincarnation to attack the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. Then, he controlled the 9 Devil Diagrams to attack the Netherworld Devil Kingdom from the inside. At the same time, he controlled the Samsara Devil Hall to release balls of Samsara Devil Light that swept towards the Netherworld Devil Kingdom. This was Lin Feng's ability to do 3 things at once. He could control 3 types of attacks at the same time. The Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit's ability was not to be underestimated. He could control the Netherworld Devil Kingdom while attacking the God Realm clone at the same time. This was the ability to do 2 things at once. Lin Feng did not know what kind of heavenly treasure he had refined to be able to do 2 things at once. Or was it because the Hell Netherworld Fire had given the fire spirit this ability? But no matter what, the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit had the ability to do 2 things at once. There was one thing that Lin Feng was clear about. The Hell Netherworld Fire's ability to do 2 things at once could not be compared to his ability to do 3 things at once. The Godly Realm Avatar and the Reincarnation Plate Phantom attacked the fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Fire together, and then stalled the fire spirit of the Hell Netherworld Fire. The 9 Devil Diagrams and Samsara Devil Hall attacked the Netherworld Devil Kingdom at the same time. Under the joint attack of the 9 Devil Diagrams and Samsara Devil Hall, the Netherworld Devil Kingdom formed by the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit could not hold on any longer. Crack, crack, the Netherworld Devil Kingdom, it began to crack. Not good. Seeing this scene, the Hell Netherworld Fire's expression changed. He wanted to increase the power of the Netherworld Devil Kingdom. But it was too late. Under the joint attack of the 9 Devil Diagrams and Samsara Devil Hall, the Netherworld Devil Kingdom collapsed. Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. Your time of death has come. Lin Feng sneered. At the same time, he controlled the 9 Devil Diagrams, Samsara Devil Hall, and Plate of Reincarnation to attack the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. The God Realm clone also held the Great Desolate War Spear and attacked the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. At the same time, the Black Bear Devil Monarch also controlled the Chonglu Devil Hall to fly out. Together with Lin Feng, they attacked the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. Seeing the appearance of another powerful Devil Hall, the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit knew that the situation was hopeless. It no longer had the courage to fight and wanted to escape. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used all his strength to control the 9 Devil Diagrams, Samsara Devil Hall, and Plate of Reincarnation to attack the Hell Netherworld Fire. The Black Bear Devil Monarch crazily controlled the Chonglu Devil Hall to attack the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. The God Realm clone held the Great Desolate War Spear and attacked the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. The 4 sacred birds that Lin Feng sent into the Mountain River Ring also flew out. At the same time, Bibi and the Dragon Rabbit also flew out. They all made their moves and used their strongest attacks to help Lin Feng deal with the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. The 4 sacred birds used a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called the Great Desolate Heaven-Splitting Claw. It condensed a giant claw and grabbed at the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. Bibi released a rainbow-colored immortal light that swept towards the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. As for the Dragon Rabbit, it released a destructive force that attacked the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit. Why is it like this? The dignified Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit, actually fell in the hands of an ant like this. I'm not willing. After a stalemate of more than 2 hours, the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit let out an unwilling roar. It finally couldn't hold on any longer. The 9 Devil Diagrams pierced through the heavenly fire's origin and ruthlessly attacked the fire spirit's soul origin. The Hell Netherworld Fire's fire spirit's soul origin directly exploded. Its body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Only the Hell Netherworld Fire's fire origin was left floating in the air. The black fire origin slightly pulsed, and the surrounding space distorted. After a fierce battle of life and death, he used all his means and with everyone's help, he finally killed the fire spirit of the Netherworld Fire. Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. 9 Demon Painting. Reincarnation Demon Palace. Chonglu Demon Palace. They flew back to Lin Feng's elixir sea one after another. Then, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were also sent into Lin Feng's mountain river ring. He only left the 4 sacred birds and the deity realm clone to guard him. Lin Feng opened his hand, and powerful magic power flowed into the Netherworld Fire. He refined the Hell's Netherworld flame while adjusting his condition. After all, the battle of life and death had consumed a lot of energy. Breaking through was a big deal. He couldn't be careless in the slightest. When breaking through, he had to raise his state to the extreme. Only in this way could he break through in one go without any accidents. After adjusting his state to the best, Lin Feng began to try to use the Netherworld Fire to ignite his divine fire. The divine fire was equivalent to the fire of life. Once a god ignited the divine fire, his life would undergo a huge transformation. His lifespan, cultivation, talent, luck, and so on would all be greatly improved. Therefore, igniting the divine fire was an extremely important transformation for a deity realm cultivator. Lin Feng went into seclusion for half a month. Finally, he succeeded in igniting the divine fire. The moment he ignited the divine fire, Lin Feng felt that his lifespan, magic power, luck, and so on were all increasing crazily. At the same time, above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled. The Sea of Thunder condensed and covered an area of 100 miles. Look! What a huge Sea of Thunder! Could it be that someone is going to undergo a tribulation? Oh my God, what kind of tribulation is this? It condensed into such a huge Sea of Thunder? Many people in the surroundings shouted in shock. Ordinary cultivators' tribulation would cover an area of a few miles or only a dozen miles. A lightning tribulation that covered an area of 100 miles was extremely rare. But what made them turn pale with fright was, the Sea of Thunder in the sky was still expanding. It didn't take long for the area to expand by 150 miles, then 200 miles. 300 li, 500 li, 1,000 li, 2,000 li, 3,000 li, 4,000 li, 5,000 li. In the end, it expanded to 6,000 miles. A lightning tribulation covering an area of 6,000 miles. Is someone trying to break through to the Great Emperor realm? Many people looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky in horror. Hurry up and leave this place. Once the lightning tribulation descends, we'll still be within its range. Our lightning tribulation can also be drawn down in advance. When that time comes, I'm afraid we'll die. Many cultivators cried out in horror as they quickly fled into the distance. Lin Feng, on the other hand, sent the 4 sacred birds and the avatar into the mountain river ring. Now that the thunder calamity had descended, they could not continue to stay outside. Whoosh! Then, Lin Feng soared into the sky and arrived above the 9 heavens. Boom boom boom. Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. The void collapsed. The sky was destroyed. When Lin Feng broke through to the godly realm, the lightning tribulation he underwent was the legendary minor creation tribulation. At that time, the lightning tribulation covered an area of 3,000 miles. A total of 326 bolts of tribulation lightning descended. This was a tribulation that only heavenly gods would undergo. This time, when Lin Feng broke through to the divine fire realm, the number of tribulations he would undergo would definitely far exceed the minor creation tribulation. The more heaven-defying the cultivator, the more he would undergo the tribulation. The more terrifying the lightning tribulation he drew down, heaven and earth would not allow such a cultivator to exist, break. In the face of the terrifying lightning tribulation, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped into the 9 heavens. Punch after punch, he swept toward the lightning tribulation that came crashing down. Bam bam bam. The bolts of tribulation lightning were all shattered by Lin Feng. The shattered lightning tribulation maxim were all devoured by Lin Feng's body. These shattered lightning tribulation maxim began to improve Lin Feng's body and temper Lin Feng's dermic powers. Under the tempering of the shattered lightning tribulation maxim, Lin Feng's body and dermic powers were greatly improved. Others viewed the lightning tribulation as a ferocious beast, but Lin Feng treated it as an important method to temper his body, dermic powers, and raise his cultivation level. Soon, an even more powerful lightning tribulation descended. However, no matter how powerful the lightning tribulation was, it could not hurt Lin Feng. All the lightning tribulations were shattered by Lin Feng. Soon, 300 bolts of lightning tribulation struck down, but they could not hurt Lin Feng. It started with the 301 bolts of lightning tribulation. The power of the lightning tribulation increased suddenly. The power of the 301 bolts of lightning tribulation was nearly 100 times stronger than the 300th bolts of lightning tribulation. Great calamity art. Lin Feng stepped into the void. A long river of calamity condensed and circled in the void, letting out a loud rumbling sound. This great calamity art was a supreme ability to resist the lightning tribulation. As soon as the great calamity art was used, the lightning tribulation was once again broken by Lin Feng. Time passed. A total of 600 bolts of lightning tribulation descended. However, it still could not hurt Lin Feng. In the confrontation with the lightning tribulation, Lin Feng constantly devoured the shattered lightning tribulation maxim to temper his body and dermic powers. His body emitted a treasure light. Originally, Lin Feng's body had already reached the heavenly god level. This time, the lightning tribulation tempered his body. Lin Feng's body became more and more tyrannical. Lin Feng believed that perhaps it would not be long before he could break through to the giant god level. Now, ordinary divine weapons could not cause any harm to Lin Feng's body. The current Lin Feng had no problem fighting a giant dragon with his body. The most powerful 32 bolts of lightning tribulation began to descend. This was the Great Creation Tribulation. There were a total of 632 bolts of lightning tribulation. However, the most powerful of these lightning tribulations also found it difficult to hurt Lin Feng. Bolts of lightning tribulation were broken by Lin Feng. Roar! Roars shook the sky. 4 powerful fierce beasts appeared, pouncing towards Lin Feng. This was the last lightning tribulation of the Great Creation Tribulation, called Beast Tribulation. The 4 powerful creatures that appeared were the 4 Overlord-level terrifying creatures in the Heavenly Star Mountain range. Previously, when the 4 sacred birds mentioned them, they were also secretive. These 4 powerful creatures lurked in the surroundings, deceiving the heavens and the sea, avoiding the detection of the lightning tribulation. Therefore, their lightning tribulation was not attracted in advance. Then, when Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was about to end, they suddenly appeared, wanting to kill Lin Feng. At this time, the heavenly Tao sensed something. The 4 fierce beasts became the last lightning tribulation. This was also the most powerful lightning tribulation. The 4 fierce beasts wanted to devour Lin Feng's flesh and blood, wanting to obtain Lin Feng's treasures. Breaking through to the divine fire realm can actually attract such a terrifying lightning tribulation. It's really unbelievable. Your bloodline is too powerful, your talent is too heaven-defying, and your luck is monstrous. As long as we can eat you, we can borrow the power of your bloodline to undergo a transformation. Your luck will also be added to our bodies. Your wealth, magic treasures, and all the other treasures will be ours. The 4 Overlord-level fierce beasts roared and split into 4 directions, charging towards Lin Feng. 4 ferocious beasts. Each one was more ferocious than the other. Each one was more powerful than the other. To be able to become an overlord in the lost world, their cultivation was naturally terrifying. However, facing the attacks of the 4 ferocious beasts, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. With a wave of his hand, the regal sword tune flew out. Slash! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Spring and Autumn sword, Undying sword, Chaos sword, Black dragon sword, 4 treasured swords flew out, tearing apart the sky, shattering the universe, and collapsing heaven and earth. Their power was shocking and moving. The origins of the 4 treasured swords were extremely great. For example, the Black dragon sword was a divine weapon of the giant god level. Although it had been sealed, the seal was gradually being broken by Lin Feng. The Spring and Autumn sword was also a divine weapon of the giant god level. The Undying sword was a broken emperor-level weapon. Although its power had been greatly reduced, it was still an emperor-level weapon. Even though only half of it was left, it was still extremely terrifying. The Chaos sword was a quasi-emperor-level weapon. It was a treasure forged from chaos stones and had the potential to transform into an immortal artifact. The 4 treasured swords were controlled by the regal sword tomb. Their power could be increased by 10 times. Now, Lin Feng was controlling the 4 treasured swords to attack the 4 ferocious beasts. Instantly, sword chi swept out, tearing apart the sky and shattering heaven and earth. Endless sword chi drowned the 4 ferocious beasts. The 4 ferocious beasts that were originally pouncing towards Lin Feng saw how powerful the 4 treasured swords were. Their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly took out their Dharma treasures to fight against Lin Feng's 4 treasured swords. Clang, 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 the Dharma treasures of both sides collided. A series of clanging sounds could be heard. The 4 ferocious beasts had also collected some powerful Dharma treasures over the years. For example, the 4 Dharma treasures that they had taken out now were a bronze bell-like Dharma treasure, a jade battle-like Dharma treasure, and a green stone seal. The 4th Dharma treasure was a small golden bell. They were all very powerful. Ha 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 ha, kid. Let's see how you'll die. The 4 ferocious beasts laughed proudly and then charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the Dharma treasures in shock. He didn't expect the 4 great ferocious beasts to be able to use magic treasures. Generally speaking, these ferocious beasts were extremely conceited. This was because beast cultivators had a physical advantage over other cultivators. Therefore, beast cultivators scoffed at magic treasures. From their point of view, magic treasures would only weaken the further tempering of their bodies. Therefore, beast cultivators lacked interest in magic treasures. It was also very rare for beast cultivators to use their magic treasures in battle. In fact, things like magic treasures had both advantages and disadvantages. Not only beast cultivators, but many cultivators of other races could kill cultivators who were much stronger than them because they obtained a powerful magic treasure. Therefore, he was no longer as desperate and hardworking as before. In the end, most of these cultivators would perish. His own strength was the most important thing. Magic treasures were only supplementary. Most of the time, the willpower of beast cultivators was much stronger than that of cultivators of other races. However, the 4 beast cultivators in front of him were clearly different. They did not reject the use of magic treasures. Furthermore, he seemed to be quite proficient in the use of magical treasures. Seeing the 4 great ferocious beasts pouncing over again, Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. He could vaguely feel the 4 great ferocious beasts' realm. They were around the 5th heaven of the true God realm. If it was in the past, facing 4 5th heaven of the true God realm cultivators, Lin Feng would definitely be defeated. But now, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. He had refined the 4th heavenly flame and even ignited the divine flame. His cultivation had improved by many times compared to before. In front of Lin Feng, the 4 great ferocious beasts were no longer existences that could not be resisted. In the future, if I build a cave mansion, I will need to protect my sect. If I want to open a mountain gate, I'm still missing some guardian spirit beasts. I think you guys are a good choice. Today, I won't fool you. Instead, I'll make you surrender so that you can protect my cave and the mountain gate. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the 4 great ferocious beasts, as if he had already grasped their fate. This made the 4 great ferocious beasts extremely angry. Brat, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Let's see how we'll kill you. The 4 great ferocious beasts roared angrily. They once again charged towards Lin Feng. One by one, they began to condense the demonic chi in their bodies. 10,000 beasts claw. Mountain splitting seal. Big Dipper lion roar technique. Hand of heaven. These 4 great ferocious beasts had also cultivated powerful sacred arts, and when they were unleashed, they attacked Lin Feng. When these powerful sacred arts gathered together, it was as if they could destroy the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Today, I'll let you guys experience my absolute art, burning heaven's fury." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng summoned the 4 great heavenly flames. Hell's nether fire, golden dragon divine flames, black flame burning god fire, purple flame core fire. Under Lin Feng's compression, the 4 great heavenly flames formed a ball of flame. Now, the burning heaven's fury had merged with the hell's nether fire, a powerful heavenly flame that was ranked 21st. It had already completed a huge transformation. Power. Naturally, it couldn't be compared. This was also the first time that Lin Feng had used the burning heaven's fury, which had fused 4 heavenly flames. So, how powerful was this attack? Lin Feng didn't know either. But he could imagine. This attack. It would definitely be able to cause a destructive power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The ball of flame formed by the compression of the 4 heavenly flames distorted the void. It emitted a terrifying and shocking wave. Lin Feng summoned the ball of flame. Bang, next. A loud sound shook the sky. The ball of flame directly exploded. Waves of destructive power. It spread out. Not good, quickly retreat. Feeling the power of the explosion of the ball of flame, the expressions of the 4 great ferocious beasts changed drastically. They wanted to retreat quickly at the first moment. But it was too late. The energy fluctuations from the explosion of the ball of flame enveloped the 4 great ferocious beasts. The 4 great ferocious beasts were all blown away. Each of them was dripping with blood and severely injured. Lin Feng immediately activated the 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits instantly merged into one. Confinement. Then, he used the confinement magnetic field. Under the confinement of the confinement magnetic field, the 4 great ferocious beasts' bodies were unable to move. Lin Feng stepped forward and activated the great purification technique. Bang 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 bang, 4 consecutive palm strikes landed on the heads of the 4 great ferocious beasts. The power of great purification surged into the minds of the 4 great ferocious beasts. The 4 great ferocious beasts were instantly purified by Lin Feng. Ba. Good, good. Thank you, Taoist Lin, for guiding us through the sea of bitterness and to the other side. The 4 great ferocious beasts looked sincere. Ha 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 ha, the 4 of you are too polite. In the future, follow me and concentrate on cultivating. You will definitely achieve great Tao. Lin Feng laughed. After purifying the 4 great ferocious beasts of the 5th sky of the true God realm, he was in a good mood. Lin Feng waved his hand and the 4 great ferocious beasts were sent into his mountain river ring. The sea of lightning in the sky quickly dissipated, and the world returned to normal. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. He had finally broken through to the divine fire realm. After breaking through to the divine fire realm, even the 6th or 7th sky of the true God realm won't be my match, right? Lin Feng smiled. This wasn't a place to stay for long. There would definitely be many people coming over to see who had broken through, so Lin Feng didn't stay. He quickly flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 10,000 weapons mountain was bustling with people. This was because there were many weapons sealed within this huge mountain range. At the very least, they were all divine artifact-level weapons. It was said that even emperor weapons were sealed here. Of course, it was not an easy task to break the restrictions of the 10,000 weapons mountain. The restrictions of the 10,000 weapons mountain were extremely powerful. Many cultivators were killed while trying to break the restrictions of the 10,000 weapons mountain. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Their deaths could be said to be extremely miserable. However, once one could break the restrictions of the 10,000 weapons mountain, they would be able to obtain the magic treasures sealed inside. Therefore, even though they knew that the 10,000 weapons mountain was dangerous, countless cultivators still rushed over. The 4 sacred birds flew in the air, and the 10,000 weapons mountain came into view. Master! The 10,000 weapons mountain is right in front of us. There are many treasures there. There are many powerful magic treasures sealed there. The 4 sacred birds cried out. Lin Feng nodded, and said, "Find a place to descend." "Yes, Master." The 4 sacred birds responded and quickly flew into the 10,000 weapons mountain, then landed in a forest. Following that, the 4 sacred birds turned into a spirit bird the size of an eagle and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. There were countless magic treasures sealed within the 10,000 Weapons Mountain. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in these magic treasures, although he did not fancy ordinary divine artifacts. However, in the future, when he formed his own force, these divine artifacts would be of great use. Using divine artifacts to form a cultivator army. Then this cultivator army would definitely be invincible. One had to know. Due to the scarcity of materials, many divine realm cultivators did not have divine artifacts. Divine artifacts were precious. This was also the reason why the 10,000 Weapons Mountain attracted so many cultivators. The 10,000 Weapons Mountain was not a mountain peak. It was a mountain range. It was formed by 9 mountain peaks. The mountains were continuous. It stretched out for 70 to 80 miles. It was extremely huge. Other than having many magic treasures in the 10,000 Weapons Mountain, it was also a place where fierce beasts ran rampant. Therefore, this place was extremely dangerous. Of course, for an expert like Lin Feng, the 10,000 Weapons Mountain was not enough to pose a threat to him. Unless it was a cultivator above the 8th or 9th level of the True God stage. Could pose a threat to Lin Feng. Roar. The roar was heard. In the distant valley, a great battle broke out. Lin Feng rushed in the direction of the battle and saw a huge, snow-white tiger fighting tens of cultivators. That huge snow-white tiger was not a white tiger. It was the dragon-tailed tiger. The body of a tiger and the tail of a flood dragon. Most dragon-tailed tigers had green bodies. However, the dragon-tailed tiger in front of him had a white body. It was likely that its bloodline had mutated. Mutations were relatively common among dire beasts. After mutating, the color of the body of a ferocious beast would often be different from its original color, and its body shape would also change. However, the biggest change was in his strength. Mutated berserk beasts would have their strength greatly increased. This valley should be the nest of the variant dragon-tailed tiger, because Lin Feng saw a cave in the depths of the valley. There were many skeletons scattered outside the cave. They were probably killed by the mutant dragon-tailed tiger. The entire body of a ferocious tiger beast was a treasure, especially its bones, which were extremely valuable. The value of the variant dragon-tailed tiger was even greater. It was said that the bones of the variant dragon-tailed tiger could be refined into an avatar of the deity realm. It was extremely precious. Those cultivators must have seen this mutated dragon-tailed tiger by chance and were tempted to kill it out of greed. The strongest of the cultivators who besieged the variant dragon-tailed tiger was at the 3rd firmament of the divine fire realm. He was also quite a powerful cultivator. The rest were all at the void god realm. With such a group of experts working together, their strength was naturally abnormally strong. Dealing with an ordinary dragon-tailed tiger would be a piece of cake. However, against a variant dragon-tailed tiger, Lin Feng felt that it would not be an easy task. The strength of a variant dragon-tailed tiger was more than 10 times or even dozens of times stronger than an ordinary dragon-tailed tiger of the same level. Although the variant dragon-tailed tiger that was besieged was only at the 2nd firmament of the divine fire realm. However, it would be extremely difficult for those cultivators to kill this variant dragon-tailed tiger. Lin Feng immediately lost interest in watching and walked into the distance. Not long after, he heard shrill screams coming from the valley where the battle was taking place. It was obvious that the cultivators who besieged the variant dragon-tailed tiger had been killed. This was just the beginning. Lin Feng believed that as time passed, those cultivators who besieged the variant dragon-tailed tiger, more and more people would die. He left the area and walked towards the depths of the mountain range. Suddenly, more than 10 scarlet-eyed demon boars appeared in the forest. These scarlet-eyed demon boars were famous ferocious beasts. It was rare to see such ferocious beasts in the outside world. The scarlet-eyed demon boars had a pair of curved and huge fangs. Each of these fangs was about 1 meter long. They were like 2 sharp curved blades that flickered with a cold light. The scarlet-eyed demon boars' bodies were covered with an armor-like stratum corneum. Their eyes were red and flickered with a cold light. The scarlet-eyed demon boars let out low growls and pounced towards Lin Feng. Those scarlet-eyed boars were extremely fast, they looked like bolts of lightning as they rushed towards Lin Feng. Their sharp tusks were aimed at Lin Feng's body. Humph! Lin Feng snorted and raised his hand to slash out. A dazzling sword chi condensed and formed. It slashed towards the scarlet-eyed demon boars. These scarlet-eyed demon boars reacted quickly and used their fangs to block. Clang clang clang, a series of violent collisions rang out. The scarlet-eyed demon boars were forced back. These scarlet-eyed demon boars' fangs were extremely hard and did not suffer any damage. After seeing Lin Feng's strength, they dispersed in a hubbub. The scarlet-eyed demon boars ran away. The meat is gone. The four sacred bird shouted and chased after them. Not long after, the four sacred bird returned with a scarlet-eyed demon boar that it had killed in its claws. The four sacred bird was an omnivore. There was nothing that it did not eat. Ever since it had eaten Lin Feng's roast meat last time, it had been thinking about having another roast meat feast. When night comes, we can roast a whole pig. It should taste good. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said. The four sacred bird almost drooled when it heard this. Not long after, Lin Feng discovered a powerful restriction. He was slightly surprised and said, the magic treasure of Myriad Weapons Mountain should be sealed in a restriction like this, right? The four sacred bird nodded and said, yes, master. These restrictions are the ones that seal the magic treasure. Any cultivator could try to break these restrictions. However, these restrictions were very terrifying. They could release all kinds of terrifying attacks. Therefore, many cultivators would join forces to attack the restrictions and forcefully destroy them before taking the treasures inside. It was just that these restrictions were extremely powerful, so it was very difficult to destroy them with brute force. For others, breaking these restrictions would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, for Lin Feng, breaking these restrictions was not difficult at all. When he approached the restriction, he sensed a terrifying fluctuation coming from it. The restriction was brewing a powerful attack, and it was about to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not give the restriction the chance to do so. He used the Celestial Master Sex Formation splitting technique and used the most domineering method to forcefully tear apart the restriction. He then took out a huge axe from the restriction. The huge axe emitted boundless killing intent, and there was still the fresh blood of gods and demons on it. In the past, it was definitely a terrifying killing weapon that could kill gods and demons. In the middle of the night, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. Lin Feng found a place and made a bonfire. Then, he cut open the belly of the scarlet-eyed boar and cleaned it. He put all kinds of seasonings on it and started roasting it. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit also flew out of the mountain river ring. Together with the four sacred birds, they stared at the suckling pig on the bonfire. Then, they all started to drool. Even the winged cobra, the four overlords, the dark subduing devil beast, the horned fierce god tiger, the silverback scarlet armored beast, and the blazing three-tailed demon wolf couldn't resist the temptation of the roast meat. They all came out with their eyes wide open. After the suckling pig was done, Lin Feng cut it open and distributed it to everyone. These guys were all eating with relish. Occasionally, cultivators would pass by. Those cultivators smelled the aroma of the roast meat and couldn't help but want to befriend Lin Feng and try the delicious roast meat. However, when they got close to Lin Feng, they were all scared out of their wits. That was because there was a group of overlord-level beasts gathered around the bonfire. Those cultivators were so scared that they turned around and ran. These beasts are eating roast meat? Could it be that the kid was captured by a few overlord beasts and is being roasted for them? Some cultivators muttered. If that's the case, that kid is too unlucky. Another cultivator said. Clearly, these fellows weren't full yet. Then, under the four holy birds' cries, several feral overlords rushed into the forest with the four holy birds. Not long after, they brought back a dozen feral beast corpses. Lin Feng cut open the bellies of the corpses and continued to roast the meat. One after another, many cultivators saw what was happening and the news quickly spread out. At first, the news was that there were a few overlords in Myriad Weapons Mountain who liked to eat roast meat and would capture cultivators to cook for them. However, the news became more and more ridiculous. In the end, it was even passed down that there were a few overlords in Myriad Weapons Mountain who liked to eat roast human meat. These overlords were extremely cruel and would directly roast the cultivators they caught over the fire. This news even caused quite a bit of panic for a while. In the next few days, Lin Feng continued to look for some restrictions during the day, and then he would break them to look for treasures. At night, he would roast meat. Of course, not all of the restrictions in the 10,000 Weapons Mountain contained treasures. There were many restrictions here, but the ratio of them containing treasures was very small. However, Lin Feng's speed of breaking restrictions was too fast, so he still collected more than 100 powerful divine tools in 3 days. Late at night, sounds of battle could be heard from afar. 2 groups of cultivators were fighting each other. Finally, these people arrived at the forest where Lin Feng was Lin. Among these 2 groups cultivators, Lin Feng recognized them. It was Blazing Hot Lips team. This was a group cultivator from clan. There were also 4 young masters, young ladies. The rest were some guards. Lin cultivator, Lin Feng of cultivators, cultivator, but this was cultivators of them, cultivators was Lin was cultivator first of all, they had the advantage in numbers. This group of cultivators had about 50 people, while Blazing Hot Lips' group only had 20 people left. When Lin Feng saw them previously, there were more than 30 people in their group. Now, the number of people had decreased sharply. Obviously, many people had been killed in the battle. 20 of them against 50 of their opponents. The disparity in strength was too great. Hand over the primal chaos ancient jade and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. A cultivator with a ferocious face said coldly. His triangular eyes glanced at the 3 beautiful female cultivators. This cultivator with a ferocious face was obviously very interested in the 3 female cultivators. Even if he wanted to kill them, he would wantonly humiliate them before killing them. Even in Lin Feng's eyes, the 3 female cultivators could be considered top-grade beauties. One of them was tall and had a cold temperament. One had snow-white skin and was as gentle as water. One had fiery red lips and was charming and enchanting. Such women could naturally arouse the interest of many men. Wow! Young master! Isn't this the big-breasted girl? The 4 sacred birds also saw the group of cultivators that were surrounded. Its eyes were sharp and saw the woman with fiery red lips. Back then, the 4 sacred birds and Lin Feng had teased this woman together. Then, this woman angrily chased after them. This woman's temper was quite fiery. Hearing the sudden voice, the 2 groups of cultivators were stunned. These 2 groups of cultivators did not expect that there would be someone else here. Who is it? The ferocious cultivator with a ferocious face shouted coldly. Lin Feng jumped down from the tree and said indifferently, "It's me." The corners of the ferocious cultivator's mouth twitched violently. Then, his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. It's him. At this time, the group of people surrounded also recognized Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds, this strange combination. They did not expect to meet Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds here. They also did not expect Lin Feng to be so arrogant. At this time, shouldn't they leave quickly, so that they would not be implicated? Why did Lin Feng not only not leave, but also act so arrogantly? This was what the group of people did not understand. Kid, do you know what you're saying? The ferocious cultivator's face was filled with killing intent. Yours truly was resting here, but you guys disturbed my sweet dreams. You should be thanking your lucky stars that I didn't slap you guys to death. Now, hand over your storage rings and scram as far as you can. Lin Feng waved his hand and said impatiently. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy, isn't he a little too arrogant? Is this bastard crazy? The woman with fiery red lips was called Lu Yaomei. At this moment, she could not help but mutter in her heart. Previously, she had a verbal dispute with Lin Feng. She had been bullied by Lin Feng and the 4 sacred birds, which had made her so angry that she gritted her teeth. Thus, Lu Yaomei had wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, but Lin Feng had fled with his 4 sacred birds. In Lu Yaomei's eyes, Lin Feng was a guy who only knew how to talk. This kind of guy would definitely be the first to run when he encountered danger. However, seeing Lin Feng today gave Lu Yaomei a different feeling. Lu Yaomei even felt that there was something wrong with Lin Feng's head. Facing so many experts in the underground city, he was actually still so arrogant. Did this guy not want to live anymore? Capture this brat. I want to cut off his flesh piece by piece. The ferocious cultivator said fiercely. Yes, sir. Immediately, a third firmament divine flame realm cultivator walked out with a sinister smile on his face. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The four sacred birds flew out and shouted, "Trash like you wants to fight with our young master? Take this bird grandpa's attack first." The four sacred birds cried out as they charged towards the underground city's third-layer divine flame realm cultivator. The cultivators on Lu Yame's side were all speechless. It was one thing for their master to be arrogant. But a bird was actually so arrogant. The four sacred birds were at the 8th layer of the divine fire realm. They were facing a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the divine fire realm. They had the right to be arrogant. However, the four sacred birds had concealed their aura, so it was hard for others to sense their cultivation. The four sacred birds were the true masters of disguising themselves as pigs to eat tigers. They pretended to be weak, but their strength was incomparably tyrannical. "Damn bird! I'll tear you apart." The cultivator at the 3rd layer of the divine fire realm roared and sent a palm strike at the four sacred birds. No matter what, he was still a divine fire realm cultivator. He was actually looked down upon by a bird. Naturally, he was incomparably furious. Too weak. Grandpa Bird can kill you with one claw. The four sacred birds were extremely arrogant. They stretched out their claws and directly clawed at the cultivator. The four sacred birds were too fast. They arrived before the 3rd layer cultivator in an instant and easily dodged his attack. Then, they clawed at his face. Pooh, the claws of the four sacred birds were incomparably sharp, directly leaving behind a very deep wound on the face of this 3rd layer divine flame realm cultivator. Blood immediately flowed out. Then, the four sacred birds suddenly flapped their wings and swept the cultivator away. "Trash! You don't even have the right to die at Grandpa Bird's hands." The four holy birds raised their heads with a proud and arrogant expression on their faces. "This bird is so powerful." Lu Yaomei and the others looked at each other in dismay. Lu Yaomei and the others were also quite strong. For example, Lu Yaomei was at the 10th layer of the void spirit realm. She was only a step away from breaking through to the divine fire realm. As for the other two women and the four young masters, their cultivations were about the same. If they weren't at the 9th layer of the void spirit realm, then they were at the 10th layer of the void spirit realm. However, their cultivations were clearly too weak in front of the cultivator at the 3rd layer of the divine fire realm. However, the four sacred birds had the strength to instantly kill that cultivator. From this, one could infer how powerful this arrogant bird was. Lu Yaomei originally thought that Lin Feng was someone who only knew how to talk, but now she knew that Lin Feng was definitely not a simple person. Even his mount was so powerful. Could he be weak? She thought of the time when she had rushed towards Lin Feng with a whip and wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Lu Yaomei felt a little embarrassed. At that time, he thought that Lin Feng's cultivation was not high enough and had escaped. Only now did he realize that Lin Feng was simply being merciful and giving him face. Who the hell is this guy? Lu Yaomei couldn't help but mutter in her heart as she looked at Lin Feng with narrowed eyes. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't worried at all, Lu Yaomei knew that Lin Feng was confident in dealing with the dungeon creatures. That guy didn't look like someone who would suffer a loss. "You're courting death." Seeing his subordinate being swept away by a bird, the fierce-looking cultivator's face was filled with a gloomy expression. First, he was despised, then his subordinate was seriously injured by a bird. The fierce-looking cultivator felt incomparably sullen. Right now, he only wanted to cut Lin Feng and the four sacred birds into 1,000 pieces. He wanted to vent the depression in his heart. "Go to hell." The fierce-looking cultivator roared angrily and slammed his palm towards the four sacred birds. This person was actually an expert of the true God realm. Although he was only at the 1st heaven of the true God realm, he wasn't that powerful. However, he was still no small matter. Against such an expert, the four sacred birds were naturally no match for him. The four sacred birds cried out, "I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death. Master, save me." Lin Feng pursed his lips. The four sacred birds had failed to act cool. Now, they had embarrassed themselves. Lin Feng took a step forward and threw a punch at the cultivator's face. Sensing the power of Lin Feng's palm, the fierce-looking cultivator's expression suddenly changed. He didn't dare to hesitate. The palm that was originally aimed at the 4 sacred birds changed direction and slapped towards Lin Feng. Who would have thought that at that moment, Lin Feng would take his hand back and kick him? Bang! This kick landed on the fierce-looking cultivator's abdomen. It directly scattered his magic power. The fierce-looking cultivator felt as if his internal organs were burning. He hugged his abdomen and knelt on the ground, his body twitching violently. Is this a battle between true God Realm experts? This is basically a street fight between hooligans, okay? Seeing the battle between Lin Feng and the fierce-looking cultivator, Lu Yaomei and the others were speechless. There was no magic power competition like they had imagined, nor was there a sacred art duel like they had imagined. He only kicked out. And then the battle ended. Do you know who I am? The fierce-looking cultivator gritted his teeth and said. Slap. Lin Feng slapped him hard on the face. If you don't tell me, how would I know? Let me guess? You really deserve a beating. After slapping this cultivator, Lin Feng said angrily. I'm from the underground city. The fierce-looking cultivator gritted his teeth and said. Slap. Lin Feng slapped him again. Last time, he slapped the left side of his face. This time, he slapped the right side of his face. 2 slaps. The fierce-looking cultivator's face was swollen. It was swollen like a pig's head. Why are you still hitting me? The fierce-looking cultivator asked gloomily. You dare to threaten me? I'll slap you. Lin Feng curled his lips. The fierce-looking cultivator wanted to cry but had no tears. Today, he met a person who was not afraid of anything. He also felt extremely unlucky. We were wrong about today's matter. Please spare us. The fierce-looking cultivator begged. He could also see that Lin Feng was not afraid of anything. Threatening him was useless. The one who would suffer was him, so he might as well beg for mercy. However, the fierce-looking cultivator was extremely depressed. He had been beaten to such a state, yet he still had to beg for mercy. In his entire life, he had never suffered such cowardice. You know you're wrong. In this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Hand over your storage ring and quickly scram. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The fierce-looking cultivator felt his heart ache. All the treasures in the storage ring were his life. If he handed them over, he would immediately become a pauper. However, he did not dare to not hand them over. The cultivator in front of him was too strong. If he did not hand them over, he would really anger this person. This person might even kill him. All of you, take off your storage rings and hand them to this young master. The fierce-looking cultivator was the first to take off his storage ring and handed it to Lin Feng. Then, the others also took off their storage rings and handed them to Lin Feng. Each of them was so depressed that they wanted to kill themselves. Scram. Lin Feng took all the storage rings and said coldly. The fierce-looking cultivators hurriedly left. They did not want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Lin Feng's gaze immediately turned to Lu Yaomei and the others and said indifferently, and you guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and hand over your storage rings. Lu Yaomei shrieked, didn't you say you wanted to help us? You even want our storage rings? What's the meaning of this? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who says I'm helping you? Why should I act bravely for a just cause? Do you think I have nothing better to do than eat my fill? Then why did you attack those cultivators from the underground city? Did you want to rob them? The woman with bright eyes, white teeth, snow-white skin, an exquisite face, and an elegant temperament asked doubtfully. She was called Xiao Yuling. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I did. I just finished robbing a bunch of idiots. Now it's your turn. I've heard that you found a primal chaos jade. That's a precious treasure. I can use it to upgrade my life weapon. Don't waste my time. Hurry up and give it to me. Don't force me to attack. You're shameless. You're taking advantage of us. Lu Yaomei glared at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Yaomei's voluptuous breasts and said, "Whether I'm shameless or not, you'll have to follow me to the small forest to find out." "Don't slander me now." Everyone knew why he wanted to go to the small forest. Xiao Yuling and Ling Qian couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Lu Yaomei blushed and glared at Lin Feng. "Fellow Taoist, do you really want to be so overbearing?" An old cultivator said in a deep voice. This old cultivator was also a true divinity cultivator. He and the fierce-looking cultivator were both at the second heavenly layer of the true God realm. However, due to his old age, the old cultivator's chi and blood had deteriorated and his combat prowess had declined greatly. Thus, he was injured by the fierce-looking cultivator. "If it weren't for me, you'd be dead already. I'll give you face and not attack you. Now, I'll give you two options. First, hand over the primal chaos ancient jade and your storage rings. Second, let the three beauties follow me to the small forest. Then, I won't take your things," said Lin Feng with a smile on his face. He was still glancing at the three beautiful women's bodies. "Stinking pervert." Lu Yaomei glared at Lin Feng. Xiao Yuling and Ling Qian also glared at Lin Feng, cursing Lin Feng for being shameless. They could curse him as much as they wanted, but Lin Feng didn't care. If the three beauties really wanted to follow him to the small forest, Lin Feng would be more than happy to welcome. Of course, that was nothing more than a pipe dream. Of course, they wouldn't follow him to the small forest. These people didn't want to hand over their storage rings and the primal chaos ancient jade. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Lin Feng was too strong. The fierce-looking cultivator was at the true God realm, but he couldn't even take one move from Lin Feng. These people, naturally, they couldn't be Lin Feng's match. "All right." The true God realm old man nodded. He took out a palm-sized jade. This jade was the color of chaos. It was the primal chaos jade. This was a treasure passed down from the primal chaos era. It was even more precious than a primal chaos stone. Then, the group took off their storage rings and handed them to Lin Feng. "You're shameless." Lu Yaomei gritted her teeth and said as she handed the storage rings to Lin Feng. "Why don't you follow me to the small forest? I'll let you know what it means to be shameless," Lin Feng said with a smile. Lu Yaomei glared at him. She stepped on Lin Feng's foot. After getting what she wanted, she walked to the side proudly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This woman's foot was really heavy. After taking everyone's storage rings, Lin Feng grinned and said, "Thank you for your storage rings. These storage rings and the primal chaos ancient jade are my rewards for saving you." The group of people wailed in their hearts. "That wasn't even a reward, okay? You were the one who robbed them, okay? You robbed us of our treasures, and now you're saying that you're a righteous person. How can you be so shameless?" Of course, no matter how much they slandered Lin Feng in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Lu Yaomei snorted and said, "Don't be too happy now. You just let those people from the underground city go. They won't let you go. When the time comes, there will be experts coming to take revenge." "What kind of power is this underground city?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "You don't even know about the underground city?" Lu Yaomei looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. The others also looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Lin Feng said calmly, "What's so strange about not knowing?" Lu Yaomei snorted and said, "The underground city is a place of evil. Countless evil cultivators gather there. There's an unwritten rule in the 9 provinces that no matter how big of a mistake one makes, no matter what kind of power one is being chased by, as long as one can escape to the underground city, no power can chase after them. So it's a city of evil." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The underground city was very similar to the ancient city of chaos in the banished world. They could both protect cultivators who were being chased. Lu Yaomei nodded and said, "It can indeed be called a city of evil. However, the underground city's power is incomparably terrifying. Now that you've offended someone from the underground city, let's see how you're going to deal with this." Lu Yaomei had a gloating expression on her face. "The people I've offended are just ordinary cultivators from the underground city, not the city lord. What's there to be afraid of? I can't wait for that fierce-looking guy to quickly invite experts to take revenge on me." Lin Feng grinned. "Why? Could it be that you're a masochist?" Lu Yaomei couldn't help but carefully size up Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "You're the masochist." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "The experts that guy found must have a lot of treasures on them. When the time comes, I can rob those experts of their treasures and make a fortune." When the group of people heard Lin Feng's explanation, they almost fell to the ground. Could it be that this guy was a notorious bandit? Let's meet again, haha. Lin Feng jumped onto the four holy birds. Then, he waved his hand. The four holy birds spread their wings and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Lu Yaomei retracted her gaze and said, "Who do you think this guy is? He's so young and such a powerful expert. He shouldn't be a nobody in the 9 provinces, right?" Everyone else had a thoughtful expression on their faces. Leng Qian said, "The 9 provinces is too big. I don't know how many outstanding geniuses there are. Perhaps he's such a person. I wonder if this guy can enter the prodigy roll?" Lu Yaomei asked. "There are only 100 people on the prodigy roll. Anyone who can enter the prodigy roll is a heaven-defying existence. This person is probably still lacking." The first firmament true God old man said. In the following period of time, Lin Feng continued to crack the restrictions in the Myriad Weapons Mountain to search for divine weapons. He obtained more than 1,000 divine weapons one after another. His harvest was extremely huge. The restrictions in the Myriad Weapons Mountain were more or less cracked by others, so Lin Feng left the Myriad Weapons Mountain. The only regret was that Lin Feng did not find the legendary Emperor weapon in the Myriad Weapons Mountain. The other cultivators did not find it either. If an Emperor weapon really appeared, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Perhaps, the legend of the Emperor weapon was really just a legend. There was actually no Emperor weapon in the Myriad Weapons Mountain. He planned to return to Snow City, because he had gained enough from entering the Lost World this time. Lin Feng was very satisfied. As for the deepest part of the Lost World, Lin Feng did not go there. That was a place that only top experts were qualified to go. There were even more than one heavenly god realm experts there. The treasures inside would be left for those heavenly god realm experts to fight for. Lin Feng flew out of the Lost World. There were cultivators like Lin Feng who chose to leave the Lost World. These cultivators might have also obtained a fortuitous encounter and were quite satisfied with their fortuitous encounter. Knowing when to give up and when to retreat was the philosophy of life. Just as he was about to leave the Lost World, an earth-shattering sound came from the deepest part of the Lost World. Endless divine lightning descended. Amidst the lightning, a mysterious palace appeared. That palace floated in the sea of lightning. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Many people were shocked, and they all flew towards the ancient lightning palace. However, Lin Feng had already decided to leave, so he did not return. He planned to rest in Snow City for the time being and then look for his father's old friend, Duguya. If he could find Duguya, he would follow Duguya and cultivate for a period of time. Lin Feng was well aware of his own situation. Even though his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, he still couldn't be considered an extremely strong cultivator. The true experts were those heavenly gods, giant gods, and even boundary emperors. If he wanted to rescue his mother, he had to continue improving his cultivation. His father had the immortal divine blood. His mother and uncle had the sovereign emperor blood. In the battle back then, his uncle died in battle, his mother was suppressed. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying was the enemy to have such strength. Therefore, at this stage, Lin Feng wanted to increase his cultivation as much as possible and accumulate strength. He left the Lost World and flew in the direction of Snow City. Lin Feng was still muttering in his heart. If that woman, Shui Qianwu, dared to appear again, it would not be a problem for him to suppress her with his current strength. As long as this woman dared to appear, he would suppress her and turn her into his slave. When the time came, he would think of how to train her. Then he would be able to train her however he wanted. It was just that along the way, Shui Qianwu did not appear. She was probably still in the Lost World. That night, Lin Feng and the 4 holy birds landed on an island to rest. Late at night, a group of people descended. There were about 50 of them. Lin Feng discovered that it was actually Shui Zimei and the others. He jumped down from the tree he was resting on. Seeing someone appear, Shuizime and the others became alert. However, when they saw that it was Lin Feng, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng, why are you here? Shui Xian and Shui Fei shouted excitedly and ran to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng said, after I came out of the lost world, I returned to Snow City and rested on this island. I didn't expect that you would also come here. The four holy birds flapped their wings and shouted, so many beauties. Take them all. So many beauties. Take them all. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Many of the Snow Clan's girls could not help but blush. There were also some bold girls who looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. Many of the Snow Clan's girls knew that Lin Feng was young, handsome, and strong. They admired Lin Feng very much. After all, which girl did not yearn for love, Shuizime said, we're also passing by and just want to rest. Everyone, find a place to rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Yes, the Snow Clan's people found a place to rest. They rested for the night. Everyone continued on their journey. 3 days later, a flying ship flew by quickly. After flying for more than 10 miles, it came back. In the end, it stopped above Lin Feng's group. Over 100 cultivators flew down from the ship. They were all male cultivators, and their eyes were filled with evil intent. So they're from the Snow Clan. It's said that the Snow Clan's women are as beautiful as fairies. Today, I see that they really live up to their reputation. How could we let such a beautiful woman go? The group of cultivators discussed the matter, their eyes shining with lust. It was a naked desire. They did not hide it at all. Who are you? Asked Shuizime coldly. Haha, we're from the Yinyang Union sect. Beauties of the Snow Clan, come with us obediently, and we'll make you wish you were dead. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll have no choice but to force you onto the ship, said the group of cultivators from the Yinyang Union sect. When Lin Feng heard the Yinyang Fusion sect, he couldn't help but frown. The Tianwu continent also had a Yinyang Union sect. Could it be a branch of the Yinyang Union sect in the Jiuzhou continent? In the Tianwu continent, the Yinyang Union sect was looked down upon by the righteous Dao, the demonic Dao, and even the evil Dao. Because it was a dual cultivation sect. The cultivators in this sect were extremely open about the matters between men and women. Master and disciple would often get together and have sex. Moreover, there would often be a large group of men and women gathered together to do that kind of unspeakable thing. The scene was unsightly. It was extremely chaotic. This sect did not know what etiquette, justice, honor, or shame were. There was only endless desire. Moreover, this sect was extremely evil. The male cultivators liked to pluck beautiful female cultivators. The female cultivators liked to pluck male cultivators' young qi. However, they would not pluck each other's young qi. Instead, they would harm innocent people. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, the Yinyang Union sect in the Tianwu continent was a branch of the Yinyang Union sect in the Jiuzhou continent. In the Jiuzhou continent, the Yinyang Union sect was also an evil sect that everyone hated. However, this sect was extremely powerful. Therefore, it was still very prosperous. Ordinary forces did not dare to offend the Yinyang Union sect. Now that the cultivators of the Yinyang Union sect saw that the Snow Clan's women were so beautiful, they had evil thoughts. The Yinyang Union sect had many cultivators and experts. The leading middle-aged cultivator was at the 7th layer of the True God realm. There were also 3 experts at the 5th layer of the True God realm. Therefore, there were more than 50 cultivators at the Divine Fire realm. So many experts. They were extremely powerful. It was not something that the Snow Clan could contend against. The strongest cultivator of the Snow Clan was Xianxia. She had just broken through to the 4th layer of the True God realm. Therefore, the cultivators of the Snow Clan were too weak in front of the Yinyang Union sect. In the eyes of the Yinyang Union sect, the Snow Clan's top-quality women, they could not escape. Many of the Snow Clan's people were as pale as paper. They seemed to know that they could not escape. Many people's eyes were filled with despair. Let's fight. Even if we have to die. We can't let the Yinyang sect take us away. Shuizime gritted her teeth. The rest of the Snow Clan members were also determined. Clearly, they wanted to fight to the death. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. It seemed like he had to stand up and say something. He had a good relationship with the Snow clan. Moreover, he had an ambiguous relationship with Shui Zimei. Xianxia and Shui Fei were also infatuated with him. Lin Feng felt that the two sisters would not object if he asked them to follow him to the little forest. However, Lin Feng felt that he was too pure. After such a long time, he had not dragged the two beauties to the little forest. If it were any other man, he would have gone berserk long ago. Now, the Snow clan's people were all beautiful women. No wonder the Yin-Yang Union sect's people wanted to take them away. In this group, there was only one man, Lin Feng. If he did not stand up now, he would be too cowardly. Lin Feng said indifferently. The Yin-Yang sect is a bunch of perverts. You people are all looking for trouble, yet you still dare to come out. Do you not know how to write the word death? In fact, Lin Feng did not know much about the Yin-Yang sect of the 9 prefectures. The Yin-Yang sect of the Tianwu continent was hated by everyone, so they usually did bad things behind the scenes. However, the Yin-Yang sect of the 9 prefectures was much more arrogant because of their strength. The members of the Yin-Yang fusion sect had already noticed Lin Feng. How could they not notice Lin Feng among a group of beauties? Now that they heard Lin Feng mocking the Yin-Yang sect, they were all shocked. The faces of the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect darkened. Who was this kid, a mere divine fire realm cultivator? He dared to mock the Yin-Yang sect in front of so many experts. Did he want to die? The 7th heavenly layer cultivator of the Yin-Yang Union sect was called He Lu Shui. His pair of sinister eyes looked coldly at Lin Feng and said with a sinister smile, "Brat. Do you know that with what you just said, no one in this world can save your life? Have you thought about how you want to die?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "Just with a bunch of trash like you? You want to kill me too? It's truly laughable to the extreme. Look at how weak all of you are and how pale your faces are. You've been squeezed dry since long ago, right? A bunch of perverts, I can kill you with a single slap." Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was dumbfounded. The people of the Snow clan looked at each other. Then, he laughed bitterly. They didn't expect that Lin Feng would be so arrogant at this time. After all, the other party was filled with experts. True God Realm powerhouses were 20 people. Moreover, there were more than 100 Void Spirit Realm and Divine Flame Realm cultivators. Such a huge force. It was simply invincible. Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't weak, but Shui Zimei and the others guessed that Lin Feng's cultivation was at most equivalent to a 3rd or 4th heavenly layer true god. But the leader of the Yin-Yang Union sect, He Lu Shui, was a 7th heavenly layer true god. At this level, he could almost instantly kill a 3rd or 4th heavenly layer true god. So Shui Zimei and the others didn't understand where Lin Feng got the courage to be so arrogant. Perhaps it was because he didn't know how strong He Lu Shui was? He didn't know how many experts the Yin-Yang Union sect had, right? F***CK. You don't know what's good for you, you actually came to the Yin-Yang Union sect to show off. Capture this brat for me. I'm going to cut him into pieces. He Lu Shui's sinister voice rang out. His voice contained monstrous killing intent. In He Lu Shui's eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant. And now, an ant dared to provoke a dragon. How could he tolerate this? He Lu Shui didn't want to kill Lin Feng directly because he thought that Lin Feng should be killed directly. It would be too easy for Lin Feng. He planned to torture Lin Feng ruthlessly, then cut Lin Feng into pieces and let Lin Feng walk step by step towards death and fear. Yes. Sir. After receiving He Lu Shui's order, a 3rd heavenly layer true god stepped out. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. Boom. That cultivator of the 3rd sky of the true god layer grabbed Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread across the place. They felt the powerful aura from this person. Many people from the Snow tribe felt that they couldn't breathe, their faces as pale as paper. Only Shui Zimei, Shui Xilan, Shui Zizhu, Shui Zizhu, Shui Xiling, and Shui Zixian could resist this Yin-Yang Union sect cultivator's aura. Lin Feng. Be careful. Shui Xian and Shui Fei cried out in fear, worried that Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage. You ant, how dare you be so fierce in front of me? Lin Feng raised his eyelids and attacked with sky-splitting slash. dazzling sword light condensed. The sword light slashed at the third heavenly layer true god from the Yin-Yang Union sect. Poof. There was a tearing sound. Blood spurted out. Everyone saw. The cultivator of the third sky of the true god layer from the Yin-Yang fusion sect was cut in two by Lin Feng's blade. His corpse fell down from the sky. Oh my god, so powerful? Everyone from the Snow tribe was shocked beyond words. That was a cultivator of the third sky of the true god layer, and Lin Feng had killed him in one attack. Shui Zimei and the others thought that Lin Feng's cultivation was around third or fourth heavenly layer true god. But now, it seemed that he was at least fifth heavenly layer true god, or even sixth heavenly layer true god. Had he been hiding his strength all this time? Shui Zimei couldn't help but think. You're courting death. You're courting death. Seeing that the third heavenly layer true god was killed, Liu Shui's eyes were filled with killing intent. He leaped out and attacked Lin Feng. All of you, back off. Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful magic power wrapped around Shui Zimei and the others. He sent them hundreds of meters away, so that the battle wouldn't affect them. Shui Zimei and the others looked nervously at Lin Feng, who was being held back by Liu Shui. Liu Shui was a seventh heavenly layer true god. He was too powerful. They couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Liu Shui attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Facing Liu Shui's attack, Lin Feng sneered. He had broken through to the divine flame realm. Compared to before, his cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Just nice. Lin Feng also wanted to test his combat strength. Facing Liu Shui's attack, Lin Feng didn't show any fear. He met it with a palm. Bang, the two collided. It was as if two gigantic mountains had collided. Lin Feng and Liu Shui were at the center of the collision. The space around them was shaking violently. He's actually able to fight an expert like Liu Shui without losing. Shui Zimei, Shui Xilan, Shui Zizhu, Shui Ziju, Shui Xiling, and Shui Zixian were all shocked. They were all at the true god realm. That was because they were true gods. That was why they knew how strong and terrifying was a seventh heavenly layer true god cultivator, and yet, Lin Feng was able to fight a seventh firmament true god without losing. Now, Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked them. Lin Gongzi is so strong. He's so powerful. Many young women of the Snow clan were astonished. They all looked at Lin Feng strangely. They had heard Shui Xian and Shui Fei talk about Lin Feng's strength. However, they had never seen Lin Feng fight. Now that they saw Lin Feng fighting a seventh firmament true god, they were shocked. The young women of the Snow clan realized how strong Lin Feng was. He was far stronger than what Shui Xian and Shui Fei had said. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng and Liu Shui clashed again and again. He used several powerful emperor techniques, such as the 9 slashes of the demon emperor and the seal of life and death. Liu Shui also used several powerful divine abilities, such as the divine desolate fist and the absolute thunder palm. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. No one could defeat the other. Lin Feng also tested his fighting abilities. He was as strong as a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer of the true god layer. Let's attack together and kill this kid. Liu Shui shouted coldly. He realized that Lin Feng was not easy to deal with, but it was too difficult for him to kill Lin Feng alone. He wanted to join forces with others to kill Lin Feng. They had many experts on their side. With so many people attacking Lin Feng together, it was naturally possible to kill Lin Feng. Let's go help, Shui Zimei said. The Snow clan wanted to rush over to help Lin Feng. Those from the Snow tribe were much weaker than those from the Yin-Yang Union sect. In the end, only a few people survived. Lin Feng was very clear about this. He shouted, "Stay where you are and don't move. I alone am enough to deal with these people." Ah? Deal with them alone? Everyone from the Snow clan was dumbfounded. After all, the other party had over 100 experts. True God realm powerhouses, there were still 19 people left. To deal with so many experts by himself, wasn't that a little too arrogant? The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect all had gloomy expressions on their faces. When had they ever been treated with such contempt? Now, all of them wished they could tear Lin Feng into pieces. "Kid, you've overdone it," He Lushui said coldly. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was not concealed in the slightest. The rest of the people were also filled with killing intent. This group of experts began to condense powerful divine abilities. More than 100 experts condensed their divine abilities together. Terrifying waves of energy spread out. Those waves of energy could destroy the heavens and the earth. In the face of more than 100 experts' attacks, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He continued to yell arrogantly, "Do you think you'll be able to win just because you have more people? Today, I'll show you how strong I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng began to circulate his sovereign blood, then activated his domineering aura. His domineering aura had been passed down from his mother's clan. Lin Feng rarely used his domineering aura. First, it was because he could not truly control it. Second, it was because once he used his domineering aura, it would be difficult for him to support it with his current cultivation level. He would fall into a weakened state. Therefore, Lin Feng was very cautious. He would not casually use his domineering aura. But today, in the face of so many experts, he could only use his domineering aura to defeat the Yin-Yang Union sex experts. Moreover, even if he fell into a weakened state, Lin Feng was not afraid. Because, there were 5 overlords in the mountain river ring. They were all true gods. They were enough to protect him. "Kill this brat," He Lushui shouted. His sacred art was the first to condense. Then, he used the condensed sacred art and attacked Lin Feng. Soon after, the other cultivators' sacred arts were also condensed. All kinds of sacred arts rushed towards Lin Feng from all directions, attacking Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Xuezimei and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were extremely nervous. So many strong cultivators were attacking at the same time. Could Lin Feng stop them all by himself? Domineering aura release. At this time, Lin Feng finally activated the domineering aura in his body. He took a step forward. Next. From Lin Feng's body, the purple domineering aura overflowed. The moment the purple domineering aura was released, hundreds of experts condensed their sacred art. They all shattered. Then, the purple domineering aura enveloped all the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect. Bang 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 bang, the weaker cultivators' bodies directly exploded, and they died on the spot. No matter how strong Lushui was, he was still knocked unconscious. As his cultivation broke through to the divine fire realm, Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura, its power had also increased greatly. The Yin-Yang Union sect cultivators who were not killed by Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura also fell towards the island below. Oh my god! What kind of method is this? It's actually so terrifying? Xianxia, Xuefei, and the others cried out in shock. Is it domineering aura? Xuezimei and the other girls were more knowledgeable. They had heard of domineering aura, but they had never seen it before. Now, they immediately thought of the legendary domineering aura. After using the supreme purple domineering aura, Lin Feng also felt weak. He had already communicated with the 4 sacred birds in advance. After Lin Feng used the purple supreme domineering aura, the 4 sacred birds flew out of the mountain river ring. Lin Feng directly lay on the soft feathers of the 4 sacred birds. "Hurry up and kill He Lushui and the others," said Lin Feng. At that moment, Xuezimei and the others came back to their senses and rushed into the dense forest below to look for He Lushui and the others. By now, He Lushui and the others had already been knocked unconscious by Lin Feng. It was the best opportunity to kill them. It was not very likely. Xuezimei and the others returned. Obviously, they had killed He Lushui and the others. "Take their flying ship and leave quickly," said Lin Feng. Xuezimei went to take the flying ship of the Yin-Yang Union sect. After that, the group of people quickly left. After they left, a dozen people flew out of the forest in the distance. Those cultivators' faces were still pale. How terrifying. He can use the legendary domineering aura. Is that person on the Tianjiao list? The Tianjiao list only lists the top 100 geniuses of the 9 provinces. He's not on the Tianjiao list. The 10 great celestial sects are about to hold the holy war. At that time, the sovereign list and the Tianjiao list will be re-ranked. That guy might be on the list. The group of cultivators discussed spiritedly. It took 10 days for them to return to Snow City. Lin Feng's body had already recovered during the journey. The beautiful girls of the Snow clan kept throwing flirtatious glances at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng pretended not to notice. Lin Feng's lack of interest made the girls of the Snow clan look at him with resentment. Those who didn't know. They thought that Lin Feng had done something terrible to them and then abandoned them. But Lin Feng really wanted to say that he had been wronged. He had done nothing. He was innocent. After returning to Snow City, Lin Feng went into seclusion. He had made rapid progress in his cultivation, so he needed to stabilize his cultivation. During this period of time, Snow City was bustling with people coming and going. Many cultivators who were heading to the Lost World often chose to rest in Snow City or replenish some necessities. Many of the cultivators who came out of the Lost World would also rest in the Snow City before leaving. Many things happened in the Lost World every day. Every day, new treasures were born. But that had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about those things, they had nothing to do with him. After half a month of seclusion, Lin Feng stabilized his cultivation. Then he decided to leave Snow City. That night, Xuezimei came to Lin Feng's place. Lin Feng told Xuezimei that he was going to leave. "Where are you going?" Xuezimei asked. Lin Feng said, "I'm going to look for an old friend of my father's. If I can't find him, I'll go to the Reincarnation Immortal sect and join them." Xuezimei was very happy that Lin Feng was going to tell her about his plans. The two of them chatted for a long time. Xuezimei also talked about the Snow Clan's current situation. The Snow Clan was declining day by day, while the Ice Clan was growing stronger. In order to survive, the Snow Clan had to pay tribute to the Ice Clan every year. They had to pay tribute to the Ice Clan except for some precious treasures. They even had to pay tribute to beautiful women. To a race, this was naturally a humiliating matter. Even the death of the previous patriarch had something to do with the Ice race. However, the current situation of the Snow Clan had greatly improved. After Xuezihua became the leader of the Snow Clan, she worked hard and the Snow Clan developed rapidly. After so many years of recuperation, the Snow Clan had gradually recovered their former strength. Therefore, Xuezihua and the others had discussed and decided that the Snow Clan would not continue to pay tribute to the Ice Clan. Once he did that, he would definitely shed all pretenses of cordiality. As a result, the atmosphere in the Snow Clan was tense. "The Ice race won't give up," Lin Feng said. "The Snow Clan is not easy to bully," said Xuezimei icily. "Do you remember the sealed demon tower of the Snow Clan?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Is there something special about the demon tower?" Xuezimei nodded and said, "Actually, the Snow Clan can borrow a part of the demon tower's strength. That's a secret of the Snow Clan. This time, if the Ice Clan doesn't come, then it's fine. But if the Ice Clan really dares to attack Snow City, then we can borrow the demon tower's strength and kill all the Ice Clan's people," said Lin Feng. "I think we should take the initiative to attack. Instead of waiting for the Ice Clan to attack, we should provoke the Ice Clan and attract their experts. Then we can use the demon tower's strength to kill the Ice Clan's experts. Once the Ice Clan loses a large number of their experts, they won't be able to threaten the Snow Clan anymore. At that time, the Snow Clan might be able to fight back against the Ice Clan and become the true rulers of Origin Ice." Xuezimei's eyes lit up. Before, the seven sisters had been discussing how the Snow Clan should fight back against the Ice Clan. They had never thought about provoking the Ice Clan. Women were in charge. When it came to certain things, women weren't as aggressive and risky as men. But then Xuezimei sighed and said, "Even though that's a good idea, the Ice Clan has many strong cultivators. If the Snow Clan cultivators go to the Ice Clan's territory and provoke the Ice Clan, many of them will die. I don't want to see so many of my people die." A woman's soft-heartedness described Xuezimei's current attitude. Why was it that the leaders of all the influential groups in history were mostly men? Why were there so few women in power? It was because they were too soft-hearted. Women were too soft-hearted. Therefore, when it came to many things, they didn't make the most beneficial decisions. For example, Lin Feng had suggested that the Snow Clan cultivators go to the Ice Clan's territory and provoke the Ice Clan. Maybe many people of the Snow Clan would die, but the Ice Clan cultivators wouldn't give up easily. When the Ice Clan cultivators arrived, they would use the Demon Tower to kill them. The Ice Clan's strength would be greatly reduced. That was the best choice for the Snow Clan. But Xuezime couldn't bear to see her people die, so she gave up on that idea. She was being too soft-hearted. Of course, it was understandable that Xuezime had made such a choice. After all, they were cultivators of the same clan. It was normal for him to be unable to bear watching them die so tragically. Lin Feng said, "How about this? I'll leave 4 strong cultivators behind. They'll take the Snow Clan cultivators to the Ice Clan's territory and provoke them. With them there, the Snow Clan cultivators will be able to escape the Ice Clan's cultivators." What? 4 strong cultivators? What level are they? Xuezime looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng summoned the dark devil-subduing beast, the single-horned fiery god tiger, the silver-backed red-scaled beast, and the flaming 3-tailed demon wolf. What's that? Xuezime's eyes twitched when she saw the 4 overlords. She could sense how terrifying those 4 overlords were. The aura emitted from the 4 great ferocious beasts made her hair stand on end. Said Lin Feng. Those 4 ferocious beasts have the strength of the 5th celestial layer. With their help, the cultivators of the Snow Clan will be fine. Lin Feng looked at the overlords and said, "When the time comes, you'll become the Snow Clan's cultivators, but don't expose your strength. Escort the Snow Clan cultivators safely from the Ice Clan's territory to Snow City." "Yes. We won't let you down," said the 4 overlords hastily. Lin Feng put the 4 ferocious beasts back into his mountain and river's ring. When he left, he would leave them in Snow City, not now. Xuezime looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, "I didn't think you'd have such powerful subordinates. How many secrets are you hiding?" Lin Feng smiled. "What? You want to know? Come with me to my room and you'll know." Lin Feng put his right hand around Xuezime's waist. Xuezime's face suddenly turned red. She bit her lips and looked at Lin Feng with her charming eyes. She didn't refuse Lin Feng's intimacy. Snow Eagle City was one of the 81 ancient cities in the northern barbarian state. Its lord, Nangong Shuang, was a famous powerhouse in the state. 3,000 years ago, he was ranked on the sovereign leaderboard. There were 2 leaderboards in the 9 states. The first was the sovereign leaderboard, and the second was the prodigy leaderboard. The sovereign leaderboard was ranked every 3,000 years. It was presided over by the 10 great immortal sects. Powerhouses from all factions, be it immortal, demonic, or heretical, could participate. They were ranked according to their strength. 3,000 years ago, the Red World Fairy had become the strongest on the sovereign leaderboard. The Red World Fairy's rise marked the beginning of the Zenith Immortal sect's decline. Of course, the Zenith Immortal sect was still as strong as ever. Although it was much weaker than before, the other 9 great immortal sects added together were still no match for the Zenith Immortal sect. This was the foundation of the Zenith Immortal sect. Even though they had suffered great losses, they were still unimaginably powerful. Soon, the sovereign leaderboard was re-ranked, but in the eyes of many, the Red World Fairy was still ranked first. Because the Red World Fairy was too strong. 3,000 years ago, the Red World Fairy had only cultivated for 1,000 years, but she had already become the strongest in the 9 states. Now that 3,000 years had passed, the Red World Fairy's cultivation had risen to a terrifying level. The sovereign leaderboard also only ranked in the top 100. Therefore, the sovereign leaderboard mainly depended on the 2nd to the 100th place. There was also a difference between the sovereign leaderboard and the prodigy leaderboard. The prodigy leaderboard was ranked once every 800 years. Only cultivators with a lifespan of 1,000 years or less would be ranked. Those with a lifespan of over 1,000 years couldn't participate in the prodigy leaderboard. The prodigy leaderboard would change every time there was a ranking change, so the competition for the prodigy leaderboard was extremely fierce. Countless people discussed the sovereign leaderboard and the prodigy leaderboard. Of course, many people were also talking about Nangong Shuang. His ability to enter the sovereign leaderboard was a testament to his strength. It was said that Namgong Shuang had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, cultivating an extremely powerful combat art. He wanted to show off his prowess during the sovereign leaderboard so that he could get a higher ranking. Of course, this wasn't an easy task. There were simply too many experts in the 9 states, so every sovereign leaderboard was filled with intense competition. Sometimes, one might still be on the sovereign leaderboard the previous time, but they might be eliminated early on the next one. There were 2 reasons why cultivators were so obsessed with competing for the sovereign and prodigy rankings. First, being able to enter the rankings was a supreme honor. However, that wasn't the main reason. The reason so many experts fought so hard for the sovereign ranking and prodigy ranking was that anyone who made it onto the sovereign immortal abode and paradise of the 9 states would have the right to enter them. It was said that the supreme immortal abode was an ancient immortal abode that was formed before the creation of the world. It was rumored that the supreme immortal abode hid a huge secret and countless opportunities. It appeared once every 3,000 years. The cultivators of the 9 continents were frantically fighting for the top 100 spots on the sovereign list. They wanted to obtain a spot to enter the supreme immortal abode. The paradise of the 9 states was rumored to be an ancient immortal realm created by Nuwa, Gonggong, Quafu, and several other Xianxia life forms. There were countless opportunities in this immortal realm, including the legacies and treasures of Nuwa, Gonggong, and the other Xianxia life forms. Similarly, the geniuses who made it into the top 100 of the prodigy ranking could enter the paradise of the 9 states to search for their own opportunities. While Lin Feng was eating in a restaurant, he heard many people discussing the new rankings of the sovereign and prodigy rankings. Clearly, all the cultivators of the 9 continents were paying attention to the rankings of the sovereign and prodigy rankings. After having a simple meal, Lin Feng found an inn and booked a room. Immediately after, he left for the mercenary association. The 9 continents also had their own mercenary association. However, it was said that the mercenary association of the 9 continents had several immortal sects backing it. Just like the mercenary association of the martial heaven continent, the mercenary association of the 9 continents was a place where information gathered. It was possible to obtain a great deal of information here. In order to find his father's old friend, Senior Duguya, Lin Feng planned to spend a large sum of money to have the mercenary association help him find him. It would be impossible for him to find Duguya by himself. In the vast world of the 9 continents, searching for a single person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. How could Lin Feng possibly find him by himself? Lin Feng met with an elder of the mercenary association. This elder was surnamed Liu, and his name was Lu Buoziu. Lin Feng paid 1,000 crystals. Lu Buoziu told Lin Feng that he would give him a month at the earliest, 3 months at the latest, and he would tell him the results. If the mercenary association didn't have any clues in 3 months, then that person was either dead or in seclusion in some hidden place. Unless he came out of seclusion, it would be impossible to find him. Lin Feng told Lu Buoziu his address. As soon as there was news, Lu Buoziu would send someone to inform him. In the following period of time, Lin Feng stayed in Snow Eagle City. He had been waiting for news from Lu Buoziu, but there was no news from Lu Buoziu. This made Lin Feng very anxious. However, Lin Feng also knew that it was useless to be anxious. He could only wait patiently. During this period of time, Lin Feng went to the 9 Continents Alliance to ask them to help him forge a batch of divine tools. These large merchant associations controlled many shops, including weapon shops that could forge divine tools. However, the 9 Continents Alliance's asking price was too high. The 9 Continents Alliance didn't ask for origin crystals, but 50% of the finished divine tools. Lin Feng naturally didn't agree. After so many years, Lin Feng had collected all kinds of materials. In addition, he had obtained many storage rings. There were many precious materials in many storage rings. In total, Lin Feng estimated that he could forge 10,000 divine tools. The 9 Continents Alliance wanted half of the divine tools. The price was too high. It was simply bullying. After leaving the 9 Continents Alliance, Lin Feng went to other merchant associations. Although the prices weren't as high as the 9 Continents Alliance. However, the other merchant associations still asked for 40% of the divine tools. Lin Feng didn't cooperate with these merchant associations. Instead, he went to the Mercenary Association and asked them to help him find a weapon shop that could forge divine tools. Finally, with the help of the Mercenary Association, Lin Feng went to the black market of Snow Eagle City. There was a weapon shop in the black market that could forge divine tools. This weapon shop had two payment methods. The first was to pay a tenth of the divine tools as payment. The second method was to pay at least 100 origin crystals for every divine artifact that was created. According to the quality of the divine tool, the price of origin crystals was different. The weapon shop gave Lin Feng a detailed list. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to choose the second payment method. In the 9 continents, origin crystals weren't that hard to earn. Even if he used up all the origin crystals, Lin Feng had ways to earn more origin crystals. However, the materials to forge divine tools were too hard to find. Therefore, he couldn't pay the weapon shop with divine tools. Lin Feng wanted to use these divine tools to build a powerful army in the future. He signed an agreement with the weapon shop in the black market, paid the deposit, and then handed over the materials to them. This was a big deal. Lin Feng's materials were enough to forge 10,000 divine weapons, so it would take a long time. He asked the weapon shop in detail. From smelting the materials, to forging, and to the finished product, it would take about 3 years. It was impossible for Lin Feng to stay in Snow Eagle City for such a long time. Therefore, he could only wait until the weapon shop finished forging this batch of divine weapons in the future before he came to take them away. This weapon shop in the black market had a certain relationship with the Mercenary Association, so its reputation could be completely trusted. Therefore, he did not have to worry that this weapon shop would cheat him of so many materials. This was the first time Lin Feng came to the black market. After coming out of the weapon shop, he strolled around the black market. There were many treasures that could not be seen in the outside world for sale in the black market. For example, if one killed a successor of a large power and obtained the treasure of that successor, they would naturally not dare to sell it openly to some trading companies or shops, because that would easily expose themselves. Wouldn't that be waiting for the experts of the other party to come and seek revenge? Therefore, many people would choose to sell these treasures that could not be seen in the light of day in the black market. The origin of the treasures sold in the black market was not questioned. One could often find a lot of treasures in the black market. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have foresight. This place was also filled with many fake goods. If one's foresight was bad, in the end they would only be deceived. Lin Feng stopped in front of a small stall. There were many cultivators gathered here. There were many tattered things placed on the stall. Many of the things looked like antiques that had been around for a long time. What surprised Lin Feng was that the stall owner was actually a Taoist priest. This Taoist priest was thin and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His eyes flickered with light from time to time. He looked to be a very shrewd person. New treasures have been unearthed. They were all excavated from the graves of ancient experts. Everyone, come and take a look. The Taoist priest shouted loudly. Taoists usually thought highly of themselves. Therefore, it was rare to see a Taoist priest come out to sell anything. Not to mention these tattered things. Although they were said to be treasures from the primordial era, it was obvious that many of the items were worthless. Is this guy a mountain-moving Taoist? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The immeasurable Taoist was the mountain-moving Taoist. They were best at moving mountains and excavating ancestral graves. That damned Taoist had done many immoral things. This Taoist was so similar to the immeasurable Taoist. Wu Liang Taoist liked to sell the things he dug out from ancient tombs. Of course, there were many things that didn't have much value. Then, Taoist Wu Liang used swindling methods to sell as many things as he could. Lin Feng hadn't seen the immeasurable Taoist for a very long time since he had parted ways with him in the outer realm. I wonder where that guy is now. Outside the realm, in Sky Martial Continent, or had he come to the 9 regions? Perhaps both were possible. Lin Feng wasn't interested in such a small stall with a lot of junk. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the heaven-swallowing jar was emitting a slight fluctuation. There seemed to be something on the small stall that was deeply attracting the heaven-swallowing jar. Lin Feng was shocked. What was it? Was it attracting the heaven-swallowing jar? he walked towards the small stall and squeezed into the crowd. Then, he carefully looked at the various things on the small stall. Rusty daggers, broken porcelain, treasured swords full of cracks, and so on. There were all kinds of things, but there were almost none of them that were truly valuable. Lin Feng glanced at the stall and saw a piece of black porcelain the size of a palm. His eyes twitched violently a few times. That porcelain fragment was actually made of the same material as the heaven-swallowing jar. The heaven-swallowing jar that Lin Feng had obtained was a broken one. He didn't know what kind of expert had broken it. Originally, the heaven-swallowing jar was the heaven-swallowing devil emperor's treasure. It was an extremely powerful emperor weapon. However, the part of the heaven-swallowing jar that Lin Feng had now was too broken. Therefore, it didn't have much attacking power. Now, Lin Feng mainly used the heaven-swallowing jar to devour all kinds of Dharma treasures. It wasn't impossible to restore the heaven-swallowing jar's great power in the past. However, he had to find the remaining fragments of the heaven-swallowing jar. Now, the fragment on the small stall was exactly the same material as the heaven-swallowing jar, and it caused the heaven-swallowing jar to fluctuate again. Lin Feng was shocked. Could that fragment be the missing part of the heaven-swallowing jar? Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised when he thought of this. He squatted down and pointed at the black fragment. "Boss, how much is that fragment?" The Taoist priest immediately grinned and said, "Young master, you have a good eye. This fragment is different from the rest. It's made of an extremely ancient divine material. Although it's broken now, this broken part can be melted in the furnace. Then, it can be added to other weapons to increase the power of the weapons." This damned Taoist priest was full of nonsense. How could a weapon be smelted so casually, a moment of carelessness? It could even destroy the weapon that had already been forged. Lin Feng said impatiently, "Cut the crap. How many origin crystals will you sell it for?" 1,000 origin crystals. The Taoist priest said with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy really dared to ask for an exorbitant price. "It's a fixed price. 10 origin crystals. If you don't sell it, I'll leave immediately," Lin Feng said. "Deal." The Taoist priest hurriedly stuffed the black fragment into Lin Feng's arms, as if afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word. Lin Feng gave the Taoist priest 10 origin crystals, then took the black fragment away. If the black fragment wasn't a fragment of the heaven-swallowing jar, this deal would be a loss. However, if it was a fragment of the heaven-swallowing jar, then he would have profited greatly. He took out the heaven-swallowing jar and studied it for a while. Immediately, he was pleasantly surprised. This black fragment could actually merge with a gap in the heaven-swallowing jar. This meant, this black fragment was indeed a fragment of the heaven-swallowing jar. This made Lin Feng very happy. When he approached the heaven-swallowing jar with the black fragment, the heaven-swallowing jar and the black fragment seemed to have a reaction. Both the heaven-swallowing jar and the black fragment emitted a shocking fluctuation. The black fragment flew out of Lin Feng's hand. Then, it merged perfectly with the gap in the heaven-swallowing jar. Next, a powerful fluctuation formed within the heaven-swallowing jar. An unknown change seemed to have occurred within the heaven-swallowing jar. This change caused the heaven-swallowing jar's terrifying power, which had been dormant, to slowly recover. Lin Feng was shocked. Was the heaven-swallowing jar, a broken emperor weapon, beginning to recover? Could it be that this broken emperor weapon was now able to unleash the power of an emperor weapon? When he thought of this, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the heaven-devouring jar, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that the jar could actually unleash a portion of an emperor armament's power. This was naturally a good thing for Lin Feng. With the heaven-devouring jar and the 9 demons painting working together, he would be able to unleash an emperor armament. His overall battle prowess would be greatly improved. Lin Feng was in a good mood, and his footsteps felt light as a feather as he walked. He headed out of the black market. As he passed by a black market auction house, an auction house employee who was handing out flyers gave Lin Feng a flyer. He looked at the contents of the flyer and saw that it was mainly about the treasures that would be auctioned off soon. And the main auction item this time was actually a mermaid. When Lin Feng had first met Angel, she hated people from other clans. The reason was that mermaids were constantly being captured. Then, the auction would begin. Angel had once watched her playmate who had grown up with her being taken away. Thus, the seed of hatred had been planted in the depths of her heart. Now that this underground auction house was actually going to auction off a mermaid, it would definitely attract many experts. Many people liked to keep special female slaves in captivity. For example, fox spirits, mermaids, and so on. Mermaids were extremely rare, and every time they appeared, it would cause quite a commotion. Sir, there are many treasures in today's auction. This is only a portion of the auction items. Would you like to go in and take a look? A beautiful female attendant standing outside the auction house and greeting customers noticed that Lin Feng had an extraordinary aura and knew that Lin Feng was no ordinary person. She hurriedly walked over and smiled sweetly. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Lead the way." He, please come in, sir. I hope that you'll be able to buy the treasures you like today." The female attendant smiled sweetly. Lin Feng stuffed 3 origin crystals between her round, snow-white, and enchanting peaks. Each origin crystal was equivalent to a large silver ingot in the secular world. 3 origin crystals were equivalent to 3 large silver ingots. Seeing that Lin Feng was so generous, the female attendant smiled like a flower and hurriedly arranged for a beautiful servant girl to bring Lin Feng into the auction house. She even arranged a VIP box for Lin Feng. The auction house was very large and could accommodate about 100,000 people. There were already about 60 to 70,000 people seated. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. The atmosphere shook the heavens. As time passed, the number of people gradually increased. About 2 hours later, the auction house was filled to the brim. Snow Eagle City was filled with experts, and there were many great powers. Furthermore, Snow Eagle City was an ancient city with many people coming and going. There were also many cultivators who passed by Snow Eagle City to rest. Thus, there were all kinds of people in the auction house. It was a mix of good and bad people. Lin Feng wasn't really interested in that kind of auction house. If it wasn't for the mermaid, he wouldn't have come to this auction house at all. Lin Feng had come. He was also here for this mermaid. He had heard from Angel that there were only a few thousand people left in the mermaid clan. This race, it was already on the verge of extinction. Presumably, the mermaid being auctioned today should also know Angel. She should be Angel's clansman, right? Lin Feng and Angel's relationship was more or less ambiguous. Since this mermaid was Angel's clansman, she could be considered to have some connections with Lin Feng. So he planned to buy this mermaid. Ever since he left the Nether Sea world, Lin Feng had lost contact with Angel. After bidding for this mermaid, Lin Feng planned to ask Angel how she was doing recently. Actually, he was more worried that Angel would be captured by other cultivators and then brought to the 9 provinces to be auctioned off. Lin Feng hoped that Angel would not have such a tragic fate. Soon, the auction began. One treasure after another was taken out for auction. There were indeed many treasures in the underground black market auction house. Many of the treasures were rare outside, but they appeared in this auction. However, Lin Feng was not interested in the auction items. He had been watching others compete. Time slowly passed. One treasure after another was taken out for auction. Under the guidance of the beautiful auctioneer, the atmosphere of the auction was very high. What surprised Lin Feng was that the underground auction house actually took out a quasi-emperor weapon for auction. This really shocked Lin Feng. It was a black jade plate with 9 ferocious beasts drawn on it. It was a demonic weapon. This treasure caused many cultivators to fight over it. The value of a quasi-emperor weapon was simply immeasurable. In the end, this quasi-emperor weapon was bought by a group of cultivators in black robes. After those cultivators bought the quasi-emperor weapon, they quickly left. They probably went to pay the bill and take the quasi-emperor weapon before leaving early. Lin Feng realized that after those black-robed cultivators left, many people also left one after another. He couldn't help but think. Could it be, those people who left were organizing their forces to kill those black-robed cultivators and snatch the quasi-emperor weapon? Killing and snatching treasures was a common occurrence in the world of cultivators. Therefore, there was nothing strange about it. The auction went on for about 6 hours. All kinds of auction items were sold. Next was the final auction item. It was the mermaid that was introduced on the flyer. "Bring it up," the female auctioneer said with a smile. Rumble. Immediately, two strong men pushed a four-wheeled cart onto the auction stage. On the cart, there was a huge glassware. The glassware was filled with water. A mermaid was placed in the glassware. She had a slender and streamlined body, light blue hair, beautiful Mediterranean eyes, and a delicate and beautiful face, coupled with her fishtail covered in golden scales. It gave many people a strange sense of excitement. Many cultivators had lustful looks in their eyes when they saw the mermaid. "I heard that once a mermaid comes out of the water, her tail will disappear and she will become a pair of legs. I wonder what's the difference between a mermaid and a female cultivator of other races? Haha, we'll know once we try bidding for it." However, there will definitely be many cultivators who want to bid for this mermaid. The competition this time will definitely be very fierce. Hehe, there's strength in numbers. Why don't we work together to bid for this mermaid? When the time comes, we can all enjoy her together. That's a good idea. It's quite exciting just thinking about it. A cultivator said with a lustful smile. His eyes were also filled with naked desire as he looked at the mermaid in the glassware. There were many cultivators like this in the auction house. The mermaid clan's tragic fate. A large part of the reason was the greed and desire of these cultivators. Lin Feng carefully sized up the mermaid and found that she looked very young. Based on her face alone, she was probably equivalent to a 16 or 17-year-old human girl. Because mermaids had a long lifespan, they usually reached adulthood at around 300 years old. In other words, mermaids were around 300 years old, which was equivalent to a 16-year-old human. Lin Feng sensed the mermaid's age and found that she was around 300 years old. She should be a mermaid who had just reached adulthood. Seeing so many people looking at her, the little mermaid was clearly frightened. Her body curled up and she trembled. At this moment, the female auctioneer said, "Everyone. This mermaid has just reached adulthood this year. After bidding for her, she can be properly trained. Look at her figure and face. She is the best of the best. The starting price of the mermaid is 1 million origin crystals. Every increase in price. It cannot be lower than 10,000 origin crystals." Origin crystals were extremely precious. 1 million origin crystals could support a large sect for a year. This was only the starting price. The final price would definitely be sky high. After hearing the starting price, many people began to discuss it. Because the price was too high. It was not something that ordinary people could participate in. The number of people who could participate was actually not that many. The female auctioneer smiled and said, "Now, everyone can bid. 1 million. After a brief moment of silence, someone shouted out his bid. Since someone had started the bidding, soon cultivators participated in the bidding. 2 million. 3 million. 4 million. 6 million. 3 million. The bidding price kept rising. Soon, it reached 3 million origin crystals. After reaching this price, many people left one after another. Although many people were very interested in bidding for such a mermaid. However, many cultivators were still rational. When the price of the mermaid exceeded their bottom line or budget, they all withdrew from the competition. 2 million. 5 million. There were still some cultivators who continued to compete. The price of the mermaid. It continued to rise. 5 million. An old man with disheveled hair who looked like a ferocious ghost shouted eerily. "Master of the blissful tower. Nailan Huai." This man was a pervert. He had established the blissful tower to collect beautiful women from all over the world for his pleasure. He didn't think that Nailan Huai would actually appear here. This person's financial resources were strong. It won't be easy to compete with him. Someone recognized the identity of the cultivator who looked like a malicious spirit. Nailan Huai was also a famous expert in the past. However, his reputation was extremely bad. He used to be an elder of the Yin Yang Union pleasure sect, but he left the sect and established the blissful tower. God knows how many women he had harmed. Nalan Hui was indeed a rich and overbearing master. No matter how high the price other people offered, he would always offer a higher price. The bidding price quickly rose to a sky-high price of 8 million origin crystals. As for the cultivators who had participated in the auction, they withdrew one after another. Keek keek. It seems like this mermaid will belong to me. Nalan Hui let out a burst of sinister laughter. Hee hee. Master Nalan, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. This young master hasn't made a bid yet. At that moment, a faint laugh was heard. It's Xianxia. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw the cultivator who had made the bid. This Xianxia was not simple. His grandfather was the Grand Elder of the Nine States Alliance. He had a high position in the Nine States Alliance. Xianxia had been talented since he was young. Therefore, he was valued by his grandfather. Therefore, this Xianxia could mobilize a large amount of funds. So it's young Master Zhang. Then let's go to the highest bidder. Nalan Hui said sinisterly. 9 million. I'll take it. Xianxia said indifferently. 10 million. Nalan Hui had no intention of backing down. Like Xianxia, he directly increased the price by 1 million, raising the price to 10 million. 11 million. 12 million. 13 million. 14 million. Many people watched this competition in shock. These two people were really generous. They directly increased the price by 1 million. The two of them were no longer just bidding for the mermaid. This was a matter of face. As the saying goes, people fight for pride, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. The more famous a person was, the more they cared about their face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, neither Nalan Hui nor Xianxia could easily back out. Not being able to bid for the mermaid was a small matter. Losing face was a big matter. The price of the two people's bids rose steadily, and soon, it reached a sky-high price of 20 million. Nalan Hui's face sank. The price of the mermaid had seriously exceeded his bottom line. Xianxia said indifferently, "What? Is Master Nalan out of money? If so, then just withdraw. You might as well take the initiative to withdraw. In any case, we won't laugh at you." Humph. Junior, don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for your grandfather, what would you be? Nalan Hui sneered. You. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "The outside world says that Master Nalan is a narrow-minded person. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do." Nalan Hui laughed strangely and said, "Junior, I heard that someone's daughter-in-law had an affair with her husband's father and gave birth to a child. Do you know who this child is? You dare to slander me?" Xianxia's voice became gloomy. There were indeed rumors that Xianxia's grandfather wasn't actually his grandfather, but his biological father. However, this rumor had never been proven. Nalan Hui saw Xianxia's gloomy face and immediately laughed loudly. "I didn't mention any names, so young Master Zhang, don't put yourself in my shoes. I've decided on this mermaid today. Isn't it just origin crystals? This tower lord has plenty of them. 21 million. 22 million. Xianxia suppressed the anger in his heart and continued bidding. Soon, the price rose to 30 million. The two obviously had no intention of stopping. At that moment, an impatient voice resounded in the auction house. "How long are you going to keep raising the price by 1 million each time? I bid 40 million origin crystals. Who wants to compete with me? Raising the price by 10 million each time? Isn't that a little too rich?" Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's gaze turned towards the room where the voice came from. They saw a handsome young man leisurely sipping on his spiritual tea. This handsome young master was none other than Lin Feng. "This young master has bid 40 million. Master Nalan, young Master Zhang, do you want to continue?" The female auctioneer asked excitedly. The higher the price, the more commission she would get. Naturally, she was very excited to see such a rich buyer like Lin Feng. Author's note: I have to get up at 6 to take the third exam. I'll leave the morning update to the afternoon. When I get home, I'll be writing like crazy. I hope everyone can forgive me and pray that tomorrow's exam will go smoothly. When they saw Lin Feng, Nailan Huai and Zhang Su's expressions darkened. Who is this kid? How dare he compete with them for the mermaid? As reputable figures in the northern barbarian state, Nailan Huai and Zhang Su believed that they knew all the young masters of the various top factions. However, they clearly had no impression of Lin Feng. Could he be a foreign cultivator? They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. The Nine States Alliance's headquarters and the Blissful Pavilion were both in the northern barbarian state. Therefore, Nailan Huai and Zhang Su were like local tyrants. They were suppressed by a foreign cultivator like Lin Feng. Nailan Huai and Zhang Su couldn't afford to lose face like this. Nailan Huai said darkly, "Kid. Who are you?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "If you have money, compete. If you don't, withdraw." "Why are you asking me who I am?" "Kid. Do you know who we are? How dare you stick your foot into this?" Zhang Su glanced coldly at Lin Feng. "I don't care who you are. According to the auction house's rules, the highest bidder gets the mermaid. Now, each of you is saying that. Are you trying to threaten me? Don't tell me the auction house doesn't care about this matter." Lin Feng pursed his lips. The people in the auction house smiled bitterly. Zhang Su and Nailan Huai had extraordinary statuses. The auction house didn't want to offend people like them, so they could only pretend that they didn't hear Lin Feng. In the northern barbarian state. Who dares to chase me away? But you, kid. You don't know the rules at all. You should be obedient in the northern barbarian state. It doesn't matter if you're a dragon or a tiger outside. Here in the northern barbarian state, even if you're a dragon or a tiger, you have to lie down. Zhang Su was extremely arrogant as he looked at Lin Feng indifferently. "Kid, you should know what to do now, right? You don't need us to remind you, right?" Nailan Huai sneered. "Ha ha ha ha, you two poor bastards. If you don't have the strength to compete with me, then shut up and scram as far as you can. Don't buzz around me like flies." Lin Feng looked at Zhang Su and Nailan Huai with contempt. In Lin Feng's opinion, it was already good enough that he didn't bully others. How could he allow others to bully him? Who do Zhang Su and Yuan Huai think they are? How dare they show off in front of him, brat? Are you courting death? Zhang Su's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng looked coldly at Zhang Su and said, "A piece of trash like you dares to speak to me like that? If you don't have the Nine States Alliance behind you, you don't even have the right to talk to me." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the entire auction house suddenly became absolutely silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with dumbfounded expressions. Everyone could not help but have doubts in their hearts. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? Doesn't he know that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts? Of course, for the cultivators who were watching the show, they didn't mind blowing the matter up. The bigger the matter, the better. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with them. The bigger the matter, the more lively it was. The more exciting it was. Good, good, good. Brat. I'll remember you. Zhang Su looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy gaze. Then, he shut his mouth. The funds he could mobilize were only about 40 million. Lin Feng directly raised the price by 10 million to 40 million. Zhang Su didn't have the money to continue competing. Nailan Huai was also the same. He let out a few strange laughs and then retracted his gaze. Nailan Huai and Zhang Su aren't magnanimous people. Just wait and see, this matter won't be let go so easily. Suddenly, a cultivator whispered. There will definitely be a show to watch later. That young master probably doesn't know Zhang Su and Nailan Huai's methods. Let's wait and see how he deals with Zhang Su and Nailan Huai. Another cultivator also said with a rather excited tone. These people were all waiting to see the situation escalate. This young master has raised the price to 40 million origin crystals. Is there anything higher than 40 million origin crystals? The beautiful female auctioneer asked with a smile. 40 million origin crystals was definitely a sky-high price. No one continued to bid. 40 million going once. 40 million going twice. 40 million going thrice. Sold. The female auctioneer's gavel fell. In the end, the mermaid's price was fixed at 40 million origin crystals. The auction ended. The cultivators who had bought the items stayed, but they still had to pay the origin crystals to get their items. The cultivators who didn't get anything left one after another. There were also some people who didn't leave. Instead, they waited to see the next conflict between Lin Feng, Xianxia, and Nalan Huai. Lin Feng was brought to the auction house's VIP room by a female attendant. Soon, the auction house's president arrived. The president looked to be in his 50s or 60s, and he had a shrewd look on his face. His name was Yan Ziming. When he saw Lin Feng, he cupped his fists and said happily, "Haha, I've kept you waiting, young master. I'm really sorry." "You're welcome." Lin Feng cupped his fists in return. "How should I address you, young master?" Yan Ziming asked with a smile. "Lin Feng." "So, it's Lin Gongzi. It's fate that I was able to make a deal with Lin Gongzi today. In the future, if you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask Lin Gongzi," Yan Ziming said with a smile. He was an experienced and knowledgeable person. He could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was extraordinary and wanted to befriend Lin Feng. "Thank you, friend." Lin Feng thanked him. Yan Ziming smiled. "Lin Gongzi, you're too polite. It's normal for friends to help each other out. Besides, I haven't helped you much yet, have I?" Lin Feng smiled, but he didn't continue the conversation with Yan Ziming. He took out a storage ring and said, "The 40 million origin crystals are all in here." After Yan Ziming took the storage ring, he seemed to trust Lin Feng very much. He didn't even check its contents. Instead, he smiled and said, "The mermaid is in the side room next door. Please follow me, Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng nodded and followed Yan Ziming to the side room. There, he saw the little mermaid in a glassware filled with water. The little mermaid's body was curled up, and she didn't dare to look at anyone. It was obvious that she was terrified. Lin Feng put the little mermaid in his mountain and river's ring, along with the glassware. Yan Ziming said, "Xianxia and Nalan Huai aren't magnanimous people. I'm afraid that they'll harm Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi can leave through our auction house's secret passage. I guarantee that he won't meet those two." Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's no need for that. It's fine if they don't come. But if they do come, I spent 40 million origin crystals today. Those two will pay for me." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of Yan Ziming's mouth twitched violently. What did Lin Gongzi mean? Was he going to rob Xianxia and Nalan Huai? Lin Feng swaggered out of the black market. He was alone and fearless. If God came, he would kill God. If Buddha came, he would kill Buddha. Anyone who didn't know what was going on was unlucky. Along the way, many cultivators followed Lin Feng. Many of them were cultivators who had participated in the auction. They were all waiting for Xianxia or Nalan Huai to find trouble with Lin Feng. Such a commotion naturally attracted many people's attention. Whether it was in the mortal world or the world of cultivation, watching a commotion seemed to be the nature of many people. Not long after he left the black market, loud noises could be heard. Soon after, a group of people walked over. The person in the lead was Xianxia. Xianxia was accompanied by more than 20 cultivators, all of them strong. They were probably cultivators from the 9 States Alliance. The 9 States Alliance had 3 shops in Snow Eagle City, so there were many experts from the 9 States Alliance in Snow Eagle City. He really came. Seeing Xianxia's arrival, many people became excited. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Xianxia. This person's cultivation was actually very strong. He was at the 3rd firmament of the true God realm, and he was also very young. Lin Feng sensed his life aura. He found that this person was less than 3,000 years old. He had a lifespan of more than 10 million years. His life had just begun. The future was bright. "Kid. You have guts. You didn't leave through the secret passage of the auction. However, even if you did, this young master would still have a way to find you." Xianxia looked down at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. His lips curved into a cold smile. "You're alone? Where's Nalan Huai? He's not with you?" Lin Feng asked. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "This young master has nothing to do with that old thing. How would I know where he is?" Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Since Nail and Hui couldn't come, he could only rob Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia sneered and said, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the mermaid to this young master. As for what happened during the auction, I'll pretend that nothing happened." Lin Feng pursed his lips. "I spent 40 million origin crystals to buy the mermaid. Do you think I'll give it to you just because you want it? Are you daydreaming?" Xianxia sneered and said, "If you don't hand it over." In that case, he wouldn't have a good ending today. Even though killing was forbidden in Snow Eagle City. However, Snow Eagle City won't care if we break their limbs or humiliate them. Lin Feng said, "You want to break my limbs? You want to humiliate and torture me? I can crush a piece of trash like you to death with a single hand, yet you dare to jump around in front of me? Who gave you the courage?" More and more cultivators gathered around. When they saw Lin Feng acting so arrogantly despite being surrounded by Xianxia and the others, many of them who had never seen Lin Feng before looked at each other. Wasn't this kid a little too arrogant? Could it be that he didn't know Xianxia's identity? He had offended Xianxia in this way. Wasn't this courting death? Even if Snow Eagle City forbade killing, what about leaving Snow Eagle City? This guy is as arrogant as ever. I wonder if he has the ability to be so arrogant? We'll find out later. If he doesn't have the ability to be so arrogant, then he'll be in trouble. The cultivators who had participated in the auction earlier were whispering among themselves. They had already seen Lin Feng's arrogance at the auction. Thus, they were no longer surprised by Lin Feng's arrogance. "Kid! You're courting death." Being looked down upon and humiliated by Lin Feng, Xianxia was so angry that his whole body trembled. He had thought that he was already arrogant enough. However, he now realized that compared to Lin Feng, he paled in comparison. Lin Feng continued, "Kneel on the ground and obediently hand over all the origin crystals you have. Then, I won't argue with you about today's matter." When they heard Lin Feng actually ask Xianxia to kneel and hand over all his origin crystals, the cultivators present were all shocked. Even the cultivators who had seen Lin Feng's arrogance at the auction earlier felt the corners of their mouths twitch violently. Xianxia had brought so many experts. Could it be that this guy had completely ignored them? Not only did this guy not put Xianxia in his eyes, but he also didn't put the experts Xianxia had brought with him in his eyes. This guy was even more arrogant than they had imagined. "Cripple this kid for me." Xianxia couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but roar. Right now, Xianxia only wanted to trample Lin Feng under his feet. Then, he would ruthlessly torture him, ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Only then could Xianxia vent his anger. "Yes, young master," replied a cultivator of the second sky of the true god layer behind Xianxia. He flashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't deliberately hide his cultivation level. He was at the first firmament of the divine fire realm. From an outsider's point of view, a true god expert was going against Lin Feng, a divine fire realm cultivator. Wasn't this a simple matter? But these people didn't know that although Lin Feng's cultivation level was low, his real fighting power was comparable to a 7th firmament true god expert. The cultivator of the second sky of the true god layer smiled ferociously and raised his right hand, moving towards Lin Feng. The pressure of a true god expert spread out. In an instant. That terrifying pressure made it hard for countless people to breathe. Many people turned pale as they looked at the true god expert who attacked Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked by the power of a true god expert. But soon, something unbelievable happened. Lin Feng took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the second firmament true god expert. Then, he raised his right hand and slapped the second firmament true god expert's face. Lin Feng slap. The speed looked very slow. Everyone could even see the trajectory of his slap in the air. But, what made everyone stunned was that, Lin Feng's slap seemed slow and unhurried. That second firmament true god expert was actually unable to dodge it. It's not really slow. It's just an illusion. This person is too powerful. When he slapped out, he actually put us in a mysterious state, so we can clearly see the trajectory of his slap. An old cultivator said in a deep voice. "Pa," at this moment. Everyone heard the crisp sound of a slap. Following that, a scream came out. Everyone saw the second firmament true god expert's body move horizontally. His face was almost smashed by Lin Feng. With a plop, he fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times. Then, he fainted. Oh my God! Isn't this too strong? Seeing this scene, many people cried out in alarm. That was a second firmament true God expert. No matter where he was placed, wouldn't he be a big shot, but he was sent flying by Lin Feng with a single slap. Many people couldn't help but have a thought. That young master, what is his cultivation level? To be so terrifying at such a young age, could he be a core disciple of the top 10 immortal sects? Lin Feng's strength shocked everyone. Even Xianxia's expression became serious. Now, no one thought that Lin Feng was still a first firmament divine fire realm cultivator. Many people thought that Lin Feng must be hiding his cultivation level. In the world of cultivators, there were countless cases of people pretending to be weak. Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength shocked him. However, no matter what Lin Feng's strength or background was, Xianxia had no intention of backing down. The Northern Barbarian States' Nine States Alliance was powerful. As the grandson of the Nine States Alliance's Grand Elder, Xianxia was arrogant. He had the right to be arrogant. Moreover, he had many experts on his side. There was even a fifth firmament true God expert holding down the fort. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. Kid! This young master has underestimated you. Attack him together. I don't believe that this kid can defeat so many of us. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. Damn, a group of people against one person. That young cultivator is at a huge disadvantage. Two fists can't fight four hands. Moreover, Xianxia has more than 20 experts on his side. There's even a fifth firmament true God. Yeah, I think that young cultivator is in trouble. He won't have a good time if he falls into Xianxia's hands. Many people pointed at Lin Feng and looked at him with pity. Even though Lin Feng had already shown how strong he was, however, Lin Feng was only one person. Xianxia had more than 20 people on his side. Although Xianxia was arrogant, he was cautious by nature. He actually let more than 20 cultivators attack Lin Feng together. These 20-plus experts were all experts from the Nine States Alliance. One of them was a fifth firmament true God. In addition, there were 3 other true gods. One of them was a third firmament true God. The other 2 were second firmament true gods. The rest were divine fire realm cultivators. With so many experts attacking together, this was a force that no one dared to underestimate. Seeing more than 20 experts besieging him, Lin Feng immediately clamored, "A bunch of trash, how dare you jump around in front of this young master? Are you all tired of living?" Many people couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Despite being besieged by more than 20 experts, he was still so arrogant. Could it be that this young cultivator could really fight against the joint forces of more than 20 experts? Just as this thought appeared, Lin Feng had already made his move. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a loud rumbling sound came from the void. A river of death. It swept across the world. Then, he swept his gaze over the 20 or so experts from the Nine States Alliance. This was the long river of death that Lin Feng had condensed using the great death art of the 3,000 Great Daos. The long river of death instantly enveloped more than 20 experts of the Nine States Alliance. Bang bang bang, muffled sounds of collisions could be heard. The experts of the Nine States Alliance simply couldn't resist the river of death's attack. All of them were swept away. Even the cultivators of the fifth heaven of the true God realm were the same. They were directly shaken by Lin Feng's river of death, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. The river of death that Lin Feng condensed was simply too powerful. Plop! Plop! More than 20 cultivators of the Nine States Alliance fell to the ground, and many of them fainted from the impact. Only a few true God realm cultivators didn't faint from the impact. However, these true God realm cultivators also had their dermic powers dissipated, and their faces were as pale as paper. Everyone around them became incoherent. The combat strength that Lin Feng displayed. It was simply too powerful. Everyone was deeply shocked. Xianxia's face also changed abruptly. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Swoosh! Xianxia turned around and dashed into the distance. Trying to run? Where do you think you're going? Kneel on the ground. Lin Feng shouted coldly, leaped up, and charged towards Xianxia. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xianxia. Then, he threw a punch at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was gloomy, and he had to block it. Bang, both sides clashed. Xianxia was forced to retreat. Although Xianxia's cultivation was only at the third heaven of the true God realm. But this Xianxia was also a genius. After fighting with this person, Lin Feng roughly estimated Xianxia's strength. This Xianxia's cultivation was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator when he broke through to the sixth heaven of the true God realm. He was also someone who could challenge those of a higher level. However, today, Xianxia was destined to be defeated by Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng's current combat strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator when he broke through to the seventh heaven of the true God realm. In the true God realm, every level of difference had a huge difference in combat strength. After that attack, Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to attack Xianxia. Bang, 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 another 3 punches were thrown over. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Xianxia finally couldn't hold on. Plop. His knees gave way, and he knelt on the ground. Lin Feng casually cast a seal to imprison Xianxia. Xianxia is a genius. Although he is only at the third heavenly layer of true God realm, his battle prowess is comparable to many sixth heavenly layer of true God realm experts. But now, he was suppressed so easily. Who is that young master? How does he have such terrifying strength? Xianxia has always been arrogant because his grandfather is the great elder of the Nine States Alliance. Who would have thought that he would kick an iron plate today? Many people were discussing. Some were extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity, while others were gloating over Xianxia's defeat at Lin Feng's hands. How dare you make me kneel on the ground? How dare you humiliate me like this? I have the Nine States Alliance behind me. How dare you humiliate me like this? Aren't you afraid that the Nine States Alliance behind me will take revenge on you? Xianxia's eyes turned bloodshot. Take revenge on me? Lin Feng sneered. Come at me if you dare. Do you think I'm a coward? Hurry up and hand over your treasures. Don't even think about it. Xianxia said coldly. You're not going to hand them over? Lin Feng grinned. No matter how one looked at it, it was a demonic smile. He looked at Xianxia's hands and realized that he wasn't wearing a storage ring. He didn't know where he had hidden his treasures. Lin Feng was in a bad mood after failing to find Xianxia's storage ring. Then, he kicked Xianxia. Xianxia fell to the ground. Bang, 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 a flurry of punches and kicks followed. It didn't take long for Xianxia to be beaten to a pulp. Spare me. Spare me. I'll give you anything you want. Stop hitting me. Xianxia screamed. Lin Feng finally stopped. He removed the seal on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's dantian flashed. A spatial bottle flew out. This kind of spatial porcelain bottle was different from ordinary spatial porcelain bottles. The spatial porcelain bottle that Xianxia took out was called Transient Universal Bottle. It formed a space of its own and had a strong defense. It couldn't be destroyed even if it withstood a powerful attack. He handed the universal bottle to Lin Feng. Most storage rings had limited space. A few dozen square meters was considered a relatively large storage ring. Therefore, storage rings couldn't hold much. However, the area of the Qianquan bottle was extremely large. The universal bottle was similar to Lin Feng's mountain river ring. Although it couldn't compare to Lin Feng's mountain river ring. However, the space inside was more than 30 square meters. Such a large space. Naturally, it could hold more things. Of course, the price of the Qianquan bottle was extremely expensive. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to afford such a spatial porcelain bottle. Xianxia's identity was extraordinary. It wasn't strange for him to have such a precious storage treasure. Lin Feng's divine will enter the universal bottle. He sensed that there were about 40 million origin crystals, 2 divine artifacts, many pills, spirit fruits, divine stones, immortal iron, and so on. Xianxia was indeed the grandson of the Nine States Alliance's great elder. He had a lot of good things on him. The things inside should be all of Xianxia's belongings. Lin Feng put away the universal bottle and kicked Xianxia a few hundred meters away. Xianxia fell to the ground and didn't move. It was unknown whether he was really knocked out by Lin Feng's kick or pretending to be unconscious because it was too embarrassing. Lin Feng didn't stop and left. After 3 months, Lin Feng finally received news from the Mercenary Association. The Mercenary Association was unable to locate Duguya, which made Lin Feng very disappointed. He could only continue to ask the Mercenary Association for help. During this period of time, Snow Eagle City was very peaceful. After Xianxia was beaten up by Lin Feng and robbed of all his treasures, he disappeared without a trace. He probably couldn't stand the humiliation and left Snow Eagle City temporarily. As for Nailan Huai, he never appeared. He was a sly old fox. When Xianxia led his men to find trouble with Lin Feng, he probably hid in the dark and observed. When he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, he didn't appear again. Lin Feng planned to go to the Reincarnation Immortal sect and find a way to join them. Lin Feng had already mastered the first part of the Great Reincarnation Art. Now, he needed the second part of the Great Reincarnation Art. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra of the Reincarnation Immortal sect recorded the Great Reincarnation Art. Therefore, he had to go to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng had just arrived in the 9 states, so he was alone. Joining the Reincarnation Immortal sect. At least he would have a place to protect himself. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was in the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. The Reincarnation Ancient Forest was 30 million miles long and filled with mountains. Danger lurked everywhere. Many people wanted to join the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but in fact, they might not even know where the Reincarnation Immortal sect was. They might have been eaten by the ferocious beasts in the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. Lin Feng took the space-time wormhole to Nether Prison City, which was an ancient city close to the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. He could only fly for the rest of the journey. This was because there was no teleportation array for the rest of the journey. After arriving at Nether Prison City, Lin Feng planned to rest for 2 days before setting off. Nether Prison City wasn't a big ancient city. It was at most a medium-sized city. However, medium-sized cities in the 9 states were extremely powerful. There were also a few ancient families in Nether Prison City that were very powerful. Lin Feng was staying in an inn. It was a brothel. What surprised Lin Feng was that this brothel was actually the 10,000 flower building. There were many ancient cities in the Sky Martial continent that had 10,000 flower pavilions. The Wanhua building was not just a simple brothel. This force had collected countless beauties and used them to win over countless experts. Lin Feng recognized 2 of the 12 saintesses of the Sky Martial continent's 10,000 flower building. They were Bai Xingyi and Lu Huaxian. Lin Feng and Bai Xingyi had a good relationship. They had even agreed to enter the Tianqi Road together and head to the 9 states. It was just that he did not expect the situation in the Sky Martial continent to suddenly change. First, the heavenly demon appeared, and then the war continued. Later, the sea route from the 9 prefectures to the Martial Heaven continent had been opened. Many cultivators from the 9 prefectures had come to the Martial Heaven continent, making the already chaotic Martial Heaven continent even more chaotic. In addition, Lin Feng had been devoured by the space-time reversal during that period of time. Many people thought that Lin Feng had died. Bai Xingyi did not wait for the apocalyptic road to appear. Instead, she took the giant ship of the 9 States Alliance and arrived at the 9 states. As for where he was now, Lin Feng did not know. Lu Huaxian and Lin Feng's relationship was even closer. The 2 of them had an ambiguous relationship. Lu Huaxian had also come to the 9 states. However, Lin Feng did not know where he was now. The 9 states was too big. It was too difficult to find a person. The 10,000 flower building is not simple. It seems that the headquarters of the 10,000 flower building should be in the 9 states as well. Lin Feng stroked his chin. The stronger a force was, the more branches it had. Firstly, it was to continuously expand the strength of one's branches to strengthen the force. Secondly, if there was a devastating disaster in the future, such as being wiped out by an enemy, there would be many branches. It would not be easy for the enemy to wipe out the entire sect. With so many branches, there would be someone who could escape, right? This way, the inheritance would not be broken. As such, many top forces would support some of their branch families. Therefore, many forces in the martial heaven continent were actually branches of some top forces in the 9 states. Originally, because the martial heaven continent and the 9 states were separated by the sea, they had lost contact. Now that the sea route between the martial heaven continent and the 9 states was opened, many forces in the martial heaven continent had regained contact with the main branches of the 9 states. After Lin Feng arrived at the 10,000 flower building, he picked a dozen dancers, singers, and singers. Then, he drank wine while admiring the dancers' graceful figures, listening to the singers' beautiful music, and listening to the singers' beautiful voices. Life in this world, when it was time to enjoy, one should enjoy. Lin Feng would never treat himself unfairly. He was not an ascetic monk who cultivated. He was cultivating while enjoying himself. Situ Mingyue. Get out here. A cold shout suddenly resounded above the entire nether prison city. Who is it? Who dares to call Situ Mingyue by her name? And who dares to provoke Situ Mingyue? Many people were shocked. They all rushed out. Even the singers, dancers, and singers who were performing for Lin Feng were shocked. Who is this Situ Mingyue? Lin Feng asked. A singer said, reporting to young master. Situ Mingyue is one of the 4 young masters of the reincarnation immortal sect. Oh? 4 young masters? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Who are the 4 young masters? The singer said, the 4 young masters are young master Hanshan, young master Qiu Feng, young master Mingyue, and young master Ling Mao. The 4 young masters are all on the prodigy ranking. Although they are young, their cultivations are extremely heaven-defying. Lin Feng nodded, drank the wine in his cup, and flew out of the 10,000 flower building. At this moment, countless cultivators had gathered outside. Many people looked into the distance. They saw divine flames surging into the sky. Inside the endless divine flames, a young master looked like a celestial emperor who had descended to the mortal world. He looked down at the heavens with a domineering aura. It's Duga Di Tian. After seeing the young cultivator, many people cried out in shock. Duga Di Tian, he was ranked in the top 20 of the prodigy ranking. One had to know. When he had participated in the prodigy ranking, Duga Di Tian was only 27 years old. The prodigy ranking was ranked once every 800 years. Now, it would only be a few years before it was ranked again. So many years had passed. No one knew how powerful Duga Di Tian was. This was an existence that had stunned the ancient times. Seeing the shocked expressions of the surrounding people, Lin Feng knew that this Duga Di Tian must be a heaven-defying figure. He asked the cultivators around him about Duga Di Tian's identity, and many of them looked at Lin Feng with strange gazes. There was actually someone who didn't know who Duga Di Tian was. This made them feel incredulous. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, I have been in closed-door cultivation for many years, so I am not too sure about the outside world. A middle-aged cultivator said, no wonder little brother doesn't know about Duga Di Tian. This Duga Di Tian is a heaven-defying character. In the last Heaven's Chosen ranking competition, he was only 27 years old, yet he was already able to enter the top 20. From this, it could be seen just how monstrous this person was. It had already been more than 700 years since the last Heaven's Chosen ranking competition, and no one knew just how strong Duga Di Tian's cultivation was now. Furthermore, not only is Duga Di Tian himself strong, he is also one of the 3 holy sons of the Supreme Immortal Sect. A disciple of the Taishang Immortal Sect? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Back then, in the overseas world, he had teamed up with Nzi to kill Li Muzi and the others from the Taishang Immortal Sect. During this period of time, Lin Feng had heard too many things about the Taishang Immortal Sect. This included how powerful the Taishang Immortal Sect was, how domineering the Taishang Immortal Sect's cultivators were, how deep the Taishang Immortal Sect's foundations were, and how terrifying the Taishang Immortal Sect's inheritances were. Even though the Taishang Immortal Sect's strength was not as strong as before, it was still a huge existence. Other than the Red Dust Immortal Sect, the other 8 immortal sects did not even dare to provoke the Taishang Immortal Sect. The Taishang Immortal Sect could be said to be filled with experts. Among the younger generation, there were also countless outstanding geniuses. These genius disciples, each one was stronger than the last. Each one was more monstrous than the last. To be able to stand out among the genius disciples of the Taishang immortal sect and enter the top 20 of the prodigy roll at the age of 27, all of this showed how powerful Duge de Tian was. This person was simply a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses. Back when Duge de Tian was still at the 10th firmament of the Nihility God realm, he had already killed a 7th firmament true God realm expert. He is too monstrous. Now that he has cultivated to the true God realm, his cultivation must have reached the heavens and the earth. The middle-aged cultivator continued to speak. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He had broken through to the divine fire realm to have the strength to fight a 7th firmament true God realm expert. However, it was not easy to kill a 7th firmament true God realm expert. This Duge de Tian, who was at the 10th firmament of the Nihility God realm, was actually able to kill a 7th firmament true God realm expert. Wasn't this too monstrous? Was he even more talented than Lin Feng? No wonder this person was able to enter the top 20 of the prodigy roll at the age of 27. This kind of talent made Lin Feng feel a little terrified. Lin Feng said, "What kind of opportunity did this person have? How could he be so terrifying?" The middle-aged cultivator and the others shook their heads. Duge de Tian's sudden appearance illuminated the 9 heavens. He was filled with countless secrets, but no one knew those secrets. Very few people dared to offend someone like him. Even the experts of the older generation would not dare to offend him. Because this person was too heaven-defying. Those cultivators who liked to strangle the geniuses of the younger generation and seize the opportunities, luck, and wealth of the younger generation's geniuses did not provoke Duge de Tian. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Duge de Tian was. "Situ Mingyue. I know you're here. Come out and face your death." Duge de Tian's voice was cold as he glanced at the ancient city below. This person was truly arrogant to the extreme. This was the territory of the reincarnation immortal sect. Duge de Tian actually dared to come to the territory of the reincarnation immortal sect to hunt down one of the 4 young masters of the reincarnation immortal sect, young Master Mingyu. From this, one could see how confident he was in his own strength. Duge de Tian once said that if he had time, he would personally kill the Red World Fairy and wash away the humiliation that the Red World Fairy had brought to the supreme immortal sect. This person's willpower is incomparably strong, and there is nothing that he cannot do. With his talent, he might really be able to kill the Red World Fairy in the future. A cultivator said. Following that, someone sneered and said, "This person is too arrogant." If the Red World Fairy was so easy to deal with, would the Supreme Immortal Sect have allowed the Red World Fairy to live until now? Back then, the Supreme Immortal Sect used a celestial artifact to kill the Red World Fairy, but they still failed to do so. This shows how unbelievably strong the Red World Fairy is. In this world, apart from emperors, I'm afraid no one can kill the Red World Fairy. In the distance, Duge de Tian's voice grew colder. "Situ Mingyue, are you worthy of being called the leader of the 4 great princes of the reincarnation immortal sect? You don't even have the courage to fight me? What's going on?" Situ Mingyue is ranked 5th on the Heaven's Chosen list. Why would he be afraid of Duge de Tian? Could it be that Situ Mingyue knows that he's not Duge de Tian's match? Is that why he doesn't dare to fight? Duge de Tian can actually scare Situ Mingyue to the point that he doesn't dare to fight. How strong must he be to be able to do that? Could there be some other reason? I've seen Situ Mingyue in the past. He's not a coward. Of course Situ Mingyue isn't a coward. He's brave and resourceful, and he's extremely strong. He stood out among the many geniuses of the reincarnation immortal sect and was elected as the leader of the 4 great princes. His methods and strength aren't something ordinary people can compare to. Many cultivators were discussing this matter. Situ Mingyue's reputation was extremely resounding in the northern barbarian continent. "Situ Mingyue. You won't be able to escape." Duge de Tian, who was standing above the ancient city, suddenly looked into the distance. He seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but shout coldly before rushing out. Countless people looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't see anything in the direction Duge de Tian had chased. Perhaps Situ Mingyue had used some sort of concealment technique to hide his figure and escape stealthily. Therefore, it was normal that they couldn't see him with the naked eye. However, Duge de Tian's methods were too astonishing. That was why Sita Mingyue hadn't been able to hide anything from him. Let's go and take a look. Many people shouted and followed him out of the ancient city. Lin Feng didn't chase after Sita Mingyue. He didn't have much interest in such a big battle. Moreover, if a fight really broke out, many people who went to watch the show would probably be implicated. Rather than chasing after Sita Mingyue and joining in the fun, he might as well stay in the Myriad Flower Building and drink wine with beautiful ladies. Lin Feng flew back to the Myriad Flower Building. He stayed in the Myriad Flower Building until late at night before leaving. The next day, he woke up when the sun was high up in the sky. Then, Lin Feng washed up and left his residence. He planned to look for a bookstore and buy some books. He wanted to learn about the distribution of forces in the 9 prefectures. He wanted to know what kind of experts there were, what kind of powerful geniuses there were, what kind of dangerous places there were, what kind of treasures there were, and so on. While he was walking on the street, a celestial sound suddenly came from the distance. Many people were alarmed and looked outside the ancient city. Not long after, everyone saw 9 unicorns pulling an ancient bronze carriage over from the distance. Around the bronze chariot, there were hundreds of beautiful female cultivators in snow-white robes. Any one of those female cultivators could be called a heavenly beauty. They carried flower baskets in their hands and scattered rainbow-colored petals along the way. Even heaven and earth. It seemed to be filled with the fragrance of flowers. Who are these people? They actually have such a grand lineup? Many people looked at the majestic group of beautiful female cultivators in the sky. Everyone looked at the beautiful female cultivators in the sky. Many of them were trying to guess who was sitting in the ancient bronze carriage. The unicorns are only close to the purest woman. If 9 unicorns are pulling the bronze carriage, there must be a woman sitting in the bronze carriage. A cultivator said. If the maidservants outside were so beautiful, how beautiful would the woman in the bronze carriage be? Many people were looking forward to it. The bronze carriage stopped in midair. A maidservant pulled open the curtains. Then, a beautiful woman walked out of the carriage. She was wearing a snow-white dress that accentuated her tall and slender figure. Her golden ratio figure was perfect. However, she was wearing a veil so no one could see her face. It's Fairy Miaoqing. However, there were still people who recognized the woman's identity, and their tone was extremely shocked. She's Fairy Miaoqing from the Fragrant Record? Many people were shocked. The Fragrant Record recorded the 100 most beautiful women in 9 prefectures. These women, not only were they beautiful, but they also had heaven-defying talent and strength. For example, the Red World Fairy was ranked first in the Fragrant Record. Not only was she powerful, but she was also a peerless beauty. Rumor has it that Fairy Miaoqing is Duge Tian's fiancée. Is she chasing after Duge Tian? Someone asked. That's possible. However, Duge Tian and Fairy Miaoqing really don't put the Reincarnation Immortal sect in their eyes. The Northern Barbarian Province is the territory of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They actually dared to chase Prince Mingyue to the Northern Barbarian Province and even to Nether Prison City. Nether Prison City isn't very far from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I'm curious to see how this matter will end. Many cultivators said aloud. Fairy Miaoqing's background was extraordinary. Rumor had it that she was the successor of an ancient family. That ancient family's strength was comparable to some celestial sects. It was obvious how terrifying that ancient family was. Therefore, the marriage between Duge Tian and Fairy Miaoqing was seen as an alliance between 2 top forces. Of course, Duge Tian and Fairy Miaoqing were indeed a match made in heaven. The bronze chariot finally landed in the Nether Prison City. Fairy Miaoqing's maidservant rented a huge courtyard. Then, these people sealed the courtyard with a seal so that no one could see the scene in the courtyard. Many people were still talking about Fairy Miaoqing. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived at a bookstore. After purchasing dozens of books, he returned to his residence and began to read them. After reading these books, Lin Feng finally had a more detailed understanding of the 9 prefectures. He flipped through the books that introduced the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After all, Lin Feng wanted to join the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had to learn more about the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect had a long history and was said to have been established in the Immortal Ancient Era. Due to various reasons, the sect was almost annihilated several times. Fortunately, the sect's lineage did not cease. In the early years of the primordial era, the reincarnation immortal sect had a great emperor. This great emperor was known as the Reincarnation Emperor. This Samsara emperor was skilled in both civil and military affairs. In the more than 10 million years that he was in power, the Reincarnation Immortal sect grew stronger day by day. At one point, even the Taishang Immortal sect was wary of them. However, the Samsara emperor left the 9 prefectures. After the Samsara emperor left, the Reincarnation Immortal sect was still strong. However, compared to the years when the Samsara emperor was in power, their strength was much weaker. As time passed, the gap between the Reincarnation Immortal sect and the Taishang Immortal sect grew wider. In the books that Lin Feng bought, many powerful people in the Reincarnation Immortal sect were introduced. For example, the current sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was called by Xianxia. She was also a talented person in the past and did not cultivate for a long time. She had only cultivated for 270,000 years. It was said that Bai Qingxian, the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, was ranked in the top 3 among the sect leaders of the 10 major celestial sects. She was even more powerful than those sect leaders who had cultivated for 10 to 20 million years. Other than Bai Qingxian, many powerful people were also introduced. For the younger generation, the 4 princes and the 10 fairies were introduced. The 4 princes of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were Prince Mingyu, Prince Hanshan, Prince Zhou Feng, and Prince Lingyan. The 10 fairies referred to the 10 most beautiful young women in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Not only were the 10 most beautiful women beautiful, but they were also very powerful. TSK, the 10 fairies. The Reincarnation Immortal sect is quite interesting. When I join the Reincarnation Immortal sect in the future, I'll bring all the 10 fairies to my house. Lin Feng grinned. After putting away all the books, Lin Feng took out the glassware that contained the Little Mermaid from his mountain river ring. This was because the Little Mermaid had been frightened. He did not want the Little Mermaid to be frightened again. Therefore, Lin Feng did not talk to the Little Mermaid after he bought the picture. Instead, he asked her to calm down. During this time, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit often played with the Little Mermaid. They also gave the Little Mermaid spirit fruits. The Little Mermaid was no longer wary of Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. However, when the Little Mermaid saw Lin Feng, her eyes were filled with fear. Her body curled up. She was still very afraid of Lin Feng. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'm Angel's friend. You must know her, right? Lin Feng looked at the Little Mermaid and said. However, the Little Mermaid looked confused. She did not seem to know Angel. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. The Little Mermaid did not know Angel. Could it be that she was not from the same tribe as Angel? Lin Feng had heard from Angel that the mermaid tribe was divided into several tribes. These tribes lived in different regions of the sea. Therefore, it was normal that the mermaids of different tribes did not know each other. The Little Mermaid was very resistant to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only temporarily put the Little Mermaid back into the mountain river ring. The mountain river ring was a world of its own. There were mountains and rivers. Lin Feng temporarily put the Little Mermaid into a lake. In the future, when Lin Feng returned to the sea, he would put her back into the sea. Of course, if the Little Mermaid did not resist him and agreed to stay by his side, Lin Feng would be more than happy. After the Little Mermaid transformed into her human form, she was definitely a beauty of the highest quality. She was such a little beauty. Even if he did not do anything and just hugged her to sleep every day, it would be very comfortable. Boom, suddenly, a violent wave swept through the sky, shaking the void. Countless people in the ancient city were alarmed. What happened? Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly rushed out. Someone is attacking Fairy Miaoqing's residence. They're trying to break through the restrictive spells and force their way in. Lin Feng, who had just rushed out of his room, heard the cultivators shout. He was shocked. Who was it? Who was so audacious? How dare they attack Fairy Miaoqing's residence? He quickly flew towards Fairy Miaoqing's residence. When he arrived, the place was already crowded with people. Looking at the crowd, he didn't know how many people had gathered. Above Fairy Miaoqing's residence, there was a woman standing there. That woman was wearing a long green dress. She had a graceful figure and a pair of long legs that made people gasp in amazement. Her face was the size of a palm. It was exquisite and beautiful, like a masterpiece of the heavens. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her expression was cold and arrogant, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. But this kind of icy temperament was so breathtaking. Qiu Yiling. It's her. This woman is amazing. She's on both the record of beauties and the list of geniuses. Someone said, pointing out the woman's identity. Qiu Yiling was ranked second among the 10 great fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect. This woman was abnormally powerful. She had a cold and elegant temperament. It made people involuntarily have a desire to conquer her. Why is Qiu Yiling looking for Su Miaoqing? Is it because of Mr. Mingyu? Someone murmured. Lin Feng knew that Fairy Miaoqing's surname was Su. It was a rare surname. That's possible. Mr. Mingyu is Qiu Yiling's cousin. Duga Di Tian and Su Miaoqing are chasing Mr. Mingyu all the way to Nether Prison City. It's not strange for people from the reincarnation immortal sect to appear here. Moreover, Qiu Yiling and Mr. Mingyu are siblings. A cultivator said. Maybe it's not because of Mr. Mingyu. Qiu Yiling shouldn't know that Mr. Mingyu is being chased. If she knew, she would have helped Mr. Mingyu to deal with Duga Di Tian. Why would she come to Nether Prison City to deal with Su Miaoqing? Someone else said. That was the view that most people agreed with. Su Miaoqing. Hurry up and come out. If you don't come out, I'll destroy your courtyard and destroy it. Destroy it directly. If you are buried in the ruins, it will damage your noble image as a fairy. Qiu Yiling stood in the air. Boom. Boom, she held the firmament sword in her hand and swept it at the restriction of the courtyard. Crack. Crack, the courtyard's restriction began to shatter. Qiu Yiling waved her sword again, trying to destroy the small courtyard and bury Su Miaoqing alive. At this moment, a group of female cultivators there were over 100 beautiful female cultivators. These female cultivators were Su Miaoqing's maidservants. Heavenly sword formation. These female cultivators shouted out in their lovable voices. Each of them held a sword in their hands. Hundreds of people formed a sword array together, besieging Qiu Yiling. The sword formations of these female cultivators were marvelous and powerful. 9 Autumn's Wind. Facing the attacks of hundreds of maidservants, Qiu Yiling attacked with an indifferent expression. She was also using sword techniques. The sword in his hand pierced out. A gale swept across. Autumn. A wave of coldness surged between heaven and earth. Sword chi was everywhere. It turned into a sea of swords. Puff. Puff, sword chi pierced through the bodies of those female cultivators. Qiu Yiling's swordsmanship was really superb. What shocked everyone was that those female cultivators who were pierced by the sword chi were not human. Because after their bodies were pierced, they turned into paper figures. Is this Miaoqing's method? The paper dolls can actually turn into outstanding beauties. This kind of method is really unfathomable. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng was also very surprised. This Miaoqing's method was really extraordinary. This method should belong to the relatively unorthodox Qi Huang technique. Making paper figures, puppet techniques, bean soldiers, and other methods all belong to the Qi Huang technique. These Qi Huang techniques were amazing and mysterious. Ordinary people couldn't get these inheritances at all. What a great move, 9 Autumn's Wind. Junior sisterling's swordsmanship. It's getting more and more mysterious. Su Miaoqing walked out of the courtyard. Very good. You kept your promise. Come with me. Qiu Yiling glanced at Su Miaoqing and then flew into the distance. Su Miaoqing followed behind and left quickly. Some people wanted to chase after the 2 women, but they were shaken off by the 2 women. Could it be that Su Miaoqing didn't come here to kill young Master Mingyu with Duga Di Tian? She came here because of an agreement with Qiu Yiling? Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't very interested in Su Miaoqing's purpose of coming here. After resting in Nether Prison City for 2 days, he left the city and flew in the direction of the reincarnation immortal sect. If he flew, it would take about a month to reach the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. As for entering the Reincarnation Ancient Forest, if everything went well, he could reach the Reincarnation Immortal Sect in half a month. If he was unlucky, he might be buried in it. Along the way, Lin Feng didn't see any cities. However, there were some small towns along the way. People came and went in the towns. It was very lively. Lin Feng saw many young cultivators and even many children. They were being escorted by their clansmen to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. On the way, they rested in the towns. As the most powerful force in the northern barbarian state and one of the top 10 celestial sects in the 9 continents, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was passed down. Naturally, it attracted many people to join. Many big clans even sent their disciples to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to be nurtured. After traveling for 5 days, Lin Feng stopped in a small town to rest. People came and went in the town. It was very lively. Lin Feng was eating in a restaurant. He sat down near the window. While eating, he looked into the distance. He could see the mountains in the distance and the vast ancient forest. The scenery was very elegant. If he looked down, he could see the bustling crowd on the streets. At this moment, a cultivator attracted Lin Feng's attention. This cultivator was very fat, but he looked very young. He was riding a little donkey on the street. The little donkey seemed to be unable to bear the weight and was panting. "Damn, brother, you're going to crush the little donkey to death." Someone immediately teased. Fatso opened his eyes and said calmly, "If I crush it to death, I'll cook it with donkey meat. Everyone can have a taste." The little donkey, who was half dead from exhaustion, trembled when he heard this. His eyes suddenly widened, and his tiredness disappeared. He was full of energy and walked briskly. It was not like before, when he looked like he was struggling to walk / the little donkey has become a spirit? Lin Feng was stupefied. Lin Feng had seen all kinds of beasts that had become spirits. However, this was the first time he had seen the little donkey become a spirit. "Bastard, damn Fatso, stop right there." At this moment, curses came from afar. A group of more than 30 cultivators, each with a fierce look, quickly chased after the man and the donkey. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" A group of people shouted and dispersed the passers-by. Then, they surrounded Fatso and the little donkey. "So it's you. Why are you looking for me?" Fatso asked impatiently. "Hand over the Hell King's axe. Or else. We'll kill you today." The leader of the group said fiercely. Killing people for treasures was a common occurrence, but it was usually done in secret. The place where they would act was usually hidden. It was rare to see someone kill someone for treasure so openly. These people are from the Thunder Dragon mercenary group. No wonder they dared to kill people for treasures in front of so many people. Someone seemed to have recognized the group of cultivators. The Thunder Dragon mercenary group was a famous mercenary group. It was one of the top 36 mercenary groups in the 9 prefectures. The leader was Lei Long. It was said that he was a lightning-type dragon that had cultivated to a certain level. His cultivation was simply unfathomable. Lei Long was a vicious and merciless person. In the past, he had even massacred an entire family. Therefore, when people talked about the Thunder Dragon mercenary group, they had a secretive expression. "Damn it! Are your dog eyes blind? It's my treasure. Why should I give it to you?" Fatso cursed. He wasn't afraid of these people even though they were from the Thunder Dragon mercenary group. "Damn you, Fatso! This treasure of yours. You stole it from us, so you should return it to its rightful owner." The leader of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group was called Xianxia. He sneered coldly. The fatty curled his lips and said, "This is an ownerless item." After it was born, so many people tried to collect it, but none of them succeeded. In the end, Grandpa Fatty collected it, so this treasure is Grandpa Fatty's. Humph. Wherever the experts of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group appear, any treasures belong to us. Yang Shua sneered. Fatso pursed his lips. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect has countless treasures. If the members of the Lightning Dragon mercenary group go to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, Does that mean that the treasures of the reincarnation immortal sect will belong to the Lightning Dragon mercenary group? Fatso's words made the members of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group speechless. The Thunder Dragon mercenary group was indeed powerful. However, it was still incomparable to the reincarnation immortal sect. Fatso. I won't argue with you. Charge. Kill this damned Fatso. Xianxia coldly shouted. Yes, sir. Immediately, more than 30 cultivators of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group charged towards Fatso. Agaga. Agaga, little donkey immediately screeched. The little donkey soared into the air and raised its hind hooves. Next, he stepped towards the group of cultivators from the Thunder Dragon mercenary group. Bang bang bang, kacha kacha. Although the little donkey was not big, it was extremely powerful. Its hind hooves sent the cultivators of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group flying. The cultivators of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group who were sent flying by the little donkey had their ribs shattered. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Damn! How can this little donkey be so ferocious? The cultivators who were watching the fight were shocked beyond words. It was just a donkey, and it looked harmless to both humans and animals. However, it was able to display such a powerful strength. It was simply too shocking. Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. The little donkey was truly powerful. It was an expert at disguising itself as a pig to eat a tiger. Use your Dharma treasures to kill this man and donkey. Xianxia roared furiously when he saw more than 10 mercenaries being severely injured by the little donkey. He was the first to take out his magic treasure and attack Fatso and little donkey. This was a palm-sized black mountain. The black mountain continued to grow in size and quickly became over 1,000 meters tall. It descended from the sky and suppressed the man and the donkey. The other mercenaries of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group also took out their magic treasures, flying swords, jade axes, small pagodas, treasure cauldrons and so on. All kinds of treasures, all of them were taken out. All of them rushed towards the man and the donkey. What made everyone dumbstruck was that the little donkey opened its mouth and suddenly sucked. Suddenly, those treasures quickly shrank. Then, they were swallowed by the little donkey in one gulp. Hurry up and leave. Seeing how powerful the little donkey was, Xianxia and the others were scared out of their wits. He turned around and ran. However, the little donkey chased after him. Then, it raised its hooves. Once again, it kicked towards the people of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group. Bang, 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 kacha kacha, ah, a dull sound of collision, the sound of bones breaking, and miserable cries rang out at the same time. The dozen or so mercenaries of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group were all sent flying by the little donkey. Even Xianxia was no exception. He was also sent flying. In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground in an incomparably sorry state. Robbery! Fatso rode little donkey in front of Xianxia and shouted, "Hurry up and hand over your storage magic treasure. Or else. Today, Lord Fatty will break your dog legs. You dare to rob us? Our Thunder Dragon mercenary group." Ah! Before Xianxia could finish his words, he screamed again. The donkey stepped on Xianxia's leg with its hoof. It directly broke Xianxia's right leg. Aga. Aga. After this little donkey broke Xianxia's right leg, it still looked at Xianxia with a harmless look. Many people couldn't help but wail in their hearts. This little donkey was really a demon. This little donkey was definitely a scourge. Don't be deceived by this little donkey's appearance, facing this ferocious man and donkey. Xianxia was really afraid. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He quickly took off his storage ring. The rest of the mercenaries also took out their storage rings and handed them over to Fatso. Scram! Don't provoke Lord Fatty again. Or else. Next time, Lord Fatty will chop you into minced meat and feed you to the donkey. Fatso shouted. Aga. Aga. Little donkey seemed to be very dissatisfied with Fatso's words. It immediately shouted and kept shaking its butt, almost throwing Fatso off of its body. Damn, this donkey is really top-notch. Many people rolled their eyes. Xianxia and the others suffered a great loss, but they could only endure it. The group of people left dejectedly. Fatso jumped down from Little Donkey and walked towards the restaurant next door. Lord! The people eating inside are all distinguished guests. You can go in. Is this Little Donkey waiting outside? This little one will definitely use the best feed and help Lord take good care of this little donkey. The waiter said with a smile. Aga. Aga. Little Donkey was furious. It bit the neck of the waiter who didn't let it in. With a swing of its head, the waiter was thrown more than 10 meters away. Then Little Donkey swaggered into the restaurant. When they saw Little Donkey swagger into the restaurant, many cultivators were naturally very dissatisfied. However, many of them had seen how ferocious Little Donkey was and did not want to offend Fatso and Little Donkey. Thus, they simply pretended not to see anything. Shopkeeper! Arrange a private table. Fatso shouted. Sir, there's a private table upstairs. Please come upstairs. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Then, the man and donkey went to the second floor. The shopkeeper arranged for the man and donkey to sit at a table next to Lin Feng. Isn't it very boring to drink alone? Brother, why don't you come over and sit with me? Lin Feng said with a smile. Haha, since brother is so forthright, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Fatso and Little Donkey walked over. Then, they found a place to sit. Lin Feng said, Shopkeeper, bring a few more jars of good wine. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper responded and went downstairs. I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you? Lu Ziheng. This is Brother Donkey. After introducing himself, Fatso also introduced Little Donkey beside him. Ahaha, Little Donkey let out a strange cry and stretched out his hooves, wanting to shake Lin Feng's hand. Little Donkey had long become a spirit and had intelligence, so when he saw that Little Donkey was so smart, he felt that it was strange. Lin Feng did not find it strange. He grabbed Little Donkey's hooves and shook them. Little Donkey withdrew his hooves and stared at the roasted chicken on the table. Then, he took a bite of the chicken and ate it with relish. Does Brother Donkey usually eat meat? Lin Feng asked. Fatso replied, Brother Donkey is an omnivore. There's nothing he doesn't eat. Little Donkey took a few bites of the roast chicken. Then, he stood on his hind legs and hugged a wine jar with his front hooves. Gudong gudong, he began to gulp down the wine. Many people were pointing and whispering. Clearly, Little Donkey was too weird. Lin Feng got along well with Fatso. After some conversation, he realized that Fatso was also heading to the Reincarnation Celestial sect to join them. Are you also going there for the immortal reincarnation scripture? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was marvelous. Many top-notch divine abilities were recorded in it. The Great Reincarnation Art was only one of them. It was rumored that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra even recorded the method to become an immortal. Therefore, many successors of the top forces joined the Reincarnation Celestial sect in the hope that they would be able to uncover the secrets of the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra one day. However, Fatso's answer surprised Lin Feng. He grinned and said, I heard that there are 10 beauties in the Reincarnation Celestial sect. They are all peerless beauties. I'm joining the Reincarnation Celestial sect because I want to bring a beauty home to be my wife. Lin Feng grinned and said, I have the same idea. I want to bring a few beauties back to warm my bed. When the two of them got together, it could be said that they were birds of a feather. After resting for a day in the small town, Lin Feng and Fatso set off for the Reincarnation Celestial sect. Along the way, they met many people who were heading to the Reincarnation Celestial sect to join them. Top sects like the Reincarnation Celestial sect would recruit disciples every year. However, if one wanted to join the Reincarnation Celestial sect, one had to be extremely talented. The requirements to join the Reincarnation Celestial sect were naturally very high. However, as long as one could successfully join the sect, then, it was equivalent to having a bright future. Many people would band together to enter the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. This was because the Reincarnation Ancient Forest was extremely dangerous. If a group of people entered together, they would be able to take care of each other if they encountered any danger. Lin Feng and Fatso were not simple people. Originally, the two of them were traveling alone. However, when they passed by a small stream, many cultivators had gathered to rest. Fatso pointed in a direction. Lin Feng looked over. There were more than 10 young people gathered there. There were both men and women. There were 4 young girls who were extremely beautiful. One of them was tall and had a pair of straight and slender legs. Another was young but already had a seductive aura. Her eyes were especially seductive. Another girl had a pure aura. She was like a celestial lotus that had not been tainted by mud. She was so pure that one could not bear to have any evil thoughts about her. The last girl had a child's face and huge breasts. She also had an adorable aura. TSK, look at these 4 girls. You can tell how beautiful the female disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect are. The 10 fairies must be goddesses that people yearn for. Fatso grinned. These are 4 little daisies. Lin Feng laughed. Brother, you're a decent person. You definitely won't like these little girls. Leave the task of picking them up to me. Fatso patted Lin Feng's shoulder earnestly. Then, he rode Little Donkey towards the group of people. I'm Lu Ziheng. People call me the handsome and dashing jade-faced young man. The reincarnation ancient forest is extremely dangerous. There are terrifying beasts everywhere. The 4 of you don't have any powerful guards. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to be your personal guard. Fatso said with a smile. He emphasized the words personal guard. F*CK, damn Fatso. Who are you? Are you looking for trouble? The group of disciples was furious. He had come to pick up girls. How could they tolerate this? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you think I won't beat you to death? Fatso shouted. Beat him, the group of disciples pounced on Fatso. I'm magnanimous. I won't argue with you today. Fatso shouted and rode Little Donkey away. The group of disciples didn't know Fatso's background. When they saw Fatso running away, they didn't chase after him. Fatso came back and said, I saw them clearly. They really are 4 little daisies. Each one is prettier than the other. They make my heart itch. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, You're a beast. If you want to go for them, you should go for the older ones. Older ones have their advantages. Younger ones have their advantages. Fatso grinned. The fatty refused to leave no matter what and continued to walk with the group of cultivators. Pervert. When they saw Lin Feng and Fatso together, the 4 girls couldn't help but snort. They were prejudiced against Lin Feng. Lin Feng grinned and said, You didn't follow me to the forest. How do you know I'm a pervert? Why don't we go to the forest now? The faces of the 4 little beauties immediately turned pink. Each of them was angry and embarrassed. They naturally knew why Lin Feng wanted them to go to the forest. They couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng furiously. Brat! You can't be so shameless. The group of young masters glared at Lin Feng angrily. They wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng and Fatso. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, I'm talking about life with 4 beauties. What does that have to do with you? One of the young masters said coldly, We grew up together with Ruoliu and the others. What's wrong with being concerned about them? Pfft. You're too ambitious. I can tell that you're planning something dirty. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Feng pursed his lips. You're slandering me. The young master was so angry that his face turned ashen. I won't bicker with you on account of the 4 beauties, Lin Feng said calmly. The group of young masters rolled their eyes. Do you think that we're afraid of you? The group had been relatively lucky along the way, even though they had been attacked by a few beasts. However, they hadn't encountered any beasts that were too powerful. Thus, there hadn't been any casualties. That night, intense vibrations could be heard from the depths of the forest. It was as if 2 ancient emperors had awakened from their slumber. Everyone looked towards the depths of the forest. A bright moon rose into the sky. Opposite him was a ball of blazing divine flames. Situ Mingyue. Duga di Tian. Many people cried out. Situ stood in the middle of the moon, looking like a divine emperor as she coldly stared at Duga Di Tian. As for Duga Di Tian, he was like a war monarch. With a wave of his hand, he was able to sweep through the entire universe. This place isn't far from the reincarnation immortal sect. Duga Di Tian actually chased Situ all the way here. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't know if Duga Di Tian was too confident in his own cultivation or if he didn't think much of the reincarnation immortal sect. Boom, the two of them didn't say much. Instead, they unleashed powerful attacks at each other. The bright moon was boundless, crushing the heavens. It was as if the real moon had descended from the heavens, smashing towards Duga Di Tian. The divine flames in Duga Di Tian's body soared into the clouds and turned into a divine dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It pounced towards Situ. Bang, the two sides clashed. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. Large areas of the forest were destroyed. In the forest, even the sounds of insects and birds had disappeared. The ferocious beasts that were active in the forest did not dare to appear. So strong. Are these the people on the Heaven's Chosen list? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. When the two of them collided, Lin Feng even thought that it was a battle between two high and mighty heavenly gods. Situ, you're done for. Your final fate is to die by my hands. Duga Di Tian's voice was ice cold. The divine flames in his body became even more dazzling. The second divine dragon condensed and continued to rush towards Situ. The two divine dragons attacked Situ. Bang. Bang, the two sides clashed again. This time, Situ was forced to retreat. It can't be, right? Situ was actually forced to retreat? Is Duga Di Tian really that strong? Even Situ is no match for him? Many people cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Ahaha, Little Donkey looked at the battle in the distance and cried out. Fatso said, Situ seems to be injured. Lin Feng nodded. He had also sensed it. He did not know how Situ had been injured. It was difficult for her to raise her battle prowess to its peak. Thus, Lin Feng did not find it strange when he saw Situ being suppressed by Duga Di Tian. Roar, a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. Divine flame surged out of Duga Di Tian's body and transformed into a third divine dragon. This third divine dragon also pounced towards Situ. Every time he condensed a divine dragon, Duga Di Tian's attacks would increase by a level. Duga Di Tian's techniques were indeed extraordinary and terrifying. Duga Di Tian. How dare you behave so atrociously in the territory of the reincarnation immortal sect? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're one of the three holy sons of the Taisheng immortal sect? Suddenly, an ice-cold voice resounded. Following that, a large hand condensed in the air. That large hand descended from the sky, and the three divine dragons that Duga Di Tian had condensed instantly shattered. Humph. Situ, you're lucky to have an elder from the reincarnation immortal sect make a move today. Next time, you'll definitely die. Duga Di Tian was incomparably arrogant as he coldly glanced at Situ. He instantly tore through the void. Before the large hand of energy could reach him, he had already teleported away. The giant hand made of energy also vanished into thin air. Situ stood in the air, frowning slightly. He did not stop and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Many people were still discussing the battle. Although it had been short, it had been shocking. At the same time, many people were also discussing who the owner of the large hand of energy was. The owner of the large hand of energy should have attacked from within the reincarnation immortal sect. However, such a powerful attack had been condensed from such a long distance away. It was unbelievable. 3 days later, the large group arrived outside the reincarnation immortal sect. There were mountains in front of them. Many dragon veins lay in the forest. Draconic chi rose, and purple light spewed out. In the forest, there were spirit deer running around, and divine apes playing around. In the sky, flocks of red-crowned cranes flew past from time to time. The reincarnation immortal sect was like an immortal's training ground. People could not help but feel a deep sense of respect and admiration. Outside the reincarnation immortal sect's mountain gate, there was already a dense crowd of cultivators. the mountain guards were guarding the mountain gate. When will the test begin? Fatso shouted loudly. Immediately, one of the mountain guards shouted coldly, "Don't make a ruckus outside the reincarnation immortal sect. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the test." A fox borrowing the tiger's might. Fatso muttered, but he became much more obedient. After waiting for about 3 days, during these 3 days, people continued to arrive. More and more people gathered outside the reincarnation immortal sect. At this time, more than 10 cultivators flew out of the reincarnation immortal sect. An elder in the lead said, "Those who have lived for more than 1,000 years and whose cultivation level is lower than the immortal state are not qualified to participate in the test of the reincarnation immortal sect." The reincarnation immortal sect was an immortal Tao sect, and its requirements were naturally very high. The cultivators who came to participate in the test also knew the requirements of the reincarnation immortal sect, so they were not surprised. "Those who meet the requirements, follow me to the test. The rest of you, wait outside the mountain gate," the elder said, and then he shot into the sky and flew into the depths of the mountain. Those who met the requirements followed behind him and went to the test site. The reincarnation immortal sect spanned hundreds of miles and had more than 20 million disciples. If the servants and maidservants were included, the total would be 60 to 70 million people. Such a huge sect was unimaginable in the Tianwu continent. Many people were excited to join the reincarnation immortal sect and start a new life. The leader of the group was an elder called Wu Qingyuan. He was the elder in charge of recruiting new disciples in the outer disciple hall of the reincarnation immortal sect. The people behind Wu Qingyuan were the deacons of the outer disciple hall. It didn't take long for more than 10,000 participants to follow Wu Qingyuan and the others to the testing grounds. The testing ground was located in a mountain range. A huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was called the Xianxia mountain. A path to heaven extended from the Xianxia mountain. Stepping on the path to heaven and ascending the Xianxia mountain. Billions of years, so many things, but the mortal world was just a dream. The path to heaven was the way to test the disciples. Stepping on the path to heaven, the further one walked on the path to heaven, the greater their potential. The further one walked, the more they would be valued by the sect. The path to heaven is difficult. Once you reach the end, you can ascend to immortality. Wu Qingyuan's voice suddenly sounded. Originally, there were still some voices at the foot of the Xianxia mountain. But now, it was quiet. It was as if there was no sound at all. There are opportunities on the path to heaven. If you can reach the peak, you will receive the blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Wu Qingyuan continued. The blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra? Oh my God! I heard that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra is an immortal item. How amazing is the blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra? Many people exclaimed in surprise. That's why I say, do your best. Strive to reach the peak. Receive the blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Wu Qingyuan said. Someone immediately asked, Senior, may I know what the blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra is? Maybe it's a powerful divine ability, or the comprehension of the great Tao, or maybe it's luck. Maybe it's immortal energy. Wu Qingyuan said. Many people couldn't help but become excited, already eager to give it a try. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin as he muttered in his heart, the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra is actually an immortal item. When the time comes, can I ask the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra if it can impart the great reincarnation art to me? After that, I'll ask if the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra can also tell me how to become an immortal. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. What are you laughing at? Fatso asked. Nothing. Lin Feng said with a grin. The heavenly path is open. 100 people in a group. He wanted to join the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. You'll need to walk at least 300 meters on the through path. Wu Qingyuan said. Next, a deacon arranged for the first group of cultivators to take the test. Fatso said, how can the through path be so simple? I heard that it's an imitation of the legendary through path. Once you step on the through path, all sorts of inner demons and distracting thoughts will be born. Moreover, the through path is filled with the power of the laws of order. It's difficult to walk on it. Just wait and see. Soon, these people will know how difficult it is to walk on the through path. It's impossible for them to reach the peak. It's said that the last time someone reached the peak of Xianxia's ancestral mountain on the through path was 200,000 years ago. Damn. It's that difficult? Lin Feng immediately cried out. He wanted to reach the peak and have a good chat with the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra to see if it could impart the great reincarnation art and the secret method to become an immortal. However, it seemed like it would be very difficult. The through path was formed by the holy light of the laws of heaven and earth. Soon, the first group of cultivators stepped onto the through path. These cultivators didn't even walk a few meters on the heavenly path before they were thrown out by a powerful force. Ah, how can this be? Many people turned pale, unable to accept this result. Some people even wanted to enter the through path again, but they were stopped by the deacons of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Those who failed the test, stay aside. Someone will take you away soon. You're not allowed to enter the through path again. Otherwise, don't blame the Reincarnation Immortal sect for being merciless and throwing you out. It won't look good for anyone then. Wu Qingyuan said in a low voice. The cultivators who failed the test but were unwilling to give up and still wanted to climb the through path had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to do anything out of line. Fatso whispered, I told you that the through path is very strange. Look at how many meters you've walked. So many people have been eliminated. Lin Feng nodded. He continued to look at the through path. One cultivator after another was thrown out of the through path. Not long after, all 100 cultivators were thrown out. The cultivator furthest away was only 50 meters away. The faces of the people who were eager to take the test turned ugly. The throughpath's test was too difficult. Those who could take the test were cultivators with a lifespan of 1,000 years and had reached the deity realm. Such talent could be called a genius cultivator. However, not a single person could pass the test. The second group begins. Wu Qingyuan said. Then, the second group of cultivators stepped onto the through path. This was the second group of cultivators. The furthest away was only 75 meters away. Group after group of cultivators took the test. However, one group after another was eliminated. Fatso said, see? The throughpath's test. It's like hell. Lin Feng nodded and said, it seems that it's not bad if a few dozen of these 10,000 cultivators pass the test. Fatso said, I think it's unlikely. I think only a dozen people will pass the test. The situation was similar to Fatso's guess. There were 12 groups of cultivators. Just now, the first cultivator to pass successfully appeared. Lin Feng and Fatso actually knew this person. It was the young girl with a child's face and huge breasts among the 4 little beauties. Haha, not bad. Not bad. Seeing that someone had passed the test, Wu Qingyuan immediately smiled. His attitude towards the cute girl was obviously very different from the others. How realistic. However, this world was always so realistic. The cute girl blushed slightly and bowed to Wu Qingyuan. Wu Qingyuan told her to wait here for a while and wait for the others to finish the test. The cute girl nodded and stood to the side to watch the others take the test. Not long after, the fatty also participated in the test. 2 people in his group passed the test. Aside from the fatty, there was also a blue-robed cultivator. He had a stern look on his face, as if he didn't want anyone to get close to him. After another hour, Lin Feng was also selected. Then, with another group of cultivators, he stepped onto the through path and began to take the test. Lin Feng stepped onto the through path. Suddenly, he felt endless inner demons growing within him. Countless people and countless things appeared in his mind. The first scene that appeared was of him growing up with Su Yueshi as childhood sweethearts. Then, they joined the sect. Then, Su Yueshi was poisoned by fire. Because he helped Su Yueshi detoxify the poison, his meridians were damaged. Then, Su Yueshi colluded with Bai Yifei and betrayed him. Bai Yifei destroyed his dantian and threw him off a cliff. Scene after scene flashed through his mind. Although these things were already in the past. But in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. In fact, he was very unwilling to face these things. He and Su Yueshi had known each other since he was 6 years old. Then, when he was 16 years old, they had known each other for a full 10 years. They had experienced too many things. When he was young, he had also made a solemn vow of love with Xianxia. Xianxia was Lin Feng's first love. But in the end, Xianxia betrayed him. Lin Feng thought that after so many years, he had long forgotten Xianxia. But now, Lin Feng knew. So it turned out that in the depths of his heart, Xianxia was still his inner demon. Many times, forgetting a person might take an entire lifetime. This time was so long. Big brother Feng. A gentle voice sounded. Lin Feng discovered that he had disappeared from the through path. He had arrived in a mountain forest. Where is this? The Lin family's back mountain? Lin Feng looked at the familiar mountain forest in shock. Before joining Jialan Academy, Lin Feng liked to cultivate here. And Xianxia would accompany him to cultivate here every day. Lin Feng discovered that he had become a 13-year-old boy. These were really the memories of his youth. This world was so real that Lin Feng couldn't even tell which world was real and which world was fake. And Xianxia stood not far away, gently looking at him. She reached out to him. She softly called him over. Lin Feng walked step by step towards Xianxia. He seemed to have really returned to many years ago. Xianxia was still as pure and innocent as ever. Her smile was so beautiful. This can't be real. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped. Inner demon, his expression was gloomy. This was the inner demon in the depths of his heart. It was the inner demon that affected him. Even with the illusory stone on him. But Lin Feng's inner demon couldn't be suppressed. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this heart demon was. So many years. I've experienced so many things. Even if it's unforgettable in my heart. But I've already seen through it. The youth from back then has always been buried in the bottom of my heart. This is a part of my life. Everyone might have a part of their life that they don't want to recall, but the past is the past. With my current cultivation, my state of mind, and my experiences, Xianxia is no longer enough to form my inner demon. Lin Feng said to himself, stepped forward, and waved his hand towards Xianxia. Big brother Feng, are you really going to kill me? Xianxia looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Those who disturb my heart, kill. Lin Feng did not hesitate and slashed down. This strike landed. He cut off all the ties between him and Xianxia. Just as Lin Feng had said, Xianxia was a part of his life. He had once wanted to forget this part of his life. But on that day, Lin Feng realized that what he had done before was wrong. Why should he forget his own life, regardless of whether it was painful memories or happy memories? They all belonged to him. Without those memories, could it still be considered a complete life? Today's inner demon had solved the problem that Lin Feng was most unwilling to face in his heart. However, it also made Lin Feng firm his heart. The current him could completely face his own life. He could also face Xianxia's matter. At this time, Lin Feng realized that he had disappeared from the back mountain of the clan and arrived in the depths of the starry sky world. In a hazy world, Yi Zichen looked around. A voice that Lin Feng was both familiar and unfamiliar with sounded. Feng are you here to save Mother? Mother has been waiting for you for many years. You're finally here? Mother. Lin Feng looked at the hazy world. He quickly headed towards that world. Lin Feng had never forgotten to save his mother. He did not want to have a situation where a son wants to take care of his parents but can't wait for him. Lin Feng hoped. One day, their family of 3 could live happily together like an ordinary family. Mother! I'm here to save you. Lin Feng shouted loudly and flew toward the hazy world. Feng this is great. We mother and son can finally be reunited. Mother has been waiting for this moment for too long. Lin Feng's mother's voice rang out again. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and panted heavily. Feng what's wrong? Why did you stop? Don't you want to save Mother? Don't you want to be reunited with Mother? Lin Feng's mother's voice rang out again. You're not my mother. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. Silly child, I am your mother. If I'm not your mother, who else can I be? Quickly come and save mother, okay? The voice rang out again, slowly tempting, continuing to disturb Lin Feng's heart. What a heart demon. It's really powerful. It can actually disturb my mind and almost make me lose myself. But I have an indomitable Dao heart. Even a heart demon can't fool me. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly opened them. Two dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes. Immediately after, Lin Feng disappeared from the starry sky world. He discovered that he had once again returned to the heavenly path. And now, he was the only one left on the heavenly path. The others had all failed the test. My Dao heart is immortal and indestructible. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he stepped forward. Once any heart demon was born, it would immediately be shattered by Lin Feng's Dao heart. There were no more inner demons that could affect him. Soon, Lin Feng was already 300 meters away from the celestial path. Success! Elder Wu Qingyuan's eyes lit up slightly. The test of the heavenly path was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the heart demon test. If one could pass the first stage, the test of the heart demon would end. Then, one would be qualified to join the reincarnation immortal sect. The second stage was the test of one's overall combat strength. In this stage, the power of the laws of heaven and earth would appear and stop the cultivator from moving forward. Many people had been thrown out in the second stage. As for Fatso, he voluntarily withdrew after the first stage because Fatso was not interested in the Tao teachings of the reincarnation immortal sect. He only wanted to bring a female immortal back to be his wife. Therefore, Fatso only needed to join the reincarnation immortal sect. After passing the first stage, Fatso was qualified to join the reincarnation immortal sect. However, Lin Feng was different. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible, so he wanted to climb to the top of the Xianxia mountain and obtain the blessing from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. He even wanted to obtain the cultivation method of the Great Reincarnation Art and the secret skill of ascension from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng, do your best. Get to the top of the mountain and chat with the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. You'll be able to brag when you join the sect in the future. Who knows, you might even be able to hook up with one of the 10 fairies. Fatso shouted. Many people rolled their eyes. Was Fatso's brain overtaken by lust? The girl with the huge breasts and her 3 beautiful female companions could not help but mutter to themselves. How did these 2 perverts pass the test? There was no justice in this world. Wu Qingyuan's forehead was filled with black lines as he said, this new disciple. Don't talk nonsense in the sect. Yes, I know my mistake. Fatso replied. However, from his nonchalant expression, it was obvious that he was just brushing Wu Qingyuan off. Lin Feng waved at the fat man. Don't worry. I'll definitely reach the top of the mountain. When the 10 celestial maidens see me, they'll definitely fall in love with me. When the time comes, I'll bring them all back home to warm my bed, Lin Feng said, waving at the fat man. F***ck. You're too greedy. At least leave one for me. Fatso shouted. F***ck, are these 2 guys crazy? They're already discussing how to split the 10 fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect? Many people couldn't help but become speechless. These 2 guys were really daring. The 10 fairies were the goddesses of the reincarnation immortal sect. These 2 guys had just passed the test and were only new disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect. Yet, they were already thinking of seducing the 10 fairies. When the suitors of the 10 fairies found out, these 2 guys would be in deep trouble. Wu Qingyuan was also smiling bitterly. He had encountered such a weird disciple. He felt helpless. However, Wu Qingyuan had no choice but to stop Lin Feng and Fatso from continuing their conversation. He was really worried that these 2 guys would continue their conversation. He did not know what kind of hot topic they would bring up. Wu Qingyuan said in a low voice, during the test, clamor is prohibited. Otherwise, I have the right to cancel your results. Lin Feng and Fatso quickly shut their mouths. If they really angered Wu Qingyuan, the losses would outweigh the gains. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and walked towards the depths of the heavenly path. In the second stage, the power of the order of heaven and earth came down. With each step, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that the pressure on his body was getting stronger and stronger. However, this pressure was unable to truly suppress him. They saw Lin Feng walking on the heavenly path with large strides. Many people saw this scene and could not help being dumbstruck. Even Wu Qingyuan was the same. Even such a powerful order of heaven and earth couldn't affect him? Just how strong was this guy to be able to do this? Elder. I'm afraid there's going to be a genius. The deacons were all pleasantly surprised. If they could recruit top-notch geniuses, they would be rewarded by the sect. In other words, the greater Lin Feng's potential, the greater it was. The more rewards they received, the more rewards they would receive. I really didn't expect this guy to be so extraordinary. However, the second stage of the test is the longest among the 3 groups of tests. This section of the test is at least 2,000 meters long. The deeper he goes, the greater the pressure he will have to endure. It won't be easy for him to successfully pass the second stage of the test. Wu Qingyuan could not help but say. Yes, even among the geniuses of the younger generation, only 21 of them have passed the second stage of the test. The deacons could not help but sigh. Anyone who could pass the second stage, then, this person's potential would be evaluated as a genius. In the future, this person would be someone who could compete for the genius list. Therefore, if Lin Feng could really pass the second stage, then, he would also be ranked among the geniuses of the genius list. He would definitely be a disciple who would be heavily groomed by the Reincarnation Immortal sect. As the elders and deacons who discovered Lin Feng, Wu Qingyuan and the others would also receive generous rewards from the sect. Therefore, no one wanted Lin Feng to be able to pass the second stage of the test more than Wu Qingyuan and the others. After walking for about 1,000 meters, Lin Feng felt the pressure of the order of heaven and earth on his body. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on him. It made it difficult for him to move an inch. The order of heaven and earth is so powerful, but it's useless to me. Lin Feng slightly activated the qi in his body. All the pressure was swept away. Then, in front of everyone's shocked expression, once again, he strode toward the depths of the heavenly path. Damn. Wasn't this guy a little too abnormal? Facing the pressure of the order of heaven and earth, he is completely fine? Many people found it hard to believe. Especially the cultivators who participated in the first stage of the test. They knew how difficult the first stage of the test was. It was simply a hellish test. It was almost impossible to complete the test. The first stage was already so difficult. The second stage was much more difficult than the first stage. However, Lin Feng seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. It completely overturned everyone's understanding. Genius! What a genius! Elder Wu Qingyuan looked at Lin Feng excitedly and kept muttering. At this moment, Wu Qingyuan felt as if he could see countless rewards from the sect about to fall on his head. This was a pleasant surprise, a windfall. Fatso patted Elder Wu Qingyuan's shoulder and said seriously, "The 2 of us joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect to marry a fairy. Elder, can you introduce the 10 fairies to the 2 of us?" Wu Qingyuan was speechless as he looked at the fatty. Then, he sent the fatty flying with a kick. Then, he turned his head and looked at Lin Feng without blinking. At this moment, Lin Feng was still striding along the heavenly path. The supreme aura flowed through his body, dispersing the pressure formed by the laws of heaven and earth. It had no effect on Lin Feng at all. As long as the supreme aura did not leak out of his body, Lin Feng would not fall into a weakened state. Therefore, he could rest assured and let the supreme aura flow through his body. This is too easy. There's no pressure at all. Can you raise the difficulty of the test a little? Lin Feng pursed his lips. They heard Lin Feng's mutterings. Many people wailed in their hearts. Brother! The Reincarnation Immortal Sex test is already very difficult, okay? Do you think we can survive if you increase the difficulty? Many people wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Feng passed the second stage of the test without a hitch. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound of Tao resonated between heaven and earth. Dong, dong. Dong, dong. Like the beating of war drums, the sound reverberated through the clouds. This is the sound of the great Tao resonating. What's happening? Why is there the sound of the great Tao resonating? In the depths of the reincarnation immortal sect, many people exclaimed from the tall celestial mountains. The resonance of heaven and earth. The radiance of the great Tao, the sect was shocked. It's coming from the direction of the Xianxia mountain. Is there another peerless genius? Many figures soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Xianxia mountain. Elder! He did it! The deacons shouted excitedly. They had found a peerless genius for the sect. They were going to be rich this time. The deacons could already see the endless rewards from the sect coming to them. They were all grinning from ear to ear. Elder Wu Qingyuan was also overjoyed. He nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on Lin Feng on the heavenly path. Lin Feng did not come down from the heavenly path. Was he still going to challenge the third stage? The last time someone succeeded was 200,000 years ago. Swoosh, many cultivators from the reincarnation immortal sect rushed over from afar. There were outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, deacons, and elders. Now that they were alarmed, they came to see if someone had really passed the second stage of the heavenly path. Many of the grand elders of the reincarnation immortal sect were present because of the intense competition within the reincarnation immortal sect. If a peerless genius joined the reincarnation immortal sect, the various immortal mountains would fight for it. Someone really passed the second stage of the test. There's another peerless genius in the reincarnation immortal sect. He might even reach the level of the four princes in the future. Many people exclaimed. The elders from the various immortal mountains were especially excited. They could not wait to rush up the heavenly path and snatch him away. Of course, they restrained themselves. They knew the rules. They could not disturb Lin Feng at this time. Swoosh, in the distance, endless celestial light lingered. Within the celestial light, a woman in snow-white clothes flew over. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Many people's eyes widened when they saw the woman. It's Fairy Lingyun. The surrounding cultivators greeted Fairy Lingyun. Fairy Lingyun nodded slightly in greeting. Fairy Lingyun was one of the 10 great fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect. She possessed peerless beauty and demon-level talent. Fairy Lingyun was the goddess of many male cultivators in the reincarnation immortal sect. Fairy Lingyun floated in the air like an immortal. She stood in the distance and stared at Lin Feng, who was on the heavenly path. A look of astonishment appeared on her face. Therefore, Lin Feng was really too young. At such a young age, he actually passed the second stage of the heavenly path's test. It was really no small matter. From another direction, a woman in a purple dress flew over. This woman had a very noble temperament, like a painting fairy that had walked out of a painting. Fairy Chuqing is here too. The eyes of countless people suddenly lit up. Fairy Chuqing was also one of the 10 great fairies. She was like a fairy from a painting. Many male cultivators from the reincarnation celestial sect were attracted to her. At this time, another woman flew over from afar. She was wearing a fiery red dress that wrapped around her perfect and breathtaking body. This woman's figure was tall and sexy. She had a breathtakingly beautiful face, and her fiery red lips seemed to tell everyone that she was a woman with a fiery temperament. Fairy Huowu. The arrival of this woman also caused a commotion. Fairy Huowu was probably the most popular of the 10 great fairies. This was because Fairy Huowu was approachable. Even ordinary disciples were able to talk to her. As for the other 9 great fairies, in the eyes of many, they were high and mighty existences. However, Fairy Huowu was more approachable. It's been a long time since such an outstanding disciple appeared. A young man walked over from afar. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was exceptionally handsome. Young Master Qiu Feng is here too. Countless female cultivators screamed. Young Master Qiu Feng was one of the 4 great young masters of the reincarnation immortal sect. Very good. In the future, when we enter the battlefield of gods, he might be able to help us. A cold voice sounded from afar. A man with a cold aura walked over. Young Master Hanshan. Many female cultivators screamed again. Young Master Hanshan's cold appearance drove many female cultivators crazy. Among the 4 great young masters of the reincarnation celestial sect, young Master Mingyue was in seclusion recuperating. Young Master Qiu Feng was studying a scripture. As for young Master Han, he was drinking tea alone. The resonating sound of the great Tao arrived one after another. The top experts of the younger generation constantly arrived. Some of them were not included in the 4 great young masters. However, they were not necessarily weaker than the 4 great young masters. Now, everyone was looking at Lin Feng on the through path. Little brother Lin Feng, how should I address the 3 beauties? Lin Feng smiled at Fairy Lingyun, Fairy Chuqing, and Fairy Huowu. Fairy Lingyun and Fairy Chuqing frowned slightly. They did not expect Lin Feng to be so frivolous. This puzzled them. How could such a frivolous person have such talent and strength? Fairy Huowu smiled and said, "You're not going to pass the test properly. You actually have the time to ask for our names. Be careful not to get thrown out of the through path." Lin Feng grinned. So what if I get thrown out? Anyway, I'm already qualified to join the reincarnation celestial sect. Compared to passing the test, I prefer to have a deeper relationship with the 3 beauties. I don't have any big ambitions. I just want to carry the fairies away so that we can go home and create new lives. Damn. Shameless. Too shameless. Kid. Shut up. Are you looking for a beating? Hearing Lin Feng's words, countless disciples shouted loudly. They looked at Lin Feng with burning anger. This kid dared to blaspheme the goddesses in their hearts. This was intolerable. Many people could not help but rush out and beat up Lin Feng. Why are all of you so angry? Fair ladies are a gentleman's dream. I want to carry the fairies home and create new lives. Is there anything wrong with that? Lin Feng grinned. You scum. The reincarnation celestial sect does not want a disciple like you. Elder. Chase him out. This kid has joined the reincarnation celestial sect. I don't know what kind of shameless things he'll do. Many people shouted, glaring at Lin Feng with righteous indignation. Even young Master Han and young Master Qiu Feng smiled bitterly. Would such a frivolous guy really be a trustworthy comrade in the battlefield of the gods? Elder Wu Qingyuan was also speechless. However, he felt even more helpless. What kind of weirdo was this guy? Did he really want to join the reincarnation celestial sect so that he could bring the fairies back home to create a new generation? Disciple. Please pass the test obediently. Don't flirt with the female disciples of the sect, okay? If you dare to flirt with the female disciples of the sect again, I can only enforce the sect's rules and throw you to the cliff of reflection. You will face the wolf for 3 years. Wu Qingyuan had no choice but to threaten Lin Feng with the sect's rules. As for kicking Lin Feng out of the reincarnation celestial sect, Wu Qingyuan would never do that even if he was beaten to death. Wu Qingyuan would receive countless rewards for recruiting Lin Feng into the reincarnation immortal sect. Even if there were no rewards, Wu Qingyuan would try his best to recruit Lin Feng into the sect for the sake of the sect's future. A genius like him was hard to come by. If he missed this chance, if he wanted to meet such a genius again, he did not know how long he would have to wait. Elder, you misunderstood. I was not flirting with the female disciples. I was just communicating with the beauties, said Lin Feng, smiling. He looked at the other celestial beings. He planned to express his admiration to the fairies. However, Lin Feng suddenly felt 2 cold gazes on him. He looked in the direction of the gazes. When he saw Elder Wu Qingyuan's murderous glare, he quickly shut up. He was worried that if he really angered Wu Qingyuan to death, wouldn't he become a sinner? Lin Feng continued walking toward the depths of the heavenly path. Just wait and see. This kid will be thrown out soon. It would be best if he is paralyzed by the heavenly path's heavenly Tao. That's right. If he is paralyzed, he will not be qualified to join the reincarnation immortal sect. If such a scum joins the reincarnation immortal sect, he will be a disgrace to the sect. Many people shouted. Fatso muttered, aren't you just jealous that my brother is young, handsome, talented, and powerful? Do you have to be so vicious? Look at how magnanimous you are. You will only be like this for the rest of your lives. How can you expect to achieve great things? Hurry up and go home to get married and have children. Don't waste resources in the sect. F***ck. Damn it, Fatso, what did you say? Many cultivators glared at Fatty. If it weren't for the fact that Fatty was standing beside Wu Qingyuan, he would have been beaten up by the crowd. Fatso said, what did I say? Sorry, I was just daydreaming. I might have said something in my sleep. F*ck, shameless. Many people were extremely depressed. They couldn't help but glare fiercely at the Fatty. Just a moment ago, he was arrogantly mocking everyone, but in the blink of an eye, he didn't admit it. His skin was too thick. These two are both shameless bastards, jackals of the same tribe. Many people could not help but think. At that moment, Lin Feng had already started the third part of the exam. This was the third stage of the test. The heavenly path. The heavenly Tao. High and mighty, full of the unknown and mysterious. Therefore, anything could happen in the heavenly Tao test. The heavenly Tao test was filled with countless uncertainties. The heavenly Tao test was also the most difficult. What is the Tao? Suddenly, a low voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This was a shout. If someone with an unstable Tao heart heard this shout, they would immediately lose themselves. I am the Tao. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Impudent. A mere cultivator of the divine fire realm actually dares to call himself the Tao. You really don't know life from death. Immediately after, another shout resounded in Lin Feng's mind, wanting to shake Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng sneered and said, My Tao is the sovereign Tao, so what if it's the heavenly Tao? Sooner or later, it will be trampled under my feet by my sovereign Tao. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Feng's sovereign Tao began to circulate. His eyes became clear, and the voice in his mind disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, he strode deeper into the cave. Boom. Suddenly. In the sky, shadows appeared one after another. There was a fire emperor born from the flames. There was a sea god born from the endless sea. There was a star emperor born from the starry sky. The shadows of the great emperors condensed and appeared on the heavenly path. Retreat. The voices of the great emperors were indifferent. The emperor's aura spread out. It suppressed the world. Even outside the heavenly path, many people felt the terrifying emperor's aura, and their faces were as pale as paper. In the past. This is where we failed. Young Master Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes and said. Yes, facing the emperor's aura released by so many great emperors, it's impossible to resist. I wonder if this child has the means to resist the emperor's aura? Young Master Hans Han raised his eyebrows slightly and said aloud. The emperor's aura was vast. This was a triple pressure on the mind, the will, and the body. Resisting the emperor's aura. It was too difficult. If it was just one great emperor releasing the emperor's aura, perhaps it would be easier. But in front of him, densely packed phantoms. It was unknown how many great emperors' shadows appeared. They released their emperor's aura at the same time. Resisting it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Countless monstrous geniuses of the reincarnation immortal sect had failed here. Even Elder Wu Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. Over the years, he had seen too many monstrous geniuses who could not resist the emperor's aura and were eventually thrown out of the heavenly path. Therefore, Lin Feng could break through this level. Elder Wu Qingyuan did not have much hope. In the past, even young Master Mingyue, young Master Hans Han, young Master Qiu Feng, young Master Lin pupiled, and the others failed. This kid wants to resist the emperor's aura? It's like a fool's dream. Many people sneered and said. Many people could not wait to see Lin Feng's failure. Then, he prayed that Lin Feng would fail and become paralyzed on one side of his body. Although they also knew that this hope was almost impossible. But what if it was realized? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly sneered. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You no longer belong to this world, so disappear from this world. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng punched out. In his body, the supreme purple qi flowed. The supreme purple qi. It ignored the emperor's aura. Lin Feng's fist swept across the dense group of great emperor phantoms. Bang, the group of great emperor phantoms exploded. It's not challenging at all. After breaking the great emperor phantoms, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. At this moment, the surroundings had become completely silent. Countless onlookers' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That was a group of Great Emperor Phantoms. The group of Great Emperor Phantoms released their Emperor's aura at the same time. What a terrifying Emperor's aura. Why? That kid broke the Great Emperor Phantoms with one punch. No one knew how Lin Feng did it. But Lin Feng broke the Great Emperor Phantoms so easily. This made everyone look as if they had seen a ghost. This kid is so extraordinary. Young Master Hans Han and young Master Qiu Feng looked at each other and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fairy Ling Yun, Fairy Chu Qing, and Fairy Dancing Flame also looked at Lin Feng without blinking. Doubts arose in their hearts. Was that guy on the heavenly path really a shameless person, or was it because of his frivolity? Was it just a way for him to hide himself? Brother, you're too awesome. Come on, pass. Then, take me to flirt with fairies. Fatso shouted. Fatso. Shut up. Many people glared at Fatso. They really wanted to beat Fatso up. The three fairies couldn't help but glare fiercely at Fatso. Fatso saw the three fairies looking at him. He even waved at the three fairies. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper into the heavenly path. The third stage of the assessment was obviously much more difficult than the first and second stages. The interrogation of the Tao heart might not be particularly difficult. But the descent of the emperors might. It was too terrifying. If Lin Feng hadn't grasped the supreme purple aura, it would have been very difficult for him to contend against the emperor's might. What other more difficult assessment was there? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This was also what countless onlookers wanted to know. The third stage of the assessment, interrogation of the Tao heart and the descent of the emperor's might, was a fixed assessment method. Everyone would experience it. If they could successfully pass. No one knew what kind of assessment would occur later. The heavenly Tao is vast. If you want to prove your Tao, you need to defeat yourself first. A boundless voice sounded. Then, another Lin Feng appeared on the heavenly path. That Lin Feng attacked Lin Feng's original body. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Defeat yourself? How can you defeat that? Many people looked at each other in dismay. It was easy for cultivators to defeat others. But to defeat oneself, it was really too difficult. Because two identical versions of themselves were fighting. The divine abilities they had grasped, the experience, and so on were exactly the same. Therefore, the best outcome for such a battle would be a draw. If one was not careful, they might even be injured by the other version of themselves. After all, the other version of themselves was created by the heavenly Tao. And the original body. It was a body of flesh and blood. The heavenly Tao created itself would not be injured. The original body of flesh and blood would be injured. After a bitter battle for an hour, all kinds of powerful divine abilities were used. It was also difficult to defeat the other self created by the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This guy can't defeat the other him. If this continues, it won't be long before he loses. Many people said excitedly. For many cultivators, they did not want to see this shameless person who dared to take liberties with the three fairies successfully pass the test. You know everything that I know. Lin Feng stopped. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, also stopped. He said, yes. Because I am you, and you are me. You can't defeat yourself. That's not necessarily true. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. This time, he didn't circulate his spiritual energy, nor did he use any techniques. The battle lasted for so long. He discovered the weakness of the other self created by the heavenly axiom. Lin Feng was using pure physical strength to fight against his other self. You want to fight me with your physical body? You will soon be defeated. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, looked coldly at Lin Feng's original body. He didn't choose to compete with Lin Feng's original body in terms of physical strength. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, had all of Lin Feng's divine abilities and all of Lin Feng's combat experience. However, there was one thing that he did not have. That was a body of flesh and blood. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, did not have a body of flesh and blood. That body was condensed from the laws. If it was a competition of physical strength, there was no way he could compete with Lin Feng's original body. Lin Feng's body had reached the high level of the heavenly God realm. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, knew his own shortcomings. Therefore, he didn't choose to compete with Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. Instead, he chose to retreat and increase the distance between them. He continued to use powerful divine abilities to suppress Lin Feng. That kid wants to use his physical strength to fight the other self created by the heavenly Tao. That's a good idea, but the other self created by the heavenly Tao doesn't give him a chance to get close. How is he going to fight this battle? Yeah, the other self created by the heavenly Tao is directly attacking him with powerful divine abilities. He's in an invincible position. There's no need to continue watching this battle. We already know the result. Many people were discussing this. Clearly, they didn't think highly of Lin Feng at this moment. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, executed powerful divine abilities. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng. The Devil Emperor's 9 slashes, Sky Splitter, Sword Chi, Great Death Art, and other divine abilities. These divine abilities gathered together, forming a long river of divine abilities that drowned Lin Feng. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would be defeated. But soon, they realized something shocking. When all sorts of powerful attacks arrived in front of Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng directly punched out with his right fist. Bang, 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 all kinds of divine abilities were shattered by Lin Feng. Oh my god! What kind of physical body is that? It can actually withstand so many powerful divine abilities head-on? Seeing this scene, countless people cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng's physical body was practically impossible to injure. It was so strong that it was perverted. What's this? It's just divine abilities. Even if divine artifacts hit this young master's body, they'll only be able to scratch this young master's itch. Lin Feng said proudly. His physical body had already reached the high-level heavenly God realm. As his cultivation continued to rise, his physical body would also become stronger. Ordinary divine artifacts. It was indeed difficult to injure Lin Feng. When he heard Lin Feng, he felt proud of himself. Even those who disliked Lin Feng did not ridicule him because they knew that Lin Feng was speaking the truth. Ordinary divine artifacts could not harm such a strong physical body. At the very least, it would require a divine artifact at the heavenly divine artifact level to harm Lin Feng. After breaking through all kinds of divine abilities with his physical body, Lin Feng stepped on the world. He rushed in front of Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, and punched out. At this time, Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, did not make a move. Instead, he disappeared into thin air. He passed. Many people exclaimed. They could not calm down. Was that guy really going to climb to the top of the Mount Xingzhu? Lin Feng took a big step forward and rushed towards the depths. Many people were shocked. Was that guy really going to climb to the top of the Mount Xingzhu? Lin Feng leaped up, wanting to reach the peak of the Mount Xingzhu. But at this time, a violent fluctuation swept through the world. Then, a chain appeared. That chain. It distorted time and space. That chain. It was as if it could last forever. The Arch Runes. Many people exclaimed. The Arch Runes were divine runes created by the Arch. Jiuzhou was enveloped by the Arch Runes. Therefore, the extraterrestrial cultivators could not descend. Because the Arch Runes were too terrifying. Even a giant god could be killed by the Arch Runes. Since ancient times. How many amazing people have appeared in the reincarnation immortal sect? But only a few people have been able to climb to the top of the Mount Xingzhu. The test of the path to heaven is already difficult. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to pass. After passing the test, you still have to face the attack of the Arch Runes. This is simply impossible. Yeah, it's too difficult. Those are divine runes created by the Arch. Once the Arch Runes appear, even the gods can't resist. Many people lamented. At this time, everyone thought that Lin Feng would take the initiative to withdraw because the arch runes were too terrifying. If he wanted to force his way to the top of the sacred ancestor mountain, he might be killed by the arch runes. But no one expected Lin Feng to walk towards the arch runes. Boom, the arch runes seemed to think that it was being provoked. They emitted endless amounts of the arch runes and bombarded Lin Feng. Is that kid courting death? Many people began to shout. In their opinion, no matter how extraordinary Lin Feng's methods were, he could not resist the arch runes. Now that he wanted to fight the arch runes, he was courting death. The arch rune distorted the void. A light attack could shatter heaven and earth. How terrifying was that? Such an attack shocked everyone. However, Lin Feng muttered in front of the arch rune, "You want to stop me with a mere arch rune? It's not enough. You need at least dozens of the arch runes. Will you die if you don't brag?" Many people rolled their eyes, speechless. A single arch rune had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Moreover, with dozens of the arch runes, how terrifying would its power be? It was simply unimaginable. Many people thought that Lin Feng was bragging, but in reality, Lin Feng was not bragging. Others might not be able to resist the arch runes. However, Lin Feng was different. He was the successor of the celestial master path. His control of formations had reached a transcendent level. To put it bluntly, the arch runes were formation runes. The array formation was made up of many array patterns. The only difference between the arch runes and ordinary formation runes was that the arch runes were created by great emperors. They were fused with the will of great emperors. Therefore, they were abnormally powerful. Before coming to the 9 provinces, Lin Feng had never come into contact with the arch runes. Therefore, he was both curious and fearful of the arch runes. However, Lin Feng had been helping the Snow clan repair the arch runes. During that time, Lin Feng had been repairing the arch runes while studying their mysteries. Therefore, Lin Feng had gained a lot of understanding of the arch runes. Although the arch runes were powerful, they were not without weaknesses. Moreover, now, it was just a single arch rune. Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly during this period of time, and he had a deeper understanding of the various legacies of the celestial master path. Therefore, he was quite confident in facing this arch rune. When the arch rune suppressed him, Lin Feng took a step forward. Countless divine runes intertwined in the void. All the divine runes wrapped around the arch rune that was suppressing him. This was the heavenly master divine rune that Lin Feng had condensed to resist the emperor divine rune. The power of this monarch rune was indeed powerful. When it swept across, the heavenly master rune actually started to crack. It looked as if it couldn't hold on any longer. But at this time, Lin Feng soared into the sky and sent out 3 consecutive palm strikes. Formation cracking technique, bang bang bang, 3 consecutive palm strikes landed on the monarch inscriptions. A powerful force surged into the monarch inscriptions. The formation cracking technique was the best formation breaking technique passed down in the celestial master path. Lin Feng infused the power of the formation cracking technique into the monarch rune. The internal structure of the monarch runes began to disintegrate under the power of the formation cracking technique. However, monarch runes were indeed monarch runes. They were simply too powerful. Lin Feng's formation splitting technique wasn't able to break the monarch pattern. However, the formation cracking technique still affected the emperor runes. Therefore, the emperor runes didn't directly destroy the heavenly master rune that Lin Feng had set up in advance. The heavenly master rune was used by Lin Feng to block the attack of the monarch rune. Originally, the monarch rune was going to attack Lin Feng, but it was blocked by the heavenly master rune. This way, Lin Feng could divert his attention to suppress this monarch rune. Lin Feng also expected that the formation cracking technique couldn't break the monarch rune. Therefore, he wasn't discouraged at all. Lin Feng's hands kept changing seals. He displayed another supreme inheritance of the celestial master path. 8 divine seals, this was the strongest sealing technique of the celestial master path. It was rumored that even the great sealing technique of the 3,000 great paths couldn't compare to the 8 divine seals of the celestial master path. Roar. A series of dragon roars could be heard. 8 golden divine dragons appeared on Lin Feng's palm. They weren't real divine dragons, but 8 divine seals condensed by Lin Feng using the 8 divine seals. The 8 divine seals was an extremely miraculous secret technique. It was all-encompassing. There were many types of divine seals, such as Divine Dragon Rune, Qilin Rune, Fire Phoenix Rune, and so on. Each type of divine seal had a different function. Lin Feng was best at the Divine Dragon Rune, and the Divine Dragon Rune was the most suitable formation rune to seal the Monarch Rune. 8 small golden divine dragons wrapped around the Monarch Rune, turned into 8 runes, and sealed the Monarch Rune. However, the power of the Monarch Rune was more powerful than Lin Feng expected. After the 8 divine dragon runes sealed the Monarch Rune vibrated with a destructive monarch might. Crack! Crack! The sound of cracking could be heard. The seal seemed to be about to be broken. This shocked Lin Feng. The Monarch Rune was really abnormal. Even if it was just one Monarch Rune. It was so troublesome for him, the legitimate successor of the Celestial Master Path, to deal with it. If it were someone else, they would have been killed by this Monarch Rune countless times. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly used the Great Suppression Art of the 3000 Great Tao. The word suppress condensed and then imprinted on the Monarch Rune. With the help of the Great Suppression Art, the fluctuations of the Monarch Rune weakened a lot. Then, Lin Feng leaped up and rushed towards the top of Mount Xianxia. When Lin Feng reached the top of Mount Xianxia, no one came back to their senses. Many people were in a daze, unable to believe what they had seen. Someone had actually sealed the Monarch Rune. How is that possible? Elder Wu Qingyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Even those geniuses who had reached the top of Mount Xianxia back then had used all kinds of heaven-defying secret techniques to delay the Monarch Rune, and then extricate themselves to reach the top of Mount Xianxia. However, Lin Feng was too ferocious. He had directly sealed the Monarch Rune. It deeply shocked everyone's heart. Lin Feng walked towards the Tao platform at the top of the mountain. Waves of terrifying pressure swept over, as if the stars were falling, as if the 3 realms were collapsing. The terrifying force wanted to throw Lin Feng out. Many people felt the terrifying aura on Mount Xianxia and turned pale with fright. The Immortal Reincarnation Sutra is angry and increased the intensity of the test to prevent him from reaching the Tao platform. The great elder of one of the immortal mountains said aloud. The test of the path to heaven was controlled by the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. In the past, someone had reached the top of Mount Xianxia. The test would end. However, it was different this time. Lin Feng had directly used the most brutal method to seal the Monarch Rune released by the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra, thus enraging the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. That guy is really abnormal. He actually angered the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. Many people looked at the test on Mount Xianxia, dumbfounded. Now, in the depths of everyone's hearts, it was as if monstrous waves had been set off. Even if Lin Feng was really thrown out of Mount Xianxia by the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. However, his previous performance had already placed him in the ranks of heaven-defying geniuses. This kind of genius was simply rare in the world, and might not appear even once in 10 million years. Fuck, you want to throw me out? No way. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and activated his sovereign blood. The domineering aura in his body flowed quickly. On the surface of Lin Feng's body, a purple chi vaguely appeared. The purple domineering aura in his body was about to burst out at any moment. When that earth-shattering power sensed the supreme purple hockey within Lin Feng's body, it began to tremble violently. Haha, as expected of the supreme purple domineering aura. I haven't even unleashed my supreme purple aura, but I already can't endure the power of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng laughed out loud and punched out. In an instant, that earth-shattering power was shattered by Lin Feng. He took a step forward and arrived at the Tao platform of Mount Xianxia in an instant. Woo woo woo, in an instant. Between the heavens and the earth, there were sounds that sounded like the roars of dragons and tigers. The sound reverberated for 100,000 miles. It was transmitted into everyone's mind. Oh my god, this is the sound of the legendary Dharma Gong. Many important figures in the Reincarnation Immortal sect shouted in shock. Soon after. Dong dong dong. It was deafening. It was as if there was a Tao bell in the heavens and the earth. The sound of the bell shook the 9 heavens and resonated with the sound of the heavenly Tao. This is the sound of the legendary Heaven and Earth Tao bell. The important figures of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were all shocked. Even the old experts at the hidden gates of life and death were shocked. They were all alarmed. Blowing the Dharma conch and ringing the Heaven and Earth Tao bell. This is the potential to become an immortal. Who is it? Who has the potential to become an immortal? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ancestors at the hidden gates of life and death of the Reincarnation Immortal sect shouted in shock. They could no longer sit still. They all came out of their seclusion and rushed out of their seclusion grounds. They couldn't wait to see who it was that had caused such a phenomenon of heaven and earth. The sound of blowing the conch and ringing the longevity bell had yet to fade. No one dared to believe that what they had heard was real. This was a phenomenon recorded in the Taoist scripture. A person who could cause such a phenomenon. There might not even be one in a few 100 million years. Now, it had appeared in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Even Fairy Ling Yun, Fairy Chu Qing, and Fairy Dancing Flame were staring at Lin Feng without blinking. They were also curious about Lin Feng. Was this person really a frivolous and shameless person? No matter what, the 3 fairies could not associate the godlike Lin Feng with a shameless person. Swoosh, before the crowd could recover from their shock, Yi Zichen suddenly spoke up. At this moment, a ball of dense energy enveloped Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Did he go to see the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra? He's going to get a great opportunity. Countless people were envious, jealous, and resentful. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was an extraordinary existence in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. For countless years, how many forces had risen and fallen, how many powerful forces had disappeared in the long river of history, but the Reincarnation Immortal sect was still strong and everlasting. The main reason was the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. It was an ancient, mysterious, and powerful immortal artifact. Lin Feng felt a light flash before his eyes. In the next moment, he appeared in a mysterious palace. Above the palace was a boundless starry world. If he reached out with his hand, it seemed like he could grab the stars in the outer realms. What is this place? Lin Feng muttered. This is the celestial palace in the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. A voice suddenly rang out in the palace. The owner of the voice did not appear. However, Lin Feng had already guessed who the owner of the voice was. It should be the spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. He chuckled and said, I heard that blessings will descend upon those who pass the test. The spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, You haven't forgotten about the blessing. Lin Feng said. Tisk, tsk. If it weren't for the fortune, why would I try so hard? Shwa. A dazzling ball of light suddenly appeared in the hall. Sealed within this resplendent ball of light was an unknown energy. Lin Feng sensed a boundless and ancient aura from that energy. He curiously asked, What is this? This is immortal qi. After refining it, it will be an opportunity. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit said. Lin Feng said unhappily, Is this a blessing? Aren't you being too petty? You only rewarded me with 1 strand of immortal energy? At the very least, you should reward me with 10 strands of immortal energy, right? The artifact spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra snappily said, This is the 9 prefectures. The 3,000 great worlds. If it's not the 3 realms and 6 Tao, do you know how many years it would take me to absorb such a strand of immortal qi? And you're still not satisfied? A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Lin Feng said, In any case, your lifespan is long enough. You must have absorbed a large amount of immortal qi. Don't be so petty. Give me a few more strands. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit was speechless. Normally, when people saw it, who wouldn't be respectful and respectful, if it rewarded someone with an item, who wouldn't be overjoyed, but this kid in front of it, he actually dared to bargain with it. If it weren't for Lin Feng's shocking talent and the fact that he had grasped the supreme purple aura at such a young age, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit really wanted to slap Lin Feng, this insatiable fellow, to death. Seeing that you're an innate supreme purple aura user, this immortal will tolerate it, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit thought viciously, then took out 2 more strands of immortal qi and gave them to Lin Feng. Haha, thank you, thank you. Lin Feng grinned and quickly sealed the 3 strands of immortal qi. Immortal qi was the energy that immortals absorbed when they cultivated. It was an energy that transcended the mortal world. Whether it was increasing one's cultivation level, tempering one's soul, or tempering one's body, it had unimaginable effects. This time, he had obtained 3 strands of immortal qi. This was a great opportunity. After collecting the 3 strands of immortal qi, Lin Feng continued, I heard that the Reincarnation Immortal sect has the inheritance of the Great Reincarnation Technique and the Immortal Ascension Technique. Exalted Immortal, please do a good deed and teach me the Great Reincarnation Technique and the Immortal Ascension Technique. Kid. Don't push your luck. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit was angry. He had seen shameless people. But he had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Feng. After joining the Reincarnation Immortal sect, he had not made any progress. He had rewarded him with a strand of immortal qi. This kid should be thanking him profusely. He had actually extorted 2 strands of immortal qi from him. This was not enough. Now, he even wanted the Great Reincarnation Technique and the Immortal Ascension Technique. Lin Feng said, I'm innocent. Exalted Immortal, you've really wronged me. I'm not greedy. I just want to bring the Reincarnation Immortal sect to greater heights. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He could not believe that there was someone who could say that he was insatiably greedy in such an open and righteous manner. Today, he had finally seen what it meant to be unparalleled in the world when one was shameless. But for a genius like Lin Feng, the weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra could not beat or scold him directly. If he really beat or scolded Lin Feng until he ran away, the Reincarnation Immortal sect would suffer a great loss. The weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, it's not impossible for you to obtain the Great Reincarnation Technique or the Immortal Ascension Technique. In a few years, the battlefield of the gods will open. If you make a great contribution to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, you can even read the entire Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, let alone the Great Reincarnation Immortal Sutra and the Immortal Ascension Technique. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra contains the true Immortal Sutra passed down from before the Khanate era. Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. Immortal Sutra was a heaven-defying offensive mystique that surpassed Emperor Sutra. Other than the top 5 great Taoists, there was probably no other mystique in this world that could compare to Immortal Sutra. Moreover, Immortal Sutra was very different from the top 5 great Taoists. Immortal Sutra focused on offense. The top 5 great Taoists, destiny, predestination, karma, reincarnation, and creation, were the 5 most powerful great Taoists in the world. Comprehending any great Tao would change one's fate and one could become a great emperor in the future. But in terms of offensive power, the offensive power of these 5 great Taoists could not compare to Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng could not wait to get his hands on the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra and learn the Immortal Sutra recorded in it. Fortunately, he restrained himself. In front of the weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng was as weak as an ant. Zhuge Ming. Please see the Exalted Immortal. Yan Wushan. Please see the Exalted Immortal. Lu Piaoyun. Please see the Exalted Immortal. At this moment, voices came from outside. Those voices were all extremely aged. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The people outside were actually able to come and seek an audience with the weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. It seemed like they must be patriarchs of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Come in. The weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the next moment, figures shuttled through the void and entered the celestial palace. There were more than 20 cultivators in total, both men and women. Every one of them was very old. After they entered, they all looked at Lin Feng. Their old eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. What are these old farts trying to do? Are they trying to take me in as their disciple? If that's the case, I'll have to raise my conditions. Whoever can give me the 10 fairies to warm my bed, I'll agree to be their disciple. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but grin. End of chapter 1742. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.